West. Chapter 1. Maggie. Fiorentino Winery, New York. My life was destroyed on a cold Tuesday morning. The winery's senior team was discussing a new promotion idea in the tasting room. Our events coordinator, Celeste, wanted to combine a winter sleigh ride with a behind-the-scenes winery tour, which seemed harmless at first. But as our vigneron, the person responsible for the grapes, I didn't like the idea of horses and sleighs tramping around on the grounds during the winter. Bruce, our vintner, shared the same concerns. My older brother, the other half of the Fiorentino Winery ownership, needed to stop staring into space and weigh in. "Mikey," I said, kicking him gently under the table. "What do you think?"
"Huh?"
He glanced up. His eyes were rimmed red, like he wasn't getting any sleep.
"Oh, sure, I like that idea."
I frowned and considered kicking him again. "Which idea?"
"The one we're talking about."
"The sleigh ride, you mean?" He dug the heels of his palms into his eye sockets, rubbing.
"Right, the sleigh ride. Celeste, I don't think we'll get enough snow for a reliable sleigh ride. We're better off running some dining promotions during February."
"We could do a cart when there isn't enough snow," Celeste tried. "Which isn't nearly as sexy," I countered. "But I like that you're thinking out of the box, Celeste. That's usually my style." My brother didn't even crack a smile. "What if we partner with one of the nearby ski resorts?" Celeste asked. "We could offer up some kind of winter package to boost traffic." Mikey remained silent, staring through the winery windows, so I said, "I like it. Good idea. We can buy more fire pits if we need." We updated each other on a few other matters, then ended the meeting. Celeste left, but Bruce stayed back. He'd been here as long as I could remember, working with my dad to build up the Fiorentino brand of wines.
"I want to check the flavor profile of those new reds today or tomorrow, if you're available,"
he said. "Sure." I cast a worried glance at Mikey. "Let me tell the guys to put more mulch down today, and then I'll be over." Bruce nodded and walked out, leaving me alone with my brother. I sipped my coffee and waited for him to acknowledge me. Seconds dragged on, and I couldn't take it any longer. "Mikey, what the fuck? What's going on with you?" He blinked, still avoiding my eyes.
"Nothing. Why?"
"You've been acting weird all week. Tell me what's going on." Mikey was 3 years older than me, and we'd grown tight these last few years. Our parents were killed in a car accident when I was a senior in high school, and except for our Aunt Helen, we were the last of the Fiorentinos. When Aunt Helen retired to Florida 2 years ago, Mikey and I learned to rely on each other. Everything had been fine until he came back from his weekend trip to the Hudson Casino yesterday. Mikey and I tried to stagger our rare breaks from the winery, so I'd taken my trip to the casino resort the weekend before. The 2 days I spent there had been perfect. Good food, pampering, sleeping in, and the fucking of a lifetime. No lie, it took me a full 48 hours to recover from that sexy Italian man I picked up in the casino bar. I mean, I like sex a lot, but this guy? Whew, he wore me out, which I didn't mind in the least. Hooking up with strangers was much better than fucking guys here in Paisano. I was tired of bumping into men I'd been with everywhere I went in town. God knows I didn't need more mess in my life. I was already chaotic enough.
"It's nothing."
My brother scrolled absently on his phone.
"Just some personal stuff."
He sounded defensive, but Mikey was easygoing, charming, thoughtful, and organized, always knew the right thing to say. This was why he was good at the business side of the winery. I preferred plants rather than dealing with unruly customers. "Can you give me a hint?" I asked. "Is it girl trouble? IBS? Seasonal depression? What's going on?" I leaned in to stage whisper, "Chlamydia?"
"Jesus Christ."
He gave a strangled laugh and stood up.
"Don't be so dramatic, Max. You don't need to worry. Everything is fine."
Okay. Pushing to my feet, I shoved his shoulder affectionately. "You can talk to me, you know."
"Oh no, and this isn't a big deal."
"If you say so. I'm headed outside. Call me if you need me."
"Sounds good."
Movement near the hallway caught my eye. A few men were striding into the tasting room, each dressed in an expensive overcoat, black leather gloves on his hands. They looked around suspiciously. Were these Secret Service agents? Just then they stepped aside, parting, and a tall, handsome man appeared. Wait a fucking minute. I knew this man, had kissed every inch of this man's body, had let him kiss every inch of me in return. My stomach dropped to my toes. What the hell? Vito was here. Why? This made no sense. Why would my random casino hookup come to my winery? I hadn't told him my last name or that I worked here. Was he stalking me? It wouldn't be the first time, unfortunately. A few former hookups had tracked me down, eager for another round and trying to break my firm no repeats rule. Not cool, Vito. I stepped forward, ready for battle. What are you doing here? Mikey and I both asked at the same time. Then we looked over at each other, surprised. Wait, how do you know him? Mikey whispered. How do you know him? I shot back. We both regarded our visitor once more. Sharp blue eyes bored into my soul from across the room. I thought for a second that Vito looked surprised, but I couldn't be sure. His face remained an inscrutable mask of indifference. How did you find me? I called out as I took a step forward. I received no answer. Instead, Vito slowly turned his attention to my brother.
Signore Fiorentino, you have been avoiding my calls.
Hold on now. Vito had been trying to call Mikey? What the fuck was happening? Brains spinning, I held up my palms. Wait a minute, how do you two know each other?
Go outside, Max,
my brother said quietly.
Let me handle this.
No way. I didn't know if Vito had followed me here or why he was calling my brother, but I was going to find out. Vito's long legs started toward us. His brown hair was tamed with product at the moment, but I remembered how thick and lush it felt on my fingertips, how I'd grabbed a fistful of it as he ate me out with abandon. God, that man's mouth. And coupled with his enthusiasm, off the fucking charts. The night we met, he was wearing jeans and a sweater. Nothing fancy. Now he wore a very impressive dark blue suit under his long black overcoat, as well as leather gloves. The outfit, along with his cool exterior, gave off a don't fuck with me vibe, and I liked it. Really liked it. But I didn't want to have this conversation in front of the employees, or worse, in front of my brother. I darted forward and caught Vito halfway across the room. Hey! I stopped directly in his path. Halting, he stared down at me. Softly, I said, Look, I'm not sure what you're doing here, but maybe we could go speak privately in one of the other rooms.
Ciao, Maggie.
His voice was so very deep, laced with the lyrical quality of the Italian cadence. I remembered him whispering all sorts of Italian words in my ear the other night. I didn't understand most of it, but who cared? It was hot as hell. Ciao yourself. I took his arm. Come with me. He didn't budge, even when I tugged.
I am not here to see you.
I don't understand. I peeked behind him and caught the men in his group watching us carefully. They seemed wary, attentive, borderline scary. What do you want with my brother?
Maggie?
My brother was right behind me, his expression pleading.
Give us a minute, please.
No way was I leaving, not until I had answers. Let's go to the office. Right now. Both of you. Mikey looked a second away from passing out, so I took his arm and began towing him toward the office. I saw one of Vito's friends step forward, but Vito held up his hand and said a few words in Italian. Then he trailed after us. We'll be right back, I said to the men standing around as we passed. Have a glass of wine while you wait. We all went into the hallway. Mikey's office door was open, so I nudged my brother through. When Vito was inside, I closed the door behind me. Mikey crossed to the other side of the room and raked his hands through his hair, while Vito leaned against the wall, casual as could be. Okay, I said, pressing my palms together. Vito, what's going on? Are you here to see me again, or are you here to see my brother? Either way, why?
Did you two hook up?
Mikey rounded on me, his eyebrows lifted high. Yes, not that it's any of your business. Now tell me how you know Vito.
May I speak?
Vito's smooth voice cut through the room, commanding attention, and Mikey paled. I faced Vito. Please, because I would really love some answers. Vito slipped his hands into his trouser pockets.
Your brother and I played poker on Sunday night.
Oh, my body relaxed. This wasn't about me, thank God. And you guys became buddies or something?
Not quite.
Vito paused, his cool gaze flicking between Mikey and me.
The game went on for hours. Your brother lost.
This was weird. My brother liked to bet on games through the sports betting apps, but he wasn't a serious gambler. Did the casino lure him into a game? It wouldn't matter because we didn't have any money. The winery was barely in the black, and my parents hadn't left us much when they died. What had my brother gambled with? His good looks? I was about to make the joke aloud, but the words died on my tongue. The somber mood in the room, combined with Mikey's silence, told me something was wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. I swallowed. How much did you lose, Mikey?
Maggie, God.
He rubbed his face with both hands.
You don't understand. I had a straight flush. Do you know how hard it is to beat a straight flush? It's almost impossible. But not impossible,
Vito said. Wait. I clasped my fingers together and prayed for patience. So you lost, I glanced at Vito, to you. Vito inclined his head once.
I also had a straight flush, queen high.
The pieces began to fall into place. Mikey's weird mood, casino, poker, bodyguards. So what, you came here to collect?
In a way.
Vito paused.
Would you like to finish the rest, Michael?
The skin of my brother's neck turned a dull red, and I could see sweat forming at his hairline. I had a terrible premonition in the pit of my stomach. I edged closer to my brother and lowered my voice. Mikey, tell me, how much did you lose? His eyes were wild, panic etched in the lines of his 26-year-old face.
I didn't mean to, I swear.
How much? He opened his mouth once, then closed it. His whole body trembled, so I grabbed his shoulders. How much? I snapped.
All of it,
he blurted.
Everything. I bet everything we have and then some.
Suddenly, it felt as if a boulder pressed down on my chest. What does that mean? I wheezed. All of what? Mikey's eyes welled up, moisture pooling on his lashes, and he shook his head.
I can't say it. What he is trying to tell you,
Vito interjected evenly,
is that he has lost your winery. To me.
Chapter 2. 10 days ago. Vito. Hudson Casino and Resort. Hudson Valley, New York. I'm tired of waiting for you to notice me. At his strange voice, I glanced up from my phone. A young woman, early 20s, was now perched on the bar stool next to mine. I beg your pardon, signorina? She nudged a glass full of amber liquid forward with her fingers. I bought you a drink because I'm tired of waiting for you to notice me. I had to admit, as opening lines went, it was pretty good. Forgive me. I was working. I lifted my mobile as if to prove it. But that is a terrible excuse for ignoring a beautiful woman. And she was beautiful. Shorter hair than I usually liked, but it was cut in a style that fell to her shoulders and flattered her face. She had big brownish-green eyes and long eyelashes. Full lips. She wore a jumpsuit with a haltered top that crisscrossed her small tits and showed off her long limbs. Done with your inspection? She asked before sipping her cocktail. It's only fair, as you were inspecting me earlier. True. So what do you think? Do you want a drink? I finished the remnants of my whiskey and passed the empty glass back to the bar. The bartender, who knew me, gave me a surreptitious nod to let me know the drink was safe. I had a long list of enemies, even here outside my territory. I lifted a fresh glass, courtesy of my new friend. Grazie. I took a sip. The flavor was different from my drink. Better. Much better. What is this? Do you like it? I do. That is a handcrafted bourbon whiskey from New Orleans, aged in charred white oak barrels. It has notes of jam and caramel, as well as pepper. My favorite part is that they finish aging it in a port cask. She tilted her head toward my empty glass. What you were drinking was mass-produced shit. Resting an elbow on the bar, I angled toward her slightly. How does a girl like you know so much about bourbon? Oh, you'd be surprised what I know. Capiche? Clearly not my language, judging by your pronunciation. She laughed, not offended in the least. I enjoyed the way her eyes sparkled, the little lines that bracketed her mouth when she smiled. I only know the important Italian words. Barolo, Chianti, Valpolicella, Barbaresco, Prosecco. Okay. I felt a grin tug at the edges of my mouth. Unusual, but not unwelcome. You like our wines. And I like your men. Direct. I admired it. I hadn't been looking for a woman to take upstairs tonight. Usually I came to the casino to work, not play. I had an ownership stake here, along with Luca Benetti, and I came here often to check up on my investment. An hour ago, I sent my guards to bed and stopped in one of the bars for a quick drink. I'd intended to catch up on work, then go up to my room. But maybe my plans could change. I could already see how the rest of the evening would go, talking, flirting, another drink. She'd move closer, perhaps brush my arm or my leg. I would let my gaze linger on her mouth. Perhaps she'd take a shallow breath, her pulse racing at the base of her neck. Then she'd lick her lips. I'd suggest going somewhere private to talk. She'd follow me to my suite. I deepened my voice and let my accent thicken. This is a coincidence, because I like American women. That is a coincidence. She stuck out her hand. I'm Maggie. Vito. We shook, her grip firm and strong. I could tell she worked with her hands. No long painted fingernails, and her skin was slightly rough. I didn't mind it. I sometimes worked with my hands, too. I sipped the bourbon again. Nice. Maybe I could take a bottle back to Toronto. And what are you drinking? I asked, pointing to her cocktail glass. It's a Greyhound. Grapefruit juice and vodka. She put her mouth to her glass, drank, then licked her lips. Now if the rim had salt, then it would be a salty dog. Again, I was impressed. Are you a bartender? Not unless you count bartending at my friend's wedding last year. We stared at each other for a beat. Are you in town for work or fun? Both. I didn't offer more. The topic of my work was off limits. In fact, when it came to hookups, I found it better to say as little as possible. I couldn't very well say that I ran a criminal syndicate in Toronto. Even at 35, I had no intention of ever bringing a woman into my world. Too risky. A simple wedding ring when I wore it discouraged any of my partners from getting long-term ideas. Unfortunately, the ring wasn't doing me any good at the moment sitting upstairs in my room. Lucky for me, this girl didn't seem interested in anything more than a casual fuck, which suited me perfectly. Well, I'm here for fun, she declared. It's been a stressful year, and I decided to treat myself this weekend. And how have you been treating yourself? First, the spa, which was heavenly. I spent a fortune there this morning, but it was totally worth it. Then a new haircut. She flipped the ends of her hair. What do you think? Looks nice. Thanks. I think so too. I hung around the indoor pool, did some shopping, stuffed myself at the buffet. Oh, and Giovanni's restaurant was... She kissed her fingertips. Perfection. The talented Italian chef, along with his business partner, Valentina Benetti, had opened a restaurant inside the casino resort. It was similar to their trattoria in Paesano, but more accessible for large crowds. This sounds like a very nice day. And night, hopefully. Her eyes didn't leave mine as she drank from her glass. To tonight, Bella. I lifted my glass to touch hers. An hour later, I was fumbling with my room card as Maggie nipped the side of my throat. We started kissing in the elevator and hadn't stopped. I wasn't usually so greedy for a woman, but everything about Maggie was a fucking turn-on. I couldn't wait to get my dick inside her. Fuck. The light on the door remained red, despite my efforts to unlock it.
Here, let me.
She plucked the card from my hand, waved it in front of the sensor, and the light turned green. Then she handed the card back to me and pushed on the handle.
Magic touch.
I grabbed her ass and lifted her off the floor, carrying her with one arm into the room. She wrapped her legs around my waist, laughing as her mouth met mine again. She tasted like grapefruit and confidence, a sexy combination. I pushed her up against the wall of the entryway and deepened the kiss, using my tongue to lick inside her mouth the way I planned to lick her pussy in a few minutes. Her nails dug into my scalp and she kissed me back just as urgently. Her hips rocked against mine, her warm center sliding over my erection. Cazzo madre de Dio. This was happening too fast. Wait, I said, resting my forehead on her temple. There's no rush.
Your dick says otherwise,
she said with another slow roll of her pussy over my cock. I sucked in a breath and struggled to think. Carefully I set her feet on the ground and began kissing her throat. I licked the length of her collarbone. I'm going to fuck you all night, Bella. I will wear you out, te lo prometto.
What does that mean?
She asked through labored breaths. I promise you.
God, your accent. It's fucking sexy.
I hummed in my chest. Are you wet for me?
So wet. Jesus, Vito, I'm dying already.
I want to eat you out. Where do you want your first orgasm?
Let's see.
Opening her eyes, she took in the suite.
Holy shit. Is this the best room in the resort?
It was, actually. The penthouse suite wrapped around almost the entire top floor, overlooking the surrounding area. There were 2 living areas, a pantry, 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and a library. But I wasn't focused on any of that at the moment. This woman had every bit of my attention. Right here, I think, I said, cupping her breasts through the thin material. She wore no bra, and her nipples had been driving me crazy ever since she sat down and bought me a drink. I pinched them, and she moaned, her head dropping against the wall. Take off your clothes.
Okay.
Her hands went behind her neck, and she pulled on the bow, keeping her top secure. I dragged my sweater over my head and toed off my dress shoes. When I was bare-chested, she gave my torso a thorough examination.
Someone works out.
My line of work demanded strength, endurance, a limitless reserve of energy when violence was needed. But I didn't say any of that. I unbuckled my belt, then unzipped my trousers and took them off, along with my socks. I stood in just my black briefs.
Wowza,
she said, her gaze traveling the length of my body, pausing on my crotch.
I'm not usually this lucky when I visit the casino.
Andiamo. Let's go. I gestured to her hands. Your pussy needs to smother my face in the next 5 seconds.
Okay, bossy.
Maggie shoved her top to her hips, revealing a perfect pair of tits, then reached behind her to unzip the bottom half. I brushed her nipples with my knuckles as she worked the pants off past her ankles. Without her heels, she came up to my chin, which was still taller than most women. I drew back to see her. Cristo. She wasn't wearing panties. Fuck me. This woman was a constant surprise. Her pubic hair was neatly trimmed to reveal her pussy lips, and my mouth watered. I dropped to my knees right there on the marble entry floor and put my face right up against her skin. The smell of her filled my head. Perfecto. My cock twitched, dying to join in, but I needed to taste her first. Lifting her leg over my shoulder, I swiped my tongue through her slit, letting all that delicious slick coat my tongue.
Wow, you weren't kidding.
She put a hand on the top of my head.
You really want to do this first.
First and last, and during, I murmured, then licked her again. Dio, that's good. I began working her clit with my tongue, learning what she liked, what made her gasp, what caused her fingers to tighten in my hair. The pressure, the speed, a little suction. Eating a woman's pussy was like solving a puzzle, finding the right balance to make her come, and I had infinite patience for the task.
Fingers,
she gasped, rocking her hips, begging me for more. I slipped 2 fingers inside her, the walls of her cunt so hot and so tense I nearly lost my rhythm. My cock was going to love being in there. Maggie's thighs began trembling. Oh God, yes, right there, please, don't stop. I kept at it until she tightened all around me. Then her body convulsed, her pussy clutching my fingers, as her moans echoed. Power surged through my veins, and my cock throbbed in time with my heartbeat. The skin stretched so tight it was painful. When she came down, I eased off slightly and nuzzled her swollen clit, savoring the experience. That was amazing, she said, almost slurring her words. I usually can't come from this. I glanced up, surprised. How do you normally come? With a vibrator? I couldn't tell if she was joking or not. With a partner? Yes. And yet you didn't need one with me. I put my hands on her hips and pushed to my feet. I made you come in about 3 minutes. Calm down, no one likes a bragger. A bragger? We would see about that. I stepped in until our bodies were almost touching. Where do you want to get fucked? She wrapped her arms around my shoulders and bit my earlobe. Against the windows, Vito. Let everyone watch us. Then she slid her hands down my chest into my briefs, which she pushed off my hips. Think of how jealous they'll be. Fuck. I felt feverish, ready to crawl out of my skin. How did she know exactly what to say to twist me up? Lifting her, I carried her to the huge windows. You want to put on a show, Bella? God, yes. Hurry, Vito. The glass might be cold. I don't care. I put her back against the windows and covered her mouth with mine. If she was cold, I couldn't tell. She kissed me back every bit as forcefully, her lips just as eager, her tongue just as rough. She rubbed her core along my length, seeking. I grabbed my shaft and lined up, ready to drive inside. When the heat penetrated my tip, I realized what was happening. I froze. What the fuck was wrong with me? Merda, I forgot a condom. Oh shit. I forgot too. Do you have any? Hold on. How could I have been so careless, so reckless? It hadn't happened before. Dragging a hand through my hair, I strode into my bedroom, then in the adjoining bath. I only had 3 condoms with me, and I planned to use up all of them tonight with Maggie. I rolled the latex on as I walked back to the main room and found her resting against the glass, her fingers boldly strumming between her legs as she watched me. I nearly stumbled. Madre de Dio, that was sexy. Keep going, I said as I approached. Turn around and let them watch you. She hesitated, her lower lip disappearing between her teeth. Wouldn't you rather watch me? I plan to watch in a reflection as I fuck you from behind. I motioned with my hand. Turn, Bella. Stick out your ass. Slowly she turned to face the glass, bracing herself with one palm while the other hand continued to work her clit. I took in her long legs and tight ass, the curve of her lower back, and I was on her in a flash. Grabbing her hip, I put the head of my cock at her entrance and paused. Ready? God, yes. I slipped in, the snug tissues gripping my cock like a fist. So hot, so tight. I muttered some curse words and rocked my hips, dying to bury myself to the hilt. Maggie helped by tilting her pelvis and pushing back to help me get all the way inside, and soon our bodies were joined. I smoothed a palm down the ridges of her spine, feeling her soft skin, while I struggled to keep myself from coming right there. Cazzo, Bella, you feel so fucking good. So big, she murmured. God, you're thick. I can't... You have to start moving. I eased out a fraction, then slid back in. Maggie whimpered, and so I did it again. I wanted to give us both time to adjust, but she wasn't having it. Putting both hands on the glass, she looked over her shoulder at me. Come on, fuck me hard, Vito. I want to feel it tomorrow. I lost my ability to think at that point. Like my brain blacked out and I became a machine, my hips working as my cock pounded into her again and again. The glass reflected her gorgeous face, her expression slack with pleasure, her eyes fluttering, and I couldn't look away. She tossed her hair and let out these seductive moans that drove me crazy. Sensation washed over me, the pleasure tightening inside my groin, and her body jolted with each punch of my hips. Sweat rolled down my temples, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. My balls slapped against her, the air turning humid around us, and I could still smell her pussy on my face. I didn't know how much longer I could last. "Your clit," I managed through clenched teeth. "Make yourself come. Now." She rested her forearm on the glass and moved her free hand between her legs. The result was almost instant. Her walls clamped down on my dick and she threw her head back. "Oh God! Yes! Shit!" It was too much for me. The rush started in my toes, raced along my thighs, my balls, then out the head of my dick. I shouted to the ceiling, my hips stuttering as the orgasm ripped through me, cum pulsing into the latex, on and on until I could barely stand. When it was finally done, I sagged against her back. I couldn't remember the last time I came this hard. Cristo Santo. I was still trembling, for fuck's sake. I groaned as I slowly pulled out, holding on to the condom. Her pussy was swollen and wet, and I wished I could have seen my cum dribbling out of it. Holy shit. Panting, she turned around and slumped against the window. That was unreal. There were tissues on a nearby table, so I forced my legs to carry me over to deal with the condom. Once I was cleaned up, I dropped into an armchair, closed my eyes, and tried to catch my breath. "Mind if I grab water?" she asked. I waved my hand absently. "Help yourself." I heard her walk to the minibar and open it. The door closed. "Ooh, candy, may I?" How could she think of food right now? Of course. When I peeled my eyes open, she was approaching me with a bottle of water. "Grazie," I said, taking it from her hand and unscrewing the cap. She slipped a few round-colored pieces of candy in her mouth. "Well, thanks for this. I had fun. I'm just going to use the bathroom and then head out." My mouth full of water almost went down the wrong pipe. I swallowed and frowned at her. "You're not leaving yet." Her brows pinched together in adorable confusion. "Vito, I came twice. You came. It was amazing, and now it's done." "Did you not hear me say that I plan to fuck you all night? Bella, we've only just begun." "Really?" She popped another piece of candy between her lips as her eyes did a very slow sweep of my body. My dick stirred to life under her thoughtful brown stare. "Because you look pretty worn out." I pushed out of the chair and hoisted her up over my shoulder in one smooth move. She squeaked, and a brown bag dropped to the carpet. "My candy!" "Don't worry," I said as I carried her to the bedroom. "I'll find something else to put in your mouth." Chapter 3. Now. Vito. Fiorentino Winery, New York. I watched the brother's face flush with embarrassment, his mouth unable to form the words. Delivering bad news was a specialty of mine, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. "What he is trying to tell you," I told her calmly, "is that he has lost your winery. To me." I watched her struggle with that information, comprehension slow to dawn on her face. I could wait. Patience was also a specialty of mine. It also gave me time to wrap myself around her presence at the winery. Have a plan, then have a backup plan. It was how I functioned, how I survived, but this, her being here, hadn't been part of either plan. I like women a lot, but unwanted attachments and expectations were not ideal for men in my world. I learned that as a teen when I fell for the wrong woman. Now I did everything possible to avoid repeat performances. Except Maggie was here, in my new winery. If her shock wasn't completely genuine, I might have suspected she and her brother had dreamed up this scheme to trap me. But she hadn't known. I'm very good at reading people, and her surprise was 100% real. As if to prove my point, she balled up her fist and punched her brother in the stomach. Michael doubled over, holding himself as he groaned. Maggie whirled toward me. She was no longer stunned. She was furious and beautiful. I shouldn't have noticed, especially now, but it was unavoidable. She was a fantastic lay, one of the best I've ever had, and I liked the t-shirt and jeans she now wore, showing a woman comfortable in her own skin. It reminded me of her confidence that night, how she wasn't afraid to ask for exactly what she wanted. "Fuck me hard, Vito. I want to feel it tomorrow." But there was no lust in her expression now. Instead, she was taut as a wire, her eyes snapping green fire, a tiny dragon ready to eat her enemy, me, alive. "You can't have it." I remained cool, logical. There was no place for emotion when it came to business. "I'm afraid it doesn't work like that, signorina." "I don't give a shit how it works, signore. I'm telling you that you can't have our winery." Normally I wouldn't explain myself, but after our night together, I figured Maggie deserved an explanation. "Fair is fair, no? I put my money into the pot, and your brother put his and my money in the pot. He lost. Therefore, everything in the pot is now mine." "No, it's not, and nothing about this is fair." I sighed. I had hoped this would go smoother. "I assure you, the game was fair. It is not my fault that your brother wagered an amount he couldn't afford to lose." I shrugged. "But he did." "We'll give you money," she said. "We'll pay the debt." "Maggie," Michael's voice sounded tired. "You know we can't." "How much?" Her head swiveled between us. "We might be able to raise it." "Trust me," her brother said. "We can't." The grand total he owed me was $450,000, but it didn't matter. I didn't want the cash. I wanted the winery. Back home in Toronto, I was branching out into real estate. It helped to hide and launder money, and was a good investment for the future. Also, I liked the idea of owning a winery. Fausto Ravanzani was one of the most powerful men in Europe, and he owned a vineyard in Siderno, with Ravanzani wines known the world over. That could be me one day. "This makes no sense." Maggie put her palms out and took a few deep breaths. "This winery is valued at millions of dollars. Mikey, there's no way you lost that much in a poker game." "You don't understand," he said. "My hand was so good." "How much did you put into the pot?" "I lost what I brought with me. Then I borrowed some money to keep playing." "God, Mikey, that is the first rule of gambling. You leave when you can't afford to lose any more." "He borrowed $200,000. I interjected. The volume of her voice rocketed skyward. $200,000, Mikey! "But I was winning it back," he said. "Then I went all in on that last hand. I thought I'd be able to help us make improvements around here. I was doing this for us, for the winery." Okay, she rubbed her forehead. "Let me think. So we just need to pay Vito $200,000 and whatever you lost in that last hand." $250,000. Calmly, I folded my arms. Plus interest for every day you don't pay. "Can you pay me $450,000 in cash today?" "No, of course not." "Then I'll take the winery." "You can't take the winery," she snapped. "That isn't how this works." This was growing tedious. It was the time for the truth. "When you approached me in the casino bar, I purposely did not tell you my last name. It tends to have an effect on people." She interrupted, not letting me finish. "I didn't tell you my last name either. It doesn't matter." "It does matter, Bella, because it's clear you think I am someone to be manipulated, someone to be cheated. I promise you that I am not." I paused. "My name is Vito D'Agostino. Does that mean anything to you?" "No." "What if I tell you that I am a partner with Luca Benetti in that casino? He and I are associates of a certain kind." "Motherfucker," she muttered, her mouth twisting in disgust. "You're a mobster." I didn't care for the term. It sounded cartoonish. "I am the head of a family in Toronto, yes." "My God, I'm an idiot." She stared down at her shoes for a beat, then lifted her head. "Putting my bad taste in men aside, did this poker game have anything to do with our night together? You know, some sort of revenge because I left before you woke up?" I hadn't minded that, actually. Not saying goodbye ensured my encounters remained less messy. "I wasn't aware that the two of you were related until 5 minutes ago." "I don't know whether that makes me feel better or worse." She bit her lip and studied me. "Vito, look. I know you're a mafia don and all, but we had fun, right? And you were sweet. I'm begging you, pleading with you from the bottom of my heart, please, let this go. This place is everything to us, please. Let us repay the debt over time, and you go back to Toronto." I admit I felt a twinge of something in my chest. Softness, fond memories of our night together. But I wasn't running a charity. I pushed aside any hint of feeling. Flatly, I told her, I'm taking a principal stake in the winery. You need to accept it. And I checked its value before coming here today. It's not valued at millions, not any longer. What I'm offering you is a fair deal. In fact, your only deal. Come on, she continued. I understand you're trying to make a point to my brother, but this winery has belonged to the Fiorentino family for 3 generations. It's ours. I was tired of arguing with her. I owned the majority of the winery, period. There was no doubt about it, and I wasn't giving it back. Michael, you'll have the paperwork prepared. 60%. 60? Maggie cried. No way, 10 max. Smothering a sigh, I walked over to where she stood. She didn't retreat a single step, which was both foolish and impressive. Instead, she sliced me to ribbons with her eyes. Again, foolish. I didn't mind bold women with a bit of attitude, but not when it interfered with my plans. I loomed over her and pushed a few loose strands of dark hair behind her ear. Maggie, this is not a negotiation. You do not want to test me. Capisce? This is my vineyard, her voice wavered, giving away her doubts, her fear. Our vineyard. You're not taking it, Vito. I already have, so accept it. I can't. I rolled my lips together, prayed for calm. Enzo was the hot-tempered, violent one in the family. I was cool and thoughtful, able to see a problem from all sides. But this girl was testing my patience. Ask around, I told her. Look into me and my family. You will learn a D'Agostino is not to be fucked with. And when I don't get what I want, people get hurt. You're threatening me. Maybe I'm threatening your brother. She paled, the implication working, just as I knew it would. Maggie obviously cared about her family, their legacy, and I could use that against her. D'Agostinos were conditioned to prey on weakness. It was one of the first lessons my father taught me. Maggie, please, her brother said. You're making it worse. She whirled on him, her shoulders stiff and angry. Oh, I'm making it worse? You lost our winery, Mikey. Granddad started this place in 1963 and you lost it in a game of poker. Sorry if I'm not willing to accept it. We don't have a choice. Do you think I'm happy about this? I love this place as much as you do, but I fucked up. I stroked my jaw. This was tedious, and I had better things to do. I expect to sign the paperwork tomorrow. Maggie turned toward me, defiance etched in her expression. Then her gaze locked in on my hand, and her complexion went as white as flour. Her mouth fell open. You're married? Ah, the meaningless piece of silver that had become a habit. Before I could confirm or deny my marital status, her fist connected with my stomach, hard. Pain exploded in my middle, and I doubled over. Madre di Dio, she punched me. You cheating piece of shit, she yelled. Oh my God, I heard her brother say as I struggled to catch my breath. My body grew hot, like a match had been set to my blood, every part of me aflame. Very slowly I straightened to my full height, violence rising under the surface of my skin. I would never hit a woman. I wasn't my father, after all. But I couldn't remember the last time I was this angry. Before I could decide what to do or say, Michael began shoving Maggie toward the door. I'll get that paperwork, Mr. D'Agostino, he blurted as they passed me. No problem at all. 70%, I said crisply. Fuck that! Maggie struggled against her brother's hold. I'm not giving that asshole a goddamn thing! Shut up, Michael ordered, and kept going. Then the door slammed shut, and I could hear them arguing in the hall as they walked away. A deep breath later, and my mind cleared. Unlike my brothers, I wasn't one to easily lose my cool. And even when I did, it didn't last long. I preferred using my brain to my fists. Rubbing my stomach, I stared at the door. Maggie had a hell of a right hook. She was tough, this woman. Also soft and funny, and fantastic in bed. I hadn't realized there were so many facets to Maggie, but I liked them all. If I ever broke my no-repeat rule, it could easily be with her. But I wouldn't. Besides, she thought I was married. This was for the best.
Maggie. Grinding my teeth, I jabbed the shovel into the wheelbarrow of mulch. Then I lifted the shovel and spread mulch over the vine roots, trying to be careful despite my fury. My babies didn't deserve my anger. A day after receiving the worst news of my life, I was still trying to wrap my head around it. How could Mikey do this to me? To the winery? To our staff? God, the staff. How were we supposed to explain this to the 18 winery employees? Oh, no big deal. One of the owners is an idiot and we've been taken over by a mob boss. And Vito was fucking married? That dick. He'd broken his marriage vows and turned me into a homewrecker. The other woman. A mistress. Something I'd swore I'd never become. What a scumbag. I shook myself. You're focusing on the wrong thing. That scumbag now had a majority interest in our winery, which was all that mattered. Mikey had arranged everything yesterday, calling our lawyer and asking him to draw up paperwork that would hand 70% of the winery over to that Italian maniac. Vito was probably signing the papers at this very moment. I couldn't stand to watch. This was Mikey's mess, so let him deal with Vito. I'd rather be outside with the plants anyway. And when I was ready to have a civil conversation with my brother, it was forcing him to go to Gamblers Anonymous. Because this was bullshit. I'd lost everything because my brother had an addiction. Blowing out a white cloud of breath in the cold, I put down the shovel. Then I got down on my hands and knees to evenly spread the mulch. I had to find a way to get rid of Vito, to buy the winery back. He lived in Toronto, so why in the hell would he want a business here? And it wasn't like our winery was profitable. Vineyards were unpredictable, the grapes fickle little bitches. One year was up, the next down. As far as investments went, this was a bad one. Last night, I considered reaching out to Val and Luca. My best friend's husband was also a mob boss, and he loved Val. Better yet, he definitely had the money and influence to get rid of Vito. Except Val and Luca were in Italy on their long-postponed honeymoon. What kind of shitty, selfish friend messaged a honeymooning couple to complain about their problems? It's not just a problem. This is the winery. This place was my entire life. Still, I couldn't do it. If I convinced Luca to loan me the money to get rid of Vito, then I would owe Luca, and therefore Val, a huge chunk of cash. And that was weird. Borrowing money from a friend always ruined the relationship. Especially true in this case, because I didn't think we'd ever be able to pay back such a large amount. I'd still be owned by the mob, just a different mobster. God, I wanted to strangle my brother. Our parents were surely spinning in their graves right now.
Allora, here you are.
At the deep Italian baritone, I sat on my heels and dusted off my hands. Vito D'Agostino stood a few feet from me, once again in his fancy black overcoat. The devil wore Prada, indeed. My baseball hat blocked most of the winter glare, but I still had to squint up at him. What do you want, Vito? I'm a little busy.
Merely wondering why you weren't present to sign the paperwork.
To see him gloat? To let him witness my heartbreak? No thanks. You might want to learn a little bit about your new investment, boss. You see, this is a working winery. My job is to ensure that we actually grow grapes to produce into wine. Get it? He cocked his head thoughtfully and regarded me, his expression revealing nothing.
Is this going to be a problem?
I couldn't tolerate another second of kneeling at this man's feet, so I stood up. You having majority ownership of my winery? Yes, it's going to be a very big problem. A huge problem. So why don't you hurry back to Toronto and let me do my job?
I know this is a blow to your pride.
I made a choking noise in my throat, yet he ignored me.
But are you too stubborn to see how this might benefit you?
Benefit me? I've lost almost everything. I folded my arms. How does that benefit me, exactly? Vito reached into his overcoat pocket, and my blood went colder than the air around us. I took a step back and glanced around for help. Was this it? Was he going to kill me?
Calm down,
he said, then presented a pack of cigarettes in his gloved hand. You smoke? I hadn't smelled any smoke on him the night we were together. There hadn't been any cigarettes around, either.
Not in the casino, obviously.
He opened the pack and fished out a cigarette. The shock wore off, and I snapped, "Do not smoke around my vines." His eyebrows lowered.
Why not? We're outside.
It can taint the plants, Jesus! He sighed and put the cigarettes away.
Maggie, think. You yourself said the winery wasn't profitable. Consider me an investor. I want to upgrade things here and make us all a lot of money.
He made it sound so easy, so tempting. Are you telling me this money comes without strings?
What strings?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Gloved fingers rubbed across his jaw.
I haven't given it much thought.
I didn't care for the way he rubbed his face, like he was contemplating delivering bad news. Really? Because you seem the type who would definitely give it thought. He stared at the ground, but I could see his lips twitch. Was he fighting a smile?
Di, you are right, he said. I plan to rename the winery after my family.
Absolutely not. No fucking way. When he met my gaze, there was no yield, no warmth in his deep blue irises. The sexy, playful man from our night together was nowhere to be found. He regarded me like a nuisance, not a woman he'd made come 7 times.
You have no choice. It has already been put into the contract.
My stomach twisted painfully. This couldn't be true. Too furious and hurt, I hadn't stopped to read the contract, just scribbled my name and escaped outside. You can't change the name. We've spent more than 60 years building up the Fiorentino brand.
A brand that you said yourself is failing.
It doesn't matter. People know our name and recognize our wines.
They will come to recognize my name as well. It just takes time.
Why are you doing this? I lifted my arms and let them fall to my sides, helpless. I don't get it. Racketeering and blackmailing not paying well enough up north? Something twitched in his expression, a tiny crack in his exterior, but was gone as he stepped closer. I couldn't retreat without trampling the vines, so I remained perfectly still. The edges of his open overcoat brushed my thighs as he leaned in.
Those things pay very well, actually. But this is not all I do up north. Would you like a comprehensive list?
I didn't need it. I could guess, based on what I knew of Luca Benetti. Drugs, fraud, probably murder. I swallowed. You're going to use my winery to launder money, aren't you? A gloved finger slid across my jaw, and his voice turned seductive, more like the man from the casino.
I don't know, Bella. Am I?
A shiver went through me, one that I blamed on the cold temperatures. Go back to Toronto, Vito. Leave the winery alone. He hummed deep in his chest as his finger gently traced the side of my throat.
You know, I think I will stick around a while. Ensure my investment is used wisely.
I shoved his hand away. And what will your wife think of all this? Isn't she wondering where you are by now?
You think all wives are attached to their husbands?
His hand fell, and he put distance between us.
See you around, Maggie.
I watched him walk away, his broad shoulders filling out the sleek overcoat, designer shoes crunching on the cold ground. I felt so powerless, so furious. This man was ruining my life. Without thinking, I picked up a frozen clod of leaves and dirt. Then I drew back my arm and threw the clump as hard as I could. The dirt ball hit him right between the shoulder blades, and brown dust exploded on his precious coat. He paused, then peered over his shoulder.
Did you throw dirt at me?
Whoops. It slipped. I expected fury, but he gave me a half grin as he continued down the row of vines.
You continue to surprise me, Maggie.
He was amused? None of this was funny. Go back to Toronto. No one wants you here. He didn't respond, just kept walking toward the middle of the vineyards, where the path led back to the main buildings. As he passed, he nodded at the other employees, members of my team who cared for the vines during the winter. No doubt everyone was wondering who this man was, why he was here. Had Mikey told the staff? That was his responsibility because I certainly wasn't making the announcement. Hey everyone, my brother lost a shit ton of money at poker to a Toronto mobster, and the mob is taking the winery in exchange. Isn't that great? Tears stung my eyes, so I grabbed my shovel and attacked the pile of mulch. God damn it. I loved this place, and I didn't want to lose it. I could still picture my father, guiding me around the property, explaining every tree, plant, and shrub. He taught me about the life cycle of the grape, how to care for the vines. I did the best I could after he died during my senior year of high school. I dedicated myself to the winery, working each day after school and on weekends. Holidays, summers, every spare moment I had. There hadn't been money or time for college. This winery was my life. And now Mikey and I owned only 30% of it. God, everything sucked. Wiping the moisture from my eyes, I dropped to my knees and spread mulch over the roots. Don't worry, guys, I told the plants. We'll figure something out.
Chapter 4. Vito. I hadn't expected to stay here. As far as I could tell, Paisano didn't have any nightlife, just one good restaurant and no hotel. The closest thing was a small bed and breakfast called Annie's, but was actually run by a man named Salvatore. Nothing here made fucking sense. I liked the clubs and restaurants in Toronto, the cafes and taverns. Having so many choices was the best part of living there. I also liked my own space, with my own bed. Not a lumpy piece of shit covered with an old quilt and surrounded by lace doilies. But it was clear I couldn't leave today. Not everyone here was on board with the new owner, so I needed to see things settled before I returned to Toronto, which meant I needed a new place to stay. As I walked into the winery's main tasting room, warmth enveloped me. I rolled my shoulders, glad to get out of the cold. How could anyone stand being outside in this weather? My Mediterranean blood wept when the temperature went below freezing. My 3 guards, Cesare, Gaetano, and Tommaso, were sitting at a table drinking wine. Che cazzo! I went over and frowned at them. Is this a party? All 3 rose, guilty expressions on their faces. They offered, Don D'Agostino, Gaetano said with a shrug. What were we supposed to do? You say no, Stronzo. I dropped a $50 bill on the table. Wait here, I need to find Michael. I went over to the bar where a young man was cleaning. I need to speak with Signore Fiorentino. Do you know where I might find him? Sure, hang on. The man picked up his phone and tapped. Mike, the guy you were meeting with earlier needs you. A pause. Okay, I'll tell him. He hung up and put his mobile on the bar. Mike will be right out. Would you like a glass of wine while you wait? I realized that I hadn't tasted my new investment yet. What would you recommend? What do you like? Wine produced in my own country, but I didn't say it. What is the best seller? Oh, that's probably our Cabernet Franc. I'll try that then. The bartender set a clean glass on the bar, then grabbed a bottle from behind him. Holding the base of the glass, he poured a tiny taste and slid the glass closer to me. Here, give it a taste. I lifted the glass by the stem and took a sip. Too dark, too strong, no subtlety. I was used to the finest wines in the world, and this was an assault on my taste buds. I placed the glass on the bar. No, not this. The bartender appeared confused. Would you like to try something else? A Chardonnay, Rosé, maybe white wine is more your speed? I've decided I'm not in the mood for wine, but I appreciate your help. I pulled another 50 from my money clip and placed it on the bar. Oh, that's not... I pushed the money closer. I insist. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you, sir. I nodded once. Then Michael was standing at the bar, his eyes rimmed red. Had he been crying? Leaning on the wood, I waited for him to join me. Was there something else you needed, Signore D'Agostino? He asked. I put my hand on his shoulder. I was about a decade older than him, so I felt qualified in offering advice. Michael, you cannot change the past. Pull yourself together and move forward. It's the best any of us can do when we find ourselves in new situations. I know, it's just... Maggie is so fucking mad at me, and I have no idea how to tell the staff. Maggie will come around. I spoke to her outside and told her what I told you. Think of me as an investor. We're going to make the winery better. Capisce? He nodded. Okay. I dropped my hand. I'll tell your staff. Organize a meeting tomorrow. We'll reassure them that their jobs are secure. He sagged, seemingly relieved. Had this been weighing on him? I had to spin this in a positive light. They were both practically kids, and this was a huge responsibility. They should both be thanking me for helping them. Michael, I will take some of the burden off your shoulders. You and Maggie are no longer doing this alone. I know. It's all happening so fast. Fast isn't necessarily bad. Now, I have a request. I gestured outside to the property. Are there guest houses or cottages on the estate? I would like to move out of the bed and breakfast. I thought you'd be returning to Toronto. He and his sister thought alike, apparently. I plan to, but not for a little bit. I'd like to stay here, smooth over the transition. A few weeks at most. Okay. There are properties on the estate that we rent out to guests, like for weddings and events. Would you like me to show them to you? If it's not too much trouble. And there must be more than one. My men need a place to stay as well. Sure. He rubbed the back of his neck. I should warn you, though. Maggie really isn't going to like this. I was counting on it. Something about fighting with her, about how she stood up to me, was both amusing and infuriating at once. I enjoyed needling her. This woman was much different than the confident seductress from the casino, and I was discovering that I could appreciate both very much. Minutes later, I was back out in the cold, walking with Michael on the grounds. He greeted the winery workers as we passed, saying their names and asking after their families. People liked Michael. It was clear in how they responded and interacted with him. I could see why he was the winery's front man and Maggie dealt with the plants. Do you mind if I smoke? I asked. No, of course not. I took out my cigarettes and lighter. Your sister had a different opinion. Yeah, she would. He pointed left when the path diverged. She's very protective of the vines. I could respect it. Lighting the cigarette, I took a long drag and let the smoke fill my lungs. I didn't often smoke, maybe 1 or 2 cigarettes a day at most. But for some reason I felt off kilter, out of my element. I needed to relax. Can I have one? Michael said, gesturing to my pack as I started to put it away. Silently, I offered a cigarette and a lighter. The tip of the paper flared as Michael inhaled. Man, that's good. I rarely get to smoke cigarettes. He handed me the lighter. Why is that? I work in a winery, dude. I can't have my taste buds dulled by tar and chemicals. That made sense, I supposed. I started smoking when I was trapped on a yacht for a few years. A few years? Holy shit! I pulled in another lungful of smoke, held it, then exhaled. It's a long story. Listen, Vito. About changing the name of the winery, I'm begging you not to do it. This place has history, my family, my grandfather. I mean, please. You can't do this. As your investor and principal owner, I can, and will. Fuck me, he muttered, and took a long drag off his cigarette. His hands were shaking. I've really ruined everything. I thought he might start crying again. Michael, you're what? 25, 26. Your sister is 23. The odds that you two would be able to carry this place alone were astronomical. If I didn't take over, another investment group or winery would. It's the nature of the business world. Kill or be killed. It wasn't that bad. We weren't making money, but we weren't much in the red either. Jesus fucking Christ. He rubbed his eye with his fingers. She's never going to speak to me again. It will take time, but Maggie will accept this. Te lo prometto. I don't know what that means. It means I promise you. His shoulders drooped as he exhaled. Let's keep going. I have to finish preparing for a dinner group coming in an hour. We came around the bend, and a 2-story cottage appeared. Vertical white siding ran along the outside, with giant windows overlooking the vineyards. A black slanted roof covered the top. There were 2 porches, one on the ground level and one off the 2nd floor. It wasn't a palace, but it was a hell of a lot nicer than the B&B. Michael walked up onto the lower porch and took out his keys. "We built this place for the rental revenue, and it's done fairly well. It's not booked again until Valentine's Day, though." He unlocked the door and went in. I put out my cigarette and followed him inside. He pointed to the staircase. "There are 2 bedrooms upstairs. Then we have 2 smaller cottages that are a 5-minute walk away." I checked out the interior. Small kitchen, living space. On the walls were snowshoes and fishing poles, plus a few wine-related paintings and a not-so-subtle attempt at decorating. At least the ceilings were high, and the light was nice. On the 2nd floor, I discovered 2 small bedrooms, each not much bigger than a stateroom on my brother's yacht. I knocked on the wall between the rooms. Hollow. I could knock this wall down and make 1 big bedroom. The main bathroom, which was nice, had a large walk-in shower and a skylight. At least this room didn't need changes. Michael was scrolling on his phone when I returned to the 1st floor. "This is fine. I'll have my guards bring our things over today." "Okay. You might want to stop by the market, too. I don't think there's any food in here." "Thank you. We will. Incidentally, where do you and Signora Fiorentino live?" "I live upstairs in the main building, above the tasting room. Maggie wanted her own space, so she moved into my parents' old place. It's a small house on the other side of the main building, out toward the south end of the vineyard." "Interesting. But," he bit off the rest of his sentence. "Yes?" "Look, I know you 2 hooked up at the casino. I'm just hoping you aren't here for her. Like, I know you're married, but my sister is off limits." Not sure why, but I admitted the truth to her brother. "I'm not married." His eyes opened wide. "What? But you're wearing a ring. Are you a widower? Oh, God. I'm so sorry." I held up my hand to stop his ramblings. "I've never been married. I wear this ring as a defense against women who might want marriage with me. Capisce?" "Ah, I get it. But you don't need to wear that for Maggie. She's as anti-relationship as they come." "That made 2 of us." "Good to know. But I don't plan to tell her the ring is fake, and I suggest you don't either." "Why not? She won't care that you're single. The winery is all that matters to her, and I think it's safe to say you've blown any chance with her by signing that paperwork today." "I'm not looking for a chance with her, but I also don't want to explain myself or my personal life. We should stick to strictly business. It will make it easier for all of us." Michael exhaled like he was relieved. "Okay, sounds good." I clapped him on the back. "Andiamo. I want to get my people settled, and you have a dinner party to manage." The next morning, desperate for a cappuccino, I took one of the guards and drove into town at daybreak. Even at home, I didn't sleep much. I had a difficult time shutting off my brain at night, and sleeping late proved impossible. This morning was worse. With unfamiliar surroundings and no curtains or blinds on the cottage windows, I woke up as soon as the purple wisps of dawn broke free. The house needed modifications, including an alarm system. I'd see to that today. Tommaso pulled the car into the lot of a cafe. The Leaning Tower of Pastries. Madre di Dio, these Americans. No respect for my country at all. "Want me to go in for you?" Tommaso asked. "Not necessary. I'll bring you back something." "Grazie, Don D'Agostino." He closed his eyes and rested his head against the seat. I didn't feel badly about him getting out of bed. My men worked for me, not the other way around. I exited the car and buttoned my overcoat as a feeble defense against the cold air. It helped only slightly. Thankfully, the cafe was empty, having opened only 5 minutes ago. A young woman behind the counter slid a tray of croissants into the display case. She had dark hair and a nose ring through one nostril. "Good morning. How can I help you?" "Buongiorno," I said. "May I have 4 cappuccinos, per favore?" "Sure. Small or large?" "Large." "That'll just take a minute. Did you want anything to eat?" Removing my gloves, I looked at the half-full display case. "Do you have any rolls? Like cinnamon rolls?" "Christ, no. I'll take plain croissants, and biscotti if you have it." "We do." Over her shoulder, she called, "Graham, shake a leg back there." "Okay, keep your shirt on," a female voice said from somewhere. Wandering away from the counter, I took out my mobile. and began checking messages. Several emails awaited from partners overseas, so I responded as necessary, quickly and efficiently. These were from my legitimate business interests. I didn't handle criminal activity electronically, except with a specially encrypted laptop back at the cottage. Enzo paid computer hackers a fortune to ensure all our equipment remained safe. "Well, hello there. You're new to town, aren't you?" I turned and saw a woman behind the counter, likely early 60s with short gray hair. She was carrying a tray of biscotti. Because I didn't like answering personal questions, I asked one of my own. "I assume you are the owner." "Oh, you're Italian." She moved behind the case and slid in the tray. "That seems to be catching on around here." Meaning Benetti and his crew. I gave a bland smile. "I've heard nice things about your town." "You're staying at the B&B, right?" It seemed word traveled quickly here. No doubt everyone would soon learn that I was now at the vineyard. "Is there a place to purchase an espresso machine around here?" "Oh, honey," the older woman said. "We bought ours in Albany a few years ago, but you're welcome to stop in here whenever you like. We have the best coffee in town." Another item on my list of things to buy. "What about a decorator or a construction company? Do you have a local recommendation?" She leaned against the counter. "I don't think Salvatore will like you making changes to his B&B. Or are you buying a house out near the river, too?" The young girl set 2 cups on the counter. Bending, she found a drink carrier below and secured my cappuccinos in it. "Graham, you're asking too many questions. None of this is your business." "I can't help the way I am," her grandmother was saying. "But fine. Donna is the best and only decorator in Paisano. But her taste tends to run flashy, if you know what I'm saying. I'm thinking you're the opposite." I nodded once. This was definitely true. The young woman punched a few buttons on the register. "Val hired a guy from the city, and they seemed happy with the results. You might ask her who she used. How many biscotti and croissants?" "4 of each, per favore. And the contractor?" "Oh, everybody uses John," said the older woman. "He's reasonable and fast." "Will you write down his name for me?" "I'll do you one better. I'll give you his number. He's my nephew." She wrote a name and number on a card and handed it to me. I pocketed it, then gave her 2 $50 bills for my breakfast. "Grazie, signora." "That is very generous of you, Mr. D'Agostino."
"Nice to meet you, Mr. D'Agostino. I'm Bev. This is my granddaughter, Sam."
I inclined my head as I lifted the bag and the drink carrier. "Arrivederci."
"Come back any time."
Once in the car, I sipped my cappuccino and dialed Benetti. He picked up on the 3rd ring. "Pronto, and this had better be important. Benetti, come stai? I'm on my long-awaited honeymoon, D'Agostino, and I'm not supposed to be working." I got to the point. "I'm taking over the Fiorentino winery. I thought you should know." "Hold on." There was some noise, and I heard him say, "Fiore mio, I'll return in a moment." More shuffling, then a door closed. His voice was deep and unhappy. "Tell me why you are taking over a winery in my territory." "I'm taking it as a debt repaid from Michael the boy. He lost a fuck-ton of money to me in a poker game at the casino." He exhaled. "Maggie is one of Valentina's closest friends. And you're swindling her brother, che cazzo?" "I didn't swindle him. The boy is shit at cards. It's not my fault he borrowed more than he could repay." We both knew how this worked. It shouldn't even be a discussion. "Fuck me," he muttered. "Any chance I can talk you out of it? Or offer to cover what Michael lost?" "No. I want the winery." "Why? Their wine is shit. I think I can make it better." I had some ideas on this, none that Maggie would like. I was very much looking forward to those conversations.
"Go back to Toronto. No one wants you here."
She had fire, this girl. For someone so young, she was bold and confident, unafraid, certainly. We'd fucked all over that hotel suite in every position, mostly at her request.
"Against the windows, Vito. Let everyone watch us. Think of how jealous they'll be."
Benetti's voice dragged me out of my memories. "I'm assuming you'll return to Toronto?" He wouldn't want me or my men hanging around, which made sense. But while this was Benetti's territory, I didn't take orders from him. "Yes, in a few weeks. I want to get the winery sorted first." "Of course you pull this shit when I'm out of town. If you were here, I'd still proceed with my plans. I paused. I'm not encroaching. I have enough to handle in Toronto as it is. Yet you want to own a winery in Paisano. A good investment, no? Not this one. They are barely surviving. I wondered how he knew this. His wife, maybe? As I said, I believe I can turn it around. No offense, but what do you know about running a winery? Go, enjoy your honeymoon. D'Agostino. Silence stretched on the other end as if he were thinking. Finally, he said, This girl means something to my wife, capisce? So I expect you to treat the family fairly, respectfully. And I also expect you to be gone by the time I return next month. I didn't like threats. Or, I was grateful for your assistance when I first came to New York, but don't jeopardize our alliance by acting foolishly. About a year ago, I helped him with one of his cousins, who went rogue during a drug deal. In exchange, I took a slice of the casino. As I said, I'm staying only a few weeks. I have no designs on the area, except for the winery. See that it stays that way. A presto. He disconnected. Was he pissed? Tommaso glanced at me. About us sticking around? Wary, but it's to be expected. I'd feel the same if the situation were reversed. Well, those cabins are fucking cold. Please tell me we can buy some heaters today. I took another swig of my cappuccino. Along with an espresso machine, yes? And I'm getting a contractor out there to make whatever changes we want. I thought you told Benetti that we aren't staying. We're not. But the bedroom is the size of a closet, and there are no fucking blinds. You should see the tiny beds, Tommaso snickered. Gaetano rolled over in the middle of the night and fell onto the floor. I nearly pissed myself, I laughed so hard. I gestured to the drinks. Take these cappuccinos and pastries to them. Maybe that will help lessen the sting over the accommodations. My phone buzzed. Lifting the screen, I saw my younger brother's name. Pronto, I answered. Ciao, fratello. Massimo was outside, street noises in the background. Come stai? How's Toronto? I'm in New York, but it's the same. Fucking cold. How are you? How is Roma? The restaurant treating you all right? I just quit. I closed my eyes and prayed for patience. This was his third restaurant in 3 months. My brother was too impulsive. He never thought anything through. Why? What happened? They don't know what they're doing. And I'm tired of dicing onions and carrots and celery all day long. Mirepoix, mirepoix, mirepoix. I tapped my fingers on the doorframe. Mas, you can't expect to run your own restaurant immediately. You need training. This is not training, Vito. It's abuse. Enzo would not like this. When he agreed 2 years ago to let Massimo work as a chef, it was under the condition that Massimo make a serious career of it. Leaving the Endrina was a big fucking deal not to be taken lightly, and Enzo only relented because his wife had insisted on it. Maz didn't seem to understand any of this. And what of our training with Papa all those years? I asked. Was that not also abuse? Don't be such a pussy. You need to stick this out. Fuck off, Vito. I've been doing this forever. You try dicing vegetables every day for 2 years and see how you like it. If that was the job, I'd do it and not complain. Yes, always the good, dutiful brother, he sneered. I'm sorry I called you. He disconnected. I slammed the side of my fist against the door frame. Merda! Maz quit another place? Tommaso asked as we turned into the winery's long drive. Yes, and I don't want Enzo to find out, so keep it to yourself. You can hardly blame him. It's a big step down for the D'Agostino prince. But it's a step he chose. You make the choice, you live with it. I should know. Moving to Toronto, away from my family and everything familiar, hadn't been easy. But I was eager to have something of my own, something I could control, rather than sitting in my brother's shadow. It was a chance I couldn't waste. I wasn't raised to be a Don. I was raised to advise a Don. For most of my life I had been on the outside looking in, until I left for Toronto. Now I had power of my own, the opportunity to build a lasting legacy, but the Endrina wasn't enough. The most successful Dons had other revenue streams, like Enzo and his fraud business, Fausto Ravanzani, had hands in all kinds of global operations. Even Giacomo Busquetta and Palmero had car dealerships. Real estate seemed like a good investment for me, a way to keep my money clean. Building an empire requires patience, I reminded myself. I didn't mind the wait. Patience was my only virtue.
Chapter 5. Maggie. The all-caps text came in as I was washing my face. I heard about the winery. I'm coming back. I rinsed and patted my skin dry. Then I sent Val an all-caps message of my own. Don't you dare. You're on your honeymoon. FFS. My cell rang a second later. I don't care, my best friend said. You must be freaking out. I should be there. No, you should be with your husband in Catanzaro, enjoying your belated honeymoon. If you come back early, I'll never speak to you again. Mags, I can press pause on my 3-month honeymoon. This is your family's winery. I can't believe Mikey lost it in a poker game. My chest hollowed out, the empty and aching feeling returning once again. Yeah, well, neither can I. Like, this is 100 times worse than when he disappeared after your parents died. Remember when we didn't hear from him for 2 months? Remember? The terror of those 8 weeks was burned into my brain. Without telling me, Mikey went to New Mexico to find himself, which meant doing a lot of ayahuasca in the desert. My aunt was still living here, helping me with the winery, but I'd been worried sick. My brother could be an immature asshole sometimes. Still, I told her, you don't need to worry. I'm handling it. There was a long pause. What do you mean you're handling it? It means I'm figuring out how to get rid of Vito. She sucked in a breath, then lowered her voice to a whisper. Like, kill him? No! Then my horror receded, and I considered it. Unless, do you think I could find someone who might be willing— Maggie, Jesus! Don't even consider it! I've been inside a jail before, and I don't ever want to do it again. I went into my bedroom and pulled out my clothes to get dressed for the day. Fine, I won't murder him, but I will make his life a living hell. Listen, I know that's tempting, but he's a mob boss. You don't want to poke that bear. Trust me. These are not the kind of men we're used to dealing with. I'll be fine. I'm not scared of Vito D'Agostino. Maybe you should be. Did you know his brother is also a mob boss? In Italy, and his nickname is the Madman. I've met him and he's scary as fuck. Shit, I didn't know that. But it didn't matter. All I want is for Vito to return the winery to me and get his sexy ass back to Canada. I don't think that's too much to ask. I realized my mistake the instant my mouth stopped moving. Dummy. Why had I said anything about Vito being sexy? She nearly shouted. Okay, what aren't you telling me? A lot, actually. I played dumb. Have you seen him? No. I mean, sort of, at a distance, but I mostly saw the side of his head. He's pretty hot, Val. Not that I care. Sure. She paused. Have you slept with him? Val knew me too well, and I hated lying to her, but my one-night stand with Vito was coming with me to the grave. It was bad enough that my brother knew. No! First of all, he's married. Second, he's too old for me. And oh, in case anyone forgot, he stole the winery from us. Okay, calm down. I just got a vibe, but it was clearly wrong. So tell me what you're planning. Maybe Luca could loan you— No way. I stopped tying my work boots and straightened. I don't want to involve you or your man. It's kind of you to offer, but I'm not borrowing money from anyone. Especially my best friend. Well, it wouldn't work anyway. Luca just told me he offered to give Vito the money, and Vito said no. That asshole. Of course he had. I think I will stick around for a while, ensure my investment is used wisely. He's such a dick, I said, and went back to my laces. Maybe this will be a good thing in the long run. Like Luca and the Trattoria. I frowned at the floor. Val, he isn't the mafia fairy, paying for shit from afar like Luca did. Vito now owns most of the winery. Mikey and I collectively only own 30%, and Vito wants to change the name. Oof, Val said. That's harsh, but maybe you can convince him to leave it. I had to, because the prospect of the Fiorentino winery disappearing for good was too much for me to handle. Listen, I gotta go. Daylight is burning. Okay, go tend to your vines. Just try not to antagonize Vito. I don't want to worry about you. You don't need to worry. I will treat him exactly as he deserves. Fuck, that's what I'm afraid of. Later, babe. I disconnected and slipped my phone into my coat pocket. I loved Val, and there was no reason to ruin her vacation with my troubles. She and Luca were disgustingly happy together, and they deserved to worry about themselves, not me. Minutes later, with a travel mug of hot coffee clutched in my gloved hand, I slipped out of the house and shut the door. I never bothered locking it. No one would break into my parents' house here on the winery property. Even if someone were able to wander around the grounds unchecked, everyone in town knew there wasn't anything valuable inside. The cold air slapped my face, and I burrowed deeper into my coat. January in the Hudson Valley wasn't for the faint of heart, especially the early mornings. Sleeping in wasn't an option, though. I got up around 5:30 or 6 every day, even when I stayed out late the night before. I hadn't slept past 7 o'clock since my parents died. The vines don't care if you're tired. Each time I'd complained about the early mornings, my dad repeated these words. I missed him so much. None of this mess would have happened if my parents were still here. Fuck those motorcyclists that ran my dad's car off the road and caused him to hit a tree. The main building loomed ahead, dark and quiet. Mikey and Celeste worked an event last night, so I didn't expect to see them anytime soon. I hadn't stayed to help out. The thought of smiling and pouring drinks while forced to look at my brother's face all night made me want to commit violence. I would talk to Mikey, but not until after I'd calmed down. The winery was built like a horseshoe, with the dining area and tasting room at one end, while the production area and cellars were at the other. I headed for the kitchen, on the hunt for last night's catering leftovers. I wasn't much for breakfast foods. I'd much rather have a few pigs in a blanket and mushroom tarts any day of the week. Once I had a plate filled with goodies from the giant cooler, I sat at the bar and checked my phone, reviewing reports from Bruce. He'd been my mentor ever since my father passed away. After I graduated high school, Bruce had been the one to encourage me to take viticulture classes and to spend a summer interning at a Long Island vineyard. He helped me overcome my fear of trying to follow in my father's footsteps. I could never have done this job without him. As vintner, Bruce carefully tracked the progress of every oak barrel and stainless steel tank throughout the fermentation process. Most of October's harvest wouldn't be ready for bottling until late May or early June, with the darker reds taking until August or September. But some reserve wines were on a 12-month cycle. Bruce wanted to taste a few of those this morning, which was why I stopped for food and hadn't brushed my teeth this morning. Toothpaste would alter the flavor of the wine. When I finished eating, I threw away my plate and started through the empty space, my boots echoing on the old wood floors. As I passed the row of windows, I saw a man outside. I drew to a halt and reached for my cell in my jacket pocket. It was a large man, and he was holding a drink carrier and a white paper bag, tromping through the estate toward the cottages. He wore an overcoat, much like the one Vito appeared a few steps behind. God damn it! What in the hell was he doing here so early? And why were they walking past this building and onto the property? Vito's head was high, his shoulders back. He acted like he owned the place. Which he technically did, but that didn't make me feel any better. I opened the terrace door and called, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? We don't allow guests on the grounds this early." They both stopped and glanced toward me. Vito murmured something to his man, who nodded and continued on, while his boss walked in my direction. Vito looked good. Too good. Rested and perfect, like he hadn't spent last night tossing and turning, too upset to sleep. Like he had no winery thefts on his conscience keeping him up. I avoided glancing at the thick, wool-covered thighs that I knew were sculpted and hard under all his clothing. He's married, and an asshole. Stop looking at him. I zipped up my coat and slipped on my gloves, feeling like I needed more layers to protect myself, as ridiculous as it seemed.
I'm not a guest, signorina,
were the first words out of his mouth.
Or have you forgotten?
I clenched my jaw, then slowly forced myself to relax. Where is your guard going? Why are you both here so early?
Did your brother not tell you?
The food I'd consumed roiled in my stomach. Mouth suddenly dry, I swallowed. Tell me what?
I'm staying on the property, in the big cottage. My men are in the smaller cottages.
The arrogance of this man, the absolute nerve. Now he wanted to live here? Hatred clogged my throat as I snapped, "No, you're not." He tilted his head as he regarded me coolly.
Is it me staying here that you object to, or my men, or all of us?
I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to find out. For God's sake, why hadn't Mikey warned me? I was going to strangle my brother, for real, this time. Vito, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but you can't stay here.
Why not?
Because I don't like it. This is a working winery, not some mobster hangout. And aren't you worried about your security?
Because someone here might try to kill me?
He sipped from his coffee cup, his gaze never leaving mine.
I think we both know you would fail, Bella.
Do not call me that. You're married. Flicking the fingers on his free hand, he said,
Italian men call every woman Bella. It means nothing.
The tips of my ears burned in the morning frost. God, I want to punch you again. My words seemed to amuse him, his lips tilting on one side ever so slightly.
Then perhaps I shouldn't tell you that I'm making improvements to the cottage today.
I gaped at him. When I collected my thoughts out of the flaming dumpster fire that was my hatred for this man, I said, the cottage is practically brand new. It needs no improvements.
I won't do anything major.
He lifted a heavy shoulder.
Just an espresso machine and some blinds.
Except the windows were purposely bare so visitors could enjoy the full beauty of the vineyard during their stay. At least those could be removed after Vito went back to Canada. Fine, but we're keeping that espresso machine when you leave. The alarm on my phone went off, reminding me of my meeting with Bruce. I shut it off, then put my cell into my jacket pocket. I have to go. Stay in your cottage, keep out of the way.
Off to mulch your plants again?
Not that it's any of your concern, but I'm meeting up with our vintner this morning to taste some reserve wines. He sipped his coffee again, calmly observing me with those sharp eyes.
This sounds like an activity for the winery owner as well, no?
I dug my toes into the ends of my boots and seriously debated kicking him. No, it doesn't, actually. The owner should return to his cottage and concentrate on his business, not everyone else's. That got a chin lift out of him, the infuriating man.
I will come along. Lead the way, Bella.
I didn't wait for him. I strode rapidly toward the processing facility, hoping to lose him along the way. Stainless steel vats and cases of empty bottles stood silent as I passed through. The vats held what would become our signature whites, while the bottling machinery remained dormant on the far wall. This was the less romantic part, the practical part of crafting wine. All the exciting stuff was below ground. The heavy metal doors swung open as I pulled. Going through, I didn't bother holding the door open for anyone else. Let him figure it out. Unfortunately, I heard Vito directly behind me as I went down the metal steps. Brick and stone filled my vision as I reached the ground, with row after row of oak barrels stretched out under the low arches. Cool and dark, the underground cellar was one of my favorite parts of the estate. In the 1960s, my grandfather built this place to keep the wine at an even temperature and out of the sunlight. And sometimes we rented the cellar out for private dinners and events. Bruce was standing by the tasting table, wine glasses waiting on the rough wood.
Hey,
he said, and I could hear his confusion in that single word. Morning. This is... In typical alpha male style, Vito didn't wait for me to introduce him. He walked over to Bruce, hand outstretched.
Buongiorno. I'm the new owner, Vito D'Agostino.
Bruce looked at me in alarm as he shook Vito's hand.
New owner?
It's a long story. I curled my fingernails into my palms. But for now, yes, it appears Mr. D'Agostino owns the winery.
I don't know what to say.
Vito clapped Bruce on the shoulder.
There's no reason for concern. I only want what is best for the winery and its employees.
No, you don't, because if you did, you'd give the winery back to the family and leave. I didn't say any of this aloud, of course. Vito continued, saying,
We are telling the rest of the staff at a meeting today.
I pressed my lips together, shocked. When had this been arranged? Were they going to include me? Hurt and frustration and anger were my constant companions these days, yet this still stung. Another thing to speak to my brother about. And another thing to resent Vito for. I took off my coat and flung it onto the back of a chair. Should we get started? Bruce nodded and adjusted his glasses.
Yes. Signore D'Agostino, we're happy for you to join us. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm not an expert.
Vito shrugged out of his overcoat, carefully hooking it over a chair back.
I'm happy to observe and learn.
Momentarily, I was distracted by his tight sweater and designer jeans. Both pieces were expensive, I guessed, and fit him perfectly, effortlessly, like he rolled out of bed and threw this on, yet still looked edible. It wasn't fair. Bruce filled the temporary silence by addressing our new owner.
May I ask, Signore, if you are a wine drinker, and what wines you prefer?
I didn't want to play the get-to-know Vito game. I already knew everything I needed to. We shouldn't waste time on
Brunello,
Vito said, talking over me.
And Amarone. Two very good choices,
Bruce said.
I went to Valle di Fumane 7 or 8 years ago. Such wonderful wines in Valpolicella. Yes, I agree. I have all my favorites shipped to Toronto twice a year. I can understand why.
Bruce gestured to the rows of barrels.
You might like our Barbera. It's not ready to taste yet, but it ages in a bourbon barrel for around 500 days.
Vito's eyebrows rose slightly.
I'm surprised you grow Barbera grapes here. I thought they were mostly in California and Washington State.
I tried not to be impressed. Someone had been studying. It's too cold to grow them here, I said. We acquired them through a trade with a Virginia winery for our Marquette grapes.
Marquette?
Resentment at the education lesson sharpened my voice. A hybrid species developed at the University of Minnesota. The plants thrive in colder climates.
Ah.
Bruce took over, his tone more reasonable than mine.
It's relatively new here, but Marquette is the cousin to Frontenac and produces a medium-body red wine. Black fruits, lighter in color. We also use it for rosés.
Vito wrapped his hands around the chair back and leaned on it.
Would you want to import Barbera grapes from Italia?
Bruce and I exchanged a glance. I mean, what dummy would say no? But I didn't want Vito's help, with anything. We're good with our current arrangement.
But maybe we could discuss it,
Bruce offered, his mind no doubt spinning with blend and aging possibilities.
It would certainly be unique.
Vito looked at me.
What other grapes do you grow?
Cabernet Franc, Riesling, Merlot, and Cayuga White.
So 5 varieties? Isn't that a lot of work?
Not for me, I snapped. What was he implying? He straightened off the chair.
Should we get started?
Bruce took a glass over to a barrel by the wall. He turned the spigot, and a small amount of wine splashed into the glass, which he brought back to the table. He repeated this 3 times, so we all had a glass.
This is the special reserve Cabernet Franc.
To Vito, he said,
It's been barreled for 15 months. We're tasting it to see if it's ready.
I picked up a piece of white paper off the table and held the wine in front of it to study the color. Looks clear. Bruce did the same.
I agree. Brighter than the last time we checked.
Holding the glass by the stem, I swirled the wine, round and round, watching the red liquid on the side of the bowl. When I was sure enough air had helped the wine breathe, I put my nose into the glass and inhaled. Oh, that's nice. I paused and did it again, letting my brain fill in the scents. Blackberry, clove, black raspberry. Bruce's forehead creased as he did the same.
I'm not getting any violet. Are you?
No. Bruce took a sip and swished the wine around in his mouth. I did the same. It was okay. Not as rich as I'd hoped.
I agree. It needs 2 to 3 more months.
He wrote some notes down in the book he always carried around.
But it'll be great for next winter.
Vito sipped from his glass. He swallowed and said nothing, expression unchanging, then returned the glass to the table. I waited for a reaction. When none came, I prompted, "Nothing to say?"
I don't like it.
Bruce didn't appear offended in the least.
It might take some time for your palate to adjust to American wine and the sulfates. Try this again in a few months. It'll be fantastic. I look forward to it,
Vito said. At the same time, I blurted, "Too bad he'll be in Toronto."
I have a wine that might impress you,
Bruce said to Vito before he took 3 fresh glasses to a different barrel.
Try this.
Upon first sniff, I knew this was our dry-aged reserve Cabernet Franc Cabernet Sauvignon blend. There were notes of tobacco and wood smoke, along with the dark fruits. It was fantastic, full-bodied and balanced, thanks to 2 years in an oak barrel. The price would be upwards of $50 a bottle. Vito swirled the wine a few times, then sipped.
Decent.
Did he realize what an arrogant asshole he sounded like? And how offensive to Bruce, whose literal job it was to produce this great wine? After I stared daggers at him, I turned to my vintner. "Well, I love it. Bruce, this is a winner. When can we start bottling it?"
Next week. We need to finish with the dry Riesling first.
That's good news. We should do a promo campaign for it. Maybe Valentine's Day, when people are ready to splurge on a more expensive bottle of wine. I'll talk to Celeste. We tried a few more of the wines Bruce was tracking. Vito grew bored, I assumed, because he started wandering around while Bruce and I discussed the status of each wine. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched him examine the barrels, then study some of the bottles resting in a rack on the far wall. The urge to tell him to mind his own business was strong, but then I reminded myself that this was his business. Literally.
"Bruce?"
Vito said from across the room when we grew quiet.
"Yes, signore? These bottles here, what are they?"
He gestured to the rack, which held close to 300 bottles of wine.
"Archives, if you will. We keep some back for ourselves to taste in future years. And the labels. Who designs them?"
"My granddad," I answered. "We've used the same basic design since the winery opened. It's tradition. That's how people recognize it's a Fiorentino wine." Vito hummed in his throat, but said nothing, his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly walked the length of the rack. I looked over at Bruce and mouthed, "I'm sorry." He shrugged. Though he was a perfectionist when it came to wine, he was pretty easygoing. Leaning in, he whispered,
"Maybe we can get some of those upgrades we've been talking about." "Upgrades?"
Vito asked, glancing over his shoulder.
"Tell me."
Did he have super hearing? Bruce's neck flushed, and he looked over guiltily.
"Oh, we're always looking to improve around here. I'm sure Maggie and Mike will fill you in. Why don't you fill me in?"
It wasn't phrased as a question. Bruce cleared his throat.
"We've been talking about getting new stainless steel tanks that are more energy efficient, and they can insulate them now to improve temperature retention. And should I keep going?"
Vito hadn't turned around, so it was hard to say whether he was interested or not.
"Definitely,"
he said, attention still on the archive bottles.
"Well, Maggie and I have discussed better drainage systems, and there's a way to boost sustainability by planting—"
"I'm sure Vito doesn't want to hear about our silly ideas." I rushed out. "He's still learning what we do here. Let's save the improvement discussion for down the road."
"Bruce."
Vito faced us, his lips flat, hand stroking his jaw.
"Give us the room."
A clear order, so I didn't blame Bruce for immediately gathering his notes.
"Of course."
Bruce cast me an apologetic look before heading for the stairs. I kept my eyes on Vito, not intimidated in the least. The door at the top of the stairs banged closed, signaling Bruce's departure, and Vito began slowly closing the distance between us. The cellar was quiet, except for the whisper of his expensive shoes over the old floor and the sound of my breathing. My heart picked up speed as he drew closer, throwing itself against my ribs like it was trying to escape. But I didn't retreat. I hadn't done anything wrong. I hadn't swindled a young man out of his family legacy, moved into a place where I wasn't wanted and started inserting my opinions. No, Vito was 100% the bad guy here. I lifted my chin. He didn't stop. I thought Vito would be respectful, but he kept coming, directly into my personal space. I did start backing up then, not wanting to be touched by this man. "What are you doing? Stop right there!" The dark blue of his eyes flashed with something indecipherable, an energy I couldn't read. It brought me back to the night we spent together, when he'd tracked me hungrily every second that he wasn't inside me. It wasn't quite desire, but it was close. Possessiveness? Control?
Get your sexy ass on the bed, Bella. Your pussy needs to smother my face again. Hands and knees, Bella. I want to slap your ass as I fuck you. Take me deep, Bella. I'll give you such a reward after you suck the cum out of me.
I stumbled slightly and my back hit a giant oak cask, the edges digging into my shoulder blades. I put my palms up. "Knock it off, Vito. Keep your distance." He didn't listen. A chilly, mirthless smile played about the edges of his mouth as he rested a hand on the oak above my right shoulder. It smelled good, like the fancy Italian body wash from his shower at the casino, with hints of citrus, almond, and sandalwood, and one massive note of unwanted memories. He cheated on his wife with you. That bolstered my courage a bit. He was the asshole, not me. His voice was hard, like the edge of a blade.
Is it wise, do you think, to antagonize me?
Tilting my face up, I let him see all the loathing I felt. I didn't hide one single drop of it. "I have no idea what you're talking about." His eyes dipped toward my mouth for a brief second before his wintry gaze returned to mine.
Yes, you do. You're angry with your brother and taking it out on me.
Wrong. I'm also angry at you.
I can help you. Help your brother. Help all of your employees. Wouldn't you like to sell more wine? Maybe get an accolade or a mention in a wine magazine?
I didn't answer. I wanted all those things, of course. But at what price? He edged a tiny bit closer. His eyes were deep blue, almost black, like icy ocean waters that were infinite and mysterious.
I can do so many things for you, Bella. Yet you fight me at every turn.
Unfortunately, I felt an unwanted spark low in my belly, countering my loathing for him. My voice wasn't nearly as steady as it should have been when I said, "Because you're taking it all away from me."
I would much rather do this together.
And I would rather you went back to Toronto, to your
wife, yes, I know.
He pushed off the barrel and dropped back, putting distance between us. I drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. My heart was still racing, but I didn't think it was from fear. Lifting his overcoat off the chair, he announced,
I'm not leaving. My plans haven't changed, and whoever doesn't like it may find employment elsewhere.
The nape of my neck burned, my toes curling with a rush of hatred. There's not a person alive who knows the vines and dirt of this land better than me. He draped his coat over his forearm and began walking toward the stairs.
No one is irreplaceable, Bella. Not even you.
Chapter 6. Vito. Maggie was going to be a problem. She was stubborn and reckless, chaos in a beautiful package. The sort of woman who approached strange men in casino bars and propositioned them, who antagonized mafia dons without regard for her own safety. D'Agostino men were ruthless when provoked. My brother once locked his wife in a cage, for fuck's sake. Yet Maggie didn't seem to care. The more I was around her, the more she fought me. It only made me want her again.
God, Vito, your dick is fucking amazing. I think I'll build a shrine to it.
I pushed on an exit door, not caring much for where I was going. I needed a cigarette. Maggie was under my skin, the needles of irritation and lust, and I had to calm down. The cold assaulted me so quickly I shrugged into my coat. Inside the pocket I found my pack and lighter. Inhaling my first lungful of smoke, I closed my eyes and leaned against the building. After listening to Bruce, my mind now churned with ideas. This winery, it seemed to me, produced too many wines, offering a little of everything instead of a few things perfectly. Some of the world's most successful wineries only produced 1 or 2 main blends to build their reputation on. I continued to smoke, contemplating how to approach this problem. There wasn't much time. I had to return to Toronto. Loud male voices sounded close by. Cristo, what now? It was too early in the day for this shit. I tried to ignore them, but it sounded like a heated argument behind the kitchen. Putting out my cigarette, I started toward the sound, and as I drew closer, I could hear their conversation clearly.
Have to get me more. Not gonna happen, motherfucker, not until you pay for what you've used. I will, Buzz, I swear it. But I've got to get through the weekend, please. Just a few more pills.
Madre de Dio. Did Maggie and Michael have no control over these people? Drugs were a fact of life in the Mafia, but addicts could be dangerous. Was this one of Binetti's men supplying the winery staff? I rounded the corner. A man in a white chef's jacket was standing with a tall biker, his leather cut atop a black long-sleeve compression shirt. A swastika neck tattoo peeked out from the collar. God, so I hated bikers. They were dangerous, and I didn't want them anywhere near Maggie or the winery. The 2 men looked over at me and both frowned.
You mind, asshole?
The biker said with what was surely supposed to be a menacing snarl.
This is a private conversation.
Yeah, I fucking mind. My voice was flat, in control, my hands loose at my sides. Are you dealing here? He angled toward me and braced his feet.
You a Fed?
The patches on his cut were familiar. He was one of the Red Raiders, a motorcycle gang I'd run out of Toronto last year. No, I'm the man who will knock out your fucking teeth if you're dealing pills on the winery grounds. Suddenly the chef stepped in front of the biker to face me. I could see that his pupils were pinpoints even from 3 meters away.
Dude, everything's cool, he said. Just go back inside or whatever.
Nothing's cool. You think it's okay to come to work high?
I don't know what you're talking about, but we're in the middle of a conversation here.
Yeah, the biker said.
Get fucking lost.
I didn't bother arguing. There was no reasoning or talking it out because Red Raiders only understood violence, which was perfect for me. I was in the mood. Stripping off my overcoat, I let it fall to the ground. I'm not going anywhere, but I will give you one more chance to get off the property, because if you don't, they won't be able to find all the pieces of you after I'm finished. The biker charged for me, big and clumsy like a bull. Chefcoat attempted to stop him, but I beckoned the asshole forward. I knew how to fight, thanks to years spent with Enzo and Maz, as well as boxing lessons in my 20s. Andiamo, stronzo. I let him get close. At the last second, I dodged out of the way and twisted my body to land a punch on his kidney. He stumbled, but came at me again. This time he swung, and I saw it coming. I ducked, then let my fists fly. I hit him in the mouth first. 2 rapid strikes of my fist right in his teeth. He stumbled backward, but I didn't let up. The punches I threw landed anywhere I could reach, his nose, his cheeks, his stomach. Blood covered his skin as he slumped to the ground. The back door swung open.
What the fuck?
It was Michael, disheveled and barely awake. I pointed at Chefcoat and tried to catch my breath.
This man no longer works here.
I shook out my aching hand. I'd need to put ice on it soon.
I didn't do anything, Mikey, Chefcoat said. I was telling this guy to go away. He pointed at the biker. When this Italian asshole walked up and started beating the shit out of him. That Italian asshole is our new owner, Chuck.
Chuck turned whiter than his chef's coat.
Wait, what? New owner?
He looked over at me.
Look, I'm sorry, I didn't...
You're fired,
I said. Get the fuck off the property. Wait, Michael said. He's our chef, not anymore. Michael scrubbed his face with both hands. Chuck, what did you do? Chuck held up his hands. Nothing, I swear. He's a junkie, I explained. And this Red Raider is his supplier. I want them both gone. God damn it, Chuck, Michael said angrily. I told you to be careful with that shit. It's not a problem, Mikey. I have it under control. He's done, I instructed Michael. He goes, immediatamente. Bending, I wiped my bloody hands on the biker's leather cut and snarled softly. If I find you, or any other Red Raiders anywhere near here again, I won't stop with a broken nose. Capisce? The biker groaned. I grabbed a fistful of greasy hair and lifted his mangled face toward mine. I asked you a question, motherfucker. Do you understand? He nodded weakly, then pushed to his feet. As he stumbled away, I ordered Michael and Chuck to stay put. Then I followed the biker at a distance, watching as he walked toward the parking lot. There he found his bike, started it, and drove off. When I returned, Michael and Chuck were arguing. I had better things to do, so I said over both of them, Chuck, give Michael your key card, or keys, or whatever the fuck. Then get in your car, and never come back. But, my expression went arctic. Chuck flinched. Shoulders drooping, he handed his keys to Michael. Look, I'm sorry, Mikey. Get help, man, Michael said. Please. That shit can kill you. It's not a problem, I swear. I only use it occasionally. You're high now. And you invited your supplier to the winery, I pointed out. Leave. Right fucking now. Chuck exhaled heavily. Then he started for the parking lot. Michael jerked his thumb toward the winery. I'm going to ask someone to drive him home. I picked my overcoat up off the ground and dusted it off. I'll wait at the bar. Find me when you're done. We need to talk. I followed him inside. The kitchen was quiet. 3 people busy at workstations, each eyeing me warily as I passed. I kept going toward the door at the other end, which I assumed led to the bar. I was right. When the door swung shut behind me, I was pleasantly surprised to find an espresso machine. Finally, some good luck. The machine was on, recently used from the looks of it, so I began looking for grounds and milk. Everything was close at hand, and Michael came in as I was steaming the milk. Cappuccino? I asked over the noise. No, thank you. He took a seat at the bar. I poured the milk into the espresso, then added some foam. When I finished, Michael whistled. I'm surprised you know how to do that. I wasn't always a boss. I was an advisor to my brother for years. I've made a lot of drinks. I took a grateful sip, not even caring that it burned my tongue. Chuck gone? Yes. Michael grabbed a cocktail straw and started chewing on it absently. And we're fucked. Explain. We have a huge event on Saturday night. Who's going to run the kitchen? That was 2 nights from now. Plenty of time to find someone. I shrugged. One of the line cooks, a dishwasher, you. Hire someone, I don't give a fuck. Michael ran a hand through his hair. Dude, professional chefs don't grow on trees around here. I stroked my jaw and considered these. I wasn't hiring Chuck back, not after endangering everyone at the winery. I'd rather cancel the event and send the group somewhere else for dinner. Can we reschedule the event? No, it's an engagement party and people are flying in from all over the country. And canceling wouldn't help us with word of mouth for future bookings. So we needed to find another chef. How hard could it be? I put my cup down. What about the guy from Val's Trattoria? Giovanni? I can call and ask. But what about the other events and dinners? We're booked solid for 3 weeks. One thing at a time. Call the Trattoria. Michael picked his mobile up off the bar and dialed. During the very brief conversation, I sipped my drink and listened to what seemed like bad news. Michael confirmed this after he disconnected. Giovanni's in Italy for the week. His sister's getting married. Anyone else there who can help? No, they're short-staffed and need everyone there. Michael dropped his head into his hands. Fuck my life. I stared out the large glass windows at the vineyards beyond, knowing what I had to do.
I didn't like it. Enzo would hate it. But what choice did I have? Madre di Dio. Lifting my mobile, I found the correct encrypted message thread and typed, "Get your ass on a plane. I need you." A second later, my brother replied, "Que cazzo? I need a chef. Today." Dots appeared as he typed his reply, then they disappeared. My mobile buzzed a second later. "Pronto." I could hear waves in the background, wind in the phone speaker. Was he at the beach? Massimo's voice filled my ear. "I don't need some bullshit pity job, Vito. If I wanted that, I'd go work for Enzo again." "It's not bullshit, and it's not pity. I own a winery, they need a chef." "You own a winery? Why did no one tell me?" "Maybe if you didn't hang up on me, I would have told you earlier." The silence stretched. "Where is this winery?" "New York." When he didn't immediately reply, I said, "Mas you wanted a restaurant. I'm giving you a restaurant." "In a winery?" "I know it isn't ideal, but it would be yours for however long you like." "What happened to the old chef?" "I fired him 10 minutes ago. Found him trying to score pills off a biker behind the kitchen." "Fuck me. I hope you beat the shit out of that biker." I stared down at my torn and bruised knuckles. "Of course I did." He chuckled softly. "I fucking miss you, fratello." "Then come here. I need you, and it would be nice to spend time together again." When he hesitated, I added, "Mas please, do me this favor." "Okay. Will you send your jet?" "That will take too long. Fly commercial, Stronzo." "Only if you buy my ticket. First class." I'd expected as much. I checked my watch. "How quickly can you leave Roma?" "I'm at the beach, so I'm not far from the airport." "Good. I'll have one of the boys call you with flight details. See you in a bit." I disconnected, texted Gaetano to handle the flight, and put my mobile down. "My brother will be here tonight." Michael's eyebrows dipped low. "Okay. Is he a chef?" "Yes. Mostly." He dropped his head onto the bar. "Oh my God. Madonna, such dramatics. Michael, I've eaten my brother's food for years. He knows how to cook, and he knows how to lead. What he doesn't like is dicing and chopping as an entry chef. It will all work out. Te lo prometo." "I don't have a choice, do I?" "No, you don't. So if it goes badly, you can blame me." Sure. And you'll be cool with that, I bet." "Fair." I gave him a grim smile. "If the guests complain, we'll buy their silence. You might not have the money, but I sure as fuck do. I won't let anyone leave disappointed. Okay? Have a plan, then have a backup plan. It was how I lived my life." I finished my cappuccino and set the cup on the bar. "This is a team, Michael, and I am the head of the team. I deal with the problems, capisce? For you and for Maggie, even when you don't like it." He held up his palms in surrender, like he'd decided not to fight me anymore. At least one Fiorentino sibling was reasonable. Michael said, "Speaking of my sister, let me break the news to her about the guest cottage. I'll go out later and tell her." "No need. The news has been broken." "Oh, shit. When was this?" "About 2 hours ago." "Bro, she hates me," he grumbled, staring down at the bar. "Wouldn't even look at me last night and left early." I thought of my own sister and our fights over the years. She could hold a grudge, but she always forgave. Sometimes it took a little longer, but Paloma loved us as much as we loved her. "Family is a bond that cannot be broken," I said. "And she will forgive you when we turn this into the most prestigious winery on the East Coast." Michael peered up at me. "Doubtful. She's pretty stubborn." "We will see. What time is the employee meeting today? I'm anxious to introduce myself." 2 o'clock. I sent an email late last night, though I'm not sure Maggie saw it." "She didn't," I confirmed. "God damn it." He gave a dry, mirthless laugh. "I just can't stop fucking up, can I?" Reaching over, I clasped his shoulder and shook him gently. "Don't worry, Michael. This fuck-up will be the best thing that has ever happened to your family."
Maggie. I hid in the back. Look, I wasn't proud of it, but I didn't want anyone to see me. I couldn't stand up in front with Vito and Michael and announce the change in ownership like it was a wonderful opportunity. It wasn't, and everyone would be able to read the truth on my face. Some of us weren't cruel robots without any feelings, like Vito. So I let them handle the meeting, and judging by the general reaction, our employees believed the lies coming out of Vito's mouth. How he respected what we did here, but improvements could be made. How he would invest a large sum in the operations to produce the best wines on the East Coast. Blah, blah, blah. I pretty much tuned out after that. When it was done, Adam, a friend and one of our bartenders, wandered over to me.
You okay? You look like you're about to do bodily harm to someone.
Yes, my brother. I'm fine, just a lot on my mind.
I bet. This is a big deal for you and Mikey.
When I didn't speak, he said,
Sounds like a really great opportunity. You have an investor who will take some of the pressure off you and your brother. Maybe you won't have to work so hard and you'll have more time for fun and hanging out.
Maybe, I said vaguely. But I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be overseeing the vineyards. They would pry those plants out of my cold, dead hands.
I figured.
He smiled down at me.
You could always let me, Maggie, a word.
Vito now stood next to Adam, inserting himself into the private conversation in the most annoying manner possible. Looking at Vito, I gestured to Adam. Not right now, Mr. D'Agostino. I'm busy with one of my employees. Vito angled toward Adam and put out his hand.
Salve. I am Signore D'Agostino.
Adam shook Vito's hand enthusiastically.
Hi, I'm Adam, a bartender here. Adam, I wish for a moment with Signora Fiorentino. Sure, of course. See you later, Max.
Adam disappeared in the direction of the bar, and I glared up at Vito, waiting for him to speak so then he would leave me alone. He didn't make me wait long, the lines around his mouth deepening in a frown.
I know you are pissed, but it looks bad that you are hiding back here. You are one of the owners, so in the future you will stand with your brother and me in front of the staff.
Aye, aye, Captain. I gave him a sarcastic salute. I expected him to grow angry, but his expression didn't change.
Your mouth, Bella. It will get you into all kinds of trouble with me.
His tone wasn't threatening. It was seductive. A sexy promise reminiscent of our night together. Which was worse. Much worse. I'd rather he intimidated me. I couldn't handle anything else, especially with a married man. Are we done? I asked. I need to get back outside.
You need to speak with your brother. He has some news, and you should forgive him. It's not healthy to have bad feelings between siblings.
That's none of your—
Family is a bond that cannot be broken. So go and fix yours.
Don't you fight with your brother?
Brothers,
he corrected.
I have two, and yes, we fight all the time. But one of us usually shoots the other, and then it's over. We move on.
I paused in horror before catching the humor lurking behind his blue depths. Oh. Vito made a joke. I hadn't expected that. Shaking my head, I said, This is not a little disagreement, Vito. This is my entire life being stripped away from me. By you. And it's my brother's fault. The amusement died from his expression, and the angles of his jawline sharpened.
Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Start making plans for the winery's future. Give me a list of everything you want, no matter how expensive. Take your anger out on my bank account.
You're trying to buy my compliance.
Si, certo. If only so that we can have a civil conversation once in a while.
Why? I will never, ever like you. He edged closer and dropped his voice.
Never is a long time, Bella.
A warmth betrayed my vow to hate him into perpetuity. How dare he flirt with me? It was wrong for so many reasons, and I couldn't let him affect me like this. And this was the second time today, for God's sake. I was really tired of letting this man have the upper hand. I needed to put him in his place. Making sure no one was watching, I leaned in and slowly traced the collar of his sweater with one finger, letting my touch linger on the expensive fabric. I could feel the heat from his skin, see the rise and fall of his chest. I softened my voice to resemble the tone I'd used when he was deep inside me. Do you want to know what I really want, Vito? He swallowed hard, the strong muscles of his throat working. Seconds ticked by before a single word fell out in a raspy hush.
What?
Pressing up on my toes, I put my lips near his ear and whispered, The only thing I want is for you to buy a plane ticket back to Toronto. Without awaiting a response, I brushed by him and went to find Mikey, and not because Vito told me to, but because it was time that my brother and I talked. Mikey was in the kitchen, chatting with our sous chef. We had a big event Saturday night, an engagement dinner, so they were probably discussing details. I didn't see Chuck anywhere, which was weird. Our head chef was usually scowling and ordering everyone around. I grabbed an apple from the cooler and waited for Mikey to finish up. When he was free, I said, Got a sec? He winced and motioned me forward.
Yeah, let's go outside.
Good idea. Probably better not to yell at him in front of the staff. I took a bite out of the apple as I trailed him out the back door. The air was only slightly warmer than it had been an hour ago. I could see my breath every time I exhaled. I hear you have news.
Why didn't you stand up there with me?
He shoved his bare hands into his pockets.
I know you're mad, but it doesn't look good to the rest of the staff.
Had he and Vito been comparing notes? Mikey, I'm reeling from all of this. I can't put a big smile on my face and pretend this is what I want when it isn't.
So you're just going to let me stand up there and do that?
This is your fault, so yeah, I am. And you can consider this payback for those 2 months when I had to stand in front of the staff and pretend I knew where you were after you disappeared. He rocked on his heels, his eyes on his shoes.
I fuck up a lot, I get it, but I'm trying to make the best of this, Mags, because there's no stopping it. And he's the mafia, for fuck's sake. Do you really want one of us to get killed?
Killed? No, Vito wouldn't do that. At least, I didn't think he would. That isn't how it works, and Luca would never allow it. With my best friend's husband also being mobbed up, I was pretty sure I was whack-proof.
In case you haven't noticed, Luca isn't here,
Mikey pointed out.
Even if he were, it doesn't help me, and I'd rather not end up in a ditch somewhere because you're making Vito's life difficult.
You're not going to end up in a ditch, and I don't give a single fuck if that man's life is difficult or not. I want him to go away, and you should too. He pressed his palms together, prayer style.
Mags, I don't know how many more times I can say it, but I'm sorry. I feel terrible. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I'm a fucking mess. So believe me, this isn't easy for me. But I need you. You're the only family I have.
My eyes prickled, but I fought it. I couldn't cry in the freezing cold. You need to get your shit together. I want you in Gamblers Anonymous, and you need to delete every single betting app from your phone.
I've already deleted them, and I swear I'll join and go to meetings if it means you'll forgive me. So, can we please be a team again? Because I really miss it.
I'll try. His face fell, so I rushed to say, Really, I will. It's not easy, and it's worse when I feel like you're buddies with him.
We aren't buddies, but he's our new boss, who is literally a boss. I have to work with him, even if I don't like it.
I stared off into the distance, unseeing, my mind racing with everything that had happened these past few days. I had so much anger and confusion built up inside me that I almost didn't know where to start. Why, Mikey? You know how important this winery is to me, to our family. I thought it was important to you, too. So why on earth would you ever risk it on a stupid game of cards? He exhaled and shifted on his feet.
I'm really good at cards, and every time I go to the casino, I win. This time I thought I could win enough money to finally help us get ahead.
God, Mikey, I said, closing my eyes briefly. That is both really sweet and incredibly stupid.
I know, but I'm 26, Mags, and I feel like a big fucking failure all the time. This shit is hard, and sometimes...
Sometimes what? I prompted when he fell silent.
Nothing.
Mikey rubbed a hand through his short hair.
It just sucks. All of this sucks.
Agreed. I paused and studied him. There was something underneath all of this, an emotion my brother hadn't expressed before. Mikey, you can talk to me, you know. If you're unhappy, I mean.
I know.
But he didn't say anything more, just stared off into space. I decided to change topics. You agreed to let Vito stay in the guest cottage.
There wasn't really a choice to refuse. Besides, if he's here, he'll see we're doing fine and go back to Toronto sooner.
That made sense, I supposed. He said he's making updates out there. Should we be worried?
You going to tell him no?
Yes, I would. I wasn't afraid of Vito. What else don't I know? He stomped his feet and blew on his hands.
Chuck is gone. Vito found him trying to buy drugs off a biker behind the kitchen this morning.
What the fuck? Did you know Chuck was using?
I caught him taking pills a few times. He said they were for his knee, some injury back in high school. I told him to be careful, but I didn't know it was this bad.
Jesus. I took another bite of apple and considered the implications of not having a chef. So we're canceling the event Saturday night?
No.
Mikey grimaced.
Vito's brother is coming from Rome.
A low buzzing started in my head, then spread to my ears. More D'Agostino's on the grounds wasn't a good thing. Vito's brother happens to be a chef?
A chef in training.
Oh my God. I pinched the bridge of my nose between my gloved fingers. We're screwed.
Vito said his brother is a very good cook, but he has a problem with being told what to do.
Must run in the family. Great. Just great. And what if his brother can't pull off the dinner?
Vito said he'd give them their money back and then some.
So we'd start buying people off. Sure, why not? That made sense. Any other good news for me?
No, that's it,
Mikey said.
I've got the kitchen doing what they can until Vito's brother arrives.
And when will that be?
Tonight. And don't get mad, but I have a favor to ask.
Instantly, I knew what he was about to ask, and my knees locked up tight, like I was preparing for impact. No, no, no. Come on, Mikey.
Please, Max. You have all that room.
Let Vito's brother stay with Vito in the guest cottage.
We can't. Vito is tearing down the adjoining wall to make one big bedroom.
What? I shoved Mikey's shoulder. Why did you say okay to that? Another lie from Vito. He said he was only putting up blinds and installing an espresso machine.
Again,
my brother said calmly.
Are you really going to tell him no?
Yes, I will.
Maggie, don't cause trouble. We can put up another wall after he leaves. It's not a big deal.
It felt like a big deal, but I didn't want to make any promises regarding Vito, so I changed the topic. Let the brother take your room, then you come and stay at the house.
You know I hate sleeping out there.
Mikey hadn't slept in the house much in the last 4 years. I knew the memories of our parents were painful for him, just like they were for me, but would a few nights kill him? Mikey smirked at me.
We could give the brother the cottage and Vito could come stay with you.
Fuck no. God, could this day get any worse? I tugged my knit hat lower on my head and considered going home and crawling under the covers. Fine, the brother can stay at the house, but just while Vito is here. Once Vito goes back to Toronto, the brother can take the cottage on the weeks when it isn't rented.
We need to build another rental property,
my brother said. Put it on the list for the new owner. Apparently, money is no object.
You have to admit, that's a nice thought, for once.
Shoulders tight, I turned and walked away. Yeah, but Vito's money comes with strings, and now we're in bed with the mob.
Some of us literally,
he called to my back. I lifted my middle finger up high over my head.
Chapter 7. Vito. I heard him before I saw him.
Cazzo madre de Dio!
A deep voice snapped before something heavy slammed against metal. I grinned and picked up the pace, eager to see my brother. Earlier, Cesare drove to JFK Airport to pick Massimo up and bring him here. I expected my brother to come see me first, but he'd insisted on going straight to the kitchens, even though it was after midnight. When I entered the winery's kitchen, my brother was there, searching through drawers, a deep scowl on his face. We hadn't seen each other in 8 months, so I wasn't used to the short beard he wore, but he looked good. I let the door swing shut behind me. Diavoletto, little devil. He glanced up, his brow wrinkled in annoyance. This place is a fucking mess. I can't find a goddamn thing. Walking over, I grabbed his shoulders and kissed his cheeks. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you. He grabbed my face and turned my head side to side. You look tired, Fratello. Not getting enough pussy. Fuck off. I shoved him away. Nice beard. Maz rubbed his jaw. This is as long as I can grow it without having to wear a net on my face in the kitchen. Women like it, though. What do you think? I gestured to the kitchen. Will you be able to pull this off on Saturday? Yes, don't worry. But I need to reorganize this place first. It's a disaster. Should you do that now? Better to get a good night's sleep, no? I took a pill and slept on the plane. I'm rested, V. I held up my palms. My brother was 31 years old. I didn't need to mother him. What do you need from me? Pull everything out of the drawers and then put those bins up on the counter. I'll deal with the pans. We began working, with the sound of metal clanging drowning out any hopes for conversation. When I started stacking plastic bins, my brother said, So tell me about the girl. Shit. Cesare had been gossiping on the drive. It's nothing. You're here, so it can't be nothing. I'm not here for her. I'm here because it's a good investment. Nothing more. He made a face like he didn't believe me, so I said, I didn't know she was affiliated with the winery. But you did fuck her. Before. Mas began sorting the pans by size. It's fate, V. Stai zitto. There's no such thing, coglione. Yes, there is. It's like Enzo seeing Gia in that fashion show. Fate, fratello. My older brother saw his now wife at a random private fashion show in Milan. He ended up kidnapping her and bringing her on the yacht with us, which I'd hardly call fate. Well, this is not the same. So put it out of your head. Is she hot? I thought of Maggie, spread out on my hotel bed, her eyes hooded and heavy with lust. I couldn't remember the last time I went 3 rounds with a woman in one night, but I hadn't been able to get enough of her. She had long legs and a tight ass, her body lithe and muscular like a dancer, probably from working outside every day. And the way she'd sucked my dick, a revelation. Not many women handled my size easily, but Maggie hadn't blinked. So yes, every single thing about that woman was hot. But admitting it to my brother was a mistake. She's cute. Please, I know that look. It's the same look Enzo had when he watched Gia on the yacht security camera. Setting a bin on the counter, I leaned a hip against the stainless steel. I'm not obsessed with her, and she thinks I'm married. I held up my left hand to show him the ring. My brother shook his head. Wearing that fake band is a big fucking mistake. Enzo and I both tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. It keeps women away until I need one. Big fucking mistake, Maz repeated. Well, I wasn't wearing it during our night together. You'll be happy to know that when she saw me wearing it here, she punched me in the stomach. Maz threw his head back and laughed, putting a hand on the counter to steady himself. Oh, how I wish I'd seen it. I like this woman already. That's good because you'll be staying with her. That got a frown out of him. Wait, I'm not staying with you? There's no room. My cottage only has 1 bedroom. She has 3. And you don't mind? My head snapped up and I leveled a glare at him. Do not hit on her, Massimo. Why not? He held up his left hand, free of wedding rings. She's single, you said she's cute, and I'm hot. There's nothing to stop us from fucking. This was true. Yet I couldn't explain the ball of fire gathering behind my sternum right now. It lodged there like heartburn. Except I'm telling you not to, Stronzo. Because you want to fuck her. Because I don't want you making things messier than they already are. Ah, yes. Vito and his need to keep things tidy and sensible. Stick to the plan. Mock me if you want, but at least I've kept... Instantly I clamped my mouth shut. He was here doing me a favor, and I couldn't argue with him. He slammed a sauté pan down and lifted a brow at me. At least you've kept a job, is that it? Perdoname, I said earnestly. I shouldn't have said it. No, you shouldn't have. I flew in from Roma to save your ass, V.
The least you could do is show some fucking gratitude. You're right. Forgive me. Get the fuck out. I have work to do and you're pissing me off. I exhaled, braced my palms on the counter, and leaned over. I'm sorry, Moz. Truly. But I don't want you hitting on her. I won't hit on her. I never would, knowing how you feel about her. I don't feel anything for her. I'm her employer. That wouldn't stop you if you decided to pursue her. My guess is that you want her, but she hates you. My brothers were perceptive assholes sometimes. I put some emphasis behind my words. Stay away from her. And don't tell her I'm single. It's a mistake, V. I live in Toronto, Moz. And things are still too unstable for me to consider taking a wife or mistress. It's for the best. He stacked 2 pots and moved them aside. Unstable how? I'm branching out into real estate. They don't enforce their disclosure laws, and it's easy to hide behind anonymous ownership. And owning more rental properties and office buildings will help me clean the Enrina's money. Smart. Really smart, like Enzo's fraud empire. But why unstable? A few others are pissed off that I've come to town. I waved my hand dismissively. No one I can't handle, though. So, back to this woman. Maggie, I corrected. I'm supposed to stay away from her, but I'm living with her. How does that make sense? I'd already come up with a solution. She's out during the day, overseeing the vineyards. You'll be sleeping then, working nights. Your schedules will never line up. He chuckled softly and dumped a drawer out onto the prep station counter. When the noise died down, he smirked at me. You've already thought it through. That means you're worried. As you should be, I suppose, considering I am the most handsome and charismatic of the D'Agostino brothers. Fuck off. I'm not worried about you. This transition has been hard on her. I don't want her overwhelmed. He dumped another drawer, utensils crashing atop the other pile. How considerate of you. I rolled my shoulders to ease the sudden tightening between my shoulder blades. What are you implying? Nothing. How many times did you fuck her? It was one night, Maz. Don't make it into something more than it is. Madonna, this girl has really gotten under your skin, no? I sighed and pushed off from the counter, straightening. I'm going to bed. My brother laughed deep and loud. I'm busting your balls, V. You don't need to worry about me. I'm seeing someone. That got my attention. I hadn't known this, and I wondered if Enzo knew. Who? Another chef. And she doesn't know of my background or what my brothers do for a living. I folded my arms across my chest and stared at my feet. I didn't like this. Maybe it was to be expected now that Maz was on his own, but I still didn't like it. Has Enzo? He doesn't know, and I don't want you to tell him. He'll want to investigate her and tap her fucking phone. She's not of our world, and I like her. That should be enough for both of you. Maz, this is different. You're not just anyone. To her, I am just anyone. I'm not in the life anymore, V. She could be using you. Her family... He dropped the ladle in his hand and whirled toward me, his lips flat and angry. Her family are regular people. I've met them. They're not involved with the mafia. No one is using me. This isn't your ex-girlfriend, V. I put out my palms. Okay, if you say so. Promise me you won't tell Enzo. He will find out. He always does. And it's better to get ahead of his anger, trust me. I should know. I served as his consigliere for years. There's no reason for him to be angry. Just like there's no reason for either of you to be involved or think twice about her. Don't make me sorry I trusted you, Fratello. Massimo was neither the responsible brother, me, nor the smart brother, Enzo. Instead, he was reckless and impulsive, charming and creative. He liked to party and smoke weed, and he also had a big heart. The two of us had always been closest, the second and third sons who would never take over the kingdom. I couldn't disregard his wishes. I won't tell him. If he finds out, it won't be from me. Massimo relaxed and went back to his utensils. Go, get some sleep, you look tired. The next few days will be long ones. For you, maybe. And you? He slid me a disapproving glance. I will find something for you to do. I'm the owner, not a sous chef. And you are working for me, Stronzo. He snorted. Would you like to test me? Because I can hop on the next flight home. I didn't bother responding. My brothers each knew the best way to get under my skin, and I learned a long time ago that an argument wasn't worth it.
especially because Moz was doing me a favor. "See you in the morning," I said on my way out the door.
"Tell your girl I can't wait to meet her," he called after me,
still sorting the mound of utensils, which meant he never saw the middle finger I held up.
Maggie.
Don't go in there.
My brother's voice caught me off guard. It was 6:30 in the morning, and I was on my way to the kitchen for a pre-work snack. Mikey sat at the bar, a cup of coffee in front of him. I looked him over carefully. "What are you doing out of bed this early?"
I didn't have a choice. They started making a racket about an hour ago.
"Who's they?"
Our new chef and the kitchen staff.
I leaned against the bar. "Vito's brother is here." Mikey nodded.
And he's nothing like Vito, so be prepared.
What does that mean?
Vito's cool and in control at all times. This guy is not.
I heard a loud voice through the walls. "Is that him?"
Yes, he's done nothing but yell at the kitchen staff since they arrived 20 minutes ago. He's also rearranged everything in there.
That's not good. We can't afford to lose any more staff. Why haven't you put a stop to it? My brother grimaced.
I'm terrified of him. And what if he tells Vito?
He drew a line across his throat.
I don't want to get whacked.
Vito isn't going to whack you. Jesus, Mikey. I straightened off the bar and started for the kitchen. And I'm not afraid of either, D'Agostino brother.
You'll be sorry,
Mikey said behind me. I pushed through the swinging door and into the kitchen. I drew to a halt, my eyes taking it all in. The place was spotless. The surfaces gleamed, the walls free of grease and smudges. Everything was stacked neatly, not the haphazard chaos of before. This looked like a real restaurant kitchen, like Giovanni's kitchen at Val's Trattoria. I was impressed. It hadn't been this nice since my dad renovated it.
That is not how you chiffonade.
A bearded man was pointing at a cutting board. The sleeves of his white chef coat were rolled up, revealing tattooed olive skin.
Gentle, gentle, you are mangling those herbs.
I'm sorry, chef, said Hannah, one of our prep cooks. She was 3 years older than me, but I remembered the parties she used to throw in high school. Right now, she looked terrified. Hi. I hurried over to stand next to them. To the man, I stuck out my hand. You must be Vito's brother, Massimo. I'm Maggie. With a frown, he shook my hand.
Nice to meet you, Maggie.
Can I have a word? His frown deepened.
I'm busy right now, Signorina. Maybe later.
No, chef, I think we should talk right now. In fact, I insist. He stared at me, silent. I could see the resemblance to his brother in his nose and jawline, though his eyes were brown, not dark blue, and his lips were a little fuller than Vito's. Massimo was handsome in a different way, like if you took Vito and blended him with a rock star. Still, that didn't give him the right to act like a dick to the staff.
Va bene,
he said with a nod.
I can spare a few minutes.
On our way out of the kitchen, Massimo gave orders to the kitchen staff on what to do in his absence. I couldn't believe this guy. Was he trying to get everyone to hate him on his first day? I pushed outside and he followed. When we were alone, I decided to start with something nice. That was an old management trick when you had to deliver bad news. Thank you for coming at the last minute to help us. We're very appreciative. He folded his arms.
You are welcome. A great band.
He dipped his head toward my chest. I glanced down. It was unusually warm this morning, so I hadn't bothered to zip up my coat, which meant my Ravenettes t-shirt was visible. Thanks. I'm surprised you know who they are.
I saw them in Copenhagen last year,
Massimo said. Wow, that's cool. I've never seen them live. I hadn't seen any bands live, actually. I didn't get away from the winery much, and it was hard to buy tickets to a show when I wasn't sure I could attend.
It was. But you didn't bring me out here to talk about bands.
No, I hadn't. Listen, you have to go easy on the staff. I don't think they'll be receptive to someone yelling in their face all the time right off the bat. He pressed his lips together like he was struggling for patience.
Signorina, a chef is like a general. I must lead them through the preparations and through the dinner service. I'm the one responsible for the food put on the plate, and the pieces must be prepared correctly.
I understand, but they'll quit if you're too strict with them.
I promise you they won't. They will learn, they will get better, and we will become a team. He threaded his fingers together to clasp his hands. And you can't interfere or second-guess me. But there is no but. I know what I'm talking about. I've worked in enough kitchens to understand this. If I'm their friend, they will slack on their responsibilities. I need to earn their respect first.
I don't really have a choice, do I?
No, you don't. My brother has given me the kitchen, and I will lead it as I choose.
The back of my neck started to itch at the words, has given me the kitchen, because Vito now had the right.
Maggie.
Massimo put his hands on my shoulders to regain my attention.
I can call you Maggie, no?
When I nodded, he said,
I'm not my brother, and I don't wish to fight with you.
He dropped his hands.
The staff will like me when this is over. Te lo prometo. I'm the fun brother.
Somehow, I believed him. Okay, chef. I'll stay out of it.
Good. Now I need to get back inside. Was there a reason you came to visit the kitchen this morning?
He held the door open for me, and I went through. I was going to grab a quick snack before heading out to the vineyards.
I made a frittata this morning for the staff. Would you like some?
I glanced over my shoulder as we walked into the kitchen. You made a frittata? How long have you been awake?
I slept on the plane. Ivan.
He lifted his chin toward the young man stirring something in his stock pot on the stove.
Got Signorina Fiorentino a piece of frittata. Yes, chef.
Ivan said dutifully and set down his spoon. Massimo regarded me.
Would you also do me a favor?
Of course.
Would you take a piece to Vito?
Instantly, my body recoiled, a curtain of resentment and dislike falling around me, smothering me. I really need to get to work.
2 pieces.
He called to Ivan without looking away from me.
Per favore, Maggie. As a favor to me, it's one of his favorites.
I didn't want to see Vito. I was still reeling from our interaction at the employee meeting yesterday.
Your mouth, Bella. It will get you into all kinds of trouble with me.
Massimo stared at me like he was carefully evaluating my reaction. Was he matchmaking? If so, it was a wasted effort. I wiped my expression clear. I wasn't giving either D'Agostino brother any intel on my feelings. Sure, I'll have Mikey take it over.
Do you not like my brother?
Your married brother who stole my winery from me. Is this the brother we're discussing?
Well, I'm not talking about Enzo. You would definitely hate him. Here, chef.
Ivan held a pair of carry-out boxes out to Massimo. Not bothering to thank Ivan, Massimo took the boxes and handed them to me.
He's a good man, my brother. But he's not perfect, Maggie.
Oh, I'm totally aware. Thanks for the breakfast. See you later. I started for the dining room. Have a great day, everyone. A chorus of voices told me to have a nice day as I pushed through the swinging door. The dining room was empty. Mikey had deserted me, and no one else was around to handle this errand for Massimo. Fuck my life. The carry-out boxes felt heavy in my hands. Was I really doing this? Taking Vito his breakfast like a little wife? Ugh. Hi, honey, here's your breakfast. I hope you choke on it. To be fair, I hit on him that night in the casino. But he should have said no, or at least admitted he was married and asked if I was okay with it. Part of me wanted to find his wife and apologize. The sisterhood mattered, after all. She deserved to know what a douche canoe she'd married. And they probably had kids together. Kids. Oh my God. Was Vito a father? I shook myself. What did it matter? I needed to focus on getting him to leave rather than wondering over his life back in Toronto. Whatever his sins, they were on his head, not mine. But I did want to discuss these changes he was planning to make to the cottage. Espresso machine and blinds, my ass. He wanted to tear down walls. Going from a 2-bedroom to a 1-bedroom decreased the cottage's appeal to renters. Shouldn't Mr. Investment already know this? My brother might not want to tell Vito no, but I sure as shit didn't mind. Now on a mission, I walked faster in the direction of the guest cottage, the frozen ground crunching beneath my soles. Stomping up the steps, I crossed the deck and raised my hand to knock on the back door. Just as my knuckles were about to make contact, the wood opened. Vito stared down at me, his hair disheveled. He wore a plain t-shirt and striped pajama bottoms, and on his face was a pair of stylish eyeglasses. He looked smart and sexy and undone, and I absolutely hated myself for noticing. His brows lowered in confusion.
Maggie, what are you doing here?
I held up the to-go containers. Your brother sent breakfast. He eyed the containers carefully.
Did you poison it?
No, though I definitely considered it. Can I come in? More confusion flashed across his expression, but he stepped aside.
Of course.
I walked inside the cottage and stopped in my tracks. The bottom floor had been redecorated. Gone were the outdoorsy, winery touches. In their place was a sleek, modern look more suited to a Wall Street penthouse, with manly furniture and bold art on the walls. "What the fuck?" I blurted as my head swiveled. "When was all this done?"
Yesterday. I called in a few favors.
One of those favors had better not be about knocking out the wall between the bedrooms. He strode toward the open kitchen.
It was, actually. They're coming today to finish the work.
I followed him and slammed the containers on the marble island, the urge to yell at him burning my tongue. I desperately longed to shout that he didn't have the right to make changes like this. But he did have the right, and that was infuriating. I wanted to throw this frittata at his head. But Mikey begged me not to cause trouble, and I told him I'd try to be a team again. I didn't know what that meant, but stabbing Vito with a fork probably wasn't it. For my brother, I would try to act civilly. Professional. A mature 23-year-old woman. I could reason with a mobster and keep my cool. Pressing my lips together, I exhaled through my nose. By the time Vito turned around with forks and napkins, I was slightly calmer. I get it. You want to be comfortable here. No doubt your digs in Toronto are lush. One dark eyebrow shot up over the top of his glasses as he set the forks and napkins on the island.
I sense there is a but coming.
But, I emphasized, you told me you were only putting in blinds and an espresso machine, not knocking down walls. You lied. Again.
I changed my mind, and even though I didn't need to, I informed your brother about what I was planning. This hardly feels like a conspiracy, Maggie. Would you like a cappuccino or juice?
The abrupt switch in topic made my head spin. He thought I was staying for breakfast? I have to go. I'm going to eat this as I work.
Don't be ridiculous. Sit and have breakfast with me.
His eyes bored into mine from behind those stupidly sexy glasses, and I felt my resistance crumble like dry dirt. Okay, I guess water and a cappuccino, then. Please. Slipping out of my coat, I tried not to watch his wide shoulders as he worked at the espresso machine. It wasn't easy. As good as he looked in his clothes, I had first-hand knowledge of how good he looked without his clothes, too. But I didn't allow my eyes to move any lower. The memory of his ass, a muscular masterpiece, was already burned into my brain, and I couldn't lust after another woman's man. That meant no checking him out. After he finished the cappuccinos, he poured me a glass of water and came around to the seat beside mine. He flicked open the container.
Maz's frittata. I have died and gone to heaven.
I picked up my fork. Maz? That's cute. What nickname does he use for you?
Nothing fit for a lady's ears,
he said dryly. He started eating, so I did the same. We ate in silence for a few minutes, and I had to admit the frittata was delicious. Leeks, prosciutto, spinach, and cheese wrapped in fluffy eggs. Nice to see that Massimo really did know how to cook.
Fuck, that's good.
He reached for his cappuccino, cradling it in his hands.
Should we talk more about the cottage, or was there something else you wished to discuss?
Do you have kids? I blurted. Vito's entire body jolted, and the cappuccino splattered all over the front of his shirt.
Chapter 8. Vito. Immediately I went upstairs to change into a fresh t-shirt. My brothers ridiculed me for it, but I hated to be dirty. I hated for my clothing to be stained, which could be challenging in my line of work. Blood stains were a bitch to get out of suits. but I preferred to be clean at all times. I considered putting in my contacts too, but dismissed the idea. Maggie wouldn't care about my glasses, and I'd rather return downstairs as quickly as possible. Where did the question about kids come from? Did Massimo say something to her this morning? The fake wedding band on the dresser caught my eye. Had she noticed that I wasn't wearing it? For some reason, I didn't like lying to her, but the lie was too well established to stop now. Best to keep wearing the ring until I left for Toronto. It would ensure I didn't do anything stupid. After slipping the ring onto my finger, I also pulled on a pair of jeans. Then I thumped down the wooden stairs to find her looking at her phone, cheeks flushed, a lock of her hair falling from her face. "Sorry about that," she said, not looking up and not sounding particularly sorry either. I gathered the empty breakfast containers and threw them out. "Would you like another cappuccino?" "No, I should really get going." She started to get up, so I held up my hand. "Stop. Tell me why you asked me about kids." "Because I've been so focused on what's going on with the winery that I forgot you might also have kids." "I don't. We don't," I amended. Maggie visibly relaxed. "That's a relief. A cheating husband is bad enough. A cheating father is a total dirtbag." I agreed, actually. My own father had flaunted his mistresses in front of our mother. He even brought one to a family dinner once, which was the most uncomfortable meal of my life. Our mother cried the whole time, and Enzo nearly punched the old man in the mouth halfway through. "You can rest assured. I have no children, legitimate or otherwise," I said. She winced. "I hadn't considered illegitimate kids, so thanks for clearing that up too, I guess." "I also always wear condoms." "I would hope so, for fuck's sake. You risk giving your poor wife an STD with every affair." "I don't have any diseases." The look she gave me would have caused the balls of a lesser man to crawl back up inside his body. "That you know of." "I get tested regularly," I told her, which was not a lie. "And I'm clean." "Well, I am too. Glad we cleared that up." She pushed her empty cup toward me and stood up. "Thanks for the coffee. I should get to work." "Before you go, what is your list?" "What list?" "Of the things you need for the winery." She drummed her fingers on the marble, irritation in every line of her tall frame. "Vito, you mentioned it only yesterday afternoon. I haven't had time to write it yet." Now I was curious. What did Maggie do after she finished in the vineyards? Did she go out at night, meet up with friends, go on dates? "Why not? Were you doing something else last night?" She let out a brittle laugh. "As if that's any of your business, Don D'Agostino." I froze. She hadn't called me by my honorific before, and those words on her lips. Desire slashed through me like a blade, swift and sharp, and I struggled to stay focused. Stop, she's off limits. This was no time to get caught up in what I would never have again. Like her smart mouth wrapped around my dick. "Answer the question," I ordered, my accent thicker. When I was turned on, my tongue struggled to form the English syllables and words. I wondered if she noticed. "I was sleeping, actually. I know it's hard for you to remember, but I work outside all day and it's physically exhausting. So usually I go home and relax, eat, maybe drink a glass of wine and fall asleep." Oh, that prickly, fiery attitude. Why did I find it so arousing? Needing something to do, I carried the empty cups to the sink. "I'll put hire more help on the list for you." "I don't need more help at the moment. The extra hands come in handy over the summer and into the fall. Didn't your research into wineries cover that?" Turning, I leaned against the sink and crossed my arms. "I know you like to be at odds with me, but I can be very helpful." "I'm sure you like to think so." I decided to drop the issue of the winery. She wasn't ready to partner with me on ways to make it stronger, which was fine. Michael had already come around and provided me with a list of things to either repair or replace. "Thank you for letting my brother stay with you." Standing, she adjusted her winter hat and tucked her hair more firmly underneath. "You're welcome. Though I really don't know why he can't crash on your couch for a few nights." "We are a bit beyond the crash on a couch stage in our lives. And I don't think you'll see much of him, considering you have opposite schedules." "He said he's the fun brother." I nearly rolled my eyes. Maz had a high opinion of himself. Always had. "That may be true, if you like to party and screw all night long." "Maz is a partier?" Coke, booze, and French models had been our usual routine during those lonely nights on the yacht. I didn't think Maggie wanted to hear about those days, so I shrugged and adjusted my glasses higher on my nose. Don't worry. He has a girlfriend back in Roma, so he won't get too out of hand here. How long is he staying? Not long, a few weeks, a month maybe. Enough to stabilize your kitchen and get you through the winter events. You will need to hire someone to replace him. I'll put it on the list for my new boss. She gave me a smile that was all teeth, like a shark. Madonna, this woman. I itched to put her over my knee and spank her. Clearing my throat, I decided to circle back to the winery. And she truly would not like this news. I have a meeting with Bruce this afternoon. I thought you should know. She paused in the middle of slipping on her coat. Now she was on alert, regarding me with suspicion. About what? I'm bringing in a renowned enologist. His name is Carlo Leone. He has a meeting with Bruce tomorrow to start learning what you're doing here. I wanted to give Bruce a heads up today. She didn't move, didn't react, merely stared at me with those big, soulful eyes. I waited for the explosion, the anger and vitriol, yet none came. The seconds stretched, and I wasn't even sure she was breathing. This worried me. He's not a viticulturist, I quickly added. Carlo isn't going to step on your toes. Turning toward the windows, she swallowed hard. A lot of big words you've learned there. Good for you, Vito. You are welcome to join us, of course. Wow, thanks. Her voice sounded small. The back of my neck tightened, and I didn't care for the sudden pressure in my chest. I fought the urge to wrap my arms around her and hold her close, tell her everything was going to be okay, reassure her I wasn't the villain she painted me to be, at least not when it came to the winery. I was successful for a reason, and I could make her life so much easier if she would only trust me. No matter the cost, I would ensure the best for this place, for her. Most of all, I didn't want her defeated. I wanted her to fight me, to drive me crazy with the things that came out of her mouth. I wanted her fire and her spirit, the confident vixen who bought me a drink and let me take her to my room. The woman who nearly broke my dick with her stellar pussy and greedy mouth. Maggie, I started toward her. I need to go. She spoke quickly, like she was eager to get away from me. What time is the meeting with Carlo tomorrow? 1 o'clock. Great, see you then. She practically lunged for the door handle. Maggie, wait. Things to do, boss man. And she was out the door. I let her leave. She'd come around once she met Carlo. A certified genius, he was credited with saving many of the wineries in my country, and his services were highly sought after. I paid a goddamn fortune to get him here on such short notice, and he was coming to offer advice on how to improve things here, not take anyone's job away. He'd visit now and again for a few months, studying and learning before he offered recommendations. This was a good thing. I returned to the cappuccino machine and busied myself by making another drink. I needed to get to work. I had a long list of things to do today, and I couldn't worry about Maggie's feelings regarding my decisions. He's so cold, like a robot. My one and only girlfriend, Simona, said this about me when I was 17. She was talking to her friends about me, assuming no one was listening, but my father had her mobile tapped. He hadn't liked Simona, or her family, and knew she was just using me for my last name. I argued that we were in love, but he'd gleefully proven me wrong. But I couldn't change the way I was, even if I wanted to. I've been like this, remote and cautious, almost since birth. Growing up, Enzo had taken much of our father's abuse to spare me, leaving me to watch and live in fear, terrified that one day it might be me instead. Enzo was prone to outbursts and fighting back, so I quickly learned to act in the opposite manner, to keep my emotions locked up and hidden. This meant my father ignored me, which was what I preferred. Until Simona. Never show a woman you care, my father had said. They will only use it against you. They're like poison, Vito. Deep down, I knew this wasn't true. My mother wasn't a poison. She'd been sweet and kind, too kind for a world with my father in it. He'd forced her to suffer for that sweetness until she couldn't withstand the pain any longer. Leaning against the counter, I shoved all this away and began to read my email. Being away from Toronto was slowing down my construction projects. There was a bid for a government building that needed to be massaged. and 2 contracts for new properties to review. I paid a team of lawyers back home, and they were sharp as fuck, but I always had the final say. A knock on the back door caused me to glance up. A group of men were on the back porch, carrying toolboxes and drop cloths. This was John, the contractor, who I met briefly yesterday. I texted Tommaso to bring the boys over to supervise. I had a few guns stashed in the cottage for safety, but I wouldn't take any chances. Then I went over and opened the door, letting them in. 3 men, all wearing construction boots and tool belts, walked inside, and I assessed them carefully as John shook my hand. Each man was big and muscular, covered with tattoos, but nothing that seemed suspicious or threatening. "We built this place, Mr. D'Agostino," John said. "So removing that wall won't take long. Then we'll patch everything up and be out of your hair before you know it." "Thank you, I'd appreciate that." Silently, the 3 went up the steps and got to work. My men arrived a few seconds later, and I decided to get to work as well.
Maggie. The church basement smelled like mildew and burnt coffee. I wasn't one for religion, so I didn't spend a lot of time in places like this. But my brother found a Gamblers Anonymous meeting this afternoon in a town an hour away and asked me to drive over with him. I wanted to encourage him, so I agreed. As a bonus, this trip got me away from the winery. I crossed my legs and killed time on my phone. The meeting was closed today, which meant only those with addiction issues could attend and participate. So I was sitting in the hallway, waiting for it to finish. With time on my hands, I did something I'd resisted doing before now. I looked Vito D'Agostino up online. Except there was nothing. Not a word, not a whisper. No photographs or links that mentioned his name. I added Toronto to the search, but that didn't help. Then I added Mafia. Nothing. It was like the man was a ghost. Then I searched for Massimo D'Agostino. There were mentions at a few various restaurants, all in Italian, but no pictures. What was the older brother's name? Something with an E. Enrico? No, Enzo. I typed out his name. A photo of a very handsome older man popped up. Expression flat and almost angry, he was standing next to his wife, Gianna Mancini, who was a men's fashion designer. Damn, those 2 looked good together. I couldn't see much of a resemblance between Enzo and Vito, though. The doors to the meeting room abruptly opened, and I hit my screen quickly, even though I had nothing to be ashamed about. People, almost all young men, filtered through the doors and into the hall. Mikey finally emerged, chatting and laughing with a guy his age. The 2 of them slapped hands and made a promise to keep in touch. When we were alone, I asked, "How did it go? It looks like you made a friend."
"Yeah, he's cool. And the meeting wasn't as bad as I expected."
Thank God. This gave me hope that he'd stick with it for the long haul. "Should we get pancakes? I saw a diner around the corner." Our parents used to make pancakes for dinner whenever Mikey or I had a bad day. My mom claimed they were the ultimate comfort food, and she hadn't been proven wrong yet.
"Good idea."
Cool. We started walking toward the stairs. "Then you can tell me about the meeting."
"It's anonymous, dummy. That means I can't tell you anything."
"Even if I don't know who you're talking about?"
"Yes, people need to know what they say in the room will stay in the room."
I guess I knew this. I did watch TV, after all, but I hadn't expected Mikey to be such a stickler for the rules. "You know I won't tell anyone." We climbed the steps, me going up first.
"That's not the point,"
my brother said.
"and don't make this harder on me than it already is."
Okay, I'm sorry." Once we sat and ordered pancakes, I studied him. He looked better today, less tired. "Do you think these meetings will help?" I asked. He sipped his water.
"I do, yeah. It was weird, talking about Mom and Dad and the winery. But hearing the other stories made it easier. And it's helped me to see that I'm not alone, if that makes sense."
"Good. I'm really glad, Mikey."
"Listen, I have to tell you something else."
I paused in the process of folding the paper straw wrapper. Oh, God. What now? Please don't, because I honestly can't handle any more bad news.
This is something you should know. I've been keeping it from you because he asked me to, but it's not right. You should know.
He who?
Vito.
I dropped the paper wrapper and folded my hands tightly. That motherfucker. He was taking Mikey into his confidence, trying to keep me on the outside. Well, I wasn't about to let that happen.
Let's hear it. He's not married.
My brain stumbled and tripped over itself to make sense of the words I was hearing. Wait, you're saying that Vito isn't married?
Correct.
I dragged in a deep breath and tried not to toss a table or two. I couldn't lose my shit in here.
Is he divorced? A widower?
Why else would he wear the ring? Mikey winced and rubbed the back of his neck, a quirk when he had something he didn't want to tell me. Spit it out, I said. It's obvious you know. Slowly, my brother reached across the table and started to slide my butter knife out of reach. I frowned and grabbed the piece of cutlery. You're not funny. Just tell me already.
He wears the ring as a defense against women who might want relationships with him.
I huffed indignantly. And he thinks I want a relationship with him? God, that man's ego. What an asshole. Mikey lifted his palms out toward me.
No, he doesn't. I told him you were as anti-relationship as they come. But he didn't want you to know about the ring because he said it made it easier if things were strictly business between you.
Strictly business? Did that include subtly flirting with me? Making me eat breakfast with him? Jesus Christ, how I hated that man. Now that I thought about it, Vito hadn't been wearing the ring when he first opened the door this morning. But he must have put it on when he went upstairs to change his shirt, because I definitely remembered seeing the ring as he dried his hands on a towel. Interesting. Had he put the fake wedding band on to ward me off? Or to remind himself to keep it in his pants? Because his reaction after the staff meeting, when I'd touched his collar and whispered in his ear, it was not the response of a man who was interested in strictly business. Vito isn't married. Wow. I stared through the front glass of the diner and let this sink in. At least the guilt of being the other woman was gone.
Are you mad?
Mikey asked as our pancakes arrived.
No, I already knew he was full of shit. This just confirmed it.
Here you go, honey, our waitress said as she sat a plate of chocolate chip pancakes in front of me. And all men are full of shit.
Hey,
my brother said as she walked away.
I'm sitting right here.
Yeah, but you're full of shit too, I told him. Any other secrets you're holding on to?
Nope, that's the last one.
Mikey began cutting his pancakes vigorously.
You won't tell him I told you, will you?
Nope.
Really? You won't throw it in his face the next time you see him?
I ate a piece of buttery, fluffy pancake. No, we're strictly business, remember? And I don't want Vito thinking I'm pining away for him. He wants to pretend he's married? Fine. More power to him.
You really don't care?
I really don't care. I have better reasons to hate Vito than this. Mikey chuckled.
No doubt. But I say we bleed him for every penny he's willing to spend on the winery. We should ask for everything, you know? The irrigation you wanted to do, the solar panels, another guest cottage. Let's see how far he's willing to invest.
More money meant more strings. I didn't want to burst Mikey's bubble, though, so I changed topics. Did you know he's bringing in an enologist to consult with us? Mikey drizzled more syrup onto his half-eaten stack.
No, but is that a bad thing?
No idea what an expert from Italy can tell us about our regional wines, but sure, why not?
Don't get all worked up. I think Vito means well, and he does want to improve things.
Well, maybe the winery doesn't need his kinds of improvements, I grumbled.
Or maybe you can't be unbiased to anything he suggests.
I ripped a piece of bacon in half and threw it across the booth at him.
Vito. I wasn't used to the quiet. I stood on the deck, sipping my cappuccino and looking out over the vineyard. There were a few birds up in the early dawn, but there were no other sounds. No traffic, no horns, just peace and quiet. It was like the yacht in that way, except I wasn't constantly rocking back and forth. Moz and I stayed up late last night, drinking and catching up, I was surprised at how much I'd missed my brother. Strange to spend 4 years trapped together on a boat, then not see him except once or twice a year. Enzo traveled quite a bit with Gia, so I met with him more often. And we frequently touched base on business matters. Maz was more distant, in another world from mine. My sister was the same. She was living her own life in London, though we texted back and forth a lot. But there was no use in growing sentimental over things I couldn't change, so I shoved it all aside. I had a lot to get through today before meeting with Carlo and Bruce this afternoon. I didn't have time to. Tommaso suddenly appeared around a group of bushes, his expression grim. He was disheveled, hair wild like he just rolled out of bed. As he hurried toward the cottage, I was instantly on alert. "What is it?" "Gaetano went out last night." He climbed the deck steps and paused in front of me, breathing heavily. "He didn't come back." I waved him inside, then closed the door behind us. "What the fuck do you mean, he didn't come back?" "He left around 10. Said he was going to a bar just outside of town. We didn't think anything of it and went to bed. But the car is still gone and he isn't answering his mobile." I picked up my phone off the marble island and unlocked it. I tried to reach Gaetano twice, but each time it went to voicemail. "Maybe he went home with a woman," I suggested, my mind racing. "No," Tommaso shook his head. "Even if he did, he wouldn't stay out all night. We never do, Don D'Agostino." This was true. Men in my world knew better than to fall asleep in a strange woman's bed. It left you vulnerable. "Why the fuck did you let him go out alone?" "We didn't think anyone knew us here. Why would anything bad happen in this tiny town?" I rubbed my eyes under my glasses. "We need to find this bar. Do you know where it is?" "I didn't ask the name or where it was located." Fuck me. Immediately I dialed Michael and he picked up on the fourth ring. "Hey, Vito, everything okay? Come to the cottage, I need your help." Chapter 9. Vito. While we waited on Michael, I went up to shower and dress. I skipped shaving, threw on jeans and a sweater, and was back downstairs just as the older Fiorentino sibling arrived. Tommaso and Cesare were at the kitchen island, their brows creased with concern, and Michael closed the door behind him. "Hey, what's going on?" I tucked a pistol in the back of my jeans and gestured to my men. "Let's go. I'll explain on the way." "Is something wrong?" Michael hesitated when the rest of us went to the door. "Why are you carrying a gun?" I held open the door and said nothing. After Michael stepped onto the deck, I locked the cottage door behind us and pocketed the key. "We need to hurry, capisce?" "Vito," Michael said, ignoring my orders. I grabbed his shoulder, squeezed hard to make a point. "Don't ask questions until we're in the car," I repeated. His skin paled, but he nodded. I could see why he might be worried, so I added, "This isn't about you. Let's go." The four of us went to the SUV parked in the winery's lot. Tommaso got behind the wheel, Cesare up front, while Michael and I settled into the back seats. When the doors closed, I said, "One of my guards is missing. He went out last night to a bar outside of town. I need you to direct us to where he might have gone." "Oh," Michael visibly relaxed. "Okay. There are a few dive bars that people go to, farther out of town or 2 strip clubs. Any idea what direction he went? That might help." "The strip clubs," Cesare said. "We should start there." "Let's go," I ordered. "Michael, direct him." No one else spoke as Michael gave Tommaso directions out of town. I hoped we were overreacting. Like Tommaso said, we weren't familiar faces here. There was no reason to think there was any danger. Benetti had assured me things were running smoothly, so we should be safe here. The first club was deserted, the parking lot empty. To be sure, we drove around the neighborhood checking for Gaetano's car, but didn't see it. Along the way, we passed 2 of the dive bars Michael mentioned, but there was no sign of the car. It only took a few minutes to reach the second strip club, but my brain kept spinning possibilities the entire time. One of my bad habits, Enzo liked to say, was overthinking things. Good for a consigliere, but a boss needed to make swift and certain decisions. Time was a luxury I could no longer afford, as my brother warned before I left for Toronto. The lot at the second strip club was not empty. A large black SUV rested in the back, near a patch of woods. "There's the car. Pull in here." "Cazzo," Tommaso said under his breath and swung into the lot. I scanned the surrounding area through the windows. No one seemed to be around. Was this a trap? Where the fuck was Gaetano? My muscles tightened, my body alert as Tommaso parked the car. I pulled the gun from my waistband. "Stay here," I told Michael and got out. Tommaso and Cesare were beside me as we all eased toward the parked SUV. "Maybe you should also wait in the car," Tommaso said quietly to me, "until we know this is safe." I didn't bother responding. Gaetano was my responsibility, and I would help find him. I tried the passenger side door and found it locked. "Is that side open?" "No." We peered through the tinted windows and the windshield. The car appeared empty. This was confirmed 3 minutes later when Cesare broke in. There was no evidence of Gaetano in the car, nor any indication of a struggle. "Start calling his mobile." Tommaso pulled out his phone while I walked around, searching the area. No scuff marks, no blood, no bullet casings. It was strange. Maybe Gaetano did go home with. A buzz sounded in the distance. We all froze, listening. "The woods," I said, bolting toward the trees. "Again, Tommaso." I followed the noise, moving carefully so I could still hear. The other two were behind me, doing exactly the same. I moved to my right as Tommaso called a third time. I hoped to fuck that someone had thrown Gaetano's phone out here, that it wasn't what I feared. A large shape on the ground, unmoving, caught my eye. A mobile buzzed somewhere underneath it. Gaetano. And he was not alive. "Motherfucker," I snarled and lowered my gun. "Madre de Dio," Cesare cursed as the three of us surrounded the body. Gaetano had been shot once in the forehead. Executed here in the woods. Alone. Leaves crunched nearby. All three of us aimed our guns at the sudden noise. Michael put his hands up, his eyes round with horror. "Don't shoot me, Oh my God! Is he dead?" "You were told to wait in the car," I snapped. "Go, Michael." "Wait, I'm sorry, I wanted to help you look. Has he been out here all night?" Tommaso found Gaetano's mobile and handed it to me. "The code is his birthday," my guard told me. "February 17th. I unlocked the phone and began searching for any clue as to who did this. There were a flurry of missed calls from us, plus unread text messages from Tommaso. Nothing else of note. "Think this was Benetti?" Cesare asked. "In retaliation for being here?" Instantly I knew this wasn't Luca. No, he wouldn't risk a war with us. I checked the photos on Gaetano's phone. Sure enough, there was a video from the night before. I hit play, and it was obvious Gaetano was in a VIP room at the club. A pair of tits filled the camera as a girl gave him a lap dance, grinding her hips in his lap. The angle swung to her face where she smiled at him, then back to her tits. There was music pumping in the background, so I couldn't hear what was being said, but it sounded like he called her Terry. "Hey, that's Tammy," Michael said over my shoulder. The three of us looked over at him. "You know her?" I asked in English. "Sure. I'm not like a regular, but I go with the boys every now and again. Plus, I went to school with Tammy's younger sister." "Last name?" "Bruno. Do you know where she lives?" When Michael shook his head, I ordered Cesare to start searching for the girl. "But we have to deal with his body first." "Fuck." Tommaso rubbed his head. "Exactly. But we couldn't leave him here, and we couldn't involve the police." "Digging in the cold ground is a bitch," Cesare said absently as he typed on his phone. Tommaso slapped the back of Cesare's head. "Have some respect, Stronzo." I put my hands on my hips and stared down at my former guard. I fucking hated when my men died. This was the life we'd signed up for, and we knew the risks, but that didn't mean I was cavalier about death. Gaetano was in his late 40s, a cugino, a cousin to me, exactly like Cesare and Tommaso. This wasn't unusual. The 'Ndrangheta remained a secret because we were all family, literally. We only trusted those related to us, and no one ever ratted out their family. And one of our family members had been murdered. "What are we going to do with him?" Cesare asked in our own language. Tommaso raised his eyebrows meaningfully. "There's digging equipment at the winery, no?" I instantly dismissed this. I couldn't bury a man on Maggie's property. "That isn't an option, not at the winery." I looked at Michael. "How far away is the ocean?" "About 2 hours to the coast," he answered. "Why?" I ignored the question and checked my watch. Fuck, it was going to be tight. and I'd need to rent a boat. "Let's load his body in the SUV," I said to my men. "We'll drop Michael off and then take care of these." In English, I asked Michael, "What time does this place open?" 4, I think. Cesare scrolled on his phone. "He's right, and they close at 2. I checked the video stamp on Gaetano's video. 1:36 a.m. "We'll come back after they open to find this woman and see if they have security footage. Let's deal with our cugino first." Tommaso searched Gaetano's pockets and found the fob for the SUV. "I'll drive him back to the winery." I put a hand on his shoulder. The two men had been close. "Grazie, Tommaso." To Michael, I said, "Open the hatch on the parked SUV, the one Gaetano was driving. It's unlocked." "Why?" The confusion on Michael's face morphed to horror, and he took a step back, his palms shooting up. "Wait, you aren't putting him inside the car, are you? You have to call the police, right? He'll be taken to a funeral home and buried in a cemetery, right? We aren't—" "Michael," he quieted at my sharp tone. "We will handle this our way, capisce? No police, no cemetery." "Where are you going to bury him?" I smothered an irritated sigh. "It's better if you don't know. Now, go. Do as I say and don't ask questions. And don't tell a single fucking soul what you saw here today." "Oh, God. Oh, God, okay." Michael turned and stumbled, then hurried back the way we came. Tommaso moved toward Gaetano's feet. "He's a good kid. We could use him in Toronto." "His sister would slice my balls off if I tried," I said dryly. "Let's do this. I need to be at a meeting by 1 o'clock. Tommaso and Cesare each lifted a stiff leg and began dragging Gaetano's body out of the woods. As we trudged back to the car, I dialed Toronto and told them to send more men today. We needed to kill whoever was responsible for Gaetano's death, swiftly and painfully. Then I arranged for a jet to pick up my men back home. At the SUV, the three of us lifted the heavy corpse into the back while Michael looked on, his skin pale. Once Gaetano was in, Tommaso started off for the winery. Cesare got behind the wheel of the SUV, so I gestured for Michael to get in. "Andiamo, let's go." I could see his throat work as he swallowed, but he obeyed and slid into the back seat. I followed, then unlocked my phone and punched a few buttons. The other end rang once before a deep voice answered. "What the fuck do you want now? This is a courtesy call." Binetti grew serious. "Oh? Found one of my men in the woods behind a strip club, executed. I'm dealing with whoever is responsible." He was silent for a beat. "Which club?" "Sparkles. I know it. Harmless owner treats the girls well. Customers like him. I can't imagine he'd take out one of your men." If he had, I was going to burn the place to the ground, with him in it, and Binetti couldn't stop me. "That may be so, but I mean to find out. Any enemies follow you when you came from Toronto?" I stared through the window at the passing streets. I didn't like to speculate. I preferred facts. "Seems unlikely. Anyone here pissed at you?" "No? You sure?" "Yes, but I'll ring the boys and tell them to do some digging around. Thank you. D'Agostino," he paused. "I've tried to keep a low profile there. Do not lay waste to that town." "I can't make any promises." I disconnected and tapped my mobile on my knee. More men meant more housing. Looking over at Maggie's brother, I said, "Michael, I need—" He was bent over at the waist, breathing hard, nearly hyperventilating. I frowned. This was no time for dramatics. He needed to pull himself together. "Michael," I snapped, putting some force behind the single word. "Focus." Nodding, he straightened and clasped his knees with both hands, still breathing erratically. I'm sorry. I've never seen a dead body like that before." "I told you to stay in the fucking car." I know, and I really wish that I'd listened to you." "Count your breath. Inhale through your nose for 4, exhale through your mouth for 4. It was a technique that my sister-in-law taught Enzo to help keep him calm. Michael closed his eyes and concentrated, breathing as I said. Cesare met my gaze in the rearview mirror. We were too jaded and too old to remember seeing our first dead body. I did vividly remember my first kill, however. I was 12 with my father handing me the pistol. When Michael regained some of his color, I said, I need a place for a large group of men to stay. I'm assuming the winery is out of cottages. The young man nodded, so I unlocked my phone. Then I'm going to need the name of a realtor.
Maggie. I debated not going. Vito was using a sledgehammer to destroy over 60 years of Fiorentino legacy in a matter of days, and I couldn't catch my breath. It was like I was being buried alive, and Vito was shoveling more and more dirt on top of me. But after pancakes and a good night's sleep, I felt refortified. I was stronger than Vito could even imagine. He would not break me, and no one would take this land and this responsibility away from me without a fight. This Carlo Leone person? He didn't know New York's climate or the irrigation issues we faced. He wasn't familiar with the mineral composition of the soil or the variation in the local insect population. But I knew all those things. So I wouldn't hide and sulk today. Instead, I would support my vintner, my staff, and my family by showing up. Vito wouldn't win this round. Even if the image of him in glasses, a t-shirt, and pajama bottoms was now burned into my brain. Your mouth, Bella. It will get you into all kinds of trouble with me. I should hate him. Correction, I did hate him. So why was I still attracted to him? It made no sense. Hormones were the absolute worst. Around noon, I went home to shower and change. I didn't know how long this meeting with Carlo would take, and I promised Mikey that I'd help with the party prep starting at 4 o'clock. So I threw on the black dress I wore for events, a short jacket, and heels. I slicked back my hair and put on concealer, mascara, and lip stain. Looking in the mirror, I conceded that I looked pretty damn professional. At 1, I headed for the cellar. Bruce texted a few minutes ago that they were waiting for me, so I gathered my courage and descended the steps. If this Carlo guy thought he would roll over me like Vito had, he was sorely mistaken. I charged in, ready for battle. 2 men were already there, and neither of them were Vito. Mr. Mafia Boss must be running late. Or maybe I got lucky and he decided to skip this meeting. I approached Bruce and the bald-headed man chatting at the tasting table. Hi, I'm Maggie Fiorentino. Both men stood, and I got my first look at Carlo Leone. Oh, wow, he was very handsome, and younger than I'd expected. He was maybe a little older than Vito, but not by much, and had smooth olive skin and the most startling blue eyes I've ever seen on a man. A neat, short beard and a kind smile. He was dressed expensively, but not formally, which I appreciated. Despite my annoyance at his presence here, I found myself smiling in return.
Signorina Fiorentino.
Carlo put his hands on my arms and kissed each of my cheeks. He smelled good, not from an overpowering cologne or soap, but a hint of sandalwood.
It is nice to finally meet you,
he said with a light accent.
Signore D'Agostino has told me many wonderful things about you.
I sincerely doubted that was true. Welcome to Fiorentino Winery, Signore Leone.
Call me Carlo, please. Let's sit. I was chatting with Bruce and learning about your winery.
Bruce gestured to me.
Maggie is probably the best person to give you the full history.
How much do you want to hear? I lowered myself into the chair next to Carlo, because I could talk about this place for hours. The upstairs door clanged shut, and I expected to see Vito's long legs carry him down the steps. Instead, 3 members of the kitchen staff brought a few bottles of wine, glasses, and a charcuterie board. I must have appeared confused because Bruce said,
"Thought we might be here a while and everyone should be comfortable."
Oof, I should have thought of refreshments. If I weren't so distracted and angry at Vito, I'm sure I would have. Good idea, Bruce. There were 4 different wines to choose from, and Carlo examined each bottle before settling on the Cayuga White.
I'm curious about this one,
he said, pouring the wine into a glass. He gave it a generous swirl and held the glass to the light. Then he tasted it.
I like that. Nice tang of citrus on the tongue. Smooth finish.
Thank you, Bruce said, pouring the same for both me and him.
It's our most popular wine in the summer months, though the rosé is inching closer. I can see why. Signorina, you were interrupted. Tell me everything.
My animosity toward Carlo receded the more we talked. He was attentive, asked good questions, and didn't turn his nose up at our wines. The charcuterie board was delicious. Best of all, Vito wasn't around.
When was your last soil survey?
Carlo asked me. My father had the last official soil test done 6 years ago. I was embarrassed to admit it. Soil tests should be completed regularly, but they were expensive. Carlo reached for a piece of bread and dipped it in the burrata and pesto mixture.
I would like to have one done as quickly as possible, if you have no objections, Signorina.
Please, call me Maggie. I popped a green olive into my mouth. And I have no objections. As you may have heard, we've been tight on budget these last few years, which is why we always postpone doing one.
Of course, I understand.
We moved on from the white wine to the red Marquette blend, and Carlo tasted it carefully.
Is that pink grapefruit at the end? This is quite lovely.
He took another sip.
Black cherry, raspberry, herbal tea? Yes,
Bruce said with a small smile.
It's a hardy grape, suitable for cold climates. Gives us medium-body wines with a little punch at the finish. You've done a nice job with it. How long is it aged? Around 8 months.
As we settled in with a glass of the Cabernet Franc, Carlo regaled us with stories from some of the wineries he'd worked in. He was personable and expressive, humorous, talked with his hands, and could hold command of a room. I could see why he was so successful. I liked him quite a bit, even though I'd been prepared to hate him. Have you visited a lot of American wineries? I asked. Carlo leaned back in his chair and wiped his mouth with a napkin.
I spent 3 years in California and Washington, so I've seen quite a large number. This is my first trip to the East Coast, though. Where are you staying?
Bruce asked.
At the B&B.
I reached for a bite of spicy soppressata, parm, and fig jam. I had to hand it to Massimo. He could really rock a charcuterie board. Fair warning, Salvatore will talk your ear off if you let him. Carlo chuckled.
I don't mind. I have a big family and we like to talk.
Did he mean his own family? He wasn't wearing a wedding ring, but as I'd learned the hard way, not all married men wore theirs. Do you have a lot of kids?
No kids, but I have a lot of siblings and cousins. You never married?
Bruce asked.
My job keeps me on the road, perhaps in the future.
He slid me a curious look, his blue eyes searching my face.
And you, Maggie? Are you married?
Me? Oh, no. I hardly have time for dating, let alone anything serious. Carlo lifted his nearly empty glass.
This is why we have wine, to keep us warm at night, no?
I heard myself giggle, which was strange, but I was feeling pretty good. I hadn't eaten anything since the pancakes, and this wine was delicious. The upstairs door banged. Maybe Massimo was sending more snacks. Did he take requests? Because a meatball sub sounded really fucking good right now. I popped a stuffed pepper in my mouth and chewed. Then heat exploded in my mouth, the burn working its way over my tongue and stealing my breath. Coughing, I lunged for my wine and took a sip, hoping to dull the sensation, but I ended up wheezing harder. Over the sounds coming from my lungs, I heard Carlo's instructions for me to breathe in and out, in and out. His palm rubbed between my shoulder blades soothingly. After a few seconds, the fit eased and I was able to take a proper breath.
Allora,
I heard him say.
Drink this.
A glass of water was pressed into my hand. As I took a grateful sip, my gaze locked on Vito, who was now paused at the bottom of the stairs, his expression granite. He stared directly at me, and he didn't look happy. I don't know how I knew that. I just did. With his wet hair and dark suit, he was intimidating. I preferred him in glasses and pajama bottoms. He approached the table.
Are you all right?
Fine, thank you, I rasped. My heart thundered in my chest, which was obviously due to the coughing fit and not Vito's sudden arrival. Vito's eyes slid to where Carlo was touching me, then continued on to the enologist. His mouth was tight as he said,
My apologies for running late.
Carlo's palm slipped off my back as he rose.
Signore D'Agostino, an honor to meet you in person.
Vito offered his hand, and the two men shook.
And you, Signore Leone. Thank you for coming at such short notice.
Then Vito said something in Italian, the words clipped and forceful, and Carlo nodded a few times. Vito unbuttoned his suit jacket and lowered himself into the chair at the head of the table, directly between me and Bruce.
Shall we sit? You may catch me up.
He reached for a plate and began taking food from the charcuterie board. Heads up, I said. Those peppers are super spicy.
Are they?
Vito took mostly meat and cheese on his plate.
I appreciate the warning. Which of the wines are we tasting? We've tasted 3 of the 4 so far,
Carlo said.
We haven't tried the rosé yet. Excellent. We should continue, no?
Bruce poured 4 glasses of the rosé. When I reached for mine, Vito slid the wine out of my reach.
Water only.
Then he placed his full plate of meat and cheese in front of me.
Mangia.
Was he actually treating me like a child right now? I'm good. You can give me my rosé back. He ignored me. To Carlo, he asked,
So tell me, what are your impressions so far?
I clutched my nearly empty glass of Cabernet Franc as Carlo began talking, then ate a bite of food. Spitefully, I didn't touch my water glass. Carlo told Vito of his process, how he would examine the equipment and run a soil test, watch our bottling process and how we aged the wine. He came across as knowledgeable and thoughtful, more of a partner in the winery than someone who wanted to change everything. I appreciated the approach. Was this how everyone but me saw Vito? Before I could dwell on that particular idea, Bruce offered to show Carlo some of our unused barrels and describe how we treated the oak. The 2 men stood and looked at Vito and me.
Would either of you like to come?
Bruce asked.
I must speak with Maggie privately for a moment, if you don't mind,
Vito said in a tone that no one would dare argue with. No one except me, of course. I need to go with them, Vito. As I started to push my chair back, Vito put a hand on my arm.
Stay.
To them, he said,
She'll be along.
The 2 men left for the rear of the cellar, and Vito and I were alone. I was feeling too good to let this man ruin my mood. Do you think your brother would make me a meatball sub?
What?
You know, meatballs, cheese, and sauce on a toasted sub roll. That's so good, and I could really go for one right now.
No, I don't think he has ever made one of those.
He leaned in, close enough that I could smell his fancy shower gel.
Are you flirting with Carlo?
My jaw unhinged, low enough that it should have smacked the table. Are you kidding me right now?
Answer the question. Are you flirting with him?
No, but even if I were, how is that any of your business? Instantly, I knew this was the wrong answer. The lines in Vito's face sharpened and his stare turned forbidding, like the night sky when there were no stars, fathomless and unforgiving.
It is very much my business, Bella.
I shook my head slightly. This made no sense. Why would Vito... Then it hit me. Oh my God. Are you jealous? He edged away, his expression wiping clean.
Of course not.
Yeah, I would hope not, considering you're married. I emphasized the last word, hoping to see a crack in his exterior, but Vito didn't flinch, firmly committed to maintaining his ridiculous ruse to keep us strictly business, obviously. I pointed in his face. You, sir, don't get to judge me.
You're drunk.
Definitely, and it feels amazing, so don't ruin it by saying something dickish and reminding me of what a dick you are. He exhaled heavily and tapped his fingers on the wooden table.
I've had a shit day, Maggie. Do not push me.
Yeah, he could join the club because I'd had plenty of them recently, all due to him, and knowing he was lying to me about being married really irritated me. Could I get him to admit the truth? I was just buzzed enough to try. "Aw," I said with fake sympathy. "Did you have an argument with the little woman back in Toronto? Let me guess, she's worried you're sleeping around on her." Licking my lips, I leaned in. You know, I tried to find her online. I searched social media for every female D'Agostino in Toronto but came up empty-handed. Did you keep her under lock and key? A muscle popped in his clean-shaven jaw.
Stay out of my personal life.
I couldn't resist pushing him. That wasn't what you wanted at the casino. As I recall, you were telling me how I was the best—
That's enough.
He snapped.
No more wine for you.
While I was day drunk, I wasn't dead. I still had a backbone. You don't get to order me around, Vito. His smile turned slick, an evil tilt of his lips that caused butterflies in my stomach.
That wasn't what you wanted the night at the casino,
he repeated, using my words against me.
As I recall, you were begging me to tell you—
Knock it off.
Exactly what to do. You liked it when I ordered you around.
A thrill raced down my spine, and my nipples shamefully hardened into tight little points. God, Vito had been extremely bossy in bed, and I'd loved every minute of it. From the way he dressed to the way he walked and talked, this man was like competence porn on steroids. But I didn't need any memories to resurface right now. That was before I knew what a dick you are, I said. I thought he might get angry again, but his smile didn't diminish in the least. In fact, it grew. He appeared relieved, amused, almost happy, like he'd been waiting all along for this exchange. Shifting in my chair, I tugged the edges of my jacket closer to cover my nipples. Are we done? Because I'd like to go and join them.
Eat.
He pointed to the plate in front of me.
And then you may go. You need more food in your stomach.
What I need is for you to leave me alone, I said under my breath, popping a piece of prosciutto and parm in my mouth.
What was that?
Nothing. I swallowed. Why were you late today? Mafia business?
Worried about me?
No. I ate some more. I couldn't care less about you or your whereabouts, Vito.
You are a terrible liar, Bella.
Really? Because I convinced you that you're good in bed. So who's a bad liar now, He sipped his wine, eyes dancing with smugness.
Unfortunately for you, I can count, and 7 orgasms do not lie.
Whether it was the wine or Vito's words, or just sitting close to him, I could feel myself growing wet between my legs, my body getting turned on. And that was un-fucking acceptable. I didn't need any reminders of that night or how amazing his dick was. I was done with this walk down memory lane. Grabbing the plate, I stood up. Drop dead, Vito. I heard him chuckle as I walked away.
Chapter 10. Vito. Squinting in the low light, I let my eyes adjust to the main room. The smell of disinfectant assaulted me, the bass rattling in my chest. The sun was shining outside, but you'd never know it inside this dark, windowless room. Lights flashed, and the party atmosphere was desperate to catch on. A guy yelled on the microphone, promoting drink specials to the half-dozen men scattered around the room. "Welcome to Sparkles," a girl said, approaching me, Cesare, and Tommaso. She held a tray up near her ample teats and eyed me up and down. "Haven't seen you here before. Want a table, honey?" I nodded, and the 3 of us were given a horseshoe-shaped booth facing the stage. One dancer gyrated and twirled around a pole while 2 other girls worked the floor. I needed to talk to some of the girls first before I approached the owner. We ordered drinks, and the girl left to get them. "I'll talk to a few of the dancers," I told Cesare and Tommaso. "Keep ordering drinks, but don't drink them." When the drinks arrived, we didn't have to wait long before the girls on the floor approached our booth. One crawled over Tommaso to sit between us, though her attention was entirely on me. Her lip gloss glistened in the low light. "Hi, want to dance?" "Yes," I said instantly. "Lead the way." We slid out of the booth. Tommaso and Cesare stayed behind with 2 girls while I trailed mine to a back room. There everything was colored red, from the light overhead to the padded benches lining the walls, and every surface sparkled. The music wasn't as loud here, which was good. It would allow me to ask questions. Grabbing my hand, she led me to a seat. This was far from my first lap dance, so I rested my arms on the back of the bench, leaving my hands in plain sight. Though there was no one else in the room, I knew there were cameras. Guards weren't far away. Once I was settled, she began moving sensuously, showing off her body, palms sliding over her smooth skin. Her teats were full and lush, barely contained by her skimpy top, and her hips ground into my dick over and over. I waited for the automatic response from my body, my dick predictably going rock hard at the friction. Except nothing happened. I was limp beneath her. I frowned. I jerked off this morning in bed, so I knew my dick wasn't broken. Yes, I'd been thinking about Maggie and everything I would do to her if I ever got the chance. Like make her crawl on her hands and knees and beg me to fuck her. My dick began to thicken. Fuck. That's enough, I told the woman grinding on me. I need to ask you questions, and will pay well for the information. She crawled off me and adjusted her thong.
I only dance. I'm not going to fuck you back here.
No, not that. A friend of mine came in last night, Italian like me. Did you see him?
I didn't work last night, but I heard some of the girls talking about him today. He threw a lot of cash around.
Was there any girl he paid particular attention to?
I don't know, but I could ask.
I'd appreciate it. I'd also like to know if there was anyone who approached him, someone he argued with, someone who might have wanted to hurt him. Her eyes darted toward the door nervously. She knew something. Tell me, I urged.
Like I said, I wasn't here last night.
Crawling back onto my lap, she peeled down the cups of her top, letting her breasts spill out. Was she hoping to distract me? I held up my palms, trying to stop her. I'll pay you. I need to find out what happened to my friend.
Why?
If you know something, I will make sure you're compensated.
It's not that.
She turned around and began grinding, her ass bouncing as she moved over my crotch.
I don't want any trouble.
I leaned in ever so slightly. I can protect you. I swear, signorina, I won't let anyone hurt you if you tell me what I want to know. She shook her head. Frustration tightened in my chest like a fist, but I forced myself to remain calm. I am more powerful, more dangerous than anyone in this town. If you help me, I will protect you. She crawled off my lap and fixed the cups of her top.
That's $200.
I took out my money clip and peeled off 5 $100 bills. If you tell me, I'll give you these. Leaning in, she opened her bikini top. As I slipped the money inside, she whispered,
There were some guys here last night, Red Raiders, a motorcycle club. They treat the girls like shit. If your friend tried to step in, they might have hurt him.
The same Red Raiders who'd been selling drugs behind Maggie's kitchen. I peeled off more bills and tucked them into her top. Grazie, signorina. If you have any trouble, any at all, or you need me, come to the Fiorentino Winery and ask for Vito.
Fiorentino Winery. Vito,
she repeated. That's right.
I'm Brittany.
She took my hand and started walking me toward the exit.
Now I know why you didn't enjoy the lap dance. I worried for a minute that your equipment might be broken.
My lack of enthusiasm had nothing to do with you. You're beautiful.
Is it your wife?
She nodded down at the ring I wore. Yes, I lied.
She's very lucky. What's her name?
Maggie, I said before I thought better of it. But as soon as it left my mouth, I realized it was true. Maggie might not be my wife, but she was the woman I was constantly thinking about.
Aw, that's cute.
We entered the main stage area, and I said goodbye to Brittany, then strode toward the booth. Cesare was preoccupied, talking to one of the dancers, but Tommaso was scanning the room, staying alert. I met his gaze and gave him a lift of my chin. He stood and met me in the middle of the floor. Red Raiders were here last night, I told him. You think they recognized Gaetano? Can't be, Vito. It seems unlikely, but I don't like coincidences. Let's find the owner. These places have cameras, and I want to see the footage. We approached one of the bouncers. Where can we find the owner? I held up $200 in my fingers just to prove I was serious. He eyed the money, but didn't take it. Who's asking? I wasn't giving out that information, not here. Someone who will be very grateful for your assistance. I'll get him. He's in the back. I shifted the bills and only gave him one. Half now, half when you return with him. Putting the money in his pocket, he disappeared toward the side of the stage and through a door there. It only took a few minutes before the bouncer returned, trailed by a short man with a white beard and messy white hair. He had a pair of wire-rimmed glasses on his face and wore a wrinkled suit. When the pair joined up with me, I handed the bouncer the rest of the money, then put out my hand to the owner. "You are the owner?" "Clyde Michaels. Nice to meet you, Mr. "Let's talk in private, if you don't mind." "What is this about?" "A friend of mine was here last night. He didn't come home." Clyde's white brows climbed his forehead.
"Follow me."
Tommaso and I trailed Clyde behind the stage to a set of offices. He opened the door to one, and we all went in. I lowered myself into a chair, and Clyde took the seat behind the desk. He straightened his tie.
"Now tell me who you are."
"My name is Vito D'Agostino, and I am an associate of Luca Benetti. I'm in town with some of my men. One of them was here last night." Clyde rubbed his beard.
"And you said he didn't come home?"
"That's correct. The Red Raiders. Do they stop by often?" He put up his palms.
"Listen, we're a respectable place. I don't want any trouble."
"I understand. But I also need to find out what happened to my friend. I want to see your camera footage." His eyes flicked to Tommaso, who had casually moved next to the desk.
"I'm not sure that's a good idea."
"I promise you, Signore Michaels, it's a very good idea. Because I intend to review that footage by whatever means necessary." His throat worked as he swallowed.
"I don't have cameras in the lot, only inside, so if something happened as he left, it won't be there."
That was disappointing. "May I ask why not?"
"We've never had an incident here. The bouncers escort the girls to their cars."
"I'd like to see the indoor footage, then."
"What time did he come in?"
I looked at Tommaso.
"Around 10:30, my guard said. The last video he recorded was a little after 1:30.
Clyde studied me, and it was like I could see him weighing his options.
"You're associated with Benetti?"
"I am."
20,000.
That price was exorbitant, and this wasn't a negotiation. Did Clyde think he had leverage over me? "I'll give you 10, and this remains friendly." I gestured to Tommaso, who took out the agreed-upon amount of money and dropped it on Clyde's desk. I said to the owner, "Now show me the footage." After stashing the money, Clyde began typing on his computer. He worked for a few minutes, clicking his mouse and pressing the occasional key.
"Here."
He spun the monitor to face me. I edged closer. There were 8 video streams, showing various parts of the club. "You take the left 4, I told Tommaso. "I'll take the rest." I watched my 4 tiny screens, looking for any sign of Gaetano. The timestamp started at 10 o'clock, so I knew it wouldn't take long.
"There,"
Tommaso said, not long after, pointing at one square.
"There he is."
"Stop. Enlarge that camera," I ordered Clyde. "Let's follow him and see what happens." Clyde did as I asked, and we began tracking Gaetano at double speed. He paid for a few dances, watched the stage, and drank his beers. People walked through the camera, but no one stopped to talk to him except the girls. We continued to watch the footage until Gaetano left. "Wait to see if anyone follows," I said. 3 men in motorcycle cuts followed a few seconds later.
"Merda,"
Tommaso muttered.
"Didn't he notice them earlier?"
Not if the place had been crowded. I looked at Clyde. "I want to see the camera with those 3 men." Clyde worked quickly, checking the mouse and pulling up the camera on the bar. The 3 bikers were huddled there, their backs to Gaetano. I knew their cuts, though. These 3 were Red Raiders. One of the bikers turned to face the camera, and I peered closer. Recognition hit me. "That one right there. He's part of the construction crew who worked on the cottage," I told Tommaso in our language. "That motherfucker was in my house."
"Cazzo madre di Dio,"
Tommaso snapped.
"That is how he knew who Gaetano was."
"What's this man's name?" I asked Clyde in English, pointing at the screen.
"That's Jimmy Tate, local kid. They call him Tater."
I ground my back teeth together. What the fuck had Benetti been thinking, letting these MCs hang around his town? They treated the girls here like shit, and now one of my men was dead. "Where can I find them?"
"Mr. D'Agostino, I don't want any trouble."
"So you said before. Let's agree on these. I'll ensure that a few of my men are here from now on to keep an eye on the place. In exchange, you will tell me where to find these 3 Red Raiders." I lifted my chin at Tommaso. In response, he dropped more cash onto the desk. "And," I told Clyde, "you will install cameras in the parking lot." Clyde eyed the money and nodded. "I'll tell you what I know."
Maggie. The kitchen hummed with activity. I had to hand it to Massimo. He had everything under control, giving orders to keep the flow moving in anticipation of dinner service. I was no longer worried about whether tonight's event would be a success, which was a huge relief. At the bar, I helped Adam get ready for the cocktail hour that preceded dinner. Celeste was here too, putting signs about the specialty cocktails on all the high tops. Mikey arrived with a stack of extra napkins and handed them to Adam.
"We're going to pull it off, right? Who the fuck would have believed it?"
"Good job, everyone," I said, high-fiving my brother. "Especially you and Celeste. You've both produced a miracle." "And don't forget that sexy Italian chef in there," Celeste added. "He's the reason we didn't have to cancel." "Sexy?" I wrinkled my nose in distaste. "Not you too, Celeste." "He has a girlfriend." Celeste cradled the pack of napkins. "Why are all the good ones taken?"
"Hey,"
my brother said, pointing to himself.
"I'm standing right here."
Reaching over, I patted his shoulder. "The truth hurts, I know." Celeste laughed. "Maybe it's because you're my boss," she said with a pointed lift of her sculpted brows, then walked away. Mikey and I watched her go. Then I murmured, "Does Celeste have a crush on you?"
"What? No, she's never said a word or even hinted."
"But now you're thinking about it, aren't you?" Mikey avoided my gaze by checking the time on his phone.
"Knock it off. Don't try and distract everyone from your mess by stirring up trouble with me."
"I don't have mess."
"Sure, that's why you were drunk this afternoon after your meeting with Carlo. Bruce said Vito was pissed."
"I wasn't drunk." I adjusted the edges of my jacket. I hated wearing a dress and heels. And you and Bruce need to stop gossiping.
"Listen, I like Vito, and I'd like to stay on his good side instead of getting a pair of cement shoes and being dropped into the ocean. Got it? Stop antagonizing him."
"He stole our winery. I'm not feeling very warm and fuzzy toward him at the moment."
"Neither am I, but we have to make the best of it. Vito is not a guy to be fucked with. Trust me."
The way Mikey said it. "Is there something you weren't telling me? Again? Because we agreed on no more secrets." He winced and stared down at his feet.
"Mags,"
he sighed. "Oh my God, there is something else, isn't there?" I couldn't even imagine what it was now. Something to do with Vito, something Mikey knew about the mafia business. "What is it? What are you hiding from me?"
"Can we talk about this later, please? I have too much to do at the moment to have this conversation."
"But you will tell me, right?"
"Yes, later."
I was going to hold him to that. "Fine." I moved toward our bartender, who was cutting limes. "Adam, give me something else to do before I lose my shit on my brother."
"Start opening the wine,"
Adam said.
"They should start arriving any minute."
I gave him a salute, then got to work. Soft music filled the room, and Mikey dimmed the overhead lighting. Candles were quickly lit for ambiance. After the cocktail hour, guests would move into the dining room for dinner. The bride-to-be was from Albany, but her fiancé, Josh, was a guy I knew from high school. His family was middle class, like mine, but his girlfriend was supposedly loaded. They'd spared no expense tonight, and this revenue was crucial to our quarterly P&L. The first to arrive were the fiancé and her parents. The mother and daughter were both blonde and wearing matching dresses. Okay, weird. Mikey welcomed them, and the group stood chatting for a minute. Adam poured 3 glasses of our sparkling wine.
"Here,"
he said, and handed me a tray. Good idea. I loaded the glasses on the tray and walked them over. "Hi, welcome to the Fiorentino winery. Would you like a drink?" "Thank you," the mother said, practically ripping a glass off the tray. The father and bride-to-be took theirs more delicately, and Mikey said,
"This is Maggie, the other half of the Fiorentino winery."
The young woman gave me a careful once-over. "Oh, you're the one who hooked up with Josh in 10th grade. So Josh had spread that news around. Great. "I hope you enjoy your evening. We're very glad to be hosting you tonight." Then I turned on my heel and headed back to the bar. This was why I liked vines better than people. I went to stand beside Adam and set the tray down. I'm hiding out with you for the rest of the night. Josh told her we hooked up in high school. Adam chuckled.
Don't let it get to you. Josh is a douche.
One time, I whispered. It was at a party. I barely even remember it.
Well, I think it's safe to say Josh does. Here come more people. Don't worry about it.
The room began to fill after that, and I didn't have time to think about past hookups and their big mouths. I served drinks and poured wine, even walked around and passed out flutes of sparkling wine once or twice. It was easy and kept my mind off my other problems. For the most part, Josh kept his distance, not even acknowledging me when I poured drinks for him and his college friends. That was fine by me. They tipped well, which was nice. Adam would receive the entire tip cup tonight, so anything I could do to help him out, I would. Then I saw a familiar figure standing at a high top. Vito. What the fuck? Yet my eyes were not deceiving me. Vito was here with Carlo, the two of them casually drinking like they had the right to be here. This went against policy. As staff, we never attended the events as a guest. It was bizarre and rude. I grabbed a tray of full flutes. I'll be back, I told Adam, then merged into the crowd. I passed out drinks and collected empty flutes, traveling in the direction of Vito's table. When I reached the two Italians, I set my tray on their table. Carlo smiled at me, while Vito's face revealed nothing. His gaze watched me intently, and goosebumps raced along my skin under his regard, my body reacting even though I wished it wouldn't. I pasted on a fake grin. Hi, what are you two doing here? This is a private event. Vito put his empty flute on my tray.
We were invited.
Bullshit. By who?
Does it matter? I'm the owner. I can be wherever I choose.
This fucking dick. My smile fell. It doesn't work that way. These people don't want—
Signorina.
Carlo gently touched my arm.
The fiancé and her mother. We met them outside and they invited us.
Oh, relief cascaded through me. Thank God. I thought I was going to have to bounce you. When I looked over, Vito's chilly gaze was locked on my arm. Slowly, Carlo moved his hand to the table, and when I looked at Vito, he was rubbing his jaw.
Carlo, you've seen enough tonight, no? We can catch up tomorrow.
It wasn't a question. Carlo nodded and downed the rest of the liquid in his flute.
I really like this sparkling Riesling, Maggie. The hint of apricot and wild rose is a nice touch.
Thank you. I'm pretty fond of it myself.
I'll bid you both good night. See you in the morning.
Carlo bent and kissed both of my cheeks.
Ciao.
Ciao, I said, while Vito said nothing. When we were alone, I glared up at him. What is your problem with Carlo? Because you don't have any right to be mad at him for flirting with me.
He works for me, and that is the second time I've caught him touching you. I don't want him trying to get into your pants.
Well, he doesn't work for me, and I'll sleep with whoever I want. I leaned in and lowered my voice. And you have no— A strong smell hit me, one I recognized. Perfume, sweat, musty carpets. A hint of disinfectant and tobacco. It was how the high school guys smelled when they returned from the strip clubs. Tommy Favato had been a regular at Club X, and I'd almost gagged the one time he and I hooked up during junior year. Leaning in, I inhaled Vito's suit. Yep, definitely a strip club. Which one did you visit? Sparkles or Club X? Sparkles has the prettiest girls, of course, but I hear Club X is a little looser with the rules, if you know what I mean. Vito drummed the fingers of his right hand on the table lightly. I didn't want to stare at his hand, so I focused on his handsome, lying face. He said,
I didn't go there for that.
Really? Are you telling me you didn't get a lap dance? Because I can smell perfume and baby oil on you. The truth was plain in the stormy blue of his eyes. I gave a brittle laugh. Are you really that hard up, Vito?
You're wrong. About all of it.
Sure. I'm glad we talked, though. This was a good reminder for me. I lifted my tray and walked away, feeling the weight of his stare on my back. Fuck him. My God, what an asshole. Off getting lap dances. Thank goodness I knew the truth about him. This was not a man who deserved my time or energy. Now, if I could only stop fantasizing about him, remembering every detail of our night together, that would be a big help. I threw myself into the work behind the bar. I was a dynamo, doing anything Adam needed and pouring drinks with singular focus. Thinking about Vito was unacceptable. Then the group began to thin, everyone working their way into the dining room, and relief filled me. Soon I'd be able to go home and crawl into bed. When the room was nearly empty, I finally looked around, and my stomach dropped to my toes. Vito was still at his table, but he wasn't alone. A young woman was there, one of the bridesmaids, if I wasn't mistaken, and she was standing close to him. A little too close. He was smiling down at her. Then he said something that made her throw her head back and laugh, and my chest tightened painfully. He hadn't smiled at me like that. Not since the casino. No, he'd been cold and emotionless while tearing my life apart. Well, he wasn't cold and emotionless now. Was he flirting with her? Because the bridesmaid was clearly flirting with him. She tossed her hair and blinked her long lashes at him, her expression fascinated. I couldn't blame her. Vito was good-looking, and his accent was panty-melting. But he was also pretending to be married. Then he lifted his left hand, and I didn't see a ring. There was nothing there, no band of silver wrapped around his fourth finger. He took the ring off. That motherfucker. My throat closed as a lump settled behind my ribs. There was only one reason he'd take off that ring, and it was to sleep with this woman. I couldn't breathe. The room tunneled to that table. A tiny sliver of horror in my brain, and I couldn't decide whether to laugh, cry, or hurt someone. I latched onto my anger, fanned it, poured metaphorical gasoline on it until I was fuming. Oh, hell no. I didn't care if he was single or not. He wasn't picking up women in my winery. No, sir, I wouldn't let it happen. Fuck that. Hands shaking, I walked toward them. My fingers wrapped around a pair of scissors that I barely remembered picking up. I was too angry to think clearly, so there was no plan. I had absolutely no idea what I was going to do when I reached the table. It was like I was having an out-of-body experience, watching myself from above. Vito noticed me first. He didn't react, just cocked his head as I approached. The young girl rolled her lips and sipped from her wine glass, peeking up at Vito the entire time. I ignored her, though. She hadn't done anything wrong. Walking up to him, I grabbed his tie with one hand. I think I surprised him because he didn't move or say anything. In a flash, I lifted the scissors and cut through the expensive silk. It took 3 good slices, then I held half his tie in my free hand. I dropped the scrap into his wine glass. Then I looked at the bridesmaid. Hey, babe, you should know that even though he isn't wearing a ring right now, he's married. Head high, I walked away. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stay here for one more goddamn second. Chapter 11. Maggie. I kept walking. I hurried through the busy kitchen, past the office. My only thought was to get away. I needed the cool air to clear my head, to help my brain come back online. That motherfucking asshole, picking up women in my bar. The logical half of my brain was telling me I had no right to feel jealous or hurt. Vito was a one-night stand, not my boyfriend. But I wasn't feeling particularly logical right now. I was angry and hurt and, yes, fucking jealous. How could he flirt with some random woman under my nose like that? And only minutes after he'd been pissed that Carlo might be flirting with me. The absolute nerve. Men were the worst. This was why I avoided relationships. When you cared, you gave people the ability to hurt you. I preferred to use men for sex, then move on. The cool air met my face as I pushed through the back door, but I welcomed it. I couldn't fucking do this anymore. Maybe I should leave. Go to Catanzaro and stay with Val and Luca. A body grabbed me from behind, jolting me to an immediate halt. I knew exactly who it was. "Let me go, you asshole!" The door thumped behind us as Vito pinned me up against the brick wall, his fingers wrapped around my wrists.
"You go too far, Bella."
I struggled in his grip, trying to get loose, but he held me firm. "Let me go."
"I'm not married."
He growled the words in my ear, so it took me a second to process them. Of course, I already knew this, but I couldn't believe he was admitting it.
"Did you hear me? I am not married. I've never been married."
We stood there, both panting, his chest pressed to my back, the heat from his body sinking inside my bones. I tried to twist away, but he held me there, helpless. I cursed into the stone, a useless sound of frustration. Then I spat, "I know." He wasn't expecting it. His muscles locked as his grip tightened for a fraction of a second. Then he relaxed.
"Michael told you."
"Yes, he told me. Like you should have, you dick." He grunted deep in his chest, and his hips ground into my ass. I could feel his cock, not totally hard, but not totally soft, either. My heart thumped hard and fast, his proximity making me dizzy, and all the need and want I'd been suppressing these last few days came rushing up like a giant wave. Desire, warm and thick, rolled through my veins, settling in my breasts and clit, and the fight drained out of me. I softened under him, defeated. He must have noticed because his grip on my wrists eased, and he dragged his nose down my temple, right along my hairline.
"You are driving me crazy,"
he whispered.
"I want to fuck you all the time, every second, and it's turning me inside out."
He did? "Why?" I choked out. "Why wear a wedding ring when it means nothing?"
"It's easier. I don't need to worry about a long-term commitment when women think I'm already taken."
My hips eased back a fraction, sinking into his crotch, eager for more of him. He pushed forward, letting me feel the full, hard length of him. His thick shaft lodged into the crevice of my ass like it had a right to be there. I gasped, then said, "That's reprehensible."
"Because I am reprehensible. I'm a killer, a monster. It's the life I've chosen, and any woman in her right mind should run the other way."
One of his hands released mine and traveled a slow, torturous journey to my hip.
"You're so fucking sexy. Your ass and legs. Cazzo madre di Dio."
God, his accent. Hearing him speak Italian was like someone injected a drug into my veins. Wetness pooled between my thighs, my knees shaking with the fever building under my skin. "Just because I want you doesn't mean I don't still hate you for taking over the winery."
"I know, baby. But you can hate me and still let my dick give you the best orgasm of your life."
My body was on board with that plan. We were in our own little world outside in the dark, the kitchen a distant hum in the background. Still, I wasn't sure I should. "If I do, it doesn't mean anything. I want you to go back to Toronto and leave the winery alone." He began curling his fingers, gathering the fabric of my skirt in his fist, and air hit my thighs. His erection sawed between my cheeks.
"Let me have you once more. I'm salivating for you, Bella."
Damn, he made it impossible to resist him. I supposed once more wouldn't hurt. Maybe I could purge him from my system after that. I slid my free arm around his neck, arching my back. "From the front, please, Vito." He released my other trapped hand and turned me to face him. His hooded eyes settled on my face, his skin taut with arousal. I snatched his leftover half-tie and shoved him against the far wall. His back hit the brick with a thud, and I lunged at his mouth, sealing our lips together and thrusting my tongue inside. He pulled me closer, his lips sliding over mine again and again, his hand grabbing my hair as if to keep me in place. He didn't need to worry. I wasn't going anywhere. This kiss laid waste to any of my remaining resistance. Vito was relentless, and I responded just as eagerly, our mouths frantic. The air around us turned humid, and the sound of our breath drowned out everything else. I'd missed the way he kissed me, with complete focus and singular intensity, like I was the only thing in this world he needed. When he lifted one of my legs and wrapped it around his hips, my skirt bunched around my hips and my pussy pressed against his cock.
Are there cameras out here?
He asked against my mouth. No, but...
Thank fuck.
He spun us both to put me against the wall, and my other leg came around his hip to straddle him. Now he was holding me up, the brick rough on my back through my jacket. My crotch was resting on his stomach, his hands under my ass. It all went quickly from there. He widened his stance, rested me on his thighs, and moved his hands to his belt buckle. Oh, shit. Were we really doing this here? My hands dove to his waist, eager to help, even as my mind tried to impart reality. Someone might walk out here, I whispered as I yanked his dress shirt out of his trousers.
Do you care?
He reached inside his briefs and pulled out his dick. Not in the least. I was delirious, burning up. I needed him inside me. Oh, God, hurry.
Pull your panties aside. Let me give you what we both want.
My fingers slid under the lace, and I bared myself, my pussy spread and more than ready. He adjusted, lined up, and drove in, filling me in one rough thrust. The stretch burned in the very best way as his cock took up all the space inside me, and I clung to him, moaning as my body adjusted. Vito buried his face in my neck, his mouth murmuring Italian curses into my skin, and his hands slid under me to hold me up. He moved once, a gentle rock of his hips like he was teasing me. I dug my nails into his scalp. Fuck me now. I need it. With a growl, he began pumping, using the wall and his strength to hold me up, his wide cock splitting me in two. He was breathing hard into the hollow of my throat, and I clutched at him, using my legs to help create a rhythm. The angle was perfection. My clit rubbed against his pelvic bone, and it was almost like we were dry humping, except he was inside me. My muscles tightened, my insides coiling, the sensation building.
You're mine,
he rasped.
All fucking mine.
The words tipped me over the edge. God, yes! I clenched around him, my walls contracting and releasing as the orgasm shattered through me. Bright light exploded behind my eyelids, the euphoria better than anything I'd ever experienced. I soared so high, the release so powerful, that I never wanted it to end. Vito's cock swelled inside me, and he groaned, his hips pressing me into the wall as he came. Muscles twitched and jerked beneath my fingers, and for a second I worried he might drop me, but he held firm.
Sono fottuto,
he kept repeating as he panted into my throat, the words like a prayer. I'd have to look up that phrase later. Then it was over. Slowly, he lowered me to the ground, his forehead resting against mine. Before I could fix my dress, he bent down and got on his knees. I steadied myself with a hand on his head. What are you doing? He held up his phone and turned on the light. A sudden flash of white light filled the alley, and I blinked. Vito lifted one of my legs.
Hold this up.
I did, and he swept my soaked panties aside, his attention solely on my pussy as he shone the light there.
I la più bella figa. Ti voglio sempre.
Vito, I said, my fingers playing with his soft hair. You know I can't understand you. He spread my lips apart and held the phone closer.
I said you have a beautiful pussy. Right now, my cum is dripping out of you.
I heard him take a picture. Then his tongue swiped through my slit, causing us both to moan.
Cazzo, you are so sexy.
Dirty man. Then I realized what this meant. You didn't wear a condom. He put his phone away, then lowered my leg to the ground and stood up. In a shockingly tender gesture, he caressed the side of my face and tucked my hair behind my ear.
I'm clean. I have never fucked a woman without a condom before.
Never?
I would not lie about that. Why do you think I wanted to see your pussy just now?
Neither have I. Fucked without a condom, I mean. And I have an IUD, so... I wiped some sweat off his forehead and refused to wonder why we'd both lost our heads. Has there been anyone since the casino?
Of course not.
He leaned his forehead against mine.
I can't even get hard for another woman, let alone fuck her. You have my balls in your fist, mia bella diavoletta.
A flattering thought, but probably bullshit. You didn't get hard during your lap dance at the strip club today? He sighed, like he was reluctant to tell me.
No, limp like a noodle. It was embarrassing.
I couldn't help but laugh. Poor big bad mafia man. Can't even enjoy a lap dance. He huffed, but his lips were twitching as he stepped back and tucked his cock back in his briefs.
Fix yourself. We are going to the cottage to fuck again.
I started adjusting my skirt, covering my legs. Wait, we haven't even... In a flash, he grabbed my face in both of his palms, his eyes unyielding and serious as he crowded me again.
There is no more waiting, no more excuses. I have been starving for you, but no more. I intend to feast on you until we are both exhausted. Capisce?
Then he kissed me, and I tasted the two of us together on his tongue. Sparks of desire flared low in my belly, my breasts growing heavy once again. Any protests evaporated into the warm air between us. Okay, I said when he pulled back.
Va bene. Get moving.
Vito. I held her hand, partly because I needed to touch her as we walked to the cottage, but also because I worried that she might bolt on me. Hopefully she would set aside our issues for tonight. I was happy to discuss everything, but later, much later, after I had her juices drying on my face and more of my cum seeping out of her pussy. She didn't speak, merely walked beside me, and I was too afraid to ruin the moment with conversation. The cool night sky surrounded us, stars twinkling overhead, and it was peaceful. "Were you planning on sleeping with that bridesmaid tonight?" she asked. "Of course not." I glanced over at her. "Did you not believe me when I said I've been obsessed with fucking you?" "I didn't hear you say obsessed, but that's a relief." The cottage came into view, thank fuck. Just a few more minutes and I would have her naked beneath me once again. "Were you planning on fucking Carlo?" "Vito," she elbowed me. "No, I wasn't, jeez." "No? Because I saw the way you were looking at him, and the way he rubbed your back, holding your hand." My lip curled, the simmering anger rising to the surface once more. "I should send his ass back to Italia." "Hey, it was your brilliant idea to bring him here, don't blame me." That sassy mouth. Even after I fucked her into submission, she still fights with me. So why was I close to cracking a smile? I tugged her closer and wrapped my arm around her shoulders. "I can't believe you cut my tie." I pressed a kiss to the side of her head. "Mia diavoletta." "You called me that earlier, what does it mean?" "My little devil." "That's not very nice," she said primly. I smirked as we went up the stairs of the deck. "But accurate." Opening the door, I held it as she went inside. Then I closed us in and turned the lock. The blinds were already shut, so I ordered, "Strip." "Wait, what?" She glanced over her shoulder. "I think you should strip first. You're the one who lied about being married, and who went to a literal strip club today, so show me what you learned, mafioso." Did she think this bothered me, to get naked first? I tore off the mangled piece of tie and dropped it to the ground. Then I shrugged out of my suit jacket, tossed it on a chair, and toed off my shoes. Maggie lowered herself onto the sofa, her eyes locked on my fingers. I could see the rise and fall of her chest, the way she bit her lip. Many women had appreciated my body, but none of them mattered anymore. I only wanted this woman's appreciation. Sono fottuto. Yes, I was fucked. After I removed my cufflinks and slipped them in the pocket of my trousers, I unbuttoned my shirt and let it flutter to the floor. Maggie's eyes examined my torso carefully, the slow appraisal like a caress over my skin. I flexed my stomach muscles, and she inhaled sharply. I ran my hands over my upper body, touching the bumps and ridges before unbuckling my belt. I yanked it free of the loops in one motion and tossed it to her. She caught it easily, then chuckled. "Damn, I wish I had some dollar bills." I unfastened my trousers and ever so slowly drew the zipper down, tooth by tooth, easing past the bulge already growing in my briefs. First one leg came off, then the other, until the trousers joined my jacket on the chair. I bent to remove each of my socks. When I straightened, Maggie wasn't amused any longer. She was clutching my belt like a rosary, worrying the leather with her fingers, gaze locked on my briefs. I took them off. "God, Vito," she whispered, shifting in her seat. "It's better than porn." I settled my hands on my hips, letting her look her fill. "Do you want it?" "You know I do. Get over here." "No, bella mia. I need you to show me how much you want my cock." She started to widen her thighs, but I held up my hand. "Prove to me what a good little angel you can be, Diavoletta." She straightened, her lust-filled expression eager and ready to play. "And how would I do that?" "Take off everything, but leave on your heels." Rising, she left my belt on the sofa, then removed her short jacket. Underneath was a long-sleeved, form-fitting black dress that hugged her curves. I rubbed my tongue along the back of my teeth, wanting to peel her out of that garment and bite her everywhere. But I forced myself to remain still, to keep in control. She slid off each sleeve, one at a time, then skimmed the dress down her teats. "No bra. Fuck me." Her nipples were hard and tight, begging for attention from my mouth, and my cock twitched, desperate for stimulation. I gave it a rough stroke. The dress went lower and lower, revealing more and more skin, and a rush of heat went through me. She moved sensuously, deliberately, enticing me with her shy looks and big eyes. I couldn't wait to get my hands on her. She wriggled her hips, and the dress fell to her feet. She stepped out of the cloth, then removed the tiny scrap of lace that passed for a pair of panties. When she straightened, a fist-sized ache lodged in my belly. Madonna, what a sight! Long legs, flared hips, slightly rounded stomach. She was a gorgeous creature. I licked my lips, my mouth suddenly dry. "Clench the belt between your teeth, and get on your hands and knees." Her brows drew together. "Why?" I didn't answer, merely waited. A standoff. "You're such a dick," she muttered as she bent her knees and lowered herself to the floor. Then she reached for the belt and slipped it between her lips, biting down. Though she did what I'd asked, defiance emanated from every muscle and pore. I wanted her sweet, my little angel. The only way to do so was to remind her who was in charge. "Hands and knees," I repeated. "And crawl here to me." For a split second, I thought she might argue with me. And then her body curled forward. She placed her hands on the thick rug and shuffled forward, moving her hands and knees, my belt dangling from her mouth. So willing, so obedient. As I watched her approach, it felt like the wires in my brain disconnected. I couldn't move, couldn't blink. Her complacency made me crazy, a man hanging onto the edge of sanity. "That's it," I told her. "Do what I say, and I'll reward you, Angelo mio." The room had very little furniture, so I could see everything, the sway of her small breasts and how her thigh muscles shifted, her long arms, the ass I couldn't wait to bite. And I could fuck her bare. My cock throbbed at the memory of seeing my cum seeping out of her pussy. I'd never forget it as long as I lived. Since the age of 12, I've always wore condoms, never forgot. Yet with Maggie, my only thought in the alley had been to get inside her as quickly as possible, responsibility forgotten. I didn't know why, but that was a worry for later. She stopped in front of me, leather between her teeth, eyes slightly dazed. She likes these. I bent down and took the belt from her mouth, then tilted her face toward me. "Va bene. Now, your reward." I pressed a soft kiss to her plump lips. "Stand up." When she rose, I faced her away from me. "Hands." She put her arms behind her back, and I wrapped the belt around her wrists, securing them together. "Allora, bend over the end of the couch." Silently, she crossed the room again, this time on her feet, and draped herself over the sofa. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes briefly, the sight so tempting, so sexy that it was almost too much. When I felt more in control, I walked over behind her and shoved her legs wider, spreading her open for me. Her pussy was swollen, wet, and had my cum in it. Fuck, that was hot. Dropping to my knees, I held her open and tasted her. She jolted, so I grabbed the belt with one hand, pushing it higher to force her forward over the couch, keeping her still as my tongue went to work. Her musky scent filled my nostrils, and I ate her like she was my favorite meal. I shoved my tongue in her entrance, piercing her like a cock, then flicked her clit until Maggie started to shake. I didn't want her coming, so I eased off and gentled my lips, teasing, savoring. After a few moments of this torture, she was squirming, thrashing, moaning at the same time that she cursed my name. "God damn it, Vito, please!" I groaned into her slickness, not ready to give this up yet. Her pussy was heaven, a blessed paradise, and I'd been afforded far too little joy in my life. If her flesh were an altar, I would worship every fucking day. My cockhead weeped, pre-cum seeping, and I couldn't wait any longer. Pushing to my feet, I lined up at her entrance and pushed inside. She squeezed me so tight that I saw stars. Breathing deep, I clutched her hips and tried not to shoot right then. "Oh, God! More!" she begged over her shoulder. "Give it to me. Hurry, please." I slammed in the rest of the way, and all the air left my lungs in a rush. Santo Madre de Dio. The heat was so intense, the perfect clasp of her cunt feasted around me, that I trembled like a newborn foal. "Dio mio," I heard myself rasp. A few seconds later, I was ready. I grabbed the belt and pulled on her wrists. "You look so good, wrapped up and helpless, unable to do anything but lie here and take it." "Now," she whined. "What do you want, Bella?" "You know what I want." She pressed up on her toes, bringing me deeper. "Let's go." "That's not being sweet." I curled over her back and dropped kisses along her spine. "Ask me very nicely." With a frustrated groan, she tried to twist and grind her hips, but I was stronger. When she realized that wouldn't work, she sagged onto the arm of the couch and whimpered. "Please." I spread her cheeks apart and brushed my fingers over the tight pucker of her asshole. A shiver went through her and her pussy contracted. "Vito," she breathed. "I need to hear it." I circled her hole with my thumb. "I need to hear il mio dolce angeletto begging me to fuck her." "My sweet little angel." Bending, I spit on her hole, then used the lubrication to slip the tip of my thumb inside her. She moaned, my beautiful dirty girl. "Beg me and I'll give you what you need." Her voice softened. "Please, Vito. Fuck me, please, please, please." A surge of lust and power stole through my veins. I bared my teeth and began fucking her hard, my hips crashing into hers with so much force that the couch began to slide across the floor. Each time I sank into her felt better than the last. I kept my thumb in her ass and built up a steady, punishing rhythm, stroking in and out, as rivulets of sweat broke out on my brow and ran down to my chest. Her cries built in volume, so I didn't stop. I needed her to come on my dick. I knew from our night at the casino that she liked when I spoke in my language, so I began saying all kinds of things, anything I could think of, like how I loved her fire and spirit, that I was sorry for hurting her with the fake wedding band, how I'd kidnap her and put her in a cage on a yacht if I could. My thumb continued to caress her hole, and soon she tensed and arched her back. "Right there! Don't stop! Oh, God! Right there!" Then she was coming, her walls milking me, the orgasm washing over her, and she shook and trembled against the couch. I fucked her through it, then pulled out as soon as she sagged into the furniture. Gently I pulled her to her feet and released her wrists from the belt. Her dazed expression stared up at me. "Did you?" "Not yet." Holding one of her hands, I dropped onto the sofa and brought her with me, positioning her thighs so she straddled me. I slid my palms over her legs, then up to her hips. "Do you know what I was thinking about during my lap dance today?" "What?" Lifting my hands from her body, I rested my arms on the back of the sofa. "That I wished it was you grinding on my dick instead." She peeked at me, her mouth curling into a shy, pleased smile. "Really?" "Fuck yes. Now, start moving."
Chapter 12. Maggie. No one had ever asked me to give them a lap dance before. I wasn't sure what to do. But Vito was sprawled on the sofa, his body sweaty and hard, with his thick cock resting on his stomach, and suddenly grinding all up against him sounded like a really, really good idea. I could do this. Adjusting my knees, I moved closer. Should I play music? His dark gaze traveled from my face all the way down to between my legs.
If you need it, but I don't care. All I want is your pussy rubbing on my dick and your tits in my face.
I put my hands on his wide shoulders and started moving, light, unsatisfying brushes. I knew it wasn't what he wanted, but I asked innocently, like this?
Only if you want to get spanked for deliberately teasing me.
I bit my lip to keep from smiling. I didn't know how this man saw through me, deep into my head, but he did. Closing my eyes, I allowed myself to get into it. I undulated my hips and flipped my hair, making sure to drag my center directly over his shaft. It actually felt really good. I hadn't done much dry humping back in the day, but there was something to be said for grinding my clit directly on his cock. Could I come again? There was a very good possibility the answer was yes. I did what felt best for me, riding, swirling, my thigh and butt muscles getting a serious workout. Those dancers must be in shape because this wasn't easy. But Vito was breathing hard, offering up a little grunt every time I swept over his tip. His foreskin and my wetness ensured our bodies slid smoothly, and I quickly lost myself in the rhythm.
Fuck,
he breathed.
You're so sexy. Keep going, Angela.
Vito kept his arms on the sofa, so I let my hands travel over my torso, cupping my breasts and pinching my nipples. A white-hot jolt went through me, like I'd touched an electric fence, and I moaned.
Talk to me.
His breath warmed the skin of my throat.
Tell me what you're feeling.
So good. The way your cock grazes over my clit. You feel amazing.
Keep playing with your breasts and squeezing your nipples. Get yourself off by using me.
Oh, God. Why was that so appealing?
I think about you, about this, all the time. I want to keep you, trap you, chain you to my bed, and never let you leave until you become addicted to this. I want to fill you with so much calm that it trickles out of you while you're outside working on your plans, soaking your panties, and reminding you who you belong to. Jesus, his dirty mouth. I loved it. My hips picked up speed, chasing, climbing, the orgasm building in my toes. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed our foreheads together. His chest rose and fell, his rapid exhalations matching mine. Are you close? I whispered. So fucking close, baby.
The English endearment, one he hadn't used before the alley, caused my toes to curl. Are you going to make a mess all over me? He groaned, his head falling back onto the sofa.
Hurry, diavoletta mia.
Kiss me, Vito. No idea why, but I needed it. I needed his mouth on mine. Without complaint, he adjusted his head, and his lips captured mine, plucking, melding, demanding as we stayed connected. It did the trick. I gasped for breath, my fingers curling into his hair, and then sparks erupted inside me as fireworks exploded behind my eyelids. I cursed to the ceiling, my brain losing all sense of space and time. He was the only thing keeping me grounded as my body flew apart. Suddenly, he held my hips and took over, guiding me down while pressing up, rocking, rocking. Then he froze and buried his face in my neck, his low moan rattling through me. Thick, warm jets of fluid filled the space between us. When it was over, we both sagged, drained. Holy shit, I whispered, my forehead resting on his shoulder as I tried to recover. Holy shit. His palms smoothed over my thighs, his lungs working like he'd just run a race.
Fuck, Maggie.
We didn't move for several minutes, neither of us speaking, lost in the silence as the sweat dried. I didn't want to think about what any of this meant. For now, I wanted to let my body revel in 3 outstanding orgasms and call it a day. There would be time for recriminations and regrets later. What does sono fortuito mean? I heard myself ask.
Why?
I eased back to better see him, but his eyes were closed. Because you said it about 40 times in the alley. He grimaced.
It means I'm fucked.
In the figurative sense or the literal sense?
In the case of the alley, both.
That didn't make sense. Why both? Because...
Basta, diavoletta.
His hand slid underneath me, and he pushed to his feet while still holding me. I yelped and wrapped myself around him. Where are we going?
To get clean so I can dirty you up all over again.
As he started for the stairs, my eyes landed on the wet spot left behind on my furniture. Now I need to replace that sofa.
Don't worry, I plan to buy a new one anyway.
There's nothing wrong with the furniture in here. Vito grunted and began going up the steps.
I will make this cottage better, te lo prometo.
As he'd promised to do with the winery. I wasn't sure what to say. We were now in uncharted waters. My instinct was to argue with him, to fight him against change of any kind, but my body couldn't muster the energy. He'd fucked the fight right out of me. Maybe that was his intention, to keep me drunk on orgasm so he could run roughshod over this place. I rested my head on my arm and played with the damp curls at the nape of his neck. This doesn't change anything, you know. He reached the top of the stairs and kept walking in the direction of the bedrooms.
Wrong, Bella. This means you belong to me until I say otherwise.
I chuckled. Oh, Vito, you're such a delusional, handsome man.
You are the deluded one if you think I'll go on as before. But feel free to test me. In fact, I pray that you do, because nothing gets me harder than fighting with you.
We walked into the bedroom, which was now unusually huge, and there was a king-sized bed that definitely hadn't been here before. You have a lot of nerve knocking down that wall. He carried me to the master bathroom and set me on my feet. Then he reached into the shower and turned on the water.
You have to admit it's better, no? Not a tiny closet anymore.
I would admit that only under extreme bouts of physical torture. You're lucky you're decent in bed. Otherwise, you'd be too much to put up with.
Decent?
He stalked over to crowd me into the stone countertop with his big, naked frame. I rested my hands on his chest as he dipped in to press hot, open-mouthed kisses to my neck.
Is that why you begged me to fuck you so sweetly, Angelo mio? Because I'm decent?
Yes, I answered instantly. Vito sank his teeth into the sensitive flesh where my neck met my shoulder. It straddled the line between pleasure and pain, and I let out a moan. He pulled back and kissed the abused skin.
Get that smart mouth into the shower before I prove you a liar.
He pulled open the glass door, and I went into the steam. During the construction, we hadn't skimped on the bathroom, and I was very glad for it at the moment. This was far nicer than my shower on the other side of the vineyard. Vito followed me inside and closed us in. I hadn't showered with a man before the casino, but it was strangely easy with Vito. No doubt he'd showered with many women over the years. He turned away to grab the soap, while I leaned against the tile, questions building up in my head. So you've never been married, and you visit strip clubs during the day.
Does this bother you?
A vague answer. I was coming to realize Vito was very good at evading questions. What bothers me is how slippery you are. He faced me, lathering soap between his hands.
A habit of the life I live, I'm afraid. What do you want to know?
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
Not since I was a boy.
I must have looked surprised, because he said,
It's difficult to expect a woman to accept who I am and what I do, to trust her completely without a wedding ring. I know others do, but I can't. And a marriage in my world is for business, not pleasure. It will be strategic, not impulsive or romantic.
You called yourself a monster in the alley. Do you really believe that?
I'm certain of it. You've called me every name you can think of, and you're not wrong. I can't afford to be nice. My world doesn't work that way.
I couldn't explain the sudden sourness in my stomach. Dipping into the spray, I chalked my feelings up to pity. Yes, I felt sorry for him. And that was all.
Come here,
he said, and then his soapy hands were on me, cleaning my skin with a tender thoroughness that should have been impossible from such a violent man. His palms swept my shoulders and arms, then underneath, the sides of my breasts, up my neck. His eyes were lighter blue in the steam, and he paid close attention to what he was doing, like he was enjoying this more than I was. I waited as he retrieved more soap, my limbs heavy and useless, and then he started again, first on my breasts. He swirled and massaged, plucked at my nipples, molded them over and over with his wet hands. I think they're clean, I whispered drunkenly, my eyelids weighted down. Humming in his throat, his thumbs pressed over my ribs, his large hands spanning my waist.
So tiny, yet so strong,
he murmured. Then his touch disappeared, and I waited, too blissed out to move. When he returned, his palms were slick with the soap again.
Open,
he said, gently swiping between my legs. I obeyed, and he brushed his fingers through my folds, cleaning me intimately. No one had ever done this but me, but I couldn't bring myself to complain. I liked having Vito's hands on me.
Turn.
So bossy. So hot. I spun and pressed my face and palms to the wet tile. Vito began rubbing my shoulders, digging his thumbs into the sore muscles there, and I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. Oh my God, that feels so good.
Have you ever had a boyfriend?
Right, our earlier conversation. Once, freshman year of high school, I thought I loved him, until I overheard him bragging to his friends about taking my virginity. Vito's hands stilled, then resumed their massaging.
I hope you made his life miserable.
I punched him in the nose. Vito's bark of laughter echoed off the tile before he kissed the back of my head.
I suppose I should be grateful you only punched me in the stomach, then.
The confession bubbled up out of me. It wasn't the most mature way to handle it. I should have broken up with him and moved on. Instead, I internalized my anger and hurt and slept with his best friend.
You are ruthless, Diavoletta mia.
Men always bring out the worst in me.
I'll remember that.
He stepped back and gathered more body wash in his hands. I rested against the tile and watched as he began washing himself. Wowza, this man's body. The water brought out every ridge and muscle, his olive skin glistening. He could have almost any woman on the planet. Why go to a strip club? I decided to outright ask it. Why visit a strip club if you were so obsessed with fucking me again?
I was checking into something.
His hand went between his legs to clean his balls, then his cock. He lingered there, in no hurry to rinse. I hadn't seen many uncut guys, but Vito's dick was an absolute prize. I would literally get nothing done if I had access to it whenever I liked. Absently, I asked, checking into what?
Do you want to stare at my dick, or do you want to ask questions about my day?
Can't I do both?
No, Bella, you can't. Because your eyes on me gets me hard, and I don't feel like talking anymore.
Sure enough, his cock thickened in his grip, the head emerging from the foreskin as he lengthened. It was mesmerizing. All thoughts flew out of my head. I could only watch and feel. Abruptly, Vito turned the water off.
Andiamo,
he said, pushing open the shower door.
I want to fuck you in my big new bed.
Stepping onto the mat, I frowned at the mention of the new bed. You had to mention the bed and make me mad, didn't you? His large palms smacked my ass, hard.
I like it when you're mad. It's going to make fucking you even hotter.
And a few minutes later, I was ready to agree with him.
Vito. I let her sleep. Once dawn threatened, I edged off the mattress and went to the kitchen. I kept Maggie up late, fucking her again after the shower. She practically passed out when we finished, her body limp and pliant against mine. So soft and sweet, exactly what I needed. I liked her bold fire, but I was coming to crave the other side of her, the woman who followed directions and let me do as I pleased, the submissive side. These glimpses of my good little angel got my dick so fucking hard. I made a cappuccino as quietly as I could manage, then sat at the bar and began to work. The world had no idea how many of us were hiding in plain sight, operating businesses and building up cities, bribing mayors and councilmen, threatening competitors. It was like a game of chess, and I loved it, excelled at it. After all, I'd learned from the best. No one was more devious, more intelligent than my brother Enzo. Sipping my hot drink, I answered emails from my business manager and lawyer, read through the contracts they were handling. I needed to get as much done as possible this morning, seeing as how the rest of the day would be spent hunting down Red Raiders. I was looking forward to slaughtering those motherfuckers. A knock sounded and I glanced up, surprised. Massimo was at the door, waving at me to let him in. Sighing, I got up and flipped the deadbolt. "What are you still doing awake?" I asked quietly as he stepped inside. He paused in taking his coat off, his gaze sweeping the living room. I realized then what he was seeing. Clothes strewn all over the floor, a dress, panties, heels, my suit. Fratello," my brother threw his jacket onto a bar stool. "Isn't that what Maggie was wearing last night?" I said nothing. Instead, I retook my seat and sipped my cappuccino. He came around the island, leaned over, and smirked directly in my face. "Is she upstairs?" I flicked him a disgusted glance. "You know I won't answer that." "Well, I won't be sitting on that couch ever again," he said dryly. "Stai zitto, cazzo," I hissed. He merely laughed and lifted my cappuccino off the counter. "You're so easy to irritate, V. Shouldn't you be in a better mood if you got laid last night? Why are you here? I wanted to hear some praise about how fucking amazing I am, but I guess I'm out of luck. I take it that the dinner went well. Like clockwork. Plates cleaned, rave reviews about my food." He sipped my cappuccino. "You know, the usual." "Congratulations, but I'm not surprised. That's why I brought you here." Mas stretched his arms to the ceiling, working out his back muscles. "I'm so tired, but I thought I'd smoke first. Are you interested? It would be like the old days on the yacht." I narrowed my gaze angrily on my brother. "Did you bring drugs to her winery? Pot is legal here. Did you bring anything else?" "No, but it wouldn't be hard to get some Molly or Coke. I have two brothers who know people." He winked. "Come on, Vito. You need to relax." I rubbed my eyes. Massimo was like a puppy, energetic and sociable, hard to focus. "I can't. I have a situation I need to deal with today, and I can't be hungover or high." "What situation?" "One of my men was killed the night before last." Maz's expression went slack. "Che cazzo? When were you going to tell me?" "I wasn't." He pressed his lips together, a storm of emotion brewing in his eyes, so I tried to calm him, saying, "I don't want you involved. You're not a part of this anymore. You're my brother, and I'm not going to let anything happen to you while I'm here. I want to help." I rested my elbows on the island and clasped my hands. "While I appreciate the offer, I won't bring you back in. You're out, by your request, I might add. So stay out." "Who was responsible?" "A motorcycle club. The Red Raiders." "Wasn't that who you were dealing with in Toronto?" I hadn't shared that information with him. "How do you know this?" "Enzo, who heard it from Paloma." That was the last time I told Paloma something in confidence. "I didn't realize you'd seen him recently. He's still my brother, and we do stay in touch. I had dinner with him and Gia a few weeks ago." He finished the cappuccino. "Don't worry, you're still my favorite brother." Maz and I had always been closest, the two younger sons who didn't matter, the two who would never lead. We heard water running upstairs. Looking at Maz, I said, "Do not say anything to her about these." My brother held up his palms. "But if you're bringing trouble to town, don't you think she should be warned? Are you taking precautions here at the winery? Half of my men are on their way from Toronto. This will all be resolved quickly."
They're not staying here, though. Aren't you worried?
Footsteps on the stairs caused us both to glance over. Maggie came down the steps wearing a pair of my grey sweatpants and one of my SSC Napoli t-shirts, and my dick twitched. Fuck, my clothes looked sexy on her. And I knew she wasn't wearing panties, which made it even hotter. I shifted on my stool, wishing we were alone. 2 spots of red dotted her cheeks, but her shoulders were back and she kept her head high. She might be embarrassed, but she wouldn't show it, and my respect for her grew.
"Hi," she said as she reached the floor.
"Good morning."
"Buongiorno, Bella," Maz said, and went over to kiss her cheeks.
"I'm very glad to see you here."
"You are?"
Her gaze bounced between Maz and me.
"Yes, maybe now my big brother won't be such a dick all the time."
Maggie burst out laughing.
"I wouldn't hold your breath. He's pretty much set to act like a dick mode at all times."
Maz found that amusing, and I scowled at them both. "Don't you have somewhere to be?"
"Yes,"
they both answered simultaneously. "I mean, Massimo. You," I pointed at her, "need to get your sexy ass over here." Still focused on my brother, she gestured to me.
"See what I mean?"
Maz noticed my glower and shook his head.
"He hardly ever lets loose, Signorina. Maybe you will be a good influence on him."
I nodded my chin toward the door. "Vai via, stronzo." Chuckling, my brother came around the island and collected his coat. Maggie put up her hand.
"Wait, don't leave. I want to hear how last night went."
Maz grinned.
"Everything went smoothly. Everyone was happy, no complaints, and the bride's parents asked to personally thank me."
I hadn't heard that part. I had to admit Maz was better at this chef thing and dealing with a staff than I'd originally given him credit for. I needed to stop busting his balls over it. He clearly had talent and would land on his feet eventually. Getting up, I went to the espresso machine and began making 2 cappuccinos. This put me closer to Maggie, and I was able to brush against her as I moved around the kitchen. She didn't try to get out of my way, which told me all I needed to know about whether this was a one-night thing or not, because I very much wanted to keep her here with me while I was in town. Maggie and my brother continued to chat about the previous evening. Maz had stayed to help clean the kitchen and hang out with the staff, which was why he was still awake at such an early hour.
"You should take the night off,"
Maggie told him.
"Rest and relax."
"That is a nice offer," he said. "But I'm here to help, so I will help."
I finished making her cappuccino, so I carried the cup over and set it down. "Drink." I started to move away, but she grabbed my t-shirt in her fist and held me tight.
"Grazie, Vito."
Her voice was soft and sweet, the tone that got my dick hard, and I couldn't prevent myself from bending down and kissing her plump lips. I heard the door close behind my brother, who finally had the good sense to follow my earlier order to go away. I forgot about my cappuccino and deepened the kiss, melding my tongue with hers. She tasted like toothpaste and willing woman, and I began considering the height of the island and if I could fuck her right here. Thrusting my hips, I let her feel the semi in my briefs. My brain buzzed with the need for her, responsibilities forgotten. "Get up on the island. I want to eat you out." She swallowed hard, but shook her head.
"I can't. I really need to get to work."
When I opened my mouth to convince her, she continued.
"And I'm sore. You wore me out last night."
Instantly, my lust died. I didn't like the idea of her pussy hurting because of me. "What can I do?" Reaching for her cappuccino, she said.
"Short of soaking my bits in a hot bath, I just need some recovery time."
"How long?" Her fingertips smoothed the wrinkles on my forehead, her lips twitching in apparent amusement.
"Don't worry, it won't be long. Te lo prometto."
Her pronunciation was shit, but I loved that she was trying to speak my language. "I have pain reliever." She squinted at me, confusion lining her face.
"Okay, but I hope you don't think that's enough. Your dick is massive, Vito."
I sighed and drummed my fingers on the island. All of this made me unhappy. I was only here for a short time, and I needed her with me as much as possible. There had to be a solution. "I'll buy lube." She patted my chest.
"Keep working on it, big guy. Meanwhile, I'll be recovering for a few days."
"A few days? Che cazzo?"
"Bella, why did you tell Massimo you are bringing half your men from Toronto? What will be resolved quickly?"
So she overheard. I shouldn't be surprised, considering how small this place was. Shifting to the espresso machine, I busied myself by finishing my cappuccino. Telling her the truth about the Red Raiders wasn't an option, but I had to be careful. She was in my life, and that brought a small amount of risk with it for anyone. Yet I didn't want to worry her or put her in danger. I carried my cappuccino to my seat and lowered myself down. Maggie, it's better if you don't know. Most of what I do is contracts and deals, but there is a darker side, an illegal and dangerous side. I'd rather not involve you, especially because I'm only here a short while. She seemed to freeze, as if I'd said something wrong, but I couldn't figure out what that might be. Right, she said shortly, then drank from her cup. The light in her eyes had dimmed significantly. Getting up, she carried her mug to the sink and set it down. Thanks for the coffee, and the toothbrush, and the clothes. I'll get these back to you later. I wasn't worried about the goddamn clothes. There's no need to rush off. I have to get to work. She checked the time on her phone. I'm already an hour behind. She left the kitchen and went to the living room, her movements stiff like she was irritated. Her arms full of clothing, she shoved her feet into her heels. See you around. Stop! The word was a sharp crack in the air. She frowned at me over her shoulder. I have to go, Vito. My frown matched hers. It's fucking freezing outside. You are not leaving in heels, no socks, and a t-shirt. It's fine. I'll dash straight home and get dressed. She wasn't listening, even after last night. Come here. I pointed to the floor beside my stool. A spark flared to life in her eyes, her mouth pinching in annoyance. I wasn't fooled, though. This girl liked my bossiness. I could see the struggle, the indecision as we stared at one another. But I would win this battle. With a huff, she strode toward me, her chin high, then stopped beside my chair. What is it? Carefully, I took the armful of clothing from her and set it on the empty stool beside me. Angelo mio, I crooned softly as I swept my knuckles along the soft skin of her jaw. Who do you belong to? She rolled her eyes. Are we really doing this now? Something happened in the last few minutes. Something to upset her. I didn't know what, but she was as prickly as barbed wire now. Instead of the sweet girl who'd thanked me for her cappuccino, I wanted that sweet girl back. We are doing this now. And if you don't want me to take you upstairs and fuck your mouth until you leak tears, you will answer the question. She licked her lips, her eyes going a little glassy. Dio mio, she liked that idea. My groin thickened, blood pulsing in my shaft. She's too sore. Keep it together, D'Agostino. Exhaling, I traced her mouth with the pad of my thumb. Her lips were swollen and soft, the flesh smooth. I thrust my thumb past them and onto her tongue. Wet warmth surrounded my skin and my body turned hot and cold at the same time. Suck. She hollowed her cheeks and used her tongue, applying pressure to my thumb, her lips gripping me tightly. Fuck, that was nice. My cock was almost fully hard now, and I wished I'd had her suck me off last night. She was so fucking sexy. Lift your t-shirt. There was no hesitation this time. She reached for the hem of my shirt and dragged it up to her shoulders, baring her tits to me. With her heels on, my seated position meant my mouth was almost at nipple level, so I pulled my thumb from her lips to grab her hips, my fingertips pressing into the heavy cloth to hold her still. Keep the shirt up. Don't drop it. Leaning in, I licked her nipple, which was already puckered and ready for me. I drew it into my mouth, the taut bud like velvet on my tongue as I suckled. I used my teeth, scraping the sensitive flesh. I lashed and flicked it until she whimpered. Then I switched to the other teat and started all over again. She was weaving on her feet, panting, her hands shaking while I continued to kiss and lick her nipple. Maggie loved having her breasts played with, her nipples thick and sensitive. I bet she would love clamps on them. Your tits make me crazy, I whispered, circling the tip with my tongue. I love that you don't need to wear a bra, that I can suck on these whenever I want. I drew a nipple deep into my mouth. Oh, God, she breathed. Baby, that feels so good. Victory surged through my veins, powerful and addicting. Mio dolce angeletto, I thought as I continued to worship her breasts. She moaned and squirmed, but never dropped the shirt. I was so proud of her. She was perfect. She deserved to be rewarded. Easing back, I patted her hip. Pull these off. Get up on the island. No argument this time. She whipped off the t-shirt and shimmied out of my sweats. In one graceful move, she hopped onto the island completely naked. I positioned my chair between her legs and spread her wide. I'll be gentle, I promised. But I'm going to have a shit day, so I want to smell your pussy on my face every time I take a deep breath. She scooted closer to the edge and leaned back on her hands.
That's weirdly sweet.
I rested my forehead on her mound and inhaled, letting the scent of her arousal fill my head and my lungs. It was like a bump of coke and a hit of weed at the same time, both invigorating and relaxing, addicting, but it wasn't enough. Lie back, put your legs over my shoulders. She followed directions without complaint, and I shifted to get comfortable, taking in the sight of her. Fuck, I wished I could start every day like this. I pressed soft kisses to her slick outer lips, avoiding her entrance. I didn't want to hurt her, only to make her feel good. I nibbled over the plump flesh, gently teasing, savoring, needing to draw this out as long as possible. Her back arched when I touched my tongue to her cleat, her body jumping. Shh, I said, rubbing her legs. Relax. I'll be gentle with you. I nuzzled the bud with my nose, then licked her a few times before sucking. She gasped, her thighs quivering on either side of my face, and I alternated between light lashes of my tongue and hard suction. Her clit grew hard and swollen, a gorgeous pearl in my mouth. Her sex was slick, coated with her juices, and I lapped them up like a starving man. The kitchen filled with the sounds we made, the smell of her surrounding me, and my length pulsed in my briefs, desperate for friction. I ignored it for now. Making a woman come was like nothing else on earth. I'd heard men complain it was too hard or not worth the effort, but they were idiots. Bringing a woman to orgasm, controlling her pleasure, was incredibly satisfying. I craved the trembles, the twitches, the way her pussy would contract. Moans and screams she couldn't hold back because the sensation was too much. And with Maggie, I also craved her compliance. I liked to remind her who was in charge. Her muscles tightened, and I knew she was close. Easing back, I asked, "Who do you belong to?" "You," she rasped. I kissed her clit lightly, then let her feel my breath. "Say, I belong to Vito D'Agostino, and no one else."
"I belong to Vito D'Agostino, and no one else."
Madre di Dio. My skin went up in flames. Surging forward, I lashed her clit, wishing I could fuck her right now. Later, I would feed my cock deep inside her and make her say those words again. She grabbed the top of my head, fingers twisting in my hair as her body broke. Her clit swelled and tightened in my mouth as her limbs convulsed, her thighs squeezing around my head. I didn't fight it. I hoped she suffocated me, murdered me, right here with her pussy. When it finally ended, she sagged onto the counter, limp. This was when she was sweetest, just after she came. She remained motionless, a boneless heap, while I cleaned up her juices and used my tongue to get every last drop from her pussy. I knew she was sensitive and sore, so I was careful. My eyes nearly rolled back in my head, she was so fucking delicious. Satisfied, I rose and gathered up my sweatpants and t-shirt. Then I went by the door and found my running shoes as well as a jacket. When I returned to the island, she was breathing heavily, her lashes resting on her cheeks, skin flushed in the morning light. I stared at her for a moment, my chest expanding with an unfamiliar emotion. This. If I had the ability to freeze a moment in time, to never forget one single detail of a memory, it would be this. I'd lived an unremarkable, violent life up to now, and had earned a fuckload of money from it. Maggie felt like something I didn't deserve, something I hadn't planned for, but something I was unwilling to give up. Sono fottuto. Allora, Bella. I kissed her cleat one last time, then eased the sweatpants over each foot, sliding them up for her. She let me, her eyes still closed, limbs sprawled out like a doll.
I can't move, she murmured. I don't think I've ever come this much in my life.
Another burst of satisfaction went through me as I patted her thigh. Leafed. Once she raised her hips, I adjusted the sweatpants to cover her lower half. I slipped my running shoes on her feet one at a time, tying them tight to compensate for the larger feet. I took her wrist and helped her sit up. Blinking, she waited patiently while I dragged the t-shirt over her head and fed her arms through each hole. Dressing her, taking care of her. Fuck. It got me even harder. I will set you on your feet. Hold on to me. She placed her hands on my shoulders and I lifted her off the island. Her arms wrapped around my waist and she rested on my chest. I smoothed her hair off her face and pressed my lips to the top of her head. You will stay with me again tonight.
Okay.
Like a cat, she rubbed her cheek against my pectoral muscle.
I might still be sore, though.
Thinking, I stared out at the deck. After she left, I would order a few things. I don't care. Even if I can't fuck you, I can sleep next to you.
But just for a short while, right?
I frowned at the vineyards outside the window. What was she talking about? I meant the whole night. Did she think I was going to let her walk across the property in the dead of night? Even if I killed every single Red Raider today, I wouldn't allow Maggie to traipse around here after dark, not anymore. Before I could say anything, she eased away from me and plucked the jacket from my hands.
Thanks for that,
she said, easing into the warm coat. Then she grabbed her phone off the island and gave me a quick kiss.
See you later.
I let her go and she disappeared outside. Yet I couldn't move. I was missing something, I was certain of it. But I wasn't sure what it could be.
Chapter 13. Maggie. It stung, even though it shouldn't. I'd rather not involve you, especially because I'm only here a short while. It wasn't anything I didn't already know, and at least he wasn't lying to me. Anymore. So why had my mood taken a sudden turn as soon as he'd said it? I shook myself as I walked. I wasn't the type to get attached when I had sex with someone. I could separate the physical act from messy emotions. We both knew this was a temporary fling, just while he was here. After a few weeks, he'd return to his mansion or compound or whatever and resume his mobster ways, wearing a wedding ring and taking it off whenever he wanted to get laid. I had to remember this, because even though he was sweet, he didn't mean anything by it. And I obviously felt the same. Which was cool. Everyone was on the same page. I rubbed my chest and shoved away all those hormones and endorphins and attachment vibes. They had no business here. I climbed the steps to my porch, then threw open the front door. As soon as I walked into my house, a distinct smell reached my nose. I looked around, disoriented. What in the hell? Massimo. I'd forgotten for half a beat that I now had a guest. A noise from the kitchen drew me back there, and I spotted a male torso bent over the kitchen island, his mouth covering the opening of a glass bong. Glad to see you're making yourself at home. I went to the fridge and got out a bottle of water. Lifting his head, he blew out a long stream of smoke. His eyes were rimmed red, his smile sheepish.
Perdona Maggie. I'm having trouble sleeping without my ragazza, and this helps.
What is a ragazza?
Girlfriend.
I cracked open my water and took a long swallow. Oh, I thought it was maybe your security blanket or something. He held up his middle finger.
Did you have a nice morning with my brother? You look very...
He gestured to his face.
Relaxed.
We had a nice time, I said primly, which caused Maz to chuckle.
You two are cute.
Bending, he put his mouth to the glass and flicked the lighter to heat the bong water. After he took another long hit, he blew out the smoke slowly.
Fuck, that's nice. You want some?
No, thank you. I have a lot to do today. Can't let anything slow me down. Maz licked his lips and tilted his neck from side to side, cracking it. I was about to leave when he said,
He likes you, in case you couldn't tell.
My feet grew heavy and I stopped. I both did and didn't wish to discuss Vito. I tried to sound casual. That's nice, considering we've been at each other's throats for a few days. And I like him too. Mostly.
You don't understand. He
started laughing and rubbed his head.
I can't think of the word in English. What is like love, but not quite love?
I changed my mind. Suddenly, I did not want to have this conversation. Pretty sure that doesn't apply.
Infatuation.
Maz tried to snap his fingers, but couldn't manage it. He grinned a stoner grin.
He's infatuated with you.
Vito had said obsessed, so I could see where his brother might pick up on this. But no one needed to make more of this than two people blowing off steam together. Well, I'm sure it'll pass soon.
No, Signorina. I know my brother. We've been close from the time we were boys, and I've seen him with many, many women over the years, and he's never acted like this. He doesn't even let them spend the night. Vito is too responsible for that. He plans everything out to perfection.
Well, that's nice, but
Allora, we had lots of parties on the yacht. Each of us with 2, 3, 4 gorgeous models at a time. Fuck, those were fun times. We flew these beautiful women in from Paris or Nice. Hey, where are you going?
I was already out of the kitchen. I really didn't need to hear about all the glamorous and gorgeous women Vito had been with, especially when I was wearing baggy sweatpants, a borrowed shirt, and no panties. Duty calls, Maz. I need to change and get outside. Hope you have a nice sleep. I took the stairs 2 at a time, desperate to put this conversation in my rearview mirror. Vito could fuck whoever he wanted once he went back to Toronto. I mean, I had a threesome once in high school. It wasn't a big deal. Turned out it was double the work for me, though, so I didn't quite see the appeal. I put on a sports bra, even though I technically didn't need it, a long-sleeved thermal, then pulled Vito's shirt back over on top. The t-shirt was comfortable, so I couldn't see a reason to change. The fact that it was Vito's didn't factor into that decision at all. Lastly, I dragged on jeans and socks, then went downstairs. Massimo was sprawled on the living room couch, asleep, so I drew a blanket over him. At the front door, I shoved my feet into my work boots and collected my winter gear. Today was colder than yesterday, so I needed to be prepared. I opened the door and closed it softly. There were fences to repair today. The supplies were in the... A large figure materialized, and I nearly stumbled, my hand flying to cover my heart. A grumpy-looking, olive-skinned man was lurking on my front stoop. He dipped his chin respectfully.
Signorina?
Edging back toward my house, I asked, "Do we know each other?"
Don D'Agostino. He sent me to stay with you today.
Stay with me? What?
I'm your guard, Beppe.
I must have still looked confused, because he said,
It's short for Giuseppe.
Okay, I said slowly, but I don't need a guard. He held up his palms and lifted his shoulders.
The Don's orders.
I reached for my phone. Then I realized I didn't have that asshole's number. Smothering a curse, I started for the back of the property. Beppe was a step behind me, and I felt my irritation double. Over my shoulder, I said, "Can you call him, please?"
Don D'Agostino warned me that you would be pissed and said to tell you he saved his number in your contacts.
Of course he had. I unlocked my phone and began scrolling my contacts. It wasn't under D'Agostino or Vito. It also wasn't under asshole. Then I saw Bello under the B's, which I knew meant handsome man. Jesus, arrogant much? I punched the contact to connect and kept walking. He answered after 2 rings.
Diavolina mia,
he said softly, his deep voice like warm butter.
Already missing me?
A guard, Vito? Really?
It's for your own safety.
I'm not in any danger on my property.
My property, and as I said, it's for your own safety.
The conversation I overheard earlier played through my head, the one about his men arriving from Toronto. I clutched the cell tighter in my grasp. What aren't you telling me? Is there something going on?
We discussed this earlier,
was his calm reply. Fury shot through me like a rocket, an explosion of flames. God, he was infuriating. I wanted to punch him in his "I have frequent orgies with models" face. "Oh, right, don't ask questions, go along to get along, do everything you say, keep sleeping with you, got it." Holding the speaker right up to my mouth, I shouted, "Fuck off, Vito!" Then I disconnected, turned off my cell, and put it in my pocket. After a few steps, I noticed Beppe wasn't with me anymore. Looking over my shoulder, I saw that he was frozen in surprise, his jaw dropped open. I kept going. He could follow me or not, but I wasn't waiting. Eventually, around the Merlot vines, he caught up to me.
"It's not wise to yell at Don D'Agostino."
I clenched my molars together and stopped abruptly. "Beppe, no offense, but I don't need advice from you on how to act. If he gets mad, that's too fucking bad. See how that works?" Beppe stared at me as if I were a brand new species, some wild animal he hadn't encountered before.
"I'm only trying to help you."
"Well, don't," I snapped. Then I softened my tone slightly. "Please." I kept going toward the equipment shed. Now I wished I'd taken Maz up on his offer of a bong hit. I could use a mellow high to counter my anger right about now. From then on, Beppe kept his distance, watching but not interacting with me. I loaded tools and new wood into the golf cart I sometimes used, the exercise distracting me from bossy mafia men who harbored secrets. When I got behind the wheel, I motioned to my new shadow. "Let's go. If you're really following me, get in." Beppe folded his large frame into the passenger seat, and I pressed on the pedal. The cart surged forward. I worked on the fence while Beppe sat in the cart. He offered to help, but I didn't want it. Normally, I passed off this sort of labor to one of my team, the landscaping crew on staff. But today, I wanted to be alone, and I wanted to sweat. Too bad I only got one of those two things. By the time I drove back to the supply shed and put everything away, it was midday. "Let's go get lunch," I told Beppe. I wasn't particularly hungry, but he probably was, and at least I could get away from him once I was in the main building. Celeste, bless her, had warmed up all the leftovers from the engagement dinner for the staff lunch. I told Beppe to help himself, that I'd join him in a minute. Then I went to the bathroom. When I was washing my hands, I stared at myself in the mirror. I hardly recognized myself. My skin was pale, and there were dark smudges under my eyes. I looked defeated. My property, my property, my property. His arrogant voice repeated in my head as I continued to study my reflection. Vito had taken everything from me, and yet I hopped into bed with him like a needy bitch in heat. Every time he touched me, I turned to jelly, willing to do whatever he wanted. His sperm was practically still leaking out of me this morning when he told me I was a temporary fuck, one who shouldn't ask any questions while gratefully receiving his dick. Yet he'd assigned me a guard. And why order me to return later, even when I said I was too sore to sleep with him? Why be so tender, so caring? Why compliment me and make me feel precious? I belong to Vito D'Agostino and no one else. Why make me say things like this? Yet I had, eagerly. This man was a cold-hearted criminal and an asshole. He stole my winery from me, and I'd given him everything he wanted. For what? A few orgasms? And now he was messing with my head. I hated myself at that moment. I hated him too, but I hated me more. Because I knew better. My eyes grew hot. Dragging in a few deep breaths, I tried to pull it together. I splashed cold water on my face. It didn't help, and I realized that I couldn't do this. I couldn't sit out in the dining room, eating and smiling over lunch with everyone while my thoughts were so tangled up, while my emotions were so bleak. I needed to be alone. Horrifyingly, I thought I might need to cry. There was a place I went when I craved solitude, and thankfully only Mikey knew about it. I went there to grieve my parents, or when it seemed like everything was falling apart. Like now. With escape in mind, I left the restroom and avoided the main rooms. I snuck into Mikey's office and grabbed an old bottle of our dad's favorite whiskey. Then I went outside and took the long way to the other building. At the metal door, I punched in the code and the lock disengaged. Once inside, I went down the stairs and into the rear of the wine cellar. My granddad built lots of storage rooms and caverns down here. He must have thought we'd eventually become the biggest winery in the country and would have thousands of barrels to store. But we'd remained relatively small, so a lot of these underground spaces weren't used. Except by me and the spiders. The air was musty and stale, the cellar deathly quiet but familiar. The rough stone floor stretched out in front of me, rows of empty barrels on both sides. I headed toward the darkness. A stiff drink, an hour or two to myself, a few tears, maybe, and I'd be ready to kick ass again. The opening appeared, a tiny room with brick walls and dark beams across the ceiling. Iron sconces hung on the walls, though they hadn't worked in a long time, and an oak bar took up one side of the room. Years ago, Mikey and I dragged a leather couch in here, which we put against the back wall. Now the cave reminded me of a prohibition speakeasy, one that required a password to get in. I flopped down on the leather and opened the whiskey bottle. The first swallow was always the worst, and this was no exception. "Motherfucker," I hissed when I got my breath back. Laying down, I stared at the ceiling. My entire body was sore from last night, not to mention my heart. "We fucked everything up, Dad," I whispered to the brick. "I hope you and Granddad aren't too disappointed in me and Mikey." And with that, I finally let myself cry.
Vito. They weren't hard to find. Clyde at Sparkles told us their names, where they lived. All three bikers were young, in their 20s, and two of them still lived at home. We grabbed them as they left for their construction jobs, and we found the third in bed with his girlfriend. All three were restrained and gagged. Then we drove them to an abandoned warehouse Tommaso found last night. More than 20 of my men had arrived from Toronto this morning, and every single one of them was pissed over Gaetano's murder and eager for retribution. Now we held the three men responsible, and each would die a horrible, painful death. I folded my arms and stared down at our captives. All three had tattoos covering their arms and neck, signs of racism and fascism, along with meaningless words and women's names. "Look at you. Pigs in the dirt, where you belong," I taunted. "Not one of you will walk out of here alive today. You took something from me, and I mean to see that all three of you suffer greatly for it." Their eyes burned with hatred in response. I tilted my chin at Cesare. "Get them tied to the chairs, and let's start. Leave me the one on the end." I wanted to personally work on Jimmy, the biker who'd been in the cottage on Maggie's property. It went on for a long time. I watched as my men worked out their anger and hurt over the loss of our cousin by hitting and slicing the two bikers, while the third watched helplessly. Blood coated the cement floor. Cesare and Tommaso were especially ruthless, cutting off fingers and toes, even an ear at one point. Every time one of the men passed out, someone was ready with smelling salts to revive him. Once they had to use an adrenaline shot. There was no break, no mercy. The third man, the one I was saving for myself, began to sweat when the first of his biker brethren had his tongue removed. Va bene. I wanted this man to suffer most of all. I drank water as I waited, read emails. The realtor had come through with an immediate rental house for my men, so I signed the contract. When we finished here, I'd see them settled. Finally, the two bikers were dead, their limp bodies sprawled on the floor, lifeless eyes staring at nothing. Now, it was my turn. I removed my overcoat and sweater, tossing them onto a metal cabinet, which left me in only a plain white t-shirt. I removed my watch, set my phone down. A cold purpose settled into my bones. Not everyone could stomach torture, but I happened to excel at it. Massimo and I had overseen most of the interrogating for Enzo over the years. On top of a wooden table were the bloody instruments my men had used today. A bone saw, a drill, 3 knives of various shapes and sizes. There was also my favorite, a pair of pliers. These inflicted more pain than people expected, especially when used to remove teeth. Folding my arms, I leaned against the cabinet and regarded the last man. I thought of Gaetano's body, sprawled in the woods like trash. Part of my family, my brotherhood. Hi, Tater. His eyes widened in surprise, but he said nothing. Die. I drew out the Italian word. Did you think we didn't know who you were? Did you think I didn't recognize you as one of the men who worked in my bedroom? Reaching behind me, I grabbed the pliers and turned them over in my hand reverently. I think I'll save these. They are my favorite, but you won't be able to talk much once I start removing your teeth. Let's start with the drill. After I put on latex gloves, I picked up the power tool and set to work on his right hand. My mind retreated to a dark place, detached from my emotions, where I could inflict as much pain as possible. The biker tried to remain stoic, but when the drill bit hit bone, he lost the battle. His agony-filled yells echoed off the dank cellar walls, and the blood spattered my hands and forearms. Then I switched to his other hand, more drilling, more screaming. When I finally stopped, the biker's skin was deathly white, his chest rising and falling with the harsh force of his breaths. Each hand had a hole through it. Standing, I dragged the drill bit along the symbols of hatred on his arm. A small, hateful man. I sneered to my men in our language. He probably has a small dick to match. To the biker, I said, "You stupid fox. You think to take me on, to take on centuries of family and honor. You think you can kill my man, and I won't make you suffer 1,000-fold?" His head hung down, spit dangling from his mouth. So I found a knife and sliced into his arm. Blood streamed over the tattoos. "You came into the house where I'm staying, on the winery grounds where people I care about live. You came there because of your club brother, the one I beat the shit out of. So, what did you do while you were there?" He spit on me. Rather, he tried to spit on me, but couldn't work up enough strength. Inhaling, I forced myself to remain calm. "Tell me, or I will drill a hole in your skull. I should warn you, it'll hurt like hell, and you'll be able to smell the bone burning before the drill bit hits your brain." "Nothing," he gasped, his body limp. "I swear." That was a lie. I shook my head. "This is your last chance." "I don't know what you were talking about." "Of course you do. You didn't plant a camera or a bug, we checked. So, what did you do?" "Don D'Agostino." I turned and watched as Tommaso approached me, the lines of his face deeper than usual. Quietly, he spoke in my ear. "Pepe can't find Maggie. He's turned the whole place upside down." Fear gripped me, my body turning cold. "The fuck? Is it these assholes?" I gestured to the bikers. "I don't think so. He said when they went in for lunch, she went to the bathroom and disappeared." I shoved down my panic. "Get over there. Review the camera footage. Talk to her brother. Check the woods too. If something—" I couldn't say it. "Fucking find her," I snarled at him. "I will. Don't worry, Don D'Agostino." "Regular updates, Tommaso." I faced Tater. My patience evaporated. I needed answers quickly. Then I had to hurry over to the winery. I tossed a plastic retractor to Cesare and told the biker, "This will keep your mouth open." In a blink, Cesare shoved the insert past the biker's lips to spread open his mouth, to reveal his teeth. I drew on a fresh pair of latex gloves, grabbed the pliers, and went over. I usually leave the molars for last, because they hurt the worst, but we're under a time crunch, so... Cesare tilted the biker's head back, holding him still so I could see all his teeth, which were in bad shape. "Someone doesn't floss," I murmured. I had to work to get the first molar out, pulling and twisting while the man screamed and struggled against his restraints. Finally, the roots slipped free of the jawbone, and the tooth came loose. I held it up for him to see. "Let's take another and see if you're ready to talk." Fear and pain were all I saw in his expression, his throat making pitiful little noises. This was when I knew the man was about to break, when the pain was too much and he craved death. The next molar was easier. I tossed it on the floor. After I removed the third tooth, I received my answer. As I suspected, the Red Raiders were pissed I beat the shit out of their man. Tater had accepted the winery job in the hopes of learning who I was, where I lived. Then they planned to come back later that night and kill me, but instead found Gaetano at the strip club. Before I killed him, I needed one more thing. Who is the head of your MC?
Baron.
What is his real name?
Pete. Mercer.
Taking Tater's mobile, I held it up to his face and unlocked it. Then I slit his throat. Quickly I stripped off my gloves, found the contact I was looking for, and placed the call. As the boys began cleanup and disposal, I moved away and waited for Baron to pick up.
Where the fuck are you? You've been gone all day.
A smoke-hardened voice growled into my ear. Tater is dead, I said without preamble.
Who is this?
I've just killed 3 bikers who shot my cousin in the woods. It's my understanding they belong to you. A beat of silence.
You're that Italian who's staying at the winery.
I wouldn't confirm or deny it. I'm ringing you to let you know that I now consider this matter settled.
If you killed 3 of my brothers, this is far from settled, motherfucker.
That would be unwise of you. I ran the Red Raiders out of Toronto, and I'm more than happy to take you on here.
You think we're scared of your kind? You don't fucking belong here, you or that other asshole.
I assumed he meant Benetti. Your men earned this the second they killed my man. So I suggest you stand down and keep quiet.
Fuck off, I don't take orders from your dumbass.
Don't be stupid. I'm telling you, this matter is settled. If I were you, I'd consider myself lucky that I only took out the 3 who were involved.
Well, you're not me, so I'd watch my back.
You can't take me on, dumb fuck. Go away, and be grateful I didn't do worse. Disconnecting, I tossed the mobile onto Tater's body, then whipped off my bloody shirt. All of it in the ocean, deep.
Si certo don destino,
Cesare said. I used 2 bottles of water to wash the blood off my chest and arms. Once I was reasonably presentable, I found my clean shirt and pulled it on, then pointed to 3 of my men. With me, the rest of you help Cesare. Trailed by my guards, I left the warehouse and unlocked the SUV. Tommaso hadn't checked in yet, so I needed to get to the winery and find out what the fuck happened there. Because if she was hurt or worse, I was going to lose my goddamn mind. I climbed into the back and let one of the men drive. Maggie didn't pick up when I rang, and neither did Tommaso, which raised my level of panic a few more notches. I reached into my pocket and dug out my pack of cigarettes. I tapped my phone on my knee, thinking as I smoked. I hadn't expected to go to war with a motorcycle club while visiting here. Maybe Baron was full of shit, but I couldn't risk Maggie's safety. If it escalated, I would need help. Or I could go back to Toronto. Immediately I discounted the idea. I wasn't scared of the Red Raiders. I had plenty of men here, and could bring more if necessary. Benetti could be tapped as well. His crew was living out by the river, but I needed to increase security at the winery, fast. A text came in. Tommaso.
Michael found her. She's okay.
My entire body sagged into the leather seats. Thank fuck. I took a long drag off my cigarette, and tried to calm down. I needed to touch her, to hold her, to order her never to fucking scare me like that again. Exhaling a plume of white smoke, I said, "Drive faster." Nothing was going to plan since I arrived in Paesano. It was times like these that I wished that Maz hadn't left the family. Yes, he was often unpredictable, but he was my brother, someone who could tell it to me straight, someone who could offer advice. Without him, I had no one I could trust, not implicitly. Fucking Massimo. Wait, I did have more family. Not a brother. My baby sister, Paloma. When the shit went down with Ravanzani, Enzo sent Paloma as well as his 2 children to England to keep them all safe. Paloma decided to stay in England once the trouble ended instead of coming home to Napoli, though I never understood why. While she was raised a mafia princess, Paloma was no weak, timid woman. When we were younger, she gave the 3 of us boys so much shit we told Papa he should induct her as a soldata. And she was the smartest of all of us, with an IQ higher than even Enzo's. Having Maz around these past few days made me realize how much I missed my family, how much stronger we are together than apart. And Paloma always understood me better than either of my brothers. She usually knew what I was thinking before I even said it. The decision, though impulsive, felt right in my bones. I unlocked my phone and tapped to find her contact. We hadn't spoken in over a month, but we texted every few days. Like me, she had an obsession with SSC Napoli, so we often talked about the team. Pronto? She rasped into the phone. Had she been asleep? I blew out a lungful of smoke. Sorellina, come stai? What's wrong? Do you have a minute? Hold on. I heard her whisper to someone, and in the rustling of sheets, she softly closed the door. What's going on? You never called in the middle of a work day? Who is he? My voice was sharp. Have you asked Enzo to— No, I haven't told Enzo. I don't need him crawling up my ass about someone I'm fucking, and you'd better keep your mouth shut, or I'll tell him about the time you came to visit me when you were supposed to be hiding on the yacht. I hissed through my teeth. That was the trouble with siblings. They had long memories and the best ammunition for blackmail. Fine, I won't. But is it serious? She snorted. Vito, please. Our family is very, very dysfunctional. I need to work on myself before I can expect to have a healthy relationship. Or so my therapist says. Therapist? Cristo Santo, I wasn't telling Enzo that. Good, so you can come here. Thanks, but no. I'm not coming to Toronto in January. I have a weather app, bro. Bro? I shook my head, though a grin tugged at my lips. Not Toronto. I'm in New York at the moment, and I need your help. You know I wouldn't ask if it weren't serious. The irritation died from her tone. Of course I'll come. Whatever you need. That was the other thing about siblings. They had your back no matter what. I'll explain when you get here. Bring all your shit. Wait a minute. I thought you meant to visit. Are you asking me to move over there? I want you with me permanently. I could hear her breathing as she considered these. Vito, I have a life here. Friends, a job. I can't just up and move to another country. And what would I do there? Sit around in the freezing cold all the time? I didn't want to ask it over the phone. I preferred to have the conversation face to face when I could let her see how serious I was. Just come and hear me out. That's all I ask. Should I be worried? Are you okay? Ma said some winery owner there has your balls in a twist. Do you need me to kick this girl's ass? Is that what this is, V? Dai, Paloma. I rubbed my eyes tiredly. She kept talking like she didn't hear me. I haven't fought in 3 or 4 years, so I'm a little rusty, but if she's giving you trouble, I'll more than happily take her out. This isn't about her, I promise. I'm sending you a ticket to come tomorrow, and I'll explain everything when you arrive. Va bene, va bene. But it better be first class, fratello. I grinned. This was almost word for word what Massimo said when I asked for his help. After we disconnected, I had one of the men arrange a ticket for her. I also let my brother know and suggested Paloma stay at Maggie's house with him. He sent back a scream emoji, which I ignored. That done, I continued to smoke. Why had Maggie disappeared today? I didn't know, but I meant to find out. Chapter 14. Vito. Once the SUV stopped in a gravel lot, I climbed out. Michael, Beppe, and Tommaso were waiting for me. I'd calmed down considerably on the ride, but I was still anxious to see Maggie for myself. I had to know what happened today. Tommaso was the first to approach me. Where? I barked. In the cellar, he said. Way in the back. Did anyone go down to talk to her? I told them not to. Figured you'd want to do that yourself, and you'd want privacy. For groveling. You think I have something to apologize for? A rueful smile broke out on Tommaso's weathered face. When it comes to women, we always have something to apologize for. The trick is finding out what specifically at any given moment. I mulled this over, but it still didn't make sense. Maggie had been pissed about having Beppe trail her all day. But was that enough to send her hiding from everyone? Before I left to get answers, I had one more question. Did the workmen finish at the cottage? Yes, Tommaso confirmed. About an hour ago. You're all set. Va bene. Now take Beppe out of my sight. I'll deal with him later. Looking over at the other Fiorentino sibling, I shouted, Michael, with me. Beppe took a step forward, his expression nervous. Don Agostino, I beg your forgiveness. We'll talk later, I said in our language. But you fucked up today. Mi dispiace, he said, strangling the cap in his hands. Tommaso clapped a hand on Beppe's shoulder and steered him in the direction of the cottages. Michael drew closer, saying, Don't be too mad at him. Maggie knows this place a lot better than Beppe does. That's no excuse for not doing his job. What's the quickest way to the cellar? He pointed to the right side of the building. This way, follow me. As we set off together, I asked, Tell me why. You know her. Why did she disappear to the cellar? There are rooms down there to hide in. She goes there when she's upset. Hide? Upset? I didn't understand. She was fine earlier, angry over having a guard, but she wouldn't disappear over that. I assumed that matter was settled when she told me to fuck off. True, I hadn't answered her questions about what was going on, but she already knew that I couldn't. I'd been very explicit about it. She needed plausible deniability if I was ever arrested. No, I was still missing something when it came to this woman, and I never missed anything. I was good at reading people, good at solving puzzles. I knew her, yet I was struggling to keep up. I belonged to Vito D'Agostino, and no one else. Fuck yes, she did. So why was I always one step behind with her? Michael and I reached the locked door. Instead of punching in the security code, he paused. Listen, Vito. She won't like you finding her down here. It's an unspoken rule that I don't give a shit about unspoken rules, Michael. You're not stopping me from going down to her. Michael held up his hands, palms out. I figured you might say that, but she'll be pissed at me for telling you where she went. Who would you rather have pissed at you? Me or your sister? Fair, but try to keep my name out of it, okay? I don't want her mad at me again. I won't tell her. As Michael punched in the security code, I thought of something. It was late in the day, and Maggie had been down there a long time. Is my brother in the kitchen? Yeah, he arrived about 30 minutes ago. Tell him I'd like food brought out to my cottage, as soon as he can. Doesn't matter what. I nearly smacked my forehead as I suddenly remembered. Ask Maz if he can make a meatball sub. Okay, I'll ask. You'll find her way in the back, in one of the old rooms off to the right. Michael flicked on the lights, then stepped back outside as I descended the cellar steps. It was quiet, not a sound. The light illuminated only the main tasting area, so I turned on the flashlight on my mobile and went deeper into the cellar, toward the darkness. Cobwebs draped the unlit sconces on the walls, and casks lined each side of the old stone floor. I shined my light in every doorway. On my fourth try, I saw a lump curled up on a leather couch. Angelo mio. The tight band around my heart eased. There she was, breathing softly as she slept, her eyes closed, still wearing her coat. She was okay, unharmed, at least physically, thank Christ. I saw a bottle of spirits on the table and frowned. I didn't like her drinking alone down here. What if she fell? Coming closer, I shined the light on the wall above her, so it wasn't directly in her face. She looked so peaceful, so fucking beautiful. Then I noticed tracks on her face. Had she been crying? My stomach dropped. I hated the idea of her down here drinking and crying. If she was still mad at me, why not yell and scream at me? Why go off and hide? Fuck these. I turned off the light and put my phone away. Then I slid my arms underneath her and lifted her up gently, holding her close. The movement roused her. Startled, she sucked in a breath and jerked. What the fuck? Vito, is that you? I kissed her forehead. It's me. Don't worry, I've got you. She settled into me, wrapping her arms around my neck as I carried her toward the exit. You weren't supposed to find me here, she said, her voice groggy. No? I just wanted to be alone for a few minutes. You've been missing for 4 hours. She shook her head against her arm. No, that can't be right. The corridor was dark, so I followed the light from the tasting room. You disappeared at lunchtime. It's almost 5. Well, someone wore me out last night. You had everyone worried about you.
Were you worried?
How could she even ask such a ridiculous question? I don't like you drinking and crying alone. It's not safe down here.
It's perfectly safe, and that's my own private breakdown room. You're not supposed to know about it.
Breakdown. I decided not to press her. Not here, not now. Later, when she was relaxed with food in her stomach. I could smell the spirits on her breath. Did you eat lunch or just drink whiskey?
Just whiskey.
Good thing I asked for Moss to send food. We entered the main room, and she shielded her eyes from the overhead light.
You can put me down. I'm awake and I can walk.
No chance, I said, and started up the steps. I went to the cellar door, the one Michael had opened earlier, but there was a sign about an alarm sounding if I tried to leave. How do I disable the alarm?
There's no alarm. That sign is just for show.
Cristo Santo, did she and Michael not prioritize their safety at all? I'm fixing that tomorrow, I promised, and pushed through the metal door. Now we were outside, the waning daylight casting shadows on the ground. When I went to the right, toward my cottage, she said,
Seriously, Vito, I'm perfectly capable of walking home. I'm not some weak Victorian heroine who needs a man to carry her around, and I'm not having sex with you tonight.
You are not going home. We are going to the cottage. And no one thinks you are weak because you cry. You are one of the strongest people I know. I couldn't see her expression, but I could feel her wrestling with this information.
Do you mean that?
Was she used to men lying to her? I never say things I don't mean. In response, she kissed my throat, right under my chin.
Please put me down.
No. I'm afraid you'll run off again. I want to take you to the cottage and feed you, then relax with you, and I don't want to argue about it.
I won't argue. I'll come with you. Te lo prometo.
The use of my language pleased me, and I believed her. So I set her on her feet and took her hand. We walked in silence, the dying winter light, stripes of blue and purple and pink around us. There were no sounds, no horns, no birds, just the two of us. If I were a romantic man, I would have said the night was perfect. We turned the corner and the cottage came into view. When she saw the deck, she just shook her head and exhaled loudly.
You are a real pain in the ass, D'Agostino.
A large jacuzzi tub had been installed today on the deck, surrounded by a new privacy fence. The jacuzzi was the top of the line and cost almost 30 grand. You said you wanted to soak your pussy. Her mouth fell open and she looked over sharply.
You bought this because I was sore? I thought this was one of your upgrades.
I didn't say anything.
You know, she said, you make it really fucking hard to be mad at you sometimes.
We climbed the steps to the deck and I dropped her hand so I could open the door. Mad at me? I should spank your ass for worrying everyone, for scaring me half to death today. And you told me to fuck off. She went inside the cottage and I followed, closing us in. She pointed to a new piece of furniture.
Oh my God, a new couch too?
I hung up my jacket, then took hers and did the same. She wandered over to the kitchen island.
Vito, I don't want a guard. But if you're making me have one, at least have the decency and respect for me to tell me why.
You believe I don't respect you? Ma dai, Maggie.
What does that phrase mean? That I'm right?
I gave her a hard stare as I took a bottle of water out of the fridge and set it down in front of her. No, I uncapped my own bottle of water. I'm not telling you why, because I want to protect you. Also, I'm giving you a guard to protect you. Everything I'm doing to improve security around here, to protect you.
That's a bullshit answer and you know it.
I rubbed my jaw and thought about how to proceed. I really didn't want to fight with her. She drank her water, her gaze never leaving my face. A bang sounded on the door. We looked over and Maz was outside, white chef coat on, his tattooed arms loaded with covered plates. I let him in and took 2 of the covered dishes from him. Grazie, fratello, he said, and moved toward the island. I was always a shit waiter. After he deposited the rest of the plates, he went over to Maggie. Ciao, mia cara cognata. He kissed both her cheeks, and I sent up a prayer that she didn't ask.
What does that word mean? She asked. Roommate?
Sister-in-law, my brother said, waggling his eyebrows. She laughed, waving it off.
Yeah, right. He's counting the days until he's out of here. And check out his face. He looks like he sucked on a lemon. To me, she spoke like she was addressing a toddler. Don't worry, Vito. No one is getting ideas about commitment. I felt my irritation rise with both of them. Get out, Massimo. He chuckled and winked at Maggie. If you get tired of him, the bong is still in the kitchen. Feel free to help yourself. Then he gave me an evil grin, which quickly disappeared. Your sweater is stained. Que cazzo, you sure you're okay? I glanced down. Sure enough, there were tiny blood droplets on my gray sweater. Fuck. How had that happened? I'd taken it off before I started working on that biker. I'll be back, I muttered, then took the stairs 2 at a time. In a flash, I tore off the sweater and changed my t-shirt as well. All of it needed to be burned later. When I returned downstairs, Maz and Maggie were uncovering the food, chatting amiably. Easy-going and kind, Massimo was a better match for her. I wasn't the fun D'Agostino brother by any stretch, and everyone liked him more than they liked me. Rationally, I knew this. But I wasn't feeling rational when it came to Maggie. She was mine, and I didn't care for Maz's flirting with her all the time. Who likes meatball subs? My brother asked me. This is a tragedy on a plate. Maggie shrugged his shoulder. Hey, don't insult meatball subs. They slap, and I'm very grateful you thought to make them for us. You have Vito to thank. It was his idea, not mine. She blinked several times at me, like the words didn't make sense to her. This was your idea? I didn't want to answer any questions, especially in front of my brother. I was ready to be alone with her. Out, fratello. I gestured toward the door. I'll take care of her from here.
Maggie. Maz's food was delicious. First up was the best meatball sub I'd ever put in my mouth, with plenty of cheese and a homemade roll, followed by the most amazing tiramisu for dessert. I stuffed myself, ignoring Vito's complaints about the sandwich, which he declared disgusting. He only ate half, so I stole the rest of his sub and ate that as well. Afterwards, I felt so much better, partly because of the cry and nap routine, but also because of the food. I'd been starving. We didn't talk much during the meal. Vito was quiet, and I didn't try very hard. It was for the best, because I didn't want to explain why I disappeared today. And Vito never wanted to explain anything. So, there you have it. When we were done, he cleaned up our plates, rinsed them, and put them in the dishwasher. I watched the muscles in his back shift as he moved, the width of his shoulders, and I grew warm all over. There was something so domestic about it, so normal, and I longed for more moments like this. Like how he'd fixed me a cappuccino this morning. My lonely heart soaked in his thoughtfulness and consideration like a dry root in a spring rain. No one had looked after me like that in a very long time. But this wasn't forever, and he wouldn't let me forget that.
I'll warm the jacuzzi,
he said, moving to the door.
Then we'll shower.
After he came back in, he motioned with his hands.
Andiamo. Upstairs.
It was a quick shower, almost businesslike. He did kiss me against the tile, his tongue deep in my mouth, his cock hard on my belly, but he didn't take it further. We washed and rinsed, then stepped out. He wrapped a towel around his waist, then held up a big towel for me. I stepped closer, and he brought the soft fabric around my body, securing it over my breasts. Then he took my hand and led me downstairs and through the kitchen. Do we need suits? I asked.
No.
He opened the door, and the cold air felt like tiny needles on my bare skin as I hurried toward the jacuzzi. In a flash, I dropped my towel and slipped into the heated water. There were soft lights on the edges, jets bubbling to cradle me in the delicious warmth as I settled into the molded seat. I resisted the urge to close my eyes, and I was glad I hadn't when Vito dropped his towel and climbed into the jacuzzi. Holy shit, this man. Muscles popped and tendons stretched over lean bone. His body was strong and fit. I'd wanted him from the first moment I spotted him in that casino bar, so handsome and distracted as he worked, and nothing had changed since. I still wanted him, despite everything I knew and everything he'd done. Maybe that made me stupid, or a slut, or a bad person. I didn't know. But I decided in the cave today that I had to stop overthinking it and beating myself up for sleeping with him. This wouldn't lead to anything. He was my boss, not to mention a boss, and he lived in another country. Like every other guy I'd been with before, I just needed to enjoy it for what it was. Temporary, great sex. "You're so fucking hot," I told him as I sank down to my chin.
Yeah?
He lowered himself into the water and then came toward me, a smirk on his face. I felt his big hands slide up my legs.
Come here.
He traded places with me, his back against the spa with me cradled in his lap. Sighing, he held me tight to his chest and rested his head back.
Va bene. I've been thinking about this all day.
You have?
Why do you sound so surprised?
I thought you'd be mad at me. You know, because I told you to fuck off.
I was very mad, but I also understand why you did. I don't like it, and I can't change the reason for it, but I understand.
You do? His palm swept along my spine, the soothing touch and swirling water causing me to sag into him.
I have an older brother who snaps and snarls when he doesn't understand something. It's a coping mechanism. His anxiety and uncertainty cause him to lash out at others. You are much the same way.
A knot pulled in my chest, a ball of hurt I hadn't expected. Wow, you make me sound so appealing. I tried to shift away, but his grip held me in place.
Bella, we all have ways we process information, how we handle stress. Do you think your attitude and snarls bother me?
I don't know. Do they?
No, they get my dick fucking hard. Now tell me why you ran off today.
No way was I confessing my deepest, darkest insecurities to this man. I needed to go on offense. How do you process information and handle stress?
I think I get quiet and go into my own head.
Now his attitude after Maz left made more sense. Is that why you were quiet during dinner? What did your brother say that bothered you?
I don't like him flirting with you. I was jealous.
I hadn't expected a straight answer. I'd expected a deflection or a question, like usual. My mouth fell open slightly. That's ridiculous. I would never... A strangled noise left my throat. You think I'd just hop from one brother to another?
No, of course not. But I can't explain it.
He clamped his lips shut and stared off into the distance. I'm what? Just when I thought he wasn't going to answer, he shifted me to straddle him, positioning my legs on either side of his hips. Bubbles brushed over my bare skin like a caress, especially between my legs. Big hands cupped my ass as he settled me on his stomach. He brought our foreheads together.
You're mine,
he said quietly, this steel in his voice unmistakable.
I want to tie you to my bed, keep you naked and waiting for me.
The declaration sent blood rushing to my clit. I didn't know why, but his possessiveness caused my arousal to spike every time. My orgasm earlier today in the kitchen, when he told me to say I belonged to him, off the fucking charts. This isn't real. I couldn't forget it. I dragged my nails through his scalp, and his eyelids fluttered closed. I liked seeing how much I affected him. Did you smell me all day today? The edge of his mouth kicked up, though his eyes remained shut.
For a long time. It reminded me of how sweet you were this morning.
I nibbled his jaw, enjoying the rough feel of his late-day whiskers against every brush of my lips. You're very good at giving head.
I can't get enough of your pussy. You drive me crazy, diavoletta mia.
Back at you, Bello. I rubbed my cold nose against his, our lips almost touching. Steam from the water and the soft lights enveloped us, his hot breath warming my cheek. It felt like our own tiny slice of heaven, and everything about him, about the moment, turned me on. Anticipation began humming like an electric charge under my skin, every cell straining, buzzing to get closer to him. Maybe I wasn't too exhausted and sore after all. His hands cradled the back of my head, and he angled my face to kiss me. He was gentle, unhurried, giving me light, soothing swipes of his mouth. It went on, and I grew increasingly impatient. Was he trying to frustrate me? I pressed in, trying to slip my tongue in his mouth, but he eased back every time. Heat built between my thighs, and I rocked my hips, sliding my center over his skin, desperate for friction. I tried to reach behind me and grab his cock to move things along, but he held my arm to prevent me.
"What are you doing?"
he murmured against my mouth. "Trying to see if you're hard so we can have sex?"
"You're naked on my lap. Of course I'm hard. But I won't fuck you."
"Why not?"
"Because you're sore."
"I'm feeling much better." Not a lie. The warm water felt amazing, loosening all my muscles and easing all the tension I'd carried around today. I moved again, grinding my clit into his hard body. "Let me feel you."
"Is that how you ask me?"
"Please, Vito, let me feel you." He released my arm and propped his elbows on the edge of the jacuzzi.
"Stroke my cock. See what you do to me."
I reached back in the water and found him, thick and hot. I gave a few rough tugs, loving the feel of him. It wasn't enough, though. I needed him deep inside. His hand dipped between us, and his thumb instantly found my clit, rubbing it expertly. Gasping, I squeezed his shaft as my eyes closed. Oh, God. I felt his mouth close around one of my nipples, followed by glorious suction. He let me go with a wet pop.
"Tell me why you were upset today."
Another lick sent a tremble through me, his thumb circling the hard bud of my sex. My heart pounded inside my chest, desire gnawing in my lower half, thanks to his perfect rhythm. Just when I thought he'd forgotten, he asked,
"Why did you go off alone?"
"Let's go inside," I panted.
"If you want me to fuck you, Angelo mio, tell me why."
His voice was low and coaxing, his thumb continuing its steady, maddening pace.
"I want to know why you were crying today."
I went for a distraction instead. Giving him a strong tug, I whispered, "Wouldn't you like to slide your big cock inside me? Show me that I belong to you." A shudder went through his body, and a surge of triumph filled me. It was short-lived, though, because he rubbed me faster. My clit throbbed, all the sensation focused right in that tiny bundle of nerves. I released his shaft to grip both of his shoulders. Oh, God. His mouth met the shell of my ear.
"Who do you think can last longer, me or you?"
I whimpered. We were outside, under the stars, his hard muscles under me, and the orgasm was quickly building in my belly. The water, his thumb, the steam. Fuck, I gritted out. His chuckle was dark as he slowed his thumb to a torturous, feather-light crawl.
"You will not win this battle, and as soon as you tell me why, I'll let you come."
Maybe I had a shitty day. I tried to chase his hand with my hips. "It doesn't matter."
"It matters to me."
He gentled his tone.
"You crumbled today, and it can't be about Pepe. I want to know what happened."
"Vito," my voice was a pathetic whine. The fever clawed and scratched, a need so forceful that I was having trouble stringing two words together. He grabbed my jaw in one of his palms, his gaze taking in my face.
"You think I don't care? You think I wasn't worried sick when you disappeared? Bella, I will tear this goddamn town apart with my bare hands if someone looks at you the wrong way. You get hurt, I will burn it all to the ground without a second thought."
I shook my head, my thoughts jumbled. He wasn't helping. I just wanted an orgasm while he whispered filthy Italian words in my ear. "Touch me, please. I need you so badly." His lips pressed softly to my cheekbones, over my nose, up to my forehead.
"So sweet. Keep going. Tell me what went on in your head earlier."
His thumbs stroked harder, tight little circles that curled my toes.
"Let me make it better."
"Right there. Don't stop." He indulged me for a few seconds, then withdrew.
"Tell me."
I sank my nails into his shoulders, the will to battle with him receding. What did it matter if I told him? He couldn't change any of it, and I was dying for his dick to show me a good time. I floated away from him and he let me go. I bobbed in the swirling water and tried to think how to put it. It's all too much. Losing the winery, feeling like I disappointed my father, my brother who definitely has a gambling problem. Everything sucks. And then there's you.
What about me?
He asked when I paused. Well, in one breath you're telling me this is a short-term thing, but in the next you're ordering me to say I belong to you. And now I have a guard, but you won't tell me why, even though it's clear there's trouble. Then Maz is telling me all about the orgies with models the two of you used to have. Sighing, I shook my head. Look, we both know this is just sex, and that's fine. So don't try to make it more, okay? It's messing with my head. He brought a hand up to rub his jaw. I'd come to learn this was Vito speak for, I need a minute. Letting the jets work their magic, I waited and enjoyed the water.
Maggie, I do need to return to Toronto. When I say I'm here for only a short time, this isn't a lie.
I know, I said. I get it. Really.
No, you don't.
He scowled at the water, then looked at me again.
I can't stop myself from giving you orders and bending you to my will when we're in bed. I won't even try. It's too addicting. But there's more happening, and I can't explain it. The jealousy I feel, the possessiveness, the need to protect you, the need to fuck you every minute of the day. I'm also losing my mind, capisce?
He reached for me under the water and found my ankle, then tugged me toward him. I went willingly and ended up on his lap again. Using his thumb, he smoothed my damp eyebrows one at a time.
What I said in the alley is true. You are turning me inside out.
I wasn't sure this made me feel any better. So we were both fucked? No, I wouldn't accept that. I couldn't allow this man to break my heart. This is just sex, Vito. I expected him to agree. After all, a man who wore a fake wedding band to avoid commitment should have been thrilled at what I was offering. A temporary affair while he was in town. No strings. No messy emotions. Wasn't that what he wanted? Except Vito didn't look thrilled. The lines in his forehead deepened, and his mouth had turned into a serious frown. Sitting me on the seat beside him, he said,
"Wait here. I'll get a towel for you."
He got out of the hot tub, and I sat there, confused, wondering what the fuck was going on between us.
Chapter 15. Vito. Something tugged me from sleep, a thread of warmth and contentment that rolled through me. As I surfaced from the sluggish darkness, I realized what was happening. A wet, hot mouth was wrapped around my hard cock, giving it sweet pulls of delicious suction. Fuck, that was nice. I spread my thighs, making more room for her, and stretched my arms over my head. Last night, after I ate her out and made good on my promise of an orgasm, Maggie fell asleep in my bed. Except I was too keyed up about our earlier conversation, the Red Raiders and everything else to wind down and find sleep. I eventually gave up and came downstairs to work. It was the middle of the night when I returned to the bed and joined her. As she sucked and licked, I kept my eyes closed and enjoyed the attention. Maggie hadn't blown me since the casino, and I've been eager to feel her greedy lips pulling the cum from me once again. She was so fucking good at this. Little flicks of her tongue, no teeth, steady pressure. And she never forgot about my balls, holding them in her mouth and swirling her tongue over my sack. Now I was wide awake. I threw off the cover so I could watch her. Naked and eyes closed, she was kneeling between my legs, my cock in her mouth. My skin was wet with her saliva, her plump lips stretched tight around my girth. Blood rushed to my groin. "That's it, Angelo," I whispered, stroking her hair and moving it out of the way so I could better see. "Take me deep. Let me feel your throat." She widened her jaw and sank her head as far down as she could go. It wasn't enough. I held her head and pressed my hips up. More. Gag on it. She didn't fight me, and I felt her body jerk. I let her pull back to breathe. Again. Eyes on me this time, Bella. Her watery gaze met mine, and the sight sent lust punching through my veins. I didn't let her move as I thrust up, watching as she struggled to take me. Finally, I pushed into her throat. I held there, and she gripped my thighs to steady herself, tears wetting her skin. I couldn't look away, mesmerized. I'd never seen anything so beautiful. When I eased out of her throat, she inhaled deeply and saliva dribbled down her chin. But she didn't release me. My chest constricted. Tu sei perfecto, I whispered, not even realizing she wouldn't understand. You are perfect, I repeated. Is sucking on my cock getting you wet? She nodded, her eyes never leaving me. Cazzo, this girl. I liked the idea of coming down her throat, but I'd much rather fuck her right now. I craved the tight grip of her cunt, the little cries she gave when I was deep inside her. Get on your back. She released me with a pop, and my erection slapped against my stomach. Reaching to the drawer by the bed, I took out the lube I'd stored there. When I looked, Maggie's long limbs were stretched out across the mattress, hooded lids framing eyes gone dark with desire. I shifted between her legs and slicked up my cock. Let me know if this is too much. It won't be. I'm fine. I let my fingers trail through her slit and found her soaked. Oh, baby, you need this very badly, no? Hurry, Vito. Pushing one of her thighs higher, I said, Hold your legs apart. Show me that tight hole. She grabbed behind both knees and held herself open to display her pussy, and I sucked in a breath as I took it in. The wet folds, her swollen clit. Easing forward, I lined up at her entrance and watched her face as I pushed inside. The squeeze around the head of my cock sent tiny shock waves through my limbs, but I didn't move, giving us both a second to adjust. I was pleased to see she didn't wince. Instead, her head angled back, her breath coming out in a long sigh. More, she said. Don't drop your legs. Adjusting my hips, I invaded, millimeter by millimeter, gazing down at her slick flesh as she swallowed my cock. I needed to be buried inside her, deep, deep in her pussy. When our hips finally met, I hung my head and inhaled, my nostrils flaring. Fucking tight, scalding hot. I wanted to crawl inside her and never leave. You feel so good, she licked her lips. God! No pain. Nope. Relieved, I stirred my pelvis into her clit. I was so turned on that I was almost afraid to thrust, lest I embarrass myself. How hard do you want it? How hard can you give it to me? I leaned over and propped a hand on either side of her head, nearly covering her. Ask me nicely, Diovaletta. Fuck me hard, please, she rushed out. Her legs began to tremble from the effort of holding them up. Hurry! I pulled out and sat on my knees. When she started to drop her hands, I grabbed her legs to prevent it. Stay there and show me that empty pussy. I want to hear you beg me to fill you up. I used 2 fingers to circle her clit, and her eyes nearly rolled back in her head. Yet she was still silent. Beg me. God, you're such an asshole. The muscles in her lower body clenched as she tried to chase my fingers. Please, Vito. Please, Vito, what? She let out a noise of frustration, then sweetened her voice until it dripped with honey. Please, baby, fill me up. Fuck me hard, I want to feel you all day. At her words, my brain short-circuited. Like a lightning bolt went through me. I shoved my cock inside her, all the way to the hilt, the clasp of her walls like a vice. Spots danced around the edge of my vision as my hips slammed into her over and over, causing her to jolt atop the bed, her lips parted in apparent bliss, teats bouncing. I clenched my teeth, trying to stave off my orgasm as I pumped. With each thrust, the wooden bed frame hit the wall with a thud. Her hands cupped her breasts and fingers tugged on her nipples.
Oh God, shit, that is so good.
The way she gripped me, as if her pussy didn't want to let me go, scrambled my thoughts. I could only think more and harder as I used all my strength to wring an orgasm out of her. Knowing how much she likes hearing me talk, I started confessing in my language all the things I wanted to do to her, every depraved act, every twisted idea I had about this woman and her body. Everything she was making me feel inside, how I wasn't sure I could give her up when the time came. Then she was clenching around me, little ripples going through her, down her legs. She breathed out a long string of curses, and when she finished spasming, I pulled out and stroked myself a few times until thick ribbons of cum landed on her slick flesh. I painted her pussy with it, marked her as mine. Stripes of white fluid marred her pretty pink labia and clit, and the amount of satisfaction I felt could not be described. Mine. Rub it in, I said, trying to catch my breath. Rub my cum into your skin and push it up inside you. There was no fight in her, not at the moment. She was floating in a sea of ecstasy that ensured she would do almost anything I asked, like her fingers sliding between her legs to smear my mess all over herself. That's it, I crooned. Keep going. You need to wear my cum on your skin at all times. She sighed happily, her eyes closed. I never tired of looking at her. Inside your pussy, mio dolce angeletto. Use your fingers and push every drop deep inside. 2 fingers glided through her folds, gathered the cum at her entrance, then slipped into her pussy, pushing me inside. Without being prompted, she did this a second time, and I almost declared my love right there. Madre di Dio, this woman. She was perfect. Sono fottuto. I grabbed her fingers coated in the both of us and brought them to my mouth. I licked once, then held them to her. Now you. With a devilish smile, she slipped her fingers past her lips and sucked on them. Every drop of moisture left my mouth, and I stared, wondering how quickly I could fuck her again. I'm never letting you leave. She chuckled and reached for me.
There are laws against that kind of thing in this country.
Fuck the laws, I murmured as I stretched out on top of her. No one would blame me if they watched us together. Kissing my chin, she nuzzled her nose against my jaw. Then she patted my shoulder.
That was fun.
Fun. It had been earth-shattering.
This is just sex, Vito.
Except I knew what just sex felt like. This wasn't it. I hadn't ever been this obsessed, this crazed over a woman before.
What?
She asked, staring at my expression. Nothing. I kissed her briefly, but it was hard and deep. Let's shower.
Okay.
She sounded hesitant, confused. I crawled off her and stood by the bed, then reached my hand out to help her stand. As we walked into the bathroom, she whistled behind me.
God, your ass. It is...
She made a kissing sound.
A masterpiece.
I glanced over my shoulder. Yeah?
You even have those divots right here.
She touched my lower back.
Do you work out?
I have a gym at home. I reached into the shower and started the water.
I bet you never skip leg day.
I went to take a piss, not commenting. There was too much swirling around in my head, and I wasn't thinking clearly. She started brushing her teeth with the toothbrush I'd unwrapped for her yesterday, and silence fell. After I flushed, I went into the shower and let the hot water pound on my shoulders. As always, I shoved aside the personal and focused on work. There was a lot to do. I needed to contact a security company about working on the winery. Then there were the emails I'd avoided the past few days. And I had to ring Benetti and fill him in. Soft hands slid up my back after the shower door opened. She pressed against me and kissed the nape of my neck.
Has anyone ever told you that you can be moody sometimes?
I could still hear my father's snide comments about me. Stop overthinking everything. The Gastinos are not weak. Get out of your own head and shoot him, Vito. Enzo had protected me, though, telling our father to fuck off and leave me alone. Yes, I said simply. When I didn't expound on it, Maggie pursed her lips and moved under the spray. From under the curtain of water, she said,
I have so much to do today. I need to catch up on 1,000 things.
She reached for the shampoo.
What about you?
Yes. I lathered up some body wash in my palms and started washing myself. But I'll see you tonight. Come here for dinner.
Maybe.
She lathered up her hair.
I'll see how the day goes.
Wrong answer. I rinsed, then angled her against the tile. Bending, I sucked on the skin of her neck, biting and licking her wet, soft flesh until she started moaning. Her arms held me close, her head angled to give me the access I needed.
That feels so good,
she said with a sigh. I didn't stop. I scraped my teeth on her collarbone. I bit her earlobe. I used my lips and tongue to leave marks on her skin. When I shoved my thigh between her legs to press against her pussy, I could feel her slick flesh on mine. She was already getting turned on again. My cock began responding, thickening as blood pooled in my groin. I squeezed the tips of her breasts, rolling her nipple between my thumb and middle finger. When she was panting, clinging to me, soft sounds escaping her throat, I held her jaw and stared down at her. You will be here tonight, no later than 6 o'clock. I'll have dinner waiting.
Vito,
irritation laced her voice.
I have a lot to do.
6 o'clock, diavoletta mia. And if I have to come looking for you, there will be hell to pay. Releasing her, I stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around my waist, not even caring that I was dripping water everywhere as I left.
Maggie. Relaxed and re-energized, I set out for the vineyards. Such was the power of orgasms, I supposed, as I took a sip from the travel mug in my hand. Vito made me a double cappuccino to go when I said I didn't have time for coffee today. Why was he so considerate? It was annoying. I'd assumed we were back on the same "it's just sex" page, but now I wasn't so sure. Sleeping over every night? That was too coupley. The dirty talk was one thing. Spending so much time together was another. I needed distance, not sharing our thoughts and feelings each evening. My cell buzzed. It was Carlo, texting me to meet him at 7 by the Merlot vines. That left me 10 minutes to change at home. I sent him a thumbs up. Then I noticed I had a text from Bello, waiting.
6 o'clock, diavoletta.
A tiny burst of giddiness warmed my chest, but I pushed it aside. Stop being silly, I told myself. Instead of agreeing, I sent Vito a devil face emoji. The house was quiet, so I figured Massimo was asleep upstairs. I needed to check in with my brother and Celeste, see how everything was going. We had a team meeting at noon, when we usually ate lunch together. As I changed clothes, I pulled up our group thread to confirm if the meeting was happening or not. Mikey said that it was, and Massimo would make us pizzas. I nearly rubbed my hands together. Authentic Italian pizza? Hallelujah. Carlo was waiting for me when I arrived. There were 2 shovels and a stack of white buckets that looked brand new. He was holding 2 pairs of gloves and a pack of sample bags.
Buongiorno,
he said, kissing my cheeks when I walked up.
I hope I didn't get you out of bed, but I assume you rise early, like me.
You assume correctly. I'm usually outside by 6:30 at the latest.
Va bene. I've arranged for a lab at Cornell to analyze the soil samples quickly. Then we will know what we are working with and how we might fertilize and improve, okay?
Sounds good. I grabbed a shovel off the ground and accepted the gloves from him. Where do you want to start?
I have a bucket for each grape variety. We will start in the Merlot and move southward. I will get the subsoil, you get the topsoil.
We began working together, shoveling dirt into buckets, then mixing with our hands to create one sample mixture. Then we filled the sample bag and moved on. Carlo was funny and personable, and he kept me entertained with stories of famous wineries and the people he'd met. How did Vito convince you to come here? I asked as we worked in the Cabernet Franc section. Carlo looked at me curiously.
You know his last name, no?
Of course, but...
There is no but, signorina.
He dumped dirt in our bucket.
These men, they are rich, but they are also dangerous. You should remember that.
He strode away to another section and began digging. "We're not together," I called after him. When he returned and emptied his shovel, he leaned against it and stared down at me.
"In my country, a father prays that his daughter doesn't end up with a man like this, and I sense that he is interested in you."
I didn't want Carlo to think I was pinning my hopes and dreams on marrying Vito. We aren't in Italy, and there isn't any future for the two of us. We're just having fun. Temporary fun.
Va bene. A relief, because these men have a very narrow view of women and their role, and there is no way out, no matter how bad the situation might be. Capisce?
Are you saying that I wouldn't be allowed to dress like a farmer and run a winery as a mob wife? Carlo shook his head.
This would reflect badly on him. He needs a trophy, a model, someone to make all the other men jealous.
Grimacing, he seemingly realized what he'd said.
Not that you aren't beautiful. You would be a prize for any man.
I held up my hand. I get it. I'm not offended. My friend Valentina runs a restaurant, though, and she's married to Luca Benetti. Maybe
I've heard of him. And is she running this restaurant now?
Well, no. I brushed dirt off my gloves. They're honeymooning in Catanzaro. Carlo held out his hand as if to say, "There you go." "She's coming back," I said, though it sounded weak. "They're splitting the year between there and here."
"If you say so,"
he said, then walked away to get more samples. Minutes later, I couldn't get this conversation out of my head. Another reason to remember this was just sex with Vito. I wasn't giving up my independence to become a mob wife. No thank you. But this made me think about Val. Was she coming back? I didn't have many friends, and it would sting to lose one, especially my best friend. Whipping off one glove, I used my thumb to unlock my phone and pull up my text thread with Val. "Hey, how's it going? You still alive over there?" Almost instantly, a photo of her well-manicured toes filled my screen, a pool in the background. The sun was shining as if to say, "Fuck you," to the gray sky looming over my head. I felt a little sick. Who in their right mind would leave that paradise to come back here? "Looks nice. Have a good time." "You really need to visit. We'd have so much fun here. Luca's pool is the bomb. I feel like a queen." I sent a thumbs up. I couldn't think of what else to say. As the wife of a mafia king, she was a queen. Why would she ever give that up to come back to this shithole town and work for a living? She hadn't loved the restaurant. She took it over when her mom got sick. It was more of a duty for her, a responsibility, not a calling. Not like me with the vineyard. I could never give this up. These vines were rooted deep in my heart, the dirt a very part of me. Putting my phone away, I went back to my task. I didn't need anyone else's voice in my head today. I had enough to worry about. If Val never came back, so be it. We'd end up as texting buddies and then slowly leave each other on read, taking days to respond until that turned into weeks. Then it would be the, "Oh my God, we haven't talked in so long, can we catch up one of these days?" type messages. I went back to my text threads. My friend Sam and I liked to share videos, usually of the hot shirtless men variety. I typed, "Hey, I know you're busy at the cafe, but let's hang out soon." 3 dots appeared right away, telling me she was responding. Surprising that she was on her phone and not making iced coffees and lattes. Mornings were her busiest time. "Yes, please. Tonight, I need a night out." I smiled. Sam lived with her grandmother and ran the Leaning Tower of Pastries in town. "Yes, I'm ready." "Okay, I can be to you by 5:30. "Perfect. Meet me in the tasting room. We'll pick out wine." She sent an octopus heart-eyed emoji. God, Sam was weird, but I loved her. I started to put my phone away, then realized I had an Italian mob boss expecting me over at 6. Pulling up our chat, I texted, "Hanging out with my friend tonight. Can't come over." When there was no immediate response, I slid my cell back in my jacket pocket. Carlo came over and dumped dirt in our bucket, then pointed to the vines.
"When was the last time you tested the petioles?"
Tissue testing was expensive, more costly than soil sampling. My dad did it 5 years ago. He nodded as if this was what he expected.
I'd like to see those reports.
Of course. Does something look off?
It is a feeling. I won't know for sure until I can get some samples during the bloom.
My ears started buzzing. That was months away. But what do you suspect?
I don't like to speculate, Signorina. I'm a scientist and I work with facts.
But? He put his hands on his hips and stared at the Cabernet Franc vines.
I'm concerned you have red blotch.
My mouth fell open. Red blotch was a fairly new virus, and it could wipe out vineyards. No, that can't be right. It's only been found in California and Oregon.
And New York,
Carlo said.
2 cases last year.
Unfortunately, I hadn't kept up with local winery news. I was too busy and... shit. I regarded my little babies, the dormant vines that I'd poured my blood, sweat, and tears into. Show me.
It takes time to develop. I could be wrong.
Carlo, the world's premier enologist, wrong? I doubted it. That meant we would need to rip out these vines. We'd lose entire sections of the vineyard. And why hadn't I noticed it? Because you're terrible at this. Dad would have caught it. Granddad would have caught it. Carlo, please, show me before I start freaking out. He put his hands on my shoulders.
Maggie, breathe. Red blotch is hard to spot. Many vines don't show symptoms at all.
Yet you spotted it right away.
I didn't spot it because there are no leaves to confirm it. As I said, it's just a feeling, based on what I've tasted and what I'm seeing here.
He dropped his hands.
But we shouldn't panic.
Too late. What can we do?
I'll take cortical scrapings of a few random shoots and get them analyzed today with the rest.
Do you want me to drive up to Cornell? The university was about 3 hours away, and I didn't want to force Carlo to make such a long journey. He shook his head and reached for his shovel.
I don't mind. I am anxious to meet their staff and see their facilities. Let's finish these soil samples, then we'll get the scrapings ready to go.
He walked to his section, while I stared at the vines and wondered what I had missed. Wouldn't I have noticed red marks on the leaves at some point in the fall? Wouldn't the staff have noticed as we were harvesting the grapes? How had this slipped through the cracks? That was the thing about nature. No matter how competent you think you are, it always finds a way to humble you.
Signorina,
Carlo called. He was towing some dirt around and beckoned me over.
Come look.
I went to see what he'd found. We both bent down, and he picked up a few of the leaves left over from the harvest that had been unearthed under the mulch. A tiny dark spot dotted the edge of one. It appeared brown at the moment, but it could have been red at one time. God damn it, I snapped.
It might not be red blotch,
Carlo said calmly.
This leaf is old, so we can't tell for sure until the tissue samples come back. But it's definitely something.
We'll have to rip this entire section out. He straightened and folded his arms.
That would be the best-case scenario, no?
Oh, God. I could lose all the plants. Head swirling, I bent over and took a few deep breaths. This was too much. On top of everything else, this was too fucking much. Why did the universe hate me so badly?
Que cosa?
A deep voice called down the row.
Are you sick?
I lifted my head and caught Vito walking toward me, his long limbs clad in a suit and his black overcoat. Strange, but I didn't find his presence annoying. Instead, a giant wave of relief went through me. I suddenly had an impulse to run up and throw myself in his strong arms. As a card-carrying feminist, that impulse was concerning. But the vineyard wasn't just my problem anymore. It was our problem. And that idea was not terrible. We might have red blotch, I blurted, and you should fire me. He barely reacted, just a twitch of his nostrils as he came over. His tone remained even and calm in the face of my panic.
I'm not firing you. What is red blotch?
Carlo gave the boss a quick rundown while I tried not to think about all the years of hard work that were now ruined. I couldn't remember the last time entire rows of vines had to be ripped out. My dad was still alive, so maybe 12 years ago. First, Mikey had lost the vineyard, and now I'd actually lost the vineyard. I massaged my temples with my fingertips and tried not to freak out. When Carlo finished, Vito rubbed his jaw thoughtfully, his gaze on the horizon.
So the cause is unknown, correct? Correct,
Carlo answered.
We will know when the tissue samples come back. But you think it is a virus of some kind? Yes, I do.
I swallowed the lump in my throat. I should have caught it. This is on me. I'm in charge of the vineyard. I squared my shoulders. We'll lose all the affected vines. You should fire me. Vito's cool mask was firmly in place when he jerked his head toward the side.
Walk with me.
I promised Carlo I would return shortly, then fell in step next to Vito. He didn't walk quickly. Instead, he slowed and matched my stride to his, and we didn't speak as he led us deeper into the vineyard. I wasn't one for hysterics, but I could feel myself spiraling. This was a catastrophe of epic proportions. All the money that would be lost. What if the entire vineyard was affected? What if we had to rip out every root? Vito,
take a deep breath,
he murmured, clasping his hands behind his back.
This is a problem to solve, and I will help you and Carlo solve it. Capisce?
It's more than a problem to solve. It's a goddamn disaster. We could lose everything.
Carlo said it should only affect a section, maybe two. Regardless, we will not let this place fail. Things happen, but this isn't the end of the world.
Just the end of the vineyard?
Viruses happen in vineyards.
He spoke patiently, as if dealing with a hysterical child.
You know that as well as I do. And if we must buy new plants, then we will buy new plants. We come up with a plan and follow it through.
He made it sound so easy, but I knew how much work went into replanting and nurturing new vines. It would take time, and a lot of money. This didn't come cheaply. Worse, though, it was a blow to my pride. I hadn't noticed, and I should have. It's my job. I didn't do it. Everything we harvested in the fall could be affected. God, I had to tell Bruce. He would need to dump the recent Cabernet Franc at the very least. I dragged in a ragged breath. All that effort and cost. Vito stopped and put both hands on my shoulders. His midnight-colored eyes radiated calmness in the gray morning light.
What could you possibly have done differently, if you'd noticed it? Bella, you aren't perfect. And it is bad, yes, but no one died. This can be rebuilt.
I nibbled my bottom lip. Why didn't he understand? Maybe for a mob boss, whether someone died or not was an important barometer of failure. But for me, a vigneron, whether the grapes lived or died was a basic job requirement. I'm freaking out, I admitted, and I can't understand how you're so calm. His gaze was warm and soft, and it sucked me in, soothing me.
This is only money, which I happen to have a lot of, and I already plan to make improvements. So now we combine the improvements with replanting. Let Carlo advise you, and then we'll do whatever you want.
The words washed over me like a cool rain. My panic receded, and I took a deep breath. Feeling like I should do something, I straightened his perfectly straight tie and admired the fine gray-patterned silk. You just want an excuse to touch him. You'll let me decide?
Si, certo. I told you this many times. I want to work with you, not strip this all away from you.
He was saying all the right things, and my heart slowed with each second that passed. You're good in a crisis. You know that?
I've been told this, yes. Now, aren't you curious about the reason I came out here to find you in the first place?
Oh, right. I was so distracted that I hadn't even noticed. Was it to tell me how amazing and awesome I am in bed?
No, although this is certainly true.
He cupped my jaw in his hands and rubbed his thumb along my cheekbones.
I have to run an errand today. I don't know if I will be back by 6.
Didn't you get my text? I'm hanging out with a friend tonight.
And you will bring this friend to the cottage. Use the jacuzzi if you like. Have my brother send out dinner. But I want you waiting there when I get back. Are we clear?
Like a habit, I opened my mouth to argue. Except I couldn't get the words out. I didn't want to refuse. There was something reassuring about this man, and this had been a really shitty day already. Seeing him tonight would make me feel better. Okay, Vito. My compliance earned a tiny hint of a smile from him.
Va bene, angioletto mio.
He kissed my forehead, then pressed a quick kiss to my lips. He left me there, lips tingling as I watched him walk away, his long overcoat shifting with each step. I could see the little white puffs of his breath, the strong slope of his neck leading into broad, capable shoulders. A giddy, fizzing sensation erupted in my chest, like I was filled with sparkling wine. No, stop. I'm just happy, that's all. I was not falling in love with Vito D'Agostino. Quickly, I started off for the Cabernet Franc vines. It was then that I realized I hadn't even asked about his errand today.
Chapter 16. Vito. On the drive to the airport, I studied up on red blotch. It was bad, but not the end of the world. An added benefit was that tearing out the vines would allow us to improve irrigation on that section of the vineyard before replanting. You're good in a crisis, you know that? The compliment pleased me. As the second son, I knew how to keep the peace, to bring sanity when tempers and emotions flared. This was why Enzo had relied on me for so long, to counterbalance his fierce temper. And I could make Maggie's life easier in 100 different ways, if only she would stop fighting me. We were making progress, though, as evidenced by her agreeing to be at the cottage tonight. I pulled out a burner and dialed. Binetti answered on the fourth ring. Pronto. It's D'Agostino. You do realize I'm on my honeymoon, no? It's a courtesy call, Binetti. One I don't have to make if you find them tedious. The man on the other end of the line sighed. Let's hear it. The 3 Red Raiders who killed my man have been dealt with. Dumb fucks, Binetti said. What else? I called Baron, their president, to let him know. He was, as to be expected, not happy. Did he make threats? Yes, but I'm not worried about him. I dealt with the Red Raiders up in Toronto. They're both stupid and lazy. Any other good news? He asked dryly. I need a recommendation for a security company. He was quiet for a few seconds. Why, when you are supposed to be leaving town? It's for the winery. The 2 Fiorentinos don't prioritize their safety, but I do. Fuck me. I scowled at the passing scenery. What does that mean? The girl. Maggie. You're fucking her, Jesus Christ. No wonder you're hanging around. You don't know what you're talking about. The winery is mine, and I want to protect it. The sooner you give me a recommendation on a security company, the sooner I go back to Toronto. Cazzata. You're dragging your feet there, causing trouble in my territory just so you can get some pussy. What happens if the Red Raiders come after my woman's restaurant in retribution? Or after my men? Hearing Maggie referred to as some pussy set my teeth on edge. I snarled into the speaker. If you had dealt with these assholes earlier, I wouldn't be in this situation. One of my men wouldn't be dead. Instead, you let them hang around, mistreat girls at that club, and sell drugs on the winery grounds. I didn't let them do shit, D'Agostino. And you are only remaining there by my good graces. I suggest you treat me with more respect. I'm done making courtesy calls, Binetti. I'll handle things my way from now on. I disconnected. I wasn't having this conversation any longer. He needed to watch his mouth around me, especially when it came to Maggie. Binetti is still pissed? Tommaso asked from behind the wheel. Grunting, I looked through my email for the next few minutes. There was plenty of business awaiting my attention, decisions that needed to be made on several construction projects. Suddenly, a text came in from my older brother, demanding I ring him ASAP. I found the number and tapped the glass. Pronto? His annoyed growl barked into the phone. Ciao, fratello, come stai? You bring Massimo and Paloma there, and you don't tell me? Should I be worried? No. There's some bullshit, but nothing I can't handle. Oh? Does it have anything to do with why I'm getting texts from Luca Binetti? My free hand curled into a fist. That fucking stronzo. He went and tattled to my brother? He's pissed because I'm taking care of a problem here that he should have already dealt with himself. Vito, Enzo sighed heavily. There are rules for a reason, and you know how things are done. You have to ask for permission in someone else's territory. This coming from a man who hates rules. This is true. But you are in a different country with no allies. And you've just pissed off the only one you might have had. Some bikers murdered one of my men, and now I've settled the matter. I understand, but it's Benetti's territory. He said you didn't ask, and you hung up on him. I warned him, which is enough in my book. And you wouldn't have done any differently. Vito, I want you to succeed there, and you need allies to do it. None of us can do this alone. Tell me, what would you have advised me to do if I were in your shoes? Shit. We both knew I would have advised him to get Benetti's blessing first. Territory mattered in our hierarchy. Yet here I ignored my own advice. I dragged a hand down my face. I didn't like admitting when I was wrong. I'll make it right. You'd better, because he is spitting mad right now. He paused. This isn't like you. You make contingency plans for brushing your teeth in the morning. What the fuck is happening over there? Why are you in Benetti's territory to begin with? I gave my older brother a quick rundown of what had happened, leaving out the parts that related to Maggie. I'm just staying to get the winery straightened out. What does this have to do with Maz and Paloma? Maz is taking over the kitchen until they can replace the chef. Paloma is coming for a visit. Vito, he said with a long sigh. Why is she really coming? I should have known he'd force me to admit it. I'm asking her to serve as consigliere. He was silent for a long time. I wished I could see his face because Enzo rarely hid his thoughts. Was he angry? Did he approve? Finally, he said, She's a good choice. Smart thinking, fratello. Praise from Enzo? I felt my chest expand. Now that I have you, I need a favor. I want to overhaul the security at the winery, and I'm hoping you can help. Let me make a few calls. We work with a company in the city. They should be able to help you. By the way, how's Mancini? Roberto Mancini, Enzo's father-in-law, was the former Don of the Toronto clan I'd taken over, and he'd been sick with cancer the past few years. The illness was why his territory and men had been turned over to me. Bedridden. I'm told it won't be long. Fuck, Enzo said. Okay. I'll tell her after Fashion Week is over. She may already know. I'm assuming Frankie and Emma are aware and have updated her, I said, referring to Gia's sisters. Arrangements have been made. Cristo, I'm not looking forward to that funeral. I'll have to see Ravanzani, and not kill him. My brother and Fausto Ravanzani were brothers-in-law and hated each other. I switched topics. How is my replacement? Our cousin Furio had taken over as Enzo's consigliere. A pain in my ass. I miss you, fratello. It isn't the same. We'd been to hell and back together, so I understood. Ti voglio bene, fratellone. I know. I wasn't offended by his response. Enzo wasn't one for mushy emotions, except with Gia. Switching topics, he asked, What do I need to know about Maz? He's been amazing in the winery's kitchen. Seems happy. I hear he has a girlfriend. Of course, Enzo knew these. He said she has no connection to the life. She's another chef. I will still run a check on her. That is exactly what he doesn't want. He made me promise I wouldn't tell you for that very reason. Too fucking bad, Enzo snarled. He is my brother and I'm the head of this family, whether he considers himself in it or not. I grimaced. He doesn't want us to interfere. You have to respect his wishes. Good thing you won't tell him then. Capisce? I pressed my lips together. Over the years, my brothers put me squarely in the middle more times than I could count. Sometimes being the reasonable one sucked. I won't say anything. Va bene. I have to go, make things right with Benetti. I will. Ciao. We disconnected, and I stared out the window thinking. Benetti would have to wait. Or better yet, Paloma could deal with him, after she agreed to serve as my consigliere.
Maggie. I'd already started on a glass of rosé when Sam arrived at the tasting room. Oh my God. A bundled-up goth chick came running up and threw her arms around me. You have no idea how much I needed this. I squeezed her back. It's been too long. Really, it has. I love Roberto and I'm glad my grandmother is dating him, but it's kind of sad that her social life is more active than mine. Sam studied the bottles of wine on the table. Are we staying here or going to your place? We're going out. Choose your poison. I waved my hand toward the bottles. I think I'm sticking with rosé tonight. Sam's eyebrows climbed dramatically. That's tame of you. Normally you go for bold reds. Now what should I do? Such choices. She picked up the Merlot. Okay, I'm ready. I took a second bottle of rosé just in case, then tugged on my knit hat. Let's start walking. I have so much to tell you. One of our winter promotions was taking place tonight in the dining room, so there was a good-sized crowd. I felt bad not sticking around to help, but Mikey and Celeste seemed to have everything under control last I checked. Glancing over at Adam behind the bar, I asked, "Would you mind putting these away, pretty please?" Adam gave me a thumbs up. "No problem." "And will you tell the chef we're ready for dinner?"
Aye, aye, boss.
Thank you, Adam. Sam and I went outside, where the early evening cold whipped straight through our coats. "Eep," she said. "Hurry." We power-walked with our wine in the direction of the cottage. "Wait, why are we going this way?" she asked. "Aren't you on the other side?" "We're going to the cottage." "Oh, fun. I haven't been out there since you were building it. Is this why you told me to bring my bathing suit?" "Yep. There's a jacuzzi on the deck. We can relax in there after dinner." "Sounds fab. So catch me up. How are you doing? How's the wine biz?" "I don't really know where to start." "What does that mean?" "I think I need a glass of wine in my hand when I tell you, because it is a lot." The wind picked up, fiercely blowing across the frozen ground, and my teeth began to chatter. Sam and I picked up our pace, nearly jogging to the cottage. Was there a storm coming? I hadn't checked the weather earlier, thanks to the red blotch drama. When we got inside, she put the bottle on the island. Holy shit, it's cold out. She unzipped her jacket and tossed it onto the new couch. Wow, this place looks great. Very minimalist. Elegant. Good job, Mags. It wasn't so much my design as it was Vito's, but I didn't say that. Instead, I opened the wine bottles to let them breathe. Then I found glasses in the cabinet. Vito's cappuccino cup was still in the sink. I stared at it for a beat, thinking about his strong hands cradling the ceramic, his mouth hugging the edge of the rim. His gorgeous, capable mouth. Sam made a noise. Mags, I think one of your renters left behind a pair of shoes." I looked over and found her examining Vito's running shoes that I had returned. "No, those belong to the current tenant." She blinked at me, her lips parting. "There's a renter here?" Her eyes swung to the staircase. "Like, right now?" No. Let's sit in the jacuzzi and I'll explain." While she went to change, I darted outside and turned on the jacuzzi. Then I came back in and used the upstairs bathroom to change into my suit. Little touches of Vito were everywhere, like his hair gel, contacts case and solution, a razor. The room even smelled like his fancy Italian body wash. I bit my lip, my ears growing warm. Was I blushing? I stared in the mirror and tried to cool my overheated skin. Sam would definitely notice. By the time I returned, she was drinking her wine and staring at the espresso machine. "This looks new. It wouldn't have anything to do with that Italian man who came into the cafe and asked where to buy one, would it?" "When was that?" "Oh, a few days ago. He was very handsome, mid-30s. Graham gave him John's information when he asked about a contractor." She pinned me with a knowing stare. "You wouldn't happen to know him, would you?" "He's staying here." Realization dawned, and she nodded. "He's the renter." "More like a guest, owner, boss." "What?" "No more questions until we're in the jacuzzi." We took our wine and hurried into the warm water. When our teeth stopped chattering from the short dash in the freezing cold, she flicked water in my direction. "Let's hear it. What is going on out here?" So I told her. I started with my one-night stand, then Vito's arrival after he won the winery from my brother, his move to the cottage, bringing Carlo here, his brother, the alley, last night. Finally, I ended with the red blotch. "I think you broke my brain," Sam said, blinking rapidly. "An Italian mob boss who lives in Toronto owns the majority of your winery." "Yes. And you slept with him both before and after he took over." "Yes." I wasn't proud of it, but it was the truth. "But you never repeat. It's one of your rules." I shifted in the warm water and took a long swallow of rosé. "It's not a rule. I don't have rules." Yeah, you do. No more locals, no repeats. You declared it last year at book club. Even wrote it on a napkin." I was also pretty drunk at the time. "You're focusing on the wrong thing. I'm telling you that I've lost almost everything, and you're worried about my drunken declarations." "Is he kicking you off the property? Is he hiring new staff?" No. I cupped some bubbles in my hand and watched them bounce in the water. "He says he wants to be an absentee investor, but he wants to rename the winery after his family." "Oh, Max." Sam's voice was kind. "That has to sting." "Yep, it sure does." "Do you like him?" I opened my mouth to say, "Of course not," but I couldn't get the words out. I remembered how calm he'd been this morning when I was freaking out over the diseased vines. How he'd found me in the cave and carried me out here to take care of me. How much I liked being with him, in bed and out of it. What was it he'd said? Sono fottuto? I'm fucked. Yes, sono fottuto indeed. "I think I might." I whispered the confession into the bowl of my wineglass. Then I took a long drink, like I could wash the words away. My gaze remained locked on Sam. She shook her head slightly, her eyes big and wide. I don't know what to say." "You can say it. I'm an idiot." "Stop, you're not an idiot. You're attracted to him, obviously. You hit on him at the casino, after all. And listen, it's no secret you've been busting your ass the past few years trying to keep this place going. So maybe a rich investor is just what you need. I'm worried you're going to get hurt, though." Me too. I can't have feelings for him. He has to go back to Toronto in a few weeks. And it wasn't like Vito wanted to date me. He kept reminding me this was nothing serious. "And he's in the mafia," Sam reminded me. "Let's not forget that part." "Yeah, I know." "I wonder..." She stared off into the distance. "You wonder what?" "It's making me think back to something that happened in the cafe this morning. You remember Jimmy Tate from school?" When I nodded, she continued. "His mother comes in every morning to get a large iced chai latte, 2 shots with oat milk. Today, she was nearly in tears. Apparently, he didn't come home yesterday or last night." Thanks to the cafe, Sam always knew every piece of gossip in town. "Yeah, but didn't Jimmy join a motorcycle gang? That shit is dangerous." "I guess, but I saw Brittany Campbell the day before last. Remember how she started dancing at Sparkles when her dad skipped out on her mom? Anyway, she said there was a hot Italian guy at the club the other day asking about the motorcycle guys that had been hanging around there. Jimmy Tate was one of them." Sparkles. Italian guy. Shit. Vito went to a strip club the other afternoon. Brittany didn't give me his name, but he told her he was married to a woman named Maggie. I nearly slipped off the spa bench. "What the fuck?" Sam looked entirely too pleased with herself at my reaction. "You're making that up," I said. "Nope. Feel free to text her and ask her yourself." I would do no such thing. If it was true, I didn't want to know. That would only mess with my head even more. Steadying myself, I got back to the point of the story. Why would Vito go after Jimmy Tate? It doesn't make any sense. Sam sipped her wine and stared up at the sky. Stranger things have happened. Like a woman breaking her no-repeats rule for a guy who won her winery in a poker game. I told you, it isn't a rule. Sure. Listen, are you safe around this guy? Because if he is responsible for something happening to Jimmy, you could be at risk. Vito would never hurt me. Are you sure about that? I didn't even need to think about it. Yes, I am. Besides, you've seen Luca with Val. These guys might be violent around other men, but they don't hurt women. Luca and Val are married. Her lips twisted playfully. Though it sounds like Vito already considers the two of you married. I splashed her face with water. Before either of us could say anything else, a deep, Italian-accented voice cut through the sound of the bubbling jets.
Cazzo, this weather!
A miserable-looking Massimo appeared out of the darkness. He wore only his white chef coat, which was rolled up on his tattooed forearms, and carried a rectangular chafing dish. "Hey, Muzz," I called. "You can put that inside. We'll get out now." He hurried across the deck and darted into the cottage. I glanced over at Sam. "Ready? Grab a towel quickly. It's going to be really cold." She put a hand on my arm. "Wait, is that the brother?" "Yep, that's Vito's brother, Massimo. Currently our chef." Sam bit her lip and looked longingly at the door where Muzz had just disappeared. "Wowza." "Slow down, girl. He has a girlfriend back in Italy. Okay, let's go. I'm starving." We braced for the bitter freeze and grabbed our wine. I didn't even stop to wrap the towel around me, just darted into the cottage. Sam did the same. We dried off and Sam put her hoodie on over her suit. As Muzz set out plates filled with food, I asked, "Why didn't you wear a coat?" He rubbed his arms and his lips were light blue.
I had no idea it was this fucking cold, or else I would have.
"Borrow Vito's jacket." I pointed to a puffy down coat hanging by the door. He never wears that one. "Hi, I'm Sam." Sam got very close to Massimo and held out her hand. Muzz angled toward her and gave her a devastating smile dripping with charm as they shook hands.
"Ciao, signorina. I am Massimo D'Agostino."
Sam's skin turned red as she stared up at him. "Thank you for dinner. It looks delicious." She hadn't even glanced at the food, the little liar. I clapped my hands once. "Okay, thanks, Muzz. You're amazing, but we wouldn't want to keep you. I'm sure you have dinner service to oversee."
"I do need to get back."
He bent to kiss Sam's cheeks.
"Ciao, Bella."
Then he walked over to me, probably to do the same, but I held up my hand. "Save it, Romeo. Get out of here." He chuckled, not offended in the least.
"Your loss? Buonasera, signorine. Enjoy."
Sam sighed when Massimo left. I rolled my eyes and lowered myself onto one of the bar stools. "You are so transparent. Are you going to drool over his food like you drooled over him?" "Maybe." She sat next to me and put the cloth napkin on her lap. "Oh my God, chocolate cake and cannoli? And that pasta dish smells amazing." There was also broiled fish and vegetables. "I think I need to move out here if this is how you're eating every night." "Sure, it's because of the food." I picked up the cannoli. "Let's start with dessert." Sam's cell buzzed and she answered it. "Hey, Gram, what's up?" Her eyes grew bigger as her grandmother spoke. "Oh, boy. Okay, I'll head back in 10 or 15. A pause. "No, I only had one glass." Gram said something back. "Don't worry, I'll switch to water. You and Roberto don't need to worry about me." "What is it?" I asked when Sam disconnected. "She said a big storm is on the way. We're supposed to get 8 inches of snow tonight. Did you hear anything about it?" "I didn't check, to be honest. Today has been nuts." "Same. We were so busy that I had to skip lunch." "Well, let's eat. Then we'll get you on the road so you can make it home safely." We both glanced outside. 2 flakes appeared in the wind, then 3 more. I frowned. Storms could blow in quickly out here, and the roads were narrow back to town. "Maybe you should take your food to go." Sam got off her stool and grabbed her clothes. "That's probably a good idea." Chapter 17. Maggie. The snow started falling hard around 8:30. Dots of thick white flakes obscured the windows as I stared out into the darkness. Sam left about 45 minutes ago. Shortly after, she texted to say she was safe at home, snuggled under a blanket and watching Bridgerton reruns with her grandmother and Roberto. So where was Vito? Was he out driving in this? Nibbling on my thumbnail, I stared at my phone. He hadn't texted to check in. Should I text him? Or was that too coupley? I already touched base with Mikey and Massimo. They shut down the dining room when the snow started and sent everyone home, and Carlo was safe at the B&B after driving the samples to Cornell. Other than Vito, no one else was out in this storm. But he wasn't my responsibility. He was a grown-ass man. If he was stupid enough to get caught in this storm, then that was on him. Right? So why was I staring out the window and worrying about him like some 1950s housewife? It felt a little too pathetic for my liking. I went to the kitchen and found my glass of wine. I had nothing to worry about here. We still had power and a backup generator standing by. Plenty of food, thanks to Vito's stocked fridge and Massimo's dinner delivery. And I had water and wine. What else did I need to wait out a storm? Taking my drink over to the new sofa, I sat and turned on the big screen TV. I pulled up a streaming service and navigated to my favorite anime show, then dragged the fluffy throw blanket over me. Was this blanket new? I didn't remember it, but it seemed crazy that Vito would bother to accessorize. The episodes blurred one after the other. I paused a few times for breaks, like for more wine and to use the bathroom. I found bags of microwave popcorn and made one. The snow was accumulating outside in drifts, along the door and around the window panes. I checked my messages. Still nothing. Cool. I wasn't worried about him, and he clearly wasn't worried about me. Returning to the couch, I munched on popcorn and turned the show back on. It took place in Imperial China, and there was an apothecary who used her skills to solve mysteries. I was obsessed. 2 episodes later, I looked at my phone again. No texts. It wouldn't hurt to see if there were any major traffic accidents in the area, would it? I pulled up the news and scrolled, searching for any information I could find. Nope, nothing. Maybe Maz had heard from his brother. I could keep the conversation casual and hopefully not come across like a psycho stalker. Everything okay over there? Dots immediately appeared as he typed his response.
Tell my brother to calm down. I'm fine.
So Maz thought Vito was with me. I didn't want to worry him, so I sent back a thumbs up. The flakes fell faster now, a white blur going past the windows. There would be little to no visibility on the roads, and I couldn't take it anymore. This was ridiculous and inconsiderate. Vito orders me to be here, then he can't be bothered to check in, even during a terrible storm? What a fucking prick. I pulled up our earlier text exchange. I'm okay, in case you were wondering. Hope you aren't dead in a ditch somewhere. No response. I tossed my phone on the coffee table and stretched out on the couch, then restarted my show. I tried not to look outside. A little while later, without warning, the door to the deck flew open. A large figure in a long overcoat stumbled in, snow clinging to every surface. Holy shit, it was Vito. The knot in my stomach eased as I sat up, watching as he closed the door behind him. He was moving awkwardly, stiffly as he unbuttoned his overcoat. Was he frozen solid? Did you get my texts? I asked. When he turned, I saw a tear in his sweater, right along his ribs. The edges were stained red. What the fuck? Was that blood? I was off the couch in a flash and moving closer to get a better look. Are you hurt? What happened to you? He held up his hand.
I'm fine. A scratch.
That looks like more than a scratch. He started to take his overcoat off, but then winced. I jumped into action, pulling the sides of the coat off his shoulders and down his arms. He hissed when the wool dragged along his wound. Sorry, I apologized as I hung up his coat to dry. Then he was there, in my space, with one hand coming up to hold my jaw. There was pain reflected in his eyes, but also something else, something I hadn't seen before. Without saying anything, he lowered his head and pressed his cold lips to mine, and we kissed for a long minute. No tongue, just this simple brush of our lips over and over again. This kiss wasn't filled with passion or excitement. It was filled with relief, gratitude, comfort. Finally, he pulled back and whispered,
You have no fucking idea how happy I am to find you here, Angioletto mio.
I swallowed heavily, my chest fluttering. Baby, you're wet and bloody. Let's get you into a shower to warm up.
Only if you come with me.
I nodded and reached out to help him. He shook his head.
I'm fine. It stings, but I'm okay.
I wasn't so sure about that. I wanted to take a look at his wound and see what kind of care he needed. I went up the stairs, Vito right behind me. Once in the bathroom, I started the shower as he tried to toe off his dress shoes. He winced with every movement. Taking pity on him, I bent down and unknotted the frozen laces. We really need to get you a pair of boots. When his shoes were off, I peeled off his wet socks, then unbuckled his trousers. He rested against the counter, silent, and let me undress him. I could feel his gaze watching me carefully as I slid his trousers off his hips and down his legs. I didn't stop to admire him because his olive skin had turned so pale. Cold? Pain? Both? Steam filled the room as I rose to deal with his sweater. He'd already taken off his watch, so I worked the fabric off his good side, leaving the injured side for last. I lifted the bloody fabric off his ribs, but he didn't so much as twitch. I got the sweater over his head and off his other arm. A large gash on his ribs oozed blood. What happened?
Let's get in the hot water.
An evasion, a Vito special. I shoved his briefs off, letting them fall to his feet, and he stepped out of them. I put him into the shower, then quickly undressed myself. When I closed the glass door behind me, I found him under the spray, leaning against the tile, eyes closed. The color had returned to his skin, which I found encouraging, but blood was tinting the water as it ran across the tile. Not so encouraging. You may need stitches, I told him, peering at the wound. It looked jagged and angry, but as the blood washed away to reveal the skin underneath, maybe it wasn't as bad as I first thought.
It's nothing,
he repeated. Vito, it's not life-threatening, but it's not nothing, either. He cracked one eye.
It's a scrape. The car slid off the road and into a snowdrift. I was helping to push it out and injured myself on a fence.
You shouldn't have been driving in this. What's wrong with you? Do you have a death wish?
No. I wanted to get back here. To you.
I gaped at him. I didn't know what to say. One large hand reached out to cup the back of my neck and tug me closer.
We were already halfway here when the snow started falling in earnest. I told them to keep going. I didn't want you alone here in the storm.
My insides melted into a pile of jelly. This man was so infuriating, but also so sweet. Vito. I whispered his name like a long, soft sigh as I kissed his chin. Mio dolce bello, I tried, piecing together words I knew. His fingertips pressed harder into my skin, and he gave me a sexy half-grin.
Il mio dolce bell'uomo,
he corrected. Il mio dolce bell'uomo, I repeated clumsily. My terrible pronunciation didn't seem to bother him. He twisted us so my back was up against the tile and his shoulders blocked the hot water. Then he captured my mouth. I forgot about his injury as I kissed him back, clinging, my head spinning in the warm mist, and an ache settled deep in my belly. His tongue trailed the seam of my lips, then pushed inside, flicking, stroking mine, his body looming over me. It was crazy how easily this man turned me on. He braced his hands on the wall above me, his lips trailing down my jaw, along my neck.
Were you worried about me?
He rasped before sinking his teeth into my skin. No, I lied, then reached down to caress his semi-hard cock.
Cazzata.
He licked the sensitive spot behind my ear.
Keep tugging my cock. You're making me feel better.
Oh, right, his wound. I glanced down to make sure he was okay. Blood slid down his body and gathered with the droplets of water around his groin. He was fully hard now, his erection coated red, as was my hand. Vito, shit.
Are you scared of a little blood, Bella?
No, of course not. I'd seen more injuries than I could count over the years at the winery.
Then don't stop.
He put his hand on top of mine, and we stroked together.
It feels so good.
Red-tinted water ran over his dick and our hands as he slid through my grip. My clit pulsed. I didn't think I'd ever seen anything so wrong, so deviant, so hot in my life. He was bleeding all over both of us. Where did you go today?
To pick up my sister from JFK.
I paused, this news settling like spoiled wine. Why hadn't I known this? You have a sister? And she's here?
Yes and yes.
He rocked his hips once impatiently.
Finish me with hard, short strokes.
Maybe I'm not ready to finish you yet. I reached with my other hand to cup his balls, pulling gently. He grunted in response, eyelashes fluttering as a tremor went through him.
Diavolina,
he growled.
Do as I say.
I nuzzled his jaw with my nose. Why is your sister here?
Because I asked her to come. No more questions, Bella.
He began thrusting, his hips snapping, and I watched his cock glide through my grip, every push causing his abs to flex. Lean and strong, this man's body was a goddamn crime. More blood trickled from his wound as he moved, but I didn't want to stop. I liked driving him wild, seeing him so frenetic and desperate for my touch.
Fuck yes. Squeeze me.
I tightened my fist and worked the sensitive head. He liked to talk right before I climaxed, pushing me over the edge, so I decided to return the favor. I told him exactly what I was thinking. You're so sexy, baby. The sexiest man I've ever seen. I think about your cock all the time, how it's so thick and stretches my pussy until I feel like I might pass out, how I want to be on my knees for you. Fuck! He called out, his palms slapping the tile. Then his shaft swelled and pulsed in my hand, jets of cum shooting between us, coating my hand and mixing with the blood, and I stared at his handsome face, now slack with pleasure. Emotions rioted through me, giddiness and exhilaration, longing and obsession. Too many to name, but they combined somewhere near my heart, cracking it open and flooding the organ I'd spent so long trying to protect. This sure didn't feel like just sex, and I wasn't sure I'd ever recover from this man. Sono fottuto. Whatever I was feeling, I couldn't ever let him know. I'd keep these unwanted feelings to myself. I wouldn't cling, I wouldn't beg. He'd return to Toronto, and I would get on with my life. It would be hard, but it wasn't like I hadn't experienced loss before. Losing Vito was nothing compared to losing both your parents in one tragic afternoon. Eventually, I would be fine. When his spasms eased, he began kissing me softly.
I would have driven through a goddamn hurricane for this,
he whispered.
All I was thinking about was coming back to you.
Oh, God, why did he have to say things like that? Tongue thick and my throat tight with emotion, I whispered, Let's get out and I'll bandage up your side.
Vito. The cottage had a decent first aid kit, and a few butterfly closures took care of the worst of it. I sat on the bathroom counter while Maggie finished cleaning and bandaging the wound on my ribs. Paloma, as well as my men, argued over driving back tonight. They tried to keep me in Queens, saying it was too dangerous and we didn't have enough experience driving in snow. I wouldn't hear of it. Nothing was going to prevent my return. The thought of Maggie waiting in the cottage during the storm alone and worried was intolerable. So I took the wheel and the responsibility. The roads had been shit, the visibility practically nothing. But the SUV had four-wheel drive, so we went slowly, all of us silently concentrating on staying alive. Only once did we slide off the road into an embankment. It took all four of us, but we finally got the SUV back on the main road. My scrape, the only injury. Maggie's warm exhales coated my skin as she gently worked on me. I rested my hand on her back, just needing to touch her. The wound was nothing. I'd certainly had worse over the years, but I enjoyed her attention. First the hand job in the shower, now these. I was a glutton for anything she'd give me. "When was your last tetanus shot?" she asked. "Within the last few years. Don't worry." "That's a relief. At least you won't come down with lockjaw, which would be a real shame for such a talented mouth." Smiling, I tucked a piece of wet hair behind her ear. "What did you do all night?" "My friend Sam and I hung out until the snow started. We used your jacuzzi and Ma's brought us dinner. There's some left if you're hungry." I was starving, actually. I hadn't eaten since this morning. "Then what did you do?" "Watched this show I'm currently obsessed with." She squinted up at me. "Do you watch much TV?" "Movies, yes. TV? No." Her eyebrows shot up. Not at all? Not really. The last full series I watched was when I was on the yacht with my brothers. What was the show? She reached for another butterfly bandage. Gomorrah, a mafia crime drama set in Napoli. It made my brothers and I laugh all the time. Laugh because it wasn't realistic? It was realistic, but the characters were so stupid. No real mafioso would be so careless or reckless. How do you keep from getting arrested? My palm stroked her back as she leaned over. Do you really want to know? Yes, why else would I ask? Her tone was sharp, but I liked it. Her rough edges didn't bother me. Most of what we do is legal. It's easier to hide the bad stuff that way. If you know how to work the laws, you can do almost anything and get away with it. So you're saying everyone is corrupt? People who play by the rules get taken advantage of. You'll never get ahead by being nice or fair. D'Agostino's were taught this lesson from the cradle. That's pretty harsh. She placed a bigger hydrocolloid bandage over the butterflies, then smoothed it with her fingertips. Did you have something to do with a biker that's missing? Despite my shock, I forced myself to stay loose, relaxed. What are you talking about? She straightened, confusion etched into the lines of her face. Something Sam said tonight. One of the dancers at Sparkles told her there was a hot Italian man there asking about some bikers, and now one of those bikers has gone missing. Fucking small towns. I hadn't expected the gossip to start this soon, or for it to reach Maggie so quickly. But I couldn't tell her the truth. I couldn't admit that I'd killed Jimmy because he'd murdered Gaetano. I leaned closer to her ear and lowered my voice. I like that you think this hot Italian man is me. Vito, I'm serious. She pulled back to search my face. I know what you do is dangerous, but I know Jimmy. He wasn't a bad guy. She was definitely wrong about that, but I had no choice except to lie. I never looked away, kept my voice even. I went in to ask about the bikers, yes. After what happened to your former chef and that biker hanging around here, I wanted to make sure you were safe. Which was true, even if I didn't tell her the whole story. Oh. She relaxed and closed her eyes briefly. That's a relief. This is why I want to improve your security here. There are bad men in these gangs. I don't want you at risk. I'm not at risk. No one would hurt me here. There's no reason to. You don't know that for certain. The world is harsh, Angeletto mio. Maybe your world, but not mine. Nothing bad ever happens in Paesano. I smoothed her hair back, rubbing my thumb on her temple. Your world is my world, at least for as long as I'm here. She nibbled on her lip and seemed to think this over. Then she began putting the medical supplies away. How did you end up in Toronto? My brother is married to the daughter of a boss there. That boss grew too sick, and I was given the territory. Ah, so you're a Nepo baby. Her mouth twisted, like she'd amused herself. I dug my fingers into her ribs, tickling her, and was rewarded when she squirmed and tried to escape. I held her fast, though. I know what this means, I growled, continuing to torture her. And you will pay for it. She slipped out of my grip, a big grin on her beautiful face. Too bad you're weak and injured. I will show you weak. I jumped off the counter and started for her, but she ducked out of the bathroom. In the bedroom, she dragged on one of my hoodies. The gray fabric fell to her knees, and I was momentarily distracted by how good she looked in it. Fuck, she was adorable. I'll heat up some food while you get dressed, she said as she walked out. She wore no panties. I ran a hand down my face as blood rushed to my cock. I was going to play with her pussy the first chance I got. Collecting my damp clothes, I decided to do laundry. Maggie's lack of underwear probably had more to do with not having clean clothes here than any attempt to seduce me. Not like she had to work hard on that front. The woman only needed to look in my direction, and I was ready to fuck her through the floor. I took her clothes and mine, along with our wet towels, to the washing machine on the bottom level and started it. When I came into the kitchen, she was pulling a plate out of the microwave. Did you just start laundry? I came up behind her and let my hands slide up her bare thighs. I thought you might like some clean clothes, though I have decided you don't need to wear panties. I smoothed over her ass, then reached around to cup her pussy. She let her head fall back on my shoulder.
A man who does laundry is super hot.
Yeah?
Watching you fold it might give me an orgasm.
The words were ridiculous, but they made me grin. She did that a lot. Is that all it takes? Housework?
Yes. I'm a goner for a man who helps around the house.
Was this from experience? She wasn't a virgin when we first met at the casino, and I was suddenly jealous of all the other men she'd fucked over the years. I let her go and went to the refrigerator. Would you like sparkling water?
Yes, please.
As she heated the food, I retrieved silverware and drinks, setting everything out on the bar. The snow was still coming down at a decent clip, with at least 12 centimeters already on the ground. This cottage needs a fireplace, I told her.
We thought about it, but it was too much money.
She set one plate on the island, then put another in the microwave.
We built the second deck off the master bedroom instead.
Does your house have a fireplace?
No, but your brother will be warm if that's what you're worried about. The heat won't go out.
I took a swig from my water. I'm not worried about Maz. He can take care of himself.
Where's your sister staying?
With Maz, at your house. Her lips parted on a swift intake of breath as she whipped around to face me.
Excuse me?
Is this a problem?
Well, it would have been nice if you'd asked me, considering it's my house and everything.
My brain tripped over her words. I wasn't used to asking anyone's permission, but this woman deserved my respect. Blood rushed in my ears, embarrassment coursing through me. You are right, of course. Perdonami, Bella. I hope you don't mind. She shook her head, clearly exasperated.
Start eating. You don't need to wait on me.
I had manners, so I didn't touch my silverware. When she finished reheating the other plate, she sat next to me and kissed my cheek.
Eat, baby.
I placed one hand on her thigh and started eating with the other. Maz had cooked one of my favorite dishes, a monkfish piccata in a lemony butter sauce. There was also crab carbonara spaghetti. I was in heaven. Even reheated, both were delicious.
I didn't think I'd like crab pasta, but your brother knows what he's doing,
Maggie said.
I'll be sad when he leaves.
I would also hate to see Maz go. Though we hadn't spent much time together here, it was nice having him around. But I knew he wanted to return to his ragazza, so I wouldn't push him to stay. Has Michael started looking for a new chef? She chewed and swallowed.
I'm not sure. I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't asked. Do you know when Massimo intends to leave?
No, but I can ask him tomorrow.
It would be great if he could stay at least through Valentine's Day. That's one of our busiest nights of the year.
I'm sure he would be amenable, if you're willing to put him up a little longer at your house.
Oh, right. This place is booked.
She twirled pasta on her fork.
Are you...
When she didn't finish her thought, I squeezed her leg. Am I what?
Are you going back to Toronto before then?
Yes.
Cool. Cool.
The way she said it implied anything but cool. Would you like for me to stay longer? I couldn't, but it would be nice to know what she was thinking.
That's up to you.
She hedged. Not meeting my eyes, she brought a bite of monkfish to her mouth. I'm asking what you want.
Well, I want $1 billion in world peace, but we don't always get what we want.
I didn't push. The conversation was pointless because I couldn't stay. My life was there. Unless she was interested in moving, there wasn't anything I could do. Wait, did I want her to move? The fork fell from my hand, clattering against the porcelain. Perdonami, I said, and used my napkin to clean up the sauce that splattered onto the marble.
You okay? Is it your wound?
No, I'm fine. We ate in silence for a few minutes. Then she reached for her sparkling water.
Why is your sister here? Just for a visit?
I asked her to move to Toronto for a little bit.
Oh.
She attacked her monkfish with renewed vigor.
Tell me about Toronto. What do you like about it?
Have you been? She shook her head as she chewed.
I haven't gone anywhere except for a school trip once to New York City. There hasn't been time or the money for travel after my parents died.
Allora, let's say you had the time and the money. Where would you go?
I don't know.
She lifted her shoulders.
I haven't given it much thought.
Cazzata. When she looked at me curiously, I said in English, "Bullshit."
It's not, Katsara. When you know you can't have something, it's pointless to dream about it.
If that were true, then no one would have aspirations or goals. No one would set their sights on something and achieve it. She considered these, her brow furrowed.
Well, I don't think that way. My dreams are about making the winery a success, putting Fiorentino wines on the map. Maybe I'd take a trip to Napa Valley or to Washington State to see how they do things out there. A research trip.
Then why do you wear t-shirts for bands you've never seen and act envious when my brother tells you he's been to one of their concerts? She blinked a few times, like she was surprised I knew this. Yes, he told me about that. She concentrated on her plate.
Just because I like a band doesn't mean I'm dying to see them live.
But you'd like to.
I mean, sure, most of them, I guess. But it's like saying you wear a wedding ring because you are secretly jealous of married people or dreaming of getting married, and we both know that isn't true. Sometimes we wear things and don't ascribe any meaning to them.
Again, bullshit. That might be true for some people, but I sensed it wasn't the case with Maggie. I let it go. Toronto is great. It's a city that is walkable and filled with shops and culture, bars, nightlife, restaurants, and it's clean. Other than the winters, it's perfect.
Where do you live? In a tall skyscraper overlooking the city, I bet.
I did have a penthouse in the city that I sometimes used, but mostly I lived on the Mancini compound. The previous Don gifted me his estate. It's secure and in a prime location. He's been moved to a facility where he can get round-the-clock care. She pushed the pasta around her plate.
You've probably traveled all over. While you guys were having your yacht orgies, I mean.
I wiped my mouth with a napkin. Do not think those 4 years spent on a yacht were glamorous. The so-called orgies Maz told you about were rare. A way to stay sane when the isolation out on the ocean grew to be too much.
Where did you sail to?
I thought about it. Greece, Turkey, France, Spain, Portugal, Morocco, Croatia, Monaco. I'm sure I'm forgetting some.
Wow. Which is your favorite?
None of them. When she appeared ready to argue, I held up my hand. My favorite place on earth is Napoli. Nothing else compares to my home.
She poked my thigh. You don't fool me, Vito D'Agostino. You're soft and squishy inside.
That was enough insight into my life. I set my napkin on the counter, then bent to throw her over my shoulder on my good side. I smacked her bare ass, causing her to squeal, and started walking toward the stairs. There is nothing soft about me, diavoletta mia.
Chapter 18. Maggie. The bed was cold when I woke up. Slivers of light rimmed the edges of the blackout shades Vito had installed, so it was obviously daytime. Reaching, I grabbed my phone to check the time. Shit, it was almost 9. Why'd he let me sleep this late? I didn't like to deviate from my routine if I could help it. Rolling out of bed, I found my laundry, clean and folded, on the nightstand. Damn, I'd missed watching Vito fold it. I stretched the aches out of my muscles in the bathroom. That man had worn me out last night. After dinner, he gave me superlative oral, then another orgasm as he fucked me in all the various positions. He should have been exhausted, considering his drive and injury and hand job, but his dick had been unstoppable. After I brushed my teeth and got dressed, I grabbed my phone and started for the stairs. Was he drinking cappuccino and working? I hoped he was wearing his glasses. I might have to give him a blowjob, if that were the case. Multiple voices reached my ears when my foot hit the top step. Oh, was someone here with him? I couldn't tell what was being said. Then I heard a woman laugh, loudly. Who was that? Celeste? No, that wasn't what Celeste's laugh sounded like. I kept going, determined to find out what was happening. As I descended the stairs, their words became clearer, and I realized they were speaking Italian. When I finally reached the bottom, I froze, my mind taking in the scene. A gorgeous, dark-haired woman stood in the kitchen with Vito and Massimo, a cappuccino cup in her hand. She was tall, Late 20s, maybe, with flawless olive skin and eyebrows sculpted to perfection. Her hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail, which accented the hollows of her cheekbones, and her lips had to be cosmetically enhanced. No way they were naturally so full and lush. Paloma, the sister. I'd totally forgotten about her. "Hi," I said as they all glanced over. "I'm Maggie. You must be Paloma." "Ciao, Maggie," the would-be model said as she put out her hand. "It is nice to meet you. Maz has told me so many nice things about you." Maz, not Vito. I licked my boring, plain lips as I shook her hand. "Hello, it's nice to meet you as well." Vito's palm settled on my back, and he rubbed me gently.
Would you like a cappuccino, Bella?
Sure. He moved to the fancy machine, and I stood there, not sure what to do or say. This wasn't awkward. Nope, not at all. Vito and Maz had a sister, a beautiful, glamorous sister, who was now inside the cottage at my winery. I was surrounded by D'Agostinos. And Paloma was everything Carlo said mafia women were like. Trophies, gorgeous enough to show off and make other men jealous. My jeans, hoodie, and baseball hat weren't exactly on par with her sleek designer trousers and sweater. And she was wearing heels. In the snow. This was the type of woman Vito would end up with. I tried not to feel deflated. No one spoke as Vito made the cappuccino.
How was the food last night?
Massimo finally asked. I latched onto the topic eagerly. So good. Thank you for bringing it out to us.
Prego. I'm glad you were safe here with my brother during the storm.
Vito handed me a cappuccino, and I accepted it gratefully. Thank you. When he started to turn, I grabbed his arm. How is your wound this morning?
Wound?
Massimo barked.
Che cazzo? You are hurt?
Vito snapped something in Italian to his brother, and this caused both of his siblings to frown. Paloma put her cup down on the marble. She gestured to his shirt, clearly giving him orders of some kind. Vito argued, expression darkening, and I felt even more foolish. He clearly hadn't wished for anyone to know about his wound, and I'd inadvertently spilled the beans. The arguments in their language continued, and my awkwardness compounded. All three of them forgot about me as their family drama played out. I listened, but it became increasingly clear that these people didn't want or need me here. I had to give Paloma credit. She didn't seem like the type to give up or back down. As if to prove my point, she smacked Vito's hands out of the way, then lifted up his t-shirt. She hissed through her teeth. "Idiota," I heard her say. I glanced out the window, the white landscape filling my vision. There were times when I was surrounded by people, but felt incredibly lonely. This was one of those moments. My therapist once said it was because I kept myself emotionally disconnected from others. I didn't know if that was true or not, but it sucked to feel like an outsider looking in. Was I jealous of their family dynamic? Maybe a tiny bit. But really, why was I here? I wasn't Vito's girlfriend or wife. I wasn't part of this family. As nice as everything was last night, I couldn't forget the truth, even as something inside me broke at the thought. Paloma and Massimo were still examining Vito's bandage, while he grumbled at them. I was dying to see for myself, but he was in good hands. I'm not needed. He doesn't need me. I couldn't even understand what they were saying. Setting down my cup, I went looking for my boots.
Maggie, che cosa?
Vito said loudly.
What are you doing?
I should get going. I drew on my boots as quickly as I could manage, not even bothering to tie them. Lots to do, you know?
No, I don't know.
He came toward me, his mouth tight and unhappy.
I heard from Michael, and he said everything is fine in the main buildings. There's nothing pressing at the moment.
Well, I'd like to see for myself. Besides, you should catch up with your family.
I'd like for you to stay. Drink your cappuccino.
Don't pressure her, fratello. This was from Paloma. If she needs to leave, let her leave. I looked over at Vito's sister, whose expression was not friendly in the least. Her brown gaze was hard and challenging, like she saw right through me. It was clear she wanted me gone, and the deep chasm between Vito's life and mine had never felt wider. I reached for my jacket and felt Vito's hand on my hip.
Angelo, per favore,
he whispered.
tell me what's wrong.
Nothing. Everything's fine. There's just a lot to do after a big storm like this, and you should enjoy being with your siblings.
You think I can't do that with you here?
That hit a little too close to what I was feeling, so I patted his chest. That's not it at all. Listen, we'll catch up later, okay? His hand pressed into my hip as he stared down at me through his sexy glasses. With his rumpled hair and unshaven jaw, he was seriously fucking hot. If we were alone, I would definitely be treating his body like an amusement park ride. But right now, I just wanted to leave. See you later, I said quietly, then broke free of his hold. Nice to meet you, I called. Bye, Maz. I slipped out of the door and went into the cold. Snow crunched beneath my boots as I tugged on my jacket, and I made sure to step in the footprints that Maz and Paloma made earlier. There had to be at least 8 inches of snow on the ground. My chest felt hollow, which was silly. So what if Paloma didn't like me? So what if Vito was going back to Toronto soon, taking his sister with him? So what if I would miss him? So what if I'd fallen for him and he didn't love me back? That was the way the world worked. It wasn't fair, and often it hurt. One minute you had 2 loving parents, and the next they were ripped out of your life, killed in a stupid accident. After that, I never expected candy hearts and balloons. And this morning had been the reminder I needed.
Vito. Chest tight, I watched Maggie trudge away in the snow. Something was off. Something sent her running away from me. This time, though, I had a good idea what or who was responsible. Turning, I glared at my sister. Was that necessary? Paloma lifted one dark eyebrow. You were trying to force her to stay when she clearly wanted to leave. I was on her side. You were rude to her. Paloma didn't deny it. Instead, she looked at Maz. Molto innamorato. Deeply in love. Stai zitto, I snapped and carried Maggie's cup over to the sink. I told you, was my brother's reply. Vito, Paloma said. She must be strong to be a d'Agostino. If she can't withstand a little challenge now and again, then she is not the right woman for you. I folded my arms and leaned against the counter. When the time comes, I will decide who is the right woman for me, Sorellina. Not you, not Maz, and certainly not Enzo, capisce? She held up her hands, but there was a secret smile playing at the edges of her lips. Understood. And you will apologize to her. My sister inclined her head and walked over to sit on the stool next to Massimo. If that is what you want, then yes, I will apologize. Massimo covered his mouth with his hand and muttered something under his breath. Paloma nodded in understanding. What did you say? I asked my brother. Cheerfully, he said. I told her that you were going to marry Maggie, so we should be nice to her. I rubbed my jaw, wondering why I was cursed with the world's most annoying siblings. I wasn't going to marry Maggie, but arguing this seemed pointless. Maz and Paloma would believe whatever they wanted. They always did. Meeting my sister's stare, I asked, Are you ready to hear why I asked you to come? She smirked. I thought it was to meet your fiancé, no? I didn't take the bait. Instead, I pulled open a kitchen drawer where I'd stashed some cigarettes. I quickly lit one and inhaled, my nostrils flaring as I drew the chemicals into my lungs. Exhaling, I felt myself relax ever so slightly. Before I could speak, my sister was pointing at the cigarette. Put that out. You're going to stink up this place. Reaching behind me, I flicked open the kitchen window to let in cold air. Happy? I don't like you smoking. My sister held her cappuccino cup in front of her mouth so I couldn't see it, then said something to my brother. With a wry grin, he said, Si, certo. Cazzo madre di Dio, I snarled. I will throw you both out if you don't stop talking about me. Paloma's smile was all teeth. I asked Massimo if you'd started smoking more often because of your ragazza. I put the cigarette out and threw away the stub. They were doing their best to get under my skin, and I had to remain calm, focused. Paloma, I would like for you to serve as my consigliere. Her mouth fell open and she slowly lowered the cup in her hands to set it on the marble. Maz shifted in his chair, his gaze on the island, but I would address my sister first. She blinked a few times. Vito, I don't know what to say. Shouldn't you be asking Maz? I glanced at my brother, who still hadn't looked up. He's welcome to the position at any time, but it's my understanding that he doesn't want it. I don't, Massimo confirmed, heaving a sigh. But it's weird hearing you offer it to someone else. Maz, Paloma said, tugging on his shirt sleeve. You should do it. The position is rightfully yours. No. I asked to get out, and now I'm out. Massimo blew out a breath toward the ceiling. Give me one of those cigarettes, fratello. I didn't know whether he was serious or not, so I took the pack out of the drawer and tossed it to him. He dug out a stick and lit it. You two are gross, Paloma said, waving the smoke away from her. And I'm telling Enzo that you're both trying to get cancer. I rolled my eyes. Not if you're my consigliere, sorellina. Everything stays between us, no matter what. That means you can't even tell Maz, let alone Enzo. She tapped her manicured nails on the marble. That makes having brothers a lot less fun. I love gossiping about the three of you to each other. It's a never-ending game of who I can piss off the most. You should say yes, Maz said to our sister. Vito needs one of us to help him, and it should be you. You're the smartest. Allora, this is true. She snatched the cigarette out of Maz's hand and took a long drag off it. When she gave the cigarette back, she asked, Why now? Why me? Because I need someone I can trust. Someone who gives good advice. I walked over to the island and took the cigarette out of my brother's fingers. I continued to smoke, not caring whether anyone liked it or not. I've been distracted, and I need someone to help me keep my head on straight. Her lips pressed together like she was trying not to laugh. I see. But won't that distraction clear up when you leave it here and return to Toronto? We all knew she was talking about Maggie, but I let it go. I'm expanding there into a number of different projects. It's a lot to manage, and I need someone at my side that I can trust implicitly. Tommaso would be my next logical choice. I shrugged. But he isn't a sibling. So I'm the last sibling standing, is that it? Don't be that way, Lo, Maz said, using her nickname. It should be you. And if you were a man, this wouldn't even be a question. You'd already be doing it. She rubbed her hands together like an evil mastermind. I do like the idea of stepping on all the misogynistic toes. I assume a lot of your people will be pissed, V. I don't give a fuck, your family. My family. I don't give a fuck either, she echoed. I've been dealing with men telling me I'm not as good as them my entire life. And women in the 'Ndrangheta aren't so rare anymore, Maz pointed out. They're taking over when the husbands go to prison. Paloma stared down at her cup, turning it back and forth on the marble with her hand. I need to think about it. I've worked hard to build a life for myself that has nothing to do with our family. It's different from Maz because I was never truly in the Indrina. But it's nice to have my own bank account, earn my own money. I can sleep with whoever I want and stay out all night. She played with her bracelets, a nervous habit of hers. Papa kept such a tight leash on me. I can't go back to that. I held up my palms. I would never ask it or expect it of you. I will give you a salary, if you wish, into an account of your own that I cannot access. You'll need to leave it a compound with me, though. I can't promise you can have Min visit there, but I own a penthouse in the city you can use. My brother's apartment? She wrinkled her nose. No, thanks. I'll buy my own place. I know how often you wash your sheets. That's Maz who never washes his sheets, I said, gesturing to our brother. Not me. Maz rose and stretched his arms over his head. Dai, fratello, don't pick on me, I'm on your side. He kissed the top of Paloma's head. I'm going home to sleep. If you want to smoke some and relax slow, come join me. Otherwise, go apologize to Maggie and I'll see you around dinner time. Ciao, she said. Get some sleep. A presto, Maz called and then went to the door, leaving me alone with my sister. Paloma sipped her cappuccino, then said, Maggie seemed disconcerted by my presence. Does she think this is just sex? Or are there feelings involved? She insists it's just sex.
Do you believe her? Because that girl," she pointed at the door where Maggie had disappeared, "didn't act like this is just sex. She didn't." Paloma pressed her palms together and shook them to the ceiling. "Madonna, save me from idiotic men. Have you seen the way she bandaged that meaningless scratch on your side? She took such care and precision with it, like you are precious to her, like you mean something to her." I put a hand on the bandage over my injury. Was this true? "She has repeatedly said that I don't." "Vito, have you told her how you feel? Confessed that you're in love with her?" "I'm not, please." She put out her hand to stop me. "I've known you my whole life. I've seen you with women, and I can tell that you feel differently about this one. So can Maz. And you braved a fucking blizzard to get back here last night because of her. Now, if you want me as your consigliere, you have to listen to what I say, and believe me, and accept my advice. Not argue with me." "So this is some kind of a test?" "Maybe." I braced my hands on the marble and leaned over, elbows straight. "She lives here. I'm in Toronto. Nothing about that will change, even if I wanted it to. It might, if you asked her, if you told her how you feel." I wasn't a coward. I'd faced down any number of enemies, done unspeakable things in the name of the Brotherhood. Had tortured, maimed, killed, took over a goddamn city. But the idea of opening my heart to Maggie, it terrified me. My instinct told me she would reject me, that she didn't feel the same about me as I felt about her. I cleared my throat. "She loves this place. It's her family's legacy, and she will never leave it." "It's not her family's legacy any longer. It's yours. Priorities change, Vito. Maybe you could be her priority, if you gave it a chance." "You don't understand how she feels about the vineyard." I'd witnessed her panic over the red blotch. She wouldn't even allow me to smoke around the vines, for fuck's sake. Paloma pursed her lips. "Have you taken her on a proper date? Or just shagged her in this shabby little cottage?" I winced, and a noise of disgust emerged from my sister's throat. "Vito, mamma mia, Italians are romantic. We flirt like it's our job. We are lusty and passionate. Use your charm to get her to fall in love with you." "There hasn't been time. I've been dealing with a number of headaches, which is why I need you here to help me." "If you do 3 things for me, I will agree." Why did I sense I wouldn't like this? "What are they?" "Uno, my own bank account that only I have access to. You will deposit $50,000 a month in it for me as a salary." "Done. What else?" "Due, you buy me an apartment in your building in the city. The deed goes in my name." I waved my hand, rolling it as if to hurry her. "Done." "Tre, you take your woman on a proper date." She held up a finger. "And you tell her how you feel." The idea of it sat in my stomach like spoiled milk. I hadn't wrapped my head around how I felt yet, so how could I communicate it to Maggie? I needed to think about it and decide what I would say. Fuck. "You're killing me, Lo." "It's good for you. I know you probably had a plan for how this was going to go, and I'm ruining that plan, but sometimes you need to invite a little chaos into your life to shake things up. Turn it all upside down every now and again." "I don't like chaos." "We're all aware. But how can you find the best acorns if you don't rattle the tree every now and again?" "I did that once. It backfired on me. At 17, I went against my better judgment. Impulsively, I'd asked Simona to marry me without anyone's approval. I loved her, and thought she loved me in return. "I told that Troia I was disowning you," my father sneered, calling Simona a whore. "I told her you would be a nobody, with no money, no ties to our family if the two of you married. The other option was to take a check and disappear. Can you guess which she chose?" The humiliation had broken something inside me. Simona hadn't loved me. The whole time she was after the prestige, the money that came with being my wife. None of it had been real. "Simona was a long time ago, Vito. You both were so young, and Papa was a prick. This winery woman could be very good for you." I didn't say anything, and she let out a heavy sigh. "Okay, fratello. I can tell you need to think this over. In the meantime, I want to hear about the trouble you're mixed up with here.
Ma said something about bikers. Seizing the chance to set the issue of Maggie aside, I eagerly launched into my past and present issues with the Red Raiders.
Chapter 19. Maggie. Mikey went back to bed once we decided to close, and no one else was around. After I ate breakfast alone, I decided to shovel the front walk. There was no reason to do it, considering we were closed, but I liked being outside, and doing something mindless would take my thoughts off Vito and his family. By the time I finished, it was almost 11 o'clock. Damp with perspiration and thirsty, I went back inside for a drink. I found Mikey at the bar with his laptop. He didn't stop typing as I drew closer.
Thanks for shoveling.
No worries. I was awake, so I decided to tackle it.
Wild fucking storm last night. You were okay out in the cottage?
Yep. You?
Yeah, Massimo helped to shut everything down so we could send everyone home before the worst of it started. The guy's really great.
Yes, he was. Did we lose power?
No, not that I know of. I didn't hear the generators kick on.
Good. I'll go and take some readings on the tanks just to be sure. I told Bruce to stay home. I poured a glass of juice and drank it all in one go. When I refilled my glass, I noticed my brother staring at me strangely.
You okay?
He asked.
Is something wrong?
I'm fine. Just a busy morning.
You're doing that thing you do when you're upset, like a turtle in his shell.
He curled his arms up into his chest.
What happened? Did you fight with—
Nope, nothing happened. Everything's fine. I poured a glass of juice for Mikey. And don't call me a turtle.
Oh boy.
He reached for his glass.
You're really pissed off today.
He was wrong. I wasn't pissed off. I didn't know. Hurt? Sad? Annoyed? There were a whole host of emotions going through me at the moment. A blast of cold air rushed in as one of the back patio doors opened. Hello? An accented female voice called just before a Mediterranean woman not at all dressed for the weather appeared. Fuck my life. Mikey swiveled on his stool and rose.
Hi, we aren't open today, ma'am.
Paloma D'Agostino crossed the floor in high-heeled boots that were more fashion than function. I saw her gaze assess my brother, then her mouth curved into a flirtatious smile aimed squarely at him. Gross. Ciao, bello. She put out her hand, which Mikey accepted, but then she leaned in and kissed both his cheeks. My brother turned red.
Hi,
he said awkwardly. Mikey, this is Vito and Maz's sister, Paloma, I said quickly, lest he get any ideas. And this is your brother, Paloma declared, still holding Mikey's hand. How adorable you both are. She was looking directly at him when she said it, so I knew she wasn't talking about me.
I didn't realize—
Mikey started, then thought better of whatever he was going to say.
Where are you staying, Miss D'Agostino? At the B&B in town?
Call me Paloma, please. Though she let him go, she remained close to his side and leaned elegantly against the bar. I'm staying at your sister's lovely home, with my brother Massimo. Mikey nodded rapidly.
Oh, good. If there's anything you need, anything at all, please let me know. I oversee this place.
He waved his hand to indicate the winery. Grazie. She put her fingers on his forearm and squeezed. I will definitely do that. God, was she hitting on him? I scowled at her, fighting the urge to rip her hand off my brother. Paloma, was there a reason you stopped in? The edges of her mouth tightened at my tone, but I didn't care. I wish to have a word with you, if you can spare a few minutes. I didn't feel like chatting right now. I was sweaty and hungry, and I needed to go take readings on the tanks. And to be honest, I needed a break from D'Agostino's. Not meeting her gaze, I put my juice glass in the sink. I'm busy at the moment. Maybe later. This won't take long, Paloma said. I promise.
I can check the tank readings if you want,
Mikey offered. I knew he was trying to help because he didn't understand, and now I looked like a bitch if I said no. I pressed my hands into the bar and clutched the wood like a lifeline. Maybe it was best to get this over with. Okay, sure, if it's quick.
I'll give you privacy.
my brother said, standing. After he closed his laptop, he moved closer to Paloma. A little too close, actually, and dropped his voice.
If you'd like a tour of the property later, I'm free all day.
I would like that very much, she returned in the same tone. I tried to keep my juice down. Mikey and I would be having a very serious conversation soon. Thanks, bro, I snapped. We wouldn't want to hold you up. My brother disappeared toward his office, and I gave Paloma a hard stare. Do not sleep with my brother. Unbothered, she slid gracefully onto a bar stool. Why not? You are fucking mine. That's different, and none of your business. Wrong. Vito is very much my business. She folded her hands on the wood, and I tried not to stare at her perfect nails. I have been ordered to apologize to you. She had? By who? Vito? I didn't know how to feel about that. Clearly Paloma didn't like me, but he shouldn't interfere. I didn't need anyone to fight my battles for me. Seconds ticked by, and her dark eyes continued to stare into mine, her expression cool and indecipherable. I refused to let this woman intimidate me. She had no reason to dislike me, other than I was Vito's fling at the moment. Soon that would be over, and everything would go back to the way it was. I waited for the apology. It never came. I knocked my knuckles twice on the bar. Good talk. See you around. Wait. What is it? Are you after his money? What the fuck? The room spun as all the blood in my body rushed to my head. Are you fucking serious right now? I never joke about money. She tilted her head. So tell me, are you hoping for a payout? Everything in me went still. My bones, my skin, each cell frozen to the core. Was this how the world saw me? As some gold digger? Was this what Vito thought? I hadn't asked for anything from him, not even things for the winery, let alone me. I didn't care about his money. A rush of anger went through me, like someone took a blowtorch to my insides. I burned with hatred for this woman. If we were still in high school, I would have wrestled her to the floor already. Leaning on the bar with both hands, I sneered at her. Fuck you. She appeared calm in the face of my anger, unbothered. You can see why I would be concerned, no? You are much younger than him, and you clearly are struggling. She gestured to me, insulting me further. I'm very protective of my brothers. So do you care for him, or are you using him to improve your vineyards? Listen up, bitch. I pointed right in her face. I don't know what your fucking problem is, but stay away from me. We're not friends, we're not co-workers, okay? I don't want your brother's money. I only want his dick, which he's giving me on the regular right now until he goes back to Toronto. Got it? So put your manicured gel tips away and stop trying to start shit with me. Because I promise, if you keep this up, I will take you down, mobbed up brothers or not. I snatched my gloves off the bar and stomped out of the tasting room. I went into the bottling room and flicked on the overhead lights. Then I locked the door behind me, lest anyone want to follow me and lob any more accusations my way. God damn it. I couldn't remember the last time I was this mad, this rattled. Maybe when Mikey lost the winery to Vito? But even then, it hadn't felt like a personal insult to me. Paloma had insulted me to my face, repeatedly. I hated mean girls, women, whatever. Did Vito know what a bitch his sister was? Probably not, based on what I saw of their family dynamic this morning. Well, I wouldn't be the one to tattle. I could handle Paloma for as long as she was staying. It couldn't be more than a few days. Maybe a week. In the meantime, I'd stay with Mikey upstairs in the winery. There wasn't a second bedroom, but there was a storage room big enough for an air mattress. No way in hell was I sleeping at the cottage or at my house while that woman was on the property. She might strangle me when my eyes were closed. Or I might strangle her. And I didn't want to explain any of this to Vito. I needed time to process this and calm down. Whipping out my phone, I pulled up my text thread with Bello. Started my period. Feel like shit. Going to bed early. See you tomorrow. It was a lie, but the best I could manage at the moment. And men never questioned Aunt Flo. I turned off my phone and got to work. Later that night, I was hanging out in the storage room, scrolling on my phone, when my brother arrived. He was carrying a paper bag. "What's that?" I asked. "I thought you were finding the air mattress."
"Your future brother-in-law sent this for you."
He handed me the bag. "He's not my future anything, asshole." I peeked inside. I instantly recognized the contents. Oh my God, a meatball sub and dark chocolate cake. I love that man.
"Do I get some?"
Mikey asked. "No, this is mine." My brother lowered himself onto some boxes.
"Why is he sending you food?"
I told Vito I had period cramps when I decided I didn't want to see him tonight. I took out the wrapped sub. Vito must have told Maz.
"That's very sweet, but why are you avoiding Vito?"
I shoved a huge bite of sub in my mouth and moaned. So good. Hot and cheesy, and Maz's tomato sauce was perfection. When I swallowed, I said, "Because his sister pissed me off today, and I don't want to answer questions about it."
"Ah."
"She's a total bitch." I pointed at him. "Do not sleep with her." Guilt crawled all over his expression.
"Too late."
"What the fuck, Mikey?" I sat up straight. "She's been here like a hot minute."
"What was I supposed to do? She found me in my office this afternoon, and one thing led to another."
I rubbed my eyes. "I'm so disgusted with you right now."
"I don't know why. She's fucking hot, Mags. And what's the big deal? You're sleeping with her brother."
"Which is why this is too weird. God, Mike, she's awful."
"Oh, I wouldn't say that."
His smug, satisfied expression made the amazing meatball sub roil in my stomach. "Don't ruin my dinner, please. Jesus, men are the worst."
"Tell me why you hate her."
I swallowed another bite of sub. "She accused me of being a gold digger. To my face."
"She's probably just protective of Vito. They seem suspicious of outsiders. A mafia side effect."
"I don't care. She should trust him instead of coming after me with her claws out." He shrugged.
"Maybe she's worried because he approved the list of improvements I asked for and transferred the money."
I doubted it, but now I was curious. What had I missed?
"How much money?" "A lot of fucking money."
"Like, how much?"
$945,000.
I nearly dropped my sub. "You asked Vito for almost $1 million?"
"Yep, and he paid it like that."
He snapped his fingers.
"Dude's fucking loaded."
"No wonder she's worried I'm a gold digger. What was on your list?"
"Everything Bruce, Celeste, and I have ever wanted. And Vito knows your list is coming when Carlo finishes his assessment."
This was all making my head spin. "I don't care. Paloma had no right to attack me the way she did. And if she tries again, I don't care if she's sleeping with you or not. I will take her down." Mikey put up his palms, but he was laughing.
"Fair enough. Feel like celebrating with me?"
"Celebrating what? Your windfall or the fact that you got laid today?"
"Both?"
I made a face, and Mikey continued.
"Come on, Mags. Normally I would open the betting app to reward myself, but they said to start making new routines. Let's go do something."
"Are the roads even clear?"
"Yes, the plows came through hours ago."
"What are you thinking? Nothing's open."
"I was going to drive to a meeting. And yes, they are having it. I already called to double check."
How could I turn down going if it meant getting him to a meeting? Fine. Holding my food, I pushed to my feet. "But I will be eating all of this in your car." My brother's enthusiasm dimmed considerably, and he tried to take the bag from my hands.
"No way. Come on. You know how I feel about my leather upholstery."
Edging away, I stepped into my boots and found my coat. "Too bad. I have my period, remember?"
"You don't get a period. You have an IUD. Doesn't Vito know that?"
"He knows about the IUD, but not that I don't get a period. And don't you dare tell him, either."
"Why not?"
"Because I need to have some secrets left. You never know when you might need to use one."
Vito. I was nervous. It was a rare, unsettling condition, and it caused me to second-guess myself. But as I went to find Maggie, I decided a date didn't hurt anything. She deserved to be pampered and spoiled, and I was in a position to do it. No one needed to make more of it than that. I hadn't seen her in 2 days. Beppe kept trailing her though, so I knew what she was doing as the snow slowly melted. But she wasn't responding to my texts with anything more than 1- or 2-word answers. To distract myself, I kept busy. I brought Paloma up to speed on my business dealings. I met with the security company about upgrading the security of the entire winery property, including Maggie's home. I caught up with projects in Toronto. And I organized everything for the date. Today was the day. It was time. I found the door to the 2nd floor unlocked, so I began climbing the stairs. Michael's bedroom was there, bed unmade, clothes strewn about the floor. The bathroom hadn't seen a good scrub in months, obviously. I held my breath as I continued past.
"Hey!"
Maggie's voice called from down the hall.
"What did you want to do about dinner tonight?"
I followed the sound. She was lounging on an air mattress in a room no bigger than a closet, her attention on her phone. Something deep in my chest relaxed, like I was relieved at the very sight of her. I leaned against the door jamb and folded my arms. "Here you are." Jolting, she lowered her mobile and stared at me.
"What are you doing up here?"
"Coming to find you. Andiamo, let's go." I motioned with my hands.
"I'm relaxing, Vito."
She went back to playing with her phone.
"I don't have time for you right now."
"I don't care. You're coming with me." A noise like a snort escaped her mouth.
"Not really in the mood, bro. Period, remember? Let's put a pin in that idea for a few more days."
I inhaled, my nostrils flaring, and struggled for patience. This woman would cause the Pope to lose his temper. "I'm taking you on a date, and we need to get moving. Allora, up and grab your coat." She blinked at me several times.
"A date?"
I nodded, but the confusion remained in her gaze.
"Why?"
"Because I want to. And you will like it, te lo prometto." I checked my watch. "But we will miss it if you keep arguing with me."
"I don't understand."
Slowly she sat up, her dark hair in glorious disarray.
"We have a situationship, Vito. It works for both of us just fine. There's no need for you to wine and dine me."
A situationship? I would have to look that up later. For now, I wanted her to follow directions. "I would like to do something nice for you. For us."
"Okay, noted. I appreciate it. See you tomorrow."
This was ridiculous. She was determined to fight me and question me on every little thing. "Maggie," I said, putting a healthy deal of menace into my voice. "I don't like to be late. Therefore, you have 3 minutes to get ready to leave with me, or I am putting you in the car myself. Capisce?" It should be obvious to her by now that I always meant what I said. I would absolutely throw her over my shoulder and load her into the SUV outside. She rose and gestured to her jeans and Frank Zappa t-shirt.
Hello, I've been working all day. I'm clearly not dressed for a night out."
"Then you better hurry. You have 2.5 minutes.
"Vito,
2 minutes and 28 seconds.
At least tell me where we're going, and I hope it's not fancy because all of my clothes are back at my place."
2 minutes and 20 seconds.
"God damn it!"
She grabbed her tiny overnight bag and pushed past me. I heard the bathroom door slam. Water started running. I smiled to myself as I updated Cesare, who would drive us to the jet. I also updated the pilot. Everything would be easier for Maggie if she didn't fight me, though I did like her claws. It made fucking her into oblivion that much sweeter. I also texted Paloma and Maz, just in case they needed to know my whereabouts. 6 guards were coming with me for protection, but it never hurt to be cautious. Plan, and then have a backup plan. Maggie emerged 5 minutes later, a predictable defiance of my time limit, in a long-sleeved yeah-yeah-yeahs t-shirt and a sexy pair of jeans, her hair pulled up in a slick ponytail.
"This is all I have to wear," she said, "so it'll have to do."
"You look beautiful. Come." I already had her coat, which I helped her put on. Then I held out my hand. She took it, and I led her down the hall and toward the stairs. Outside, I opened the car door for her. As Maggie climbed in, she said under her breath,
"Okay, you're really freaking me out."
"Good." I shut the door behind her and walked around to the other side. Adelmo and Cesare were with me, and a second SUV with more guards would follow behind us. I clasped her hand as we rode to the airport, content to have her near me, to breathe her same air and hear the rustle of her clothes as she shifted position. Something had been missing the past 2 days, a sense of rightness. But sitting here beside her, I felt calm and clear-headed, like all the worries and stresses of my life had evaporated.
Are we...
Her face pressed to the glass as we neared the tiny airport.
Are we flying somewhere?
Yes.
But I don't have my ID.
The men in the front seat snickered, and I cleared my throat, loudly. They instantly shut up. Calmly, I told her, "You don't need it. We're taking my plane."
Oh, right, she grimaced. Of course, that was a dumb thing for me to say.
I picked up her hand, brought it to my mouth, and nipped her fingers with my teeth. "Nothing you say is ever dumb, Angelo mio." Her bottom lip disappeared between her teeth, head ducking slightly.
Where are we going?
That is a surprise. In return, I received one of her rare, soft half-smiles, and I suddenly felt 50 meters tall. This woman didn't need someone to take care of her, but her genuine gratitude whenever I did was like a drug to my system. A rush of euphoria, and I wanted more. I squeezed her hand and rested it on my thigh as we continued. When we arrived at the hangar, I helped her out of the car. I didn't let go of her hand until we were climbing up the steps of my jet. The crew greeted her politely, and all of my men settled in the back. I brought Maggie with me to the front, giving her the window seat.
"Wow, this is nice," she murmured as she squirmed in the calf leather seat. "I can't believe you travel like this all the time."
There are a few perks to my job. This is one of them. 10 minutes later, we were in the air. Maggie gripped my hand tightly during takeoff, her gaze glued at the tiny window. Every bump and dip caused her breath to stutter, but she didn't seem frightened, more surprised from what I could tell. I expected a string of questions, but she didn't start talking until we leveled off.
"This is my first flight,"
she said, as if I didn't already know. "What do you think?"
"Weird, but it's so beautiful, peaceful, like you're a world away from everything else."
She flicked me a glance out of the corner of her eye.
"You know I don't care about your money, right?"
I felt my eyebrows deep. "Why would you say this to me?"
"I just want to make sure you know. I like you for you, not because of this."
She waved her hand to indicate the private plane. Then she faced the window again. "I like you for you." Maybe Paloma was right. Maybe Simona was a lifetime ago, and I should let those old wounds go. Maggie didn't deserve to be measured by the same stick. I was still processing all this when the attendant appeared with champagne.
"Here you are, Mr. D'Agostino, Miss Fiorentino."
She handed each of us a glass.
"May I bring you anything else?"
"Thank you, Maria," I said. "This is all for now." Once we were alone again, Maggie leaned over and touched her flute to mine.
"Have you had sex on this plane?"
"Why? Are you offering?"
"Be serious, Vito, I want to know."
"I use this plane for work, Bella."
"Yes, but I imagine you've had women on here before."
"I haven't." Her eyes studied my face as if looking for a crack in my story.
"I'm the first?"
"You're the first." Setting down her drink, she grabbed my sweater and moved in close for a long kiss. Her nails scraped along my scalp and a shiver rolled down my spine. I had a lot planned tonight, and waiting to fuck her was going to be torture. Maybe visiting the lavatory together wasn't such a bad idea. I unbuckled her seatbelt and scooped her onto my lap. She didn't protest, just kept kissing me with those luscious lips and slick tongue. I let her lead for once, basking in her attention and affection, the way she curled into my body, her fingers clutching my hair. The feel of her ass shifting restlessly on my semi-hard cock. I loved arguing with her, seeing her fire and spirit, but these moments, where she was sweet and submissive, were what I jacked off to. Her soft sighs, the whispered sound of my name. I wanted her to need me, to crave me like I craved her, to be willing to crawl and beg for me, to do anything I asked of her. Cazzo, now I was fully hard.
"God, Vito," she said quietly. I wish we were alone right now.
Why, Angelo? What would you do for me?
I would get on my knees and unzip you.
She bit my earlobe and heat rushed to my groin like a lightning bolt.
I would suck you so good.
My mouth went dry. I wanted it so badly. Licking my lips, I murmured, "Keep that up and I'm taking you to the lavatory."
Don't threaten me with a good time,
she said before nuzzling my jaw. I forced myself to put her back in her seat. I needed to calm down before I embarrassed myself in front of my men. "Behave, Diaboletta mia." She buckled her seatbelt, but not before smirking at my lap.
You sure? Because it kinda seems like you're interested in a visit to the Mile High Club.
I leaned over and put my mouth near her ear. "When I finally fuck you tonight, I won't be rushed. I'm going to take my time, edge you until you cry, suck on your pretty little clit until you beg me to stop. You'll be so sticky and wet for me, Bella, you won't remember your own name by the time I'm through with you." Another bite of her lip, but she didn't say anything. I could see her hard nipples through her thin t-shirt, and it was a struggle to keep my hands to myself. My eyes wandered to the lavatory door. No, not yet. I wanted tonight to be special. Distracting myself, I asked, "Why did you say that about my money earlier?" She didn't turn, but I could see her reflection in the window.
No reason.
I didn't believe her. "Tell me. Something brought this on."
Someone might have hinted that your money mattered to me, when it really doesn't.
Who was the someone?
Vito, forget it.
No, that wasn't how this worked. She wasn't going to dangle these bits of information and not tell me the rest. I was tired of being kept at arm's length with her. "Look at me." I waited until she finally angled toward me. "Who has put this into your head?"
I'd rather not tell you.
Meaning it was someone I knew, someone I was close to, and Maggie was trying to protect them. Instantly I knew. "My sister." Maggie squirmed a little in her seat.
I'm not mad about it anymore. The only reason I brought it up was to make sure you know that I'm not after the winery or your money or whatever. I just want your dick.
I couldn't fucking believe it. Paloma argued with Maggie, and this was after I ordered my sister to apologize. Clenching my molars, I snatched up my mobile and unlocked it. Maggie's hand blocked the glass.
Vito, don't. You can't say anything to her.
"Why not?"
Because I can handle myself. I'm serious. I've been around mean girls all my life, don't worry. And it doesn't help when they think you've tattled on them. Let it go.
"I won't have her stirring up trouble or making you feel bad."
I'm fine, really.
What else did she say?
It's not worth getting into. Bottom line is that she's protective of you, which I guess is good.
Why didn't you tell me? Instead you disappeared again. Looking down, she sighed and picked at her fingernails.
I really didn't want to tell you. The whole thing was so stupid.
I will speak to her. It won't happen again. Maggie grabbed my arm.
Promise me you won't do that. I can fight my own battles.
I said nothing, only stared at her, and she squeezed me harder.
Promise me. She's your family and you should stick together. Besides, you and I will be through in a couple of weeks or whenever you go back home, so just leave it. I'm not worth starting a beef with your family over.
Beef? She released me and sat back.
An argument, a wedge. Just let it go.
I made no such promises as I picked up my glass of champagne and drained it. I would not be letting this go. No one was rude to this woman without answering to me for it. Even my own family.
Chapter 20. Maggie. Not going to lie, the landing scared the shit out of me. I held onto Vito's hand like the world was ending, which seemed entirely possible as the wheels bounced along the runway. Then we jerked to a halt, and I let out the breath I'd been holding the whole time. Vito was his usual calm and steady self, rock solid and confident. Once again, his presence leveled me out when I thought I might spiral. It was a disturbing habit, but I wasn't about to question it now. He looked so fucking good tonight. with his black trousers and black sweater, along with a fancy belt and expensive shoes. He dripped with sophisticated elegance. The tight fabric of his sweater clung to his shoulders like moss on a tree, and I was very much anticipating peeling it off him. I could smell the Italian body wash on him, a scent I now associated with his naked body. Sitting next to him for almost 45 minutes was pure torture. "What city is this?" I asked him as we unbuckled our seatbelts. I knew it was a city. The skyscrapers had been a dead giveaway as the plane approached the airport.
Toronto.
Oh, nice. He brought me to his home. Because he'd wanted to show it off? Or because he had work to do here? I shook off those thoughts. Who cared why we were here? I was on a date with a handsome man in another country. Who knew when this would ever happen again?
I think you'll like it.
He offered his hand and helped me to stand. Phew, all this chivalry. It was seriously addicting. And hot. "Thanks, baby," I whispered as he let me slide past him into the aisle. One of his arms suddenly snaked around my front, and he pulled me into his chest. I heard him growl softly before he inhaled in the vicinity of my neck.
"I can't wait to get you naked tonight,"
he rasped in a low, seductive tone. My body, weak and single-minded, softened against him. "I thought you wanted to show me your city."
"I do. Get moving."
Guards surrounded 3 SUVs waiting on the tarmac. There were so many of them, and I thought back to what Vito had said about the motorcycle gang. Was he worried there might be trouble? Quickly, he loaded me into one of the SUVs, and we drove away from the airport. "Is this normally how many men you travel with here? Because it seems like a lot more than what you had in Paisano. Should I be worried?"
"You are safe with me, Bella,"
he murmured.
"I won't let anything happen to you."
A non-answer. "Does this have anything to do with the motorcycle club you were—"
"Maggie."
He squeezed my hand.
"Relax. There's no threat. But I am taking no chances with your safety. Capisce?"
Oh, that was sweet. I shifted as close as the seatbelt allowed, resting my legs against his. "So where are we going?" I watched the scenery and wished I could see it in the daylight, although I had to admit there was something nice about all the lights twinkling around us.
"To dinner. I thought you might like to try one of my favorite spots."
"Vito, I'm not dressed for a fancy restaurant." He didn't reply, just held my hand in his, and I decided to let it go. If we were denied our dinner reservation, then it was on him, not me. As we drove, he explained Toronto, the different areas and sites we were passing. I liked seeing it through his eyes. I could tell he was fond of the city. Vito chatted with the guards in Italian, but I didn't pay attention to them. I wanted to see everything and commit it to memory. Someday, I'd be able to tell my grandkids about the time a mobster flew me to Toronto for a date. We drove from the more industrial part into downtown. The streets bustled with cars and people, surrounded by big lights and tall buildings. Not as busy as New York, which I remembered as chaotic and loud, but a world away from Paisano. Restaurants with every cuisine imaginable joined business, diverse architecture, and plenty of green spaces. It was like commercialism exploded here, but somehow it still felt balanced. The people seemed happy, either chatting with friends as they walked or listening to music through earbuds. And the streets were so clean.
"What do you think?"
he asked beside me. "It's a lot."
"Bad?"
"No, but I'm not sure where to look. It's sensory overload." He didn't respond, just gave my hand another squeeze. I probably sounded lame and unsophisticated, but it was true. And I was lame and unsophisticated. If he expected anything else from me tonight, he'd be disappointed. The car slowed and turned onto a side street, then pulled over to the curb. I peered through the window. "Where are we going?"
"Wait there,"
he said, and got out of the car, along with his guards. Vito opened my door and extended his hand. I slid out and stood, and I was secretly pleased when he didn't let go of me, his fingers clasped with mine. A wooden sign hanging above a door read Dark Horse Tavern.
"I think you'll like this place,"
he murmured as he yanked on the handle.
They have amazing burgers.
I couldn't contain my grin as I went in. He brought me to a burger place. Relief filled me as I went in and discovered booths and tables, a long bar. The walls were covered with hockey photos and beer signs, and the tables and chairs appeared well used. It wasn't fancy or pretentious, and it was perfect. His arm slid around my waist as he chatted with the older woman at the front. She recognized him, so maybe he hadn't been lying about this being one of his usual spots. We were quickly seated at a booth, and she left us menus. I love this place already, I told him.
You haven't tasted the food yet.
Doesn't matter. I can tell it's going to be good. His leg found mine under the table, and he pressed tight to me, not moving away. Then he handed me a menu.
You have to try the poutine.
Those are gravy fries, right?
With cheese curds, yes. It sounds strange, but most people find it delicious.
He shrugged. Oh, they have chicken pot pie.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but what is that?
My menu dropped from my hands with a slap. You've never had chicken pot pie? When he shook his head, I said, it is the cure for all of life's ills. Carrots, onions, and celery in a gravy with chicken, topped with either biscuits or pastry dough. I like biscuits. Vito's expression told me everything I needed to know about what he thought of this dish. Don't make that face, I said. It's delicious.
I will take your word for it.
The server came for our drink order, and Vito bumped my leg with his.
Do you want to try the wine here?
This was easy. I want a beer. The server recommended one of the local IPAs, so I went with that. Vito ordered an Italian beer. It felt nice to be out with him. We both stared at each other, neither of us speaking. A quiet moment of companionable silence. Even still, I could see the amusement dancing in his dark eyes. Are you going to order chicken pot pie? I teased.
Only if I can toss it in the trash bin.
You're a food snob. For a second, I thought I might get a full-fledged grin out of him. He draped his arm across the back of the booth.
Did you like your meatball sub and chocolate cake the other night?
Of course I did. It was very nice of you to have Maz make it for me.
It was when I thought you had your...
He gestured to my stomach.
Troubles.
Happiness bubbled in my chest, drowning me in affection for this man. Can't you even say the word?
What word?
Menstruation, I drawled dramatically like I was on the stage. Vito just shook his head, but I caught his lips twitching. Well, I'm not on my period right now. I lied. He nodded.
I know.
How?
Because it's clear you were hiding from me over what my sister said. And I also have Google. I looked it up after our conversation on the plane. You don't get a period when you have an IUD.
Smart man. You can stop looking so smug. You don't know all my tricks?
Not yet. But I will.
I bit my lip against the rush of giddy energy that circulated through me. The server arrived with our beers.
Here you go.
He set the glasses down on the table.
Are you ready to order?
I handed him my menu. I'd love a cheeseburger with Swiss, medium well, and I'm told I need to try the poutine.
If you've never had it, then you definitely should. The usual, Mr. D'Agostino? Yes, thank you.
When we were alone, I sipped my beer. It was very good. So you come here a lot? Vito nodded.
About once a week.
This place doesn't seem your speed.
And what is my speed, Bella?
A fancy steakhouse with cloth napkins and a glass wine cellar where you can watch the sommelier find your exact bottle?
That is a very precise image.
He took a drink, the muscles of his throat working as he swallowed. I was mesmerized by his Adam's apple, which was a weird thing to admit.
I frequent those restaurants, but I'd rather eat here. Some people enjoy eating foam and tiny bites, but that isn't me.
I see those pretentious places online. I bet half the diners go out for pizza afterward. I twisted my glass on the wooden tabletop. How far do you live from here?
The penthouse is a few blocks away.
Vito stretched his arm out along the back of the booth, drawing attention to his chest and shoulders. And your other place?
The compound is 25 minutes away.
So the penthouse is where you hold your yacht-type model parties. The beer bottle was almost to his lips when I said it, and Vito paused to frown at me.
Maz never should have told you about those.
Yet he did. I sipped my beer, my shoulders lifting as if to say, what are you gonna do?
I own several luxury high-rise developments in the city. In this particular one, I kept the top floor for myself. I often come into the city for business. And yes, I sometimes bring a woman there.
I nudged his leg with mine, and sometimes more than one. Leaning over the table, he lifted my hand and nipped at my knuckles with his teeth.
You will be the only woman I fuck there tonight. That is all you need to know.
The bite of pain and his words sent a spark of heat straight between my legs. After dinner?
Later. We have somewhere else to be, first.
He wouldn't tell me, no matter how much I badgered him, and our meals arrived shortly after. The burger definitely ranked in my top 5 of all time, and the poutine was strangely delicious. What is a cheese curd? I asked as I forked up another bite. And why are they so good?
They are formed from the whey when it separates during the cheese-making process,
Vito said, reading from his phone after looking up the answer.
It's super cheese, apparently.
How do you not eat this every day?
If I did, you wouldn't be able to trace my abs with your tongue.
Slowly and deliberately, I slid the poutine plate far out of his reach. It caused Vito to laugh, one of his rare, genuine reactions that radiated out from his entire body, and I grinned at him. This was surprisingly easy. Maybe it was because we were away from the winery? Away from a small town with prying eyes and ears? I didn't know, but I was enjoying every second of this date. We finished eating and said goodbye to the staff. I was so full but happy. When we got outside, I impulsively wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him right there on the sidewalk. That was fun. Thanks for taking me.
Prego, Angelo mio.
He gave me a harder kiss this time, then led me to the SUV.
Now, your next surprise.
Are we going for dessert somewhere? Is it one of those places where they sell giant cookies for $20 each?
It's not food.
He handed me up into the car and shut the door. Cesare and another guard were in the front seat. Hi, guys, I greeted. Quick, tell me where we're going before Vito gets in.
Ciao, Maggie,
Cesare said, while the other guard just grunted. Vito slid into the seat next to me, and I lost my chance for intel. When he took my hand, he said,
You know my men work for me, no?
Of course he'd heard me ask. Doesn't mean I can't try. His free hand came up to the side of my neck, his fingers pressing to hold me in place. His deep voice whispered in my ear.
Then I look forward to disciplining you later.
I tried not to squirm. Vito's mouth curled seductively, but he didn't say anything else. The ride was short. As we turned the corner and slowed down, a line of people waited on the sidewalk, their bodies shifting to stay warm in the cold. A giant marquee loomed overhead. I blinked and looked again. The car stopped right in front of the entrance. No way. I glanced at Vito. No fucking way. According to the black letters on the bright sign, one of my favorite bands was playing at this music hall tonight. I can't believe this. I glanced out the window, then back at Vito. How did you know I liked Stereolab?
I had Maz go through your collection of t-shirts.
He lifted a shoulder.
Once I had a list of bands, I was lucky enough to find one playing in Toronto this week.
I didn't care about the guys in the front seat. I lunged across the seat and sealed my mouth to Vito's, kissing him deeply, with plenty of tongue, for a long minute. When we broke apart, we were both breathing hard. Thank you, baby. He flicked open his door.
Let's go.
I was still grinning as we rode the elevator in Vito's building later that night. I'd watched concerts on TV over the years, but nothing compared to actually being there in person, feeling the percussion in your chest, seeing the faces of the band, watching them play their instruments, singing along with the crowd. totally fucking cool, and Vito had made it happen for me. He seemed to tolerate the concert, drinking a beer while standing behind me, his hand permanently attached to my hip. I'd loved dancing and rubbing against him, doing whatever I could so he would growl in my ear and tell me to behave. One thing I noticed, he hadn't looked at his phone all night. I had 100% of his attention, and my heart soaked it in, craving more. I wanted to be the only person he thought about, period. Maybe it was time to stop fighting whatever this was between us. I was falling for this man. And maybe he was falling for me, too. You didn't fly a woman to another country for a single concert without some feelings, right? Shoving that aside for later, I bounced on my toes, ready to get him alone. I'd already thanked him more than once, but I couldn't wait to really thank him. Except there were 2 of his guards in the elevator with us, so I had to keep my cool for a few more minutes. When the elevator came to a halt, Vito held the doors open for me. I exited and found myself directly in his penthouse. Holy shit, I whispered, stopping in my tracks. This wasn't a tavern or a rock club. This place screamed money, like it came right out of a design catalog for billionaires. Light wood floors stretched throughout the spacious interior, with elegant white and black minimalist furniture strategically placed. Windows wrapped 2 sides, the entire city winking around us, with a terrace on the outside of the long wall. Soft lights were already turned on out there, and a fire pit glowed. If all that weren't enough, a glass staircase led up to another level. I was almost afraid to ask what was up there. A movie theater or spa? A gym? A throne room? Sometimes I forgot how rich this man was. No wonder he'd immediately renovated the winery's cottage, if this was what he was used to. So what the hell was I doing here? A man who lived like this didn't belong with a girl who worked outside in the dirt all day. He needs a trophy, a model, someone to make all the other men jealous. Carlo's words slammed into my chest like a fist. Paloma would look right at home here. But me? I stuck out like a sore thumb. I took a step back and ran directly into Vito, who was giving orders in Italian to his guards. He wrapped his arm around my waist and held me tight to his side as he finished. When the guards departed down a back hallway that I hadn't even noticed yet, I tried not to panic.
"What's wrong?"
he asked, shifting me to see my face. "Nothing." I swallowed the heaviness in my throat. "Are we staying the night here?"
"I thought we might, yes."
His midnight gaze searched mine.
"Is that okay?"
"I don't have anything with me."
"I had one of the men grab your overnight bag at the winery."
So much for that argument. I tapped my temple. Smart thinking, always planning ahead.
"I try to be prepared for every eventuality."
He let me go and walked toward the bar.
"Drink?"
I stared at the white rugs and sofa, imagining the stains. "I think I'm good."
"Let's have some wine and sit outside. There are heaters out by the fire pit."
Of course there were. I resisted the urge to fidget. "I think we should have sex and go to bed." He placed an unopened bottle of red wine on the bar, then braced his palms on the stone.
"What if I want to enjoy your company? Talk to you a little before I fuck you. We haven't discussed the concert and what you thought."
"I told you earlier that I loved it. Really, Vito, thank you so much." Raising a hand to his jaw, he rubbed his whiskers in a deliberate, slow movement, back and forth.
"You were fine all night, then we walked in here and you threw up walls with me. Did I say or do something wrong?"
I kicked off my boots and left them near the door so as not to dirty the floor. In my socks, I went to where he stood, a deep divot between his eyebrows. I could see his brain working, trying to figure me out. Maybe it was time to trust him, trust whatever was happening between us. Shit, that was scary. Maybe the confession would be easier if I couldn't see his face. I moved in until I was nearly flush with his front, then slid my palms over his ribs, along his pecs. His heart was beating slowly under my hand. Calm, steady Vito. It made me want to wreck him, just to see him completely undone. I wrapped my arms around his neck and leaned into him, pressing my lips to his jaw. Sometimes I forget how rich you are.
This again. I told you I don't think you're after my money.
I know. I brushed my mouth against his skin once more. God, he smelled good. But this kind of lifestyle is so opposite of mine. He didn't move.
What am I supposed to do?
Nothing. This is who you are. Undaunted, I whispered, I want to take care of you tonight. One hand cupped my ass.
Oh?
Yeah, I want to do every little dirty thing you can dream of. He nuzzled my temple with his nose, our breath hot between us.
I love to hear this, Angioletto mio. I like when you are soft and sweet with me.
Yes, but you also like when I fight with you. Don't try and fool me. Humming, he grabbed a fistful of my hair in a tight grip. His lips met my ear.
Do you want to know what I was thinking about in the club when you were grinding your ass on my dick? And earlier, when you were squirming on my lap on the plane?
He couldn't be more obvious. Does it have something to do with my ass?
Good guess, Bella. Very good guess.
I put my hands on his shoulders and tried to make him see reason. Vito, you can't put your dick in there. My jaw nearly unhinges when I blow you. I'm not ready for anal with you.
Where is my sweet girl, eh? Mio dolce angelo, the one who wants to do every dirty little thing I can dream of.
Oh, God. I could see the determination in his eyes, the dark, possessive soul that lurked under the fancy clothes. He wasn't going to drop this. But I needed to know if this was humanly possible, because I'd done anal twice, and neither man was close to Vito's size. Be serious. How many women have taken your dick in their ass? And I don't mean professionals. I mean women like me.
Enough that I'm sure of what I'm doing. I'll follow the steps and won't rush you. It will only feel good. Te lo prometo.
His accent was thick now, which meant he was turned on just thinking about fucking me back there. Was I going to do this? I nibbled on my lip, unsure. What if I get naked and crawl on the floor, then give you an amazing blowjob?
Keep going,
he urged, both hands sliding under my shirt to rub my lace-covered breasts. I'll throw in a back rub. He chuckled and pinched my nipples.
By the time I'm through, you will beg for me to fuck your ass. Trust me, baby.
I sighed as electric pulses raced from my nipples straight to my clit. There is no chance of that happening, Vito. Zero.
Do you trust me to stop if you don't like it?
I answered without hesitation. Of course. Vito would never hurt me. Not purposely.
Then there is no more discussing it. You will do as I say and not fight me. I will break you apart, Angelo mio, but I promise to put you back together.
What if I don't want to be broken apart? His thumb traced my bottom lip, his body surrounding me.
You are brave and strong, one of the strongest I know. You never back down, even when I wish you would. Don't run scared now. Trust me to take care of you.
My bones melted like hot wax. Was this really how he saw me? Or was he trying to bend me to his will? Because it was working. I trusted him, and I was growing more and more curious. Could I do it? Would I like it? I wasn't one to run scared. And who knew how many more nights I'd have with this man in my life? Okay, I blurted, making a quick decision. But I need a glass of wine first. Dark satisfaction flashed over his expression before he reached for the bottle of wine.
Va bene, Bella. Let's go out to the fire pit.
We carried our glasses outside and settled on the sofa in front of the fire pit. Heaters were placed overhead, buffering us from the Canadian chill. This is nice out here, I said as I tucked my feet beneath me. Your apartment is beautiful. He angled toward me and stretched his arm out along the sofa back.
I'm glad you like it. I don't use this place much.
When was the last time you brought a woman here? He took a long sip from his wine glass.
Why would you ask such a thing?
Because it reminds me we are only temporary. I'm curious about your past. You've never had a wife or a girlfriend. So how do you meet women?
They approach me in restaurants and office buildings. On the street.
He lifted an elegant shoulder.
I'm not on an app, if that's what you're asking.
I ignored the streak of jealousy strangling my lungs. Of course, women were always throwing themselves at this man, just like I had in the casino bar. I swallowed a mouthful of wine, not even caring about the taste. And the last time you brought one here?
Maggie.
He sighed, the divot between his eyebrows returning.
We shouldn't.
It's no big deal. So when?
A few nights before the casino.
He studied me over the rim of his glass as he drank more wine. The lump in my throat doubled, then tripled. I forced a smile. Did you have a good time? The lines around his eyes deepened as he frowned.
You are asking these questions to create a distance between us. Again. But I can't figure out why.
Smart mafioso. And I didn't know why either. I only knew what I was feeling for him was big and scary and possibly temporary. I hadn't trusted anyone like this in a long time. You're right, and I'm sorry. My quick admission seemed to surprise him.
You're forgiven.
I drank more wine and tried to sound casual. But maybe we'd talk about our sexual histories. I'll tell you mine. He set his wine glass down on the table with a snap, then took mine away and did the same. Grabbing my waist, he lifted me like I weighed nothing and arranged me until I was straddling his lap. I could feel his cock, thick and enticing under me, even through my jeans. His fingers circled my throat possessively, and heat rushed through my belly to settle in my clit. The expression he wore was almost frightening in its intensity.
If I have to hear about the men who've had this pussy before me, I won't rest until I've hunted each of them down and slit their throats. So I suggest you keep that information to yourself.
It was fucked up, but the declaration made me a little giddy. Still, we had to keep this in perspective. Neither one of us were virgins. It can't matter to you.
Everything about you matters to me.
God, how was I supposed to resist this man? Each time I tried to throw up barriers to protect myself, he broke down my defenses. His fingertips squeezed around my neck as he dragged me closer, then his mouth sealed with mine. The kiss was full of frustration and determination, like he was trying to mark me as his. Or maybe that was wishful thinking on my part. Either way, I softened and kissed him back, ready to let him lead.
Chapter 21. Vito. I felt the instant she gave in. Maggie relaxed after my hand wrapped around her throat, her submissive side overtaking everything else. She was going to let me do as I pleased, and that idea got me so fucking hot. Because there was one more thing I had planned for tonight, and she was going to love having my cock in her ass. Grind on me, I whispered against her mouth. Get that pussy nice and wet. She began rolling her hips in a sensuous rhythm, and I reached down to adjust myself with my free hand, lining my dick up with the seam of her jeans. Fuck. My head fell back as pleasure streaked down my spine. I kept my hand on her throat, enjoying her rapid pulse under my fingertips, how her tendons and muscles shifted beneath my grip. She bit her lip, her skin flushed, and I stared, mesmerized. You look so beautiful. Her eyes were already glazed with lust.
Wanna fuck out here?
My cock twitched at the prospect, but I didn't want it fast and hard outside. No. Tonight I'm going to fuck your ass slow and deep, and you're going to love it. Instead of arguing, she whimpered.
Whatever you want, baby.
Sexier words had never been spoken. Are you mine?
Yes, Vito, I'm yours.
Say it. Say the words. She licked her lips.
I belong to Vito D'Agostino, and no one else.
That she remembered each word sent a wildfire racing through my veins. I wasn't sure I'd last, the need to come already simmering under my skin, tightening in my balls. Prove it. Get on your knees and suck me. When I released her, I expected her to immediately go to her knees on the terrace. Instead, she whipped off her t-shirt to reveal soft skin and black lace bra. I rested my arms on the back of the sofa and waited, wondering what she was going to do next. Then she unhooked her bra and dropped it on the ground. Her nipples were hard, taut little peaks, begging for me to bite them. Before I got the chance, though, she crawled off my lap and unbuttoned her jeans. I hadn't expected her to get naked, but I wasn't complaining. My woman was wild, a bit of an exhibitionist, and I liked it. She worked her jeans past her hips and down her legs.
Should I keep my panties on? She asked.
The black lace underwear was pretty, but I wanted her naked. No, amore mio. Take them off for me. Then choke yourself on my dick. She handed me her panties, and I brought them to my face and inhaled. Cazzo madre di Dio. They were soaked with her juices, the scent of her pussy coating the fabric. I breathed it in as she unbuckled me and worked my cock free. I lifted my hips a bit to help her, and soon I was engulfed by warm and wet. My brain went dark for a few seconds. The feeling was so good. Thankfully, she didn't tease me or lick me. Instead, she took me deep, sliding down until I bumped the back of her throat and caused her to gag. Then she eased off with long pulls and the perfect suction. She repeated this again and again, not stopping until saliva ran down my length and pooled around my balls. Sei perfetto, angeletto mio. Petting her head, I kept talking in my language, even though I knew she wouldn't understand my dirty thoughts and demands. I told her how I felt about her, how I worried she wasn't feeling the same. Then she worked me past her gag reflex into her throat, and I lost the ability to form a thought. It was tight, yes, but it was more the idea I was in her throat, preventing her from breathing, that she would willingly choke herself to please me. I couldn't stop it then. Prickles cascaded under my skin, and I grabbed her head, holding her still as the climax rushed through my groin, and I shot down her throat. Wave after wave carried me higher, and my dick pulsed happily, my cum filling her belly. I sucked in air, my eyes locked on where her lips encircled my shaft. So fucking hot. Drink me down, baby. When I finished, I lifted her up onto my lap and kissed her. She was breathing hard, but didn't pull away, her fingers twisting in my hair as she gave me her mouth. I could taste myself on her tongue, and it was time to reward her. I patted her hip and beat her earlobe. Let's go inside. I have a surprise for you. I set her on her feet, then pulled my briefs and trousers up. Standing, I took off my sweater and pulled it over her head. The fabric fell to the middle of her thighs. For the cameras. Her mouth dropped open, horror overtaking her expression. Why didn't you? I placed my hand on her throat, quieting her. They aren't out here, but they are in the main rooms of the apartment. Don't worry, no one will see you naked but me. She snickered as I took her hand and led her into my apartment.
Vito, you fucked me up against the glass at the casino. Pretty sure a lot of people saw me.
That was before. I didn't want my men seeing how beautiful she was when she came, how puffy her nipples were after I sucked on them, how swollen and wet her pussy got for me. All of those things were for me, and only me. This woman was mine. I walked her up the glass staircase to my suite. 3 walls of glass windows encircled us, with no other surrounding buildings this high. We would have total privacy with only the night sky as a witness. On my bed were 2 boxes with red ribbons I arranged for earlier. I sat on the mattress and nudged the smaller one toward her first. Open it. She stared at it suspiciously.
What is it?
There is only one way you will find out. Biting her lip, she lifted the box and untied the ribbon. Inside the rectangular box was a velvet box. She swallowed.
You got me jewelry?
I didn't say anything, merely waited. She put the outer box and ribbon on the mattress, then cracked open the case. Her eyes went wide as her lips parted on a swift intake of breath. "Oh my God, Vito!" Her gaze found mine. "I can't accept this." "Don't be ridiculous." Gently, I took the box from her and lifted out the diamond necklace. It wasn't anything gaudy or flashy, but I wondered if she would see the significance right away. "I had it made especially for you." Rising, I moved behind her and draped the necklace around her throat. Then I fastened the clasp. "There." As I sat back down, she pointed to an open doorway. "Is that the bathroom?" "Yes." She hurried over and disappeared inside. I heard her breathe. "Oh my God." When she came back, she was fingering the diamonds reverently. "They look like a wing." "I know." The diamonds were arranged biggest to smallest in an almost swoop, like the wing of a bird, or an angel's wing. Stepping between my thighs, she wrapped her arms around my bare shoulders. "Vito, I don't know what to say. It's overwhelming." "Do you like it?" "I love it." She rested her forehead on mine. "Thank you, baby. I'm really touched." "Prego, angelo mio." I kissed her. "Now, open the other one." I fell back onto the mattress and folded my hands behind my head. Maggie crawled onto the bed, straddled my lap, and picked up the second box. "I don't think you can top the first gift, honestly." This one was for both of us. But I didn't say anything as she untied the ribbon and peeled open the heavy cardboard. "Oh, boy," she wrinkled her nose as she took the plastic package out of the box. "You got me a butt plug." "Have you used one before?" "No." I frowned. "Have you let a man fuck your ass before?" "Yes, twice." "And he didn't stretch you out properly first? Madonna, these boys today." I took the sealed container and pulled it apart. The silicone plug fell onto my chest, and Maggie picked it up and tasted the weight of it in her palm. "You'll stop if I say so?" "Of course. But you won't." "How are you so sure?" "Because I've fingered your ass enough to know that you like it." I moved my hand between her legs and let my fingers drag through her folds. She was slick, and I hadn't even touched her yet. I pushed a finger inside her pussy and watched her eyelids flutter. Then I added a second, and she sighed happily. "Can you reach that drawer? Grab the lube for me." With my fingers still inside her, she angled toward the nightstand and managed to get the bottle of lube. I took it from her hand as well as the plug. Then I motioned her forward. "Vieni qui, sit on my face." She whipped off my sweater and placed her knees on either side of my head. Her pussy filled my vision. Fuck, that was a gorgeous sight. I used my free hand to urge her lower, to put her exactly where I needed, which was with my mouth buried in her sleek flesh. I licked and sucked until she was shaking, her moans building in volume. Then I maneuvered us so she could brace her arms on the headboard, putting her at a slight angle, ass out. Using my hands to guide me, I flipped the cap on the bottle of lube and poured it onto the plug. Liquid splashed onto my stomach, but I didn't care. I got enough on the silicone, then made sure my fingers were coated as well. I sucked on her clit and spread the lube all around her hole. She danced up. "Relax," I broke off to say. "I'm going to make you feel so good, Bella." I pushed the tip of my finger inside her ass, then resumed my attention on her clit. I waited until she began rocking, seeking more, then I pushed all the way to my bottom knuckle. She panted, her pussy growing even wetter, and I had to suppress my grin. She was going to fucking love this. A minute or two later, I wedged a second finger, then held still to give her time to adjust. Fucking a woman in the ass took patience and planning, two things I excelled at, and I never rushed this part. Even though my cock was screaming for relief, begging for friction, I went slowly. The end result was always worth it. She began grinding on me, her thighs trembling, and then her muscles tightened. Her body clenched around me, and I dimly heard her shouts as I continued to lash her clit with my tongue. When her contractions slowed, I eased up, gentling my movements and withdrawing my fingers. Then, while she was relaxed, I rubbed the blunt end of the plug against her ring of muscle, all still nuzzling her clit. She sighed. I pushed the end inside, not going deep. From there, I advanced, retreated, advanced a bit more. God, so I loved the little sounds she made in her throat, like she couldn't help herself. My brave, beautiful angel. After what seemed like forever, it was completely in, the silicone stretching her. I tapped it, vibrating the piece inside her, and she gasped. "Fuck, Vito, what are you doing to me?" I lapped up more of her juices. "Do you like it?" "It's a weird kind of pressure, but I can't think straight. I think I like it." "You think?" I fluttered my lips over her clit, and her moan echoed off the ceiling. "Oh God, I need to come. To fuck. Something." "Not yet." I wanted her to move around and feel the plug brushing her insides. "Take off the rest of my clothes. Get me naked." Slowly she crawled off me and edged off the mattress. "Wow, that's—" She rested her hand on my thigh, head hanging down as she panted. Her skin was flushed, her clit engorged from my mouth. "Wow." "Tell me, Bella. Tell me what you feel." "I can't describe it. I'm dying, burning up. I want to both keep it in and push it out at the same time." She removed my trousers and briefs, then stripped off each of my socks. Her expression was slack, her eyes hooded, and she moved like she was in a trance. Dio, this woman. I would sell everything, give it all away, if I could see this look on her face every day. Without being prompted, she leaned over and swallowed the head of my cock, engulfing me in tight heat. My back bowed as lust shot through me. "Fuck!" I hissed, and strangled the bedsheets with my fingers. She hummed, sending little vibrations through me, and I could feel my control slipping, my plan unraveling. I longed to hold her down and shove my dick inside her, but she wasn't ready, so I inhaled and tried to remain calm. "That's it, amore," I told her, pushing her hair back so I could watch. "Get me nice and ready to take your ass. I can't wait to be inside it." She stroked the base with her hand and swirled her tongue over my crown. I loved seeing her suck on my dick. Next time, I was getting my phone and recording this. Pausing, she panted around me, her hot breath coating my shaft. "I can't take it. I'm ready, baby, I'm so ready." My lips curled. I knew she'd eventually want it. Sliding my hands under her shoulders, I lifted her up so I could kiss her. She stretched out on top of me and moved her hips like she was trying to get my cock inside her pussy. I held her still and continued to eat her mouth, thrusting my tongue against hers. "Please," she broke off to whine. "I'm dying." "Is that how you ask?" I slid my lips and tongue over her collarbone. "You know what I want to hear." "I'm yours. Please, fuck me." "Slowly, amore," I whispered. "Beg me to fuck your ass." "Oh, God." She ground her pelvis into my cock, but the movement must have caused the plug to shift as well. Whimpering, she did it twice more. "Please, Vito, fuck my ass, please." In Italiano. "Per favore, Vito, scopami il culo, per favore." She shook her head, but rushed out the words. "Per favore, Vito. Scopami il culo, per favore." Fuck those words. My balls were heavy, my groin tight. I couldn't torture either of us any longer. Rolling over, I got her on her hands and knees, snatched up the bottle of lube. I slicked myself up, then removed the plug. Took a second to drizzle more lube around her ring of muscle and smooth it in, my cock throbbing in time with my heartbeat. Grabbing my shaft, I lined it up and said, "Push out." She did as instructed, and my head slipped in. Scalding heat choked my tip, and I had to clench my jaw to keep from coming. I couldn't drag my eyes away from that tight hole and how it grasped me to pull me in tighter. "Fuck," I ground out. "You feel so fucking good." I added more lube, slid in deeper, withdrew a bit, advanced. She wouldn't let me go slow, though. She began rocking back, driving me past her body's natural resistance. Soon our hips met, and I was all the way inside. I couldn't remember it ever feeling this perfect before. Her compliance, winning her over, this felt like the sweetest victory. There, amore. I smoothed my palm down her back. I'm all the way in. You're so good for me. So sweet, Angeletto mio.
It doesn't hurt.
She dropped onto her forearms and rested her head on them.
I can't believe it, but all I feel is pressure.
Rub your clit for me. I'm going to fuck you and make you feel even better. When her hand snaked between her legs, I grabbed her hips and began a steady, deliberate back-and-forth rhythm, letting her feel every millimeter. I closed my eyes briefly as I sank in, the sensations coursing through me indescribably good. Euphoria filled every part of my body, my teeth buzzing with it. I felt invincible, like I was high. I never wanted this to end. I looked down as my dick disappeared inside her hole and my chest swelled with pride and emotion. I was in awe of this woman. Every time with her was better than the last. How was she doing this to me? I supposed it didn't matter. Whatever her secret, I was never giving her up.
Harder, baby. I'm so close.
I thrust harder. She needed to come in the next few seconds because I was not going to last. I grabbed the back of her neck and held her down on the mattress.
Oh, shit,
she whispered.
I love when you do that. Fuck.
Her muscles clenched around me, her limbs trembling as she convulsed, and her orgasm triggered my own. I felt my balls contract just before a white-hot blast caused spots to dance before my eyes. Jets of cum shot out the head of my cock into her ass, and I shoved deeper, trying to get all the way inside. Take all of it. Every last drop, amore mio. It went on until I sagged, spent. I was wrung out, dizzy, and destroyed. And I was very, very in love with this woman. I couldn't stop kissing her in the shower. She was soft and sweet, my favorite, clinging to me as we stood pressed together in the steam. I cleaned us both, then dried her off and settled her in bed.
Wait, where are you going?
She asked as I pulled on pajama bottoms. To get us water and food. I slipped on my glasses to better see her. Any requests?
Just you, in those glasses. God damn, Vito, you look so fine right now.
I meant to eat or drink, I said as I walked out of the room.
So did I,
she called from the bed, and a grin stretched across my face. The kitchen was quiet, so I could think as I prepared the snack for two. I hadn't meant to fall in love with Maggie, but now that I had, my plans needed to be adjusted. There was moving her to Toronto and reorganizing our security, making room for her in my life. She would wish to remain involved in the winery, so how could I assist her in working remotely? Maybe she could fly back a few days every month. She'd need a car, armed guards, and allowance. I'd help her build a life here, near mine, a life with burgers and concerts and nights on the terrace. I could hardly wait. But I couldn't broach the subject yet, not until I had everything ready for her. I had to present a plan, not rattle off some midnight pillow talk. Leaving her life behind was a big ask, and I didn't want to give her a chance to say no. So I needed to create an incentive package too irresistible to refuse. When I returned to the bedroom, a flash went off. I froze and blinked. Maggie was taking photos of me on her phone. Que cosa, Bella?
For later. Here, put that tray down and let me get one more.
No, I continued to the bed, but she was still taking photos. Stop that.
Let me objectify you, please. Per favore, bello.
The use of my language did it. Sighing, I rested the tray on the bed and looked at the camera. I even gave her the hint of a smile. Wow! She snapped a few more, then finally put her phone down.
You are so photogenic. If this mafia thing doesn't work out, you should consider modeling.
I'll keep this in mind, I drawled and dragged the tray closer to her. We ate while she told me stories about her childhood at the winery, happy memories of her father and grandfather. I soaked all of it in, every bit of information about her past. Her life had been so different from mine, Both of us were bound by familial legacy, but one created and nurtured, while the other destroyed and killed. "Did you ever want to do anything else?" I asked when we were finished eating and tucked under the covers. "Did you ever imagine another life?" "Nope." She curled closer to me and rubbed her toes on my shins. "I always dreamed of running the winery. Of course, I thought I would have my dad around to help, but—" She lifted her shoulder, but I could see the streak of pain in her eyes. I stroked her bare hip. "They died when you were in high school." "Senior year. A freak car accident on wet pavement. They swerved to avoid hitting a motorcyclist and my dad lost control of the car. They hit a tree. My dad was killed instantly. Mom lingered for a few hours in the hospital, so at least I got to say goodbye to her." "I am very sorry, Bella." She drew in a deep breath, then let it out slowly. "It hasn't been easy. Therapy helped, and having Mikey helped. My aunt stayed with us for a few years too, and she was a godsend." I gave her a kiss, telling her without words how strong, how resilient I thought she was. "I'm very proud of you, Angelo mio." "Why?" A laugh emerged from her lips, but it held no mirth. "The winery was failing, we have a virus I didn't catch, and my brother developed a gambling problem that I didn't notice. I'm pretty much a disaster." "No, Maggie. The problems we face, the challenges we encounter do not make us failures. They make us stronger. And you are one of the strongest people I've ever met." "Thanks, baby," she whispered and kissed me again. "What about you?" she asked when we finally pulled apart. "Did you ever want to do anything else?" "It wouldn't have mattered. My father would not have allowed it. In my world, family is everything." "What was he like?" The question was a deep well inside me, filled with so much pain and anger, hurt and loneliness. I found it better not to examine it too closely. A cruel man. No one in our home escaped his wrath.
Was he abusive?
Yes, mostly to my mother when she was alive. Then Enzo. My older brother protected me and Massimo from the worst of it.
That must have been awful. I'm so sorry.
I lifted a shoulder. My father thought he was preparing us for a dangerous, cruel life. In some ways, he wasn't wrong.
That doesn't excuse it. And what of your poor mother? She didn't deserve that.
No, she hadn't. Enzo fought our father on her behalf. He tried to stop the worst of it when he could, but she ended her life shortly after Paloma was born. I was 8, mostly too young to understand. Maggie wrapped an arm around me and held me closer.
Oh my God, how sad.
It was sad, but that was life. I never blamed my mother. I hoped she'd finally found peace somewhere.
Is this why you don't want to get married?
Maggie eased back to see my face.
Why you wear the wedding band?
I owed her the truth after all this time. No, not entirely. I proposed to a girl when I was 17. Her body went stiff as her gaze searched mine.
You did?
I did. Her name was Simone, and I was in love with her. Her family was poor, not anything like mine, but I didn't care. I was going to marry her.
But you said you've never been married, so what happened?
My father wouldn't hear of it, and he decided to prove that Simona only wanted me for the money, the position.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but how did he do that?
Not very original, but he told her I'd be cut off. Said she could take a check from him and disappear or marry me and live in poverty.
My God, it's like something out of a Jane Austen novel. Let me guess, she chose the check?
She did.
What an asshole, she spat instantly. And your dad was definitely a dick for doing that. But it sounds like he saved you from a miserable marriage.
I shrugged. I suppose.
Vito.
Maggie squeezed my face in her hand and shook me gently.
A woman who takes money instead of you? Please. She didn't deserve you.
This is nice of you to say, I murmured before pressing a quick kiss to her mouth.
So the wedding band was a way of what? Protecting yourself from getting involved again?
It sounded silly to hear her say it, but it was true. It was always easier that way. What I do is dangerous, and anyone in my world is at risk. I never wanted anyone to get too close. I flicked her a glance through my lashes. Until you. She bit her lip and we stared at each other. Emotions flickered through the depths of her brownish-green gaze, and no doubt mine reflected the same. Fear and uncertainty, but also hope. Like we were on the edge of something neither one of us understood. My chest expanded with it, and for the first time I could see my future staring back at me. Here was the person who understood me, who complimented me, who was strong enough to withstand whatever was thrown in our direction. The other half of my very soul. "You're going to make me cry," she said, her lip trembling. "And I hate to cry." "Don't cry, amore." I leaned in to nibble at her lips with mine. "I don't like to see you sad." "I'm not sad. I'm the opposite of sad. I'm so happy right now." She removed my glasses and put them on the nightstand. Then she drew closer and draped her leg over my hip. "You make me happy, Vito." The sense of rightness settled over me again, and I kissed her until we both fell asleep, wrapped in each other's arms.
Chapter 22. Maggie. I woke up to an empty bed. Again. Vito had a bad habit of not waking me up in the mornings. By the feel of his cold sheets, he'd been up for some time. I checked my phone on the nightstand. It was 7:30, which was late, but not horrifically late. I rolled over and stretched, my muscles protesting as I moved. Mostly my backside was sore, but everything about last night had been perfect. I was a goner.
"Everything about you matters to me."
I fingered the diamond necklace he gave me and accepted defeat. Somewhere along the line, I fell in love with this dangerous, smart, and steady man. Most people would say it was a bad idea, but right now he felt like the best thing in my entire life. I couldn't ever remember being this happy. I trudged into the bathroom and spent a few minutes getting ready. At some point, Vito had brought in my clean clothes and laid them out for me on the counter. He really thought of everything. Did anything ever catch this man off guard or surprise him? I dug around in my cosmetics bag for a tube of ointment for my lips. While searching, I brushed an old tube of lipstick out of the way. Then I paused, an idea popping into my head. Sometimes it was hard for me to express love or affection for other people. My therapist once said it was because love frightened me, especially after losing both of my parents, and we were often reluctant to do things we feared. But I wasn't afraid anymore. This man understood me. My attitude as a defense mechanism didn't scare him. And after last night, I trusted Vito to take care of my heart. On impulse, I grabbed the tube and uncapped it. Dark red. Perfect. I wrote him a note on the bathroom mirror, one that would make my feelings for him perfectly clear. It was silly, but concise. Smiling, I collected my things and went into the bedroom. There weren't any messages on my phone, and the emails could wait. Still, as much as I'd like to hang out and see more of Toronto, I did need to get back to Paisano. With the red blotch and winter promotions, there was a lot going on at the winery. I took my overnight bag downstairs. Vito was in the kitchen, fully dressed and sitting at the island, his back to me. When I set my bag down, he looked over his shoulder. He hadn't shaved yet and wore his glasses. Then he gave me a rare, lopsided grin that melted my heart.
"Buongiorno, amore."
More with the amore. God, he was killing me. I went over and gave him a kiss. "Morning, bello. Have you been up long?"
"About an hour. I wanted to let you sleep."
Hand squeezing my hip, he rose.
"Sit. I'll make you a cappuccino."
I would never turn down one of his cappuccinos, so I did as he ordered. "What time are we going back this morning?"
"Would you like to stay and see more of the city?"
I hated to be a buzzkill, but I hadn't planned to be away even one night, let alone more. Another time, maybe. I really need to get back. He started the espresso machine brewing, then went to the refrigerator for milk.
"I figured you might say as much. We're scheduled to depart in an hour and a half."
My man, always prepared. Were you a Boy Scout?
"No. Why?"
Nothing. Forget it. Content to watch him, I propped my chin in my hands and stared at his back as he moved. I envisioned a lifetime of mornings like this, quiet, with just the two of us. Cappuccinos and sunshine, warm showers and lingering kisses. I wanted it so badly, craved that steady existence with my whole heart. This man would be at the center of it. And the winery, of course. How those pieces fit together wasn't exactly clear, but no doubt Vito could come up with a plan. He set the cup in front of me, his keen gaze taking in my expression.
What are you thinking about?
I picked up the cappuccino and cradled it in my palms. I wasn't ready to discuss our future, so I said, "Thank you for last night." Placing his elbows on the counter, he leaned over.
You are very welcome, Angelo mio.
Impulsively, I set my cup down and lunged over the bar to kiss him. The awkward position prevented the kiss from deepening, but I didn't care. I just needed my mouth on his for an extended period of time. His big palm cradled my jaw, while his warm breath, coffee and mint, mingled with mine. His lips were plush velvet, soft against my mouth, and I was happy to exist in this little bubble with him forever.
That was nice,
he murmured as we pulled apart.
You are making me rethink our flight schedule.
I gasped in mock horror. And change your plans?
Are you making fun of me, Bella?
He came around the bar, and I could see the humor lurking behind his glasses.
Because I can still punish you and fly back at the same time.
I grabbed his belt and dragged him closer. Promise? Growling, he bent to kiss me again, and I offered up everything I was thinking and feeling, everything I had stored inside me through that kiss. All my hopes, all my dreams, every bit of love I'd buried. I gave it all to him without fear, without resistance. My heart belonged to this man. I wouldn't tell him with words, but I wanted him to know. He gave me a few more kisses, like he was reluctant to stop. Then he sighed and straightened.
Maybe I will help you join the Mile High Club on the way back.
My lower half clenched, perking up at the idea. Won't your men know we're having sex? Letting me go, he returned to his seat and coffee.
Does this bother you?
Not as much as it probably should. I don't know if you've realized this by now, but I'm not exactly shy. His eyebrows climbed dramatically above the top of his glasses.
No, I don't believe you.
I nudged him with my shoulder. Shut up. The phone in his hand began buzzing.
Perdóname,
he murmured.
I must take this, pronto.
He listened to whoever was on the other end. I sipped my cappuccino and unlocked my own phone, pretending to read online gossip as I wondered about the message upstairs on the mirror. Would he see it today before we left, or at some point when we returned? I wanted to plan a long visit here, maybe a 3-day weekend. Vito went stiff beside me, his furious voice cracking like a whip.
Que cazzo?
I winced. I felt sorry for whoever had pissed him off. A long, heated exchange transpired. I recognized some of the curse words, but that was about it. Vito slapped the marble bar with his palm. I started, surprised by the loud noise, and he immediately reached to rub my back soothingly. Deciding to give him privacy, I got up and wandered away to explore the first floor a bit. There was a bar near the long sofas that I hadn't noticed last night, and I was curious what Vito stocked here. Mostly Italian wine, I discovered. That made sense. Then a familiar bottle caught my attention. Was this? Yep, it was one and the same. There was a bottle of the New Orleans bourbon whiskey I bought for Vito in the casino bar. I bit my lip, ridiculously pleased by this small thing. Did he think of me when he sipped it?
Mi dispiace, Angelo,
Vito called before he stalked over to the back hallway and shouted,
Andiamo, ragazzi.
We were leaving, I guess. What's going on? I asked. What happened? He grabbed our coats off the hooks by the door.
We need to return immediately.
I went over and he helped me into my coat. Why? Is something wrong? Cesare and Adelmo came hurrying from the hall, bags in their hands. Vito pointed to my overnight bag and gave them instructions. I can carry my own bag, I protested when Adelmo came over to get it.
Let the men get it.
Vito motioned for me to hurry through the front door, so I didn't argue. Soon we were all packed into the elevator and no one spoke. I took a peek at Vito and marveled at the change in him. A switch had flipped. This was the mafia boss, the criminal who got pissed just before heads started to roll. I didn't want our time in Toronto to be ruined. This had been too perfect to let some petty mafia crap bring down the vibes. Reaching over, I took his hand in mine and held it. He didn't react right away, seemingly lost in his thoughts, but then his grip tightened, his hold firm. I squeezed and he squeezed back. My anxiety eased a bit after that. Everything was fine. He would tell me what was going on as soon as we were alone. During the drive to the airport, he made a few calls. I didn't care. He still held my hand the whole time, like he needed that small connection to me, so I let him work and looked through my phone absently. I was surprised to see a text from Val pop up. "Hey, where are you?" I wrinkled my nose. I didn't want to tell her about Vito, about the trip. It seemed a conversation best had in person, to be honest. Falling in love with a mafia boss who won your winery in a poker game wasn't really news you dropped via text to your best friend. I turned my phone off. We were about to fly anyway. I'd call Val when Vito and I landed in Paisano. For the rest of the drive, I stared out the window and listened to the deep rumblings of Vito's voice. I would need to learn some Italian, starting with whatever he liked to whisper in my ear when he was inside of me. The jet was ready and waiting when we boarded. The same attendant greeted us, and it wasn't long before we were in the air. During takeoff, Vito huddled in the rear of the jet, talking with his men, while I gripped the armrests of my seat and tried to remain upbeat about our survival rate. Vito returned when the plane leveled off.
"Perdonami,"
he said again, kissing the back of my hand after he peeled it off the armrest.
"I shouldn't have left you alone."
"I'm fine," I said, despite the damp circles under my armpits. "Is everything okay?" He paused, his jaw stiff.
"The winery. Something has happened there."
"Wait, what? The winery?" I sat up straight, my heart thundering, slamming in my chest. His face told me this was bad. Very bad. I could sense it coming from every cell in his body. I unbuckled my seatbelt and angled toward him. "What do you mean? What happened?" His voice was calm, quiet.
"The cottage caught on fire last night. The fire spread. I don't know the extent of the damage yet."
Fire. Oh my God. The vines. Shit. I turned on my phone, ready to make calls, but Vito put his hand out.
"Bella, no calls in the air. We'll find out the answers when we land."
I clutched my phone, strangling it in my grip. "Was anyone hurt?" My voice cracked on the question.
"No, the cottage was empty. The other buildings were not affected."
"Well, how much of the vineyard was affected?"
"I don't know yet."
Fuck! All my fear and panic turned on him. "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I could have called Mikey from the penthouse. You purposely kept this from me."
"Your brother is dealing with the fire department. My men are also there to help. There's nothing you can do at the moment but distract him from what's happening there. My priority is your safety and making sure we get back quickly."
He was so calm and reasonable, but I didn't like secrets, especially when it came to the winery. Was he withholding more bad news? "We will be discussing this later. I'm really fucking pissed at you for not telling me."
"That is your right, but I will sometimes make decisions that you do not like, especially if I think it is important for your safety."
That answer was bullshit, but I didn't have the energy to fight with him right now. I was too mad and too worried. My mind was already dreaming up every worst-case scenario that I could imagine. A fire could destroy acres, not to mention that people could have died. I willed the plane to go faster. Though he remained silent beside me, Vito never let go of my hand. The drive seemed to take forever. I turned my phone back on when we landed, but there weren't any texts or calls. My brother didn't answer either. During the ride, Vito was busy texting. When I asked for updates, he said there wasn't any new information and we'd assess the damage for ourselves when we arrived. One question kept bothering me. How did the cottage catch fire? Everything had been done to code and properly inspected. So was it one of the renovations Vito had ordered? Did he leave the espresso machine on? Not clean out the lint trap in the dryer? It didn't make any sense. I prayed that the majority of the vineyard remained intact. The red blotch was bad enough, and that affected a small section of only the Cabernet Franc vines, according to the test results. I didn't know what I'd do if I lost more. The good news was fire had difficulty spreading in a vineyard because of the open space and moisture. I've heard that California wildfires often come up to the edge of vineyards and just stop. So maybe it wouldn't be bad. Emergency vehicles and cars of every kind clogged the winery parking lot. My heart was racing. As soon as the SUV slowed, I pushed open my door and hopped down to the gravel lot. Then I took off.
Maggie,
I heard Vito call behind me, but I wouldn't be stopped. I ran, my arms and legs pumping, with my mind solely focused on seeing for myself. As I rounded the corner of the winery building, I smelled it. Burnt wood. No. A tiny section, please. A row, maybe two. Not the whole goddamn... I jerked to a halt. My eyes could barely take it in. Row after row of black, charred nubs. Ash, soot, smoldering smoke. At least half the vineyard was gone. I dropped to my knees in the soggy mud. Air couldn't enter my body. My lungs refused to work because a rage-filled scream was trapped in my chest. How? Why? What was I supposed to do now?
Maggie, amore.
Vito's hands lifted me up, and he was pulling me to his chest. I couldn't feel it, though. It was like it was happening to someone else. I was locked in the horror around me. He tilted my face up, his eyes desperate as he regarded me.
Breathe, baby.
His hand rubbed my back.
Please, Maggie, breathe for me.
I shook my head. I can't.
Yes, you can. Try to breathe.
I began to tremble. My eyes were on Vito, but I kept seeing the charred remains of the vines I'd cared for my whole life. I didn't think I'd ever be able to focus on anything else.
I've got you, Angelo,
he whispered.
I will fix this.
Fix it? I nearly laughed hysterically.
Maggie, you're here.
My brother's voice. I tore away from Vito and saw my sibling there, his haggard expression matching mine. I threw myself into Mikey's arms and held onto him. He understood more than anyone what I was feeling. Another loss, another death, something else ripped from our hands. I began sobbing.
I tried to save them,
he whispered brokenly into my hair.
I'm so sorry, Max.
He let me cry on him, the heaving of his chest telling me he might be doing the same. Murmurs reached my ears, conversation nearby. I wiped my eyes and tried to pull myself together. A few feet away, Vito was talking quietly to Tommaso, their heads bent together. I grabbed Mikey's arm. I want to talk to the fire chief. I want to hear what happened.
It was arson.
My body jolted, that news affecting me like a physical blow. What?
Come on.
Mikey dragged a hand down his face.
Last I saw him, Chief Kincaid was down by the cottage. I'll let him explain it.
The two of us started walking, but we didn't speak. What was there to say? Arson. Someone had lit our property on fire purposely. The universe had dumped so much on us the past few years, more than either of us deserved. Were we cursed? Who in the fuck would have done this?
Maggie, wait.
Vito was right behind me.
Let me talk to the authorities for you.
I need to hear it for myself. I barely recognized my deep and scratchy voice.
Then I'll come with you.
I didn't respond. My mind was stuck, a refrain of what the fuck looping over and over in my brain. Arson. Someone did this. Someone burned my vines on purpose. Who? Why? A group of firemen and other men were by the cottage. Some were picking through the half-burned structure, while the others were in discussion. Paloma and Massimo were huddled together with a few men I didn't recognize. Were they Vito's? I couldn't think about that now. I strode toward Chief Kincaid, whose son Brett had been in my graduating class. Chief Kincaid and his wife supplied Mikey and I with plenty of casseroles in the months following our parents' deaths.
Maggie, my dear.
Chief Kincaid broke free of his crowd and came toward me.
How are you holding up?
He gave me a brief hug. I can't believe this. I'm shocked. Vito was there, extending his hand and introducing himself to Chief Kincaid. The fire chief nodded.
You were the one staying in the cottage? Yes, I was.
What happened? I croaked. Mikey said it was arson. Chief Kincaid nodded.
That's what our initial investigation suggests. We believe an accelerant was used to burn the cottage as well as the vineyard. The cottage was ignited first, then the fire spread to what you see here. We won't know for sure until the samples come back from the lab, but I would guess gasoline from the smell.
I don't understand. I met my brother's shell-shocked expression. Why would anyone do this?
We understand there are security cameras.
Chief Kincaid looked at Vito.
We would like to see that footage.
Vito folded his arms, but his expression was open, cooperative.
Of course. The footage is stored off-site. I have a call into the company already.
He did?
Good. Mike and Maggie, I'm assuming you'll want to press criminal charges on whoever is responsible.
Hell yes we do, I said at the same time Mikey said,
Damn right.
Chief Kincaid passed out his card to all of us, including Vito.
I figured. I'll let Chief Oliphant know.
To Vito, he said,
He's the police chief. We'll be in touch to get that footage. With the motorcycle tracks we've seen around the property, I could hazard a guess as to who's responsible, but I try not to guess. I'd rather have facts, especially if it's who I think it is. You think this is the Red Raiders?
Mikey asked.
They've never bothered us. Why would they?
He abruptly clamped his mouth shut. What were you going to say? I asked, nudging him. Finish that thought.
Nothing.
My brother shook his head.
We'll learn more when the security footage comes in. Thanks, Chief Kincaid. You're welcome, son. You kids have had a rough go of it these past few years. I'll have Marge bring something over to eat later,
he said, referring to his wife.
That way you won't have to worry about tonight.
We thanked him, and he walked away, returning to his group close to the cottage. My brother shifted toward Vito and lowered his voice.
I need a word. Not now.
Vito snapped.
I want to look after your sister. This can wait. No, it fucking can't,
Mikey said.
I want to ask you about you need to wait.
In one step, Vito moved closer, his lips flat and angry as he stared at Mikey.
I said we will talk, but I'm more concerned with your sister at the moment. Then I need to speak with my brother and sister as well as my men, and the security company.
Alarm bells went off in my head. There was something happening here. Mikey was acting strangely, like when he'd gambled the winery away. What's so urgent, Mikey? Is it about the fire? Massimo and Paloma drifted closer, both of them appearing concerned. Maz came and briefly wrapped me up in a hug.
How are you holding up, mia cognata?
I was too distracted to comment on the sister-in-law reference. My brother didn't answer my question. Instead, his gaze locked on the rows of burnt vines. In my bones, I knew what was going on. Mikey was keeping something from me, something important. Again. And this secret also involved Vito. I stepped out of Maz's embrace and looked at both Vito and Mikey. What are you two hiding from me?
I'm not the one hiding anything,
Mikey said quickly, his meaning perfectly clear. So Vito was hiding something, and it might be related to the arson and the Red Raiders. Un-fucking acceptable. I turned toward the man I'd fallen for, the man whose fresh fingerprints were all over my flesh. His expression gave nothing away, though. He was cool, like a marble statue, strong and inscrutable, secrets buried deep, but I pushed. You have something to tell me?
I will find out who did this, amore, and I will make them pay.
Vito speak. That wasn't what I asked. Rubbing my eyes, I drew in a deep breath of smoky air, which triggered a coughing fit in my lungs. Let's get everyone inside, I heard Paloma say. This air isn't healthy.
Good idea,
Maz said as he patted my back, gently steering me toward the winery.
I'll be there in a moment,
Vito said, the only one not moving with our group toward the winery. I regained my breath, so I dug in my heels and twisted away to face Vito. I want to know what's going on.
Later, Bella.
He put a heavy dose of mafia don in those 2 words, trying to both intimidate me and control me. I wasn't having it. I was a fiery ball of rage, a woman on a mission, a woman standing in the ashes of her life, literally, who had no more fucks left to give. Stepping into his face, I practically growled like an animal. Not later. Right fucking now, Vito. He must have read the feral expression on my face correctly, because he nodded once. Over his shoulder, he exchanged words in Italian with a few of his men, then wrapped an arm around my shoulder. Maz, declaring he was going back to bed, broke off from our group, but Mikey and Paloma trailed Vito and me into the winery building. Someone burned my vineyard. Who would do such a thing? What is Vito hiding from me? It was all I could think about as the 2 of us went into Mikey's office. When Vito closed the door, I edged away from him and wrapped my arms around my waist. The photographs on the walls, the vineyards lush and green during the harvest season, seemed to mock me. How would we ever recover from this? I closed my eyes and took several deep breaths. "Let's hear it," I blurted. "Why did Mikey get weird when the topic of the Red Raiders came up?" Vito leaned against a cabinet, one hand in his pocket and the other rubbing his jaw.
"I believe the Red Raiders were trying to kill me last night."
Chapter 23. Maggie. I blinked several times, stomach churning, trying to make sense of this. Why would they want to kill you?
In retaliation.
Retaliation? For what? My mind raced. Then it hit me. The strip club. You went there to find Red Raiders, and it involved Jimmy Tate. He remained silent as I put what I knew together. So you killed Jimmy?
It's better if you don't force me to answer that.
Too bad, I snapped. I want to know. You killed Jimmy. Vito's chin dipped once. Just Jimmy, or were there others?
And others.
Vito had murdered Jimmy Tate. And others. Then lied to me about it. My muscles locked, and my knees actually buckled. Bending slightly, I gripped the edge of the desk. You told me you didn't know anything about Jimmy's disappearance. You lied to my face.
Bella,
he said with a sigh. No, do not start with that bullshit. You lied when I asked you about it.
I told you there are things about my business that you can never know. It's to protect you in case the authorities ever come after me.
Like murder. He didn't say anything, and I wrestled with this new information. It was one thing to know Vito killed people in theory, but here it was staring me in the face. I grew up with Jimmy Tate and saw his mom around town every now and then. How was I ever supposed to look at her again, knowing this? God, I had been so stupid. It had been incredibly foolish to think Vito's world wouldn't bleed into my life. The power and violence of the mafia was a disease, and it had slowly crept into my life, much like the red blotch crept into the vines. It infected and destroyed, and now an enemy had retaliated against Vito, taking me and the winery down with them.
You look at me as if I am a monster,
he said quietly.
But aren't you curious why?
Why you murdered some bikers, you mean?
You might believe the Red Raiders are innocent, but I assure you they are not. 3 of them saw my cousin in Sparkles, dragged him into the woods, and executed him like a dog.
I scrubbed my face with my hands. What kind of world was this? Murders and executions, retaliation and mayhem. Jimmy and 2 others, you're saying?
Yes.
I wasn't naive enough to ask why they hadn't gone to the police instead. Anyone who'd ever watched a movie or television show knew that wasn't how the mafia dealt with their problems. And because you killed 3 of their guys, the rest of the Red Raiders just torched my vineyard. A muscle jumped in Vito's jaw.
As I said, I will find who is responsible, and I will rebuild your vineyard.
Tears scalded the backs of my eyes. You can't rebuild this. This... I gestured in the direction of the charred remains outdoors. Took decades, Vito. Over 60 years. My grandfather, my father. I choked on a sob, and the tears broke free, sliding down my cheeks. He took a step toward me, but my hand flew up to stop him. No, don't. I don't want you to try to make me feel better. This isn't something you can fix with a cappuccino or a hot tub.
Angelo, please, calm down.
An angry, wounded sound left my lips as I furiously brushed tears away. Do not tell me to calm down, you fucking asshole. You knew the Red Raiders would retaliate. It was why you kept talking about increasing security around here. You knew, yet you didn't tell me the truth. Then you took me off to Toronto and made me feel special while lying to me the whole time.
I considered the matter with the bikers settled.
He tried, but I interrupted him. Bullshit. You brought an army from Toronto. You brought your sister, your brother. You didn't think this was settled. And how did my brother know all of this was going on when I didn't? Vito's chest expanded as he dragged in air.
He was with us when we discovered Gaetano's body in the woods.
Oh my God. I sagged, absolutely flabbergasted. Why? How? Have you inducted my brother or made him one of your men?
No, of course not. I ordered him to stay in the car while we searched the woods, but he didn't listen.
I can't fucking believe this, I muttered, rubbing the ache in my chest as more tears fell. After the red blotch, I actually thought you might be a good thing for the winery. And after Toronto, I thought you might be a good thing for me. God, I was so stupid. The skin of his throat flushed, but his voice never changed.
I know you are angry, and you have that right, but I never thought it would go this far. I never thought they would hurt you or the winery in response.
We've covered this. I blew my nose with a cocktail napkin I found on the desk. Maybe you didn't know, but you suspected. Yet you kept me in the dark the whole time. Even lied to me about it. Slippery, evasive Vito. If not for Mikey, I wouldn't have ever known, would I?
As I said, it's not safe for me to take you into my confidence when it comes to that part of my life.
That isn't how this works. Because if you think you can throw private jets and diamond necklaces and concerts at me to keep me from asking questions, you are dead wrong. Those things don't matter to me. I want someone I can trust, someone who isn't always hiding shit from me.
You are demanding that I risk your life,
he shouted, the sound echoing off the walls. His lips were thin slashes of fury in his handsome face.
You could be tortured for information on me, or put in prison, or killed. I will not do it. I will not drag you into my world and risk harming you, even if you hate me for it.
Vito, newsflash. I've already been harmed. The vineyard is gone because of you and your world. I'm already at risk.
A smaller, manageable amount.
Why he felt the need to clarify this made no sense. But risk, all the same. How did you see this working between us? Were we even going to be a couple?
You say this as if we are not already a couple, as if you haven't already said many times that you belong to me.
Sex games are not real life. And for God's sake, just answer a fucking question for once in your life.
I was going to give you the penthouse in Toronto.
Unblinking, I stared at him, the words like a cold dose of reality thrown over my head. Not, I was going to ask you, or would you please consider moving? Vito had just decided to plop me down in his penthouse, easy peasy, like I would be grateful for the opportunity. And he didn't even live there. His real home was outside the city. But apparently, I didn't rate high enough to live there. I was only important enough for his lavish, hookup-friendly apartment. This man had no interest in a real relationship with me. He wanted me as his plaything, a little bird in a gilded cage until he deigned to visit me. Hadn't he been paying attention at all? Did he honestly think this would fly with me? At this point, I wasn't even angry at him. I was hurt. My chest felt hollow, like my organs had been scooped out and thrown away. The gulf between our lives, what we wanted and needed, was too far to bridge. There was no compromise when the sides started so far apart. Vito, I said shakily, that isn't how a relationship works. You want someone when it's convenient, like taking that wedding band on and off. But you can't keep part of yourself separate. Not from me. I don't want to live in a bubble, even in a penthouse.
I can keep you safe in a penthouse,
he snarled.
And I wasn't taking you away from the winery.
Oh, wow. Thanks, I guess.
You are being sarcastic with me, but I know you will wish to go back and forth. You would have access to the jet whenever you needed.
Here are some fancy crumbs, Angel. Be grateful. God, this man was delusional. And entitled. I don't want your jet or your penthouse. I want you, all in. I want Vito D'Agostino to be honest with me and treat me like a partner, not a one-night stand who's stuck around a few extra nights.
Is this how you think I treat you?
Deflecting, evading. Instead of telling me how he felt, he was turning it back around on me, which told me everything I needed to know. He'd already planned this without my input and had no intention of adapting it, which meant there was no path forward for us, not where I kept my sense of self or my dignity. If I accepted his offer, I'd end up like that wedding band, something pretty and convenient for him, a hassle-free adornment. And I would wither away under such conditions. A sharp pain rippled behind my sternum, almost like the bones were cracking apart under the weight of my anguish. Calmly, I said, "Go back to Toronto, Vito. We're done here." He flinched, his mouth turning into a serious frown.
We're not finished. I'm trying to tell you that I want a future with you.
Your version of a future is repulsive to me. If you knew me, if you respected me at all, you would know that.
You think I don't respect you?
A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat, but I smothered it because nothing about this was funny. Bottom line, I couldn't do this any longer. I couldn't go around and around with him forever. We had some fun together, and now it was time to cut him loose. I gathered every bit of my strength to say, "If you could deal with Mikey from now on, I'd appreciate it. I'll assess the damage and have him send you a list of what we need." I turned and grabbed for the doorknob. Suddenly, Vito was there, pressed to my back, caging me in and breathing softly on my cheek.
Angelo mio, don't do this. Tell me what you want. An allowance, a car. I need you to stay.
He thought this was about money? My argument with Paloma came rushing back. Are you hoping for a payout? Again, this man didn't know me at all, apparently. I slipped away from him and pulled open the door. Without looking back, I said, "Please, do me a favor, Vito. Lose my number." And I was gone.
Vito. The house I'd rented for my men, while large, smelled like cat piece and cigarette smoke. I ordered all the windows opened as soon as I moved in yesterday afternoon, yet it hadn't helped. But I was stuck here until I went back to Toronto, and I couldn't go back until I'd killed every Red Raider in the area. "Send someone to buy more air freshener," I snapped at Tommaso. "And air purifiers, as many as they can find." I took out my cigarettes and lit one. The two of us were sitting at the kitchen table this morning, waiting for intel on where the four bikers went after torching Maggie's vineyard. Yesterday, thanks to facial recognition software, we learned their identities and went looking in the usual spots. Except the bikers had gone to ground, every single one hiding from me. Enzo's computer experts were currently hacking traffic and surveillance cameras, looking for footage to discover where they went. I hope to have answers any minute. Paloma strode into the kitchen and frowned at me. "That isn't going to help the smell." "I don't give a fuck. Do we know anything yet?" "No, not yet." She eyed me carefully. "Massimo's clothes look good on you." I blew out a long stream of smoke. "Thank fuck we're about the same size." "I could go out and buy—" "No, Lo, you're my consigliere, not my personal shopper. I've ordered some shit to be delivered later." "I haven't officially agreed," she noted, taking sparkling water out from the refrigerator. Tommaso got to his feet. "I'll go check in with the men and send someone out for those things you wanted." "Grazie, Tommaso," I said, rubbing my eyes with my free hand. I was fucking exhausted. I hadn't slept a wink last night. "Then you took me off to Toronto and made me feel special, while lying to me the whole time." I didn't regret it. Maggie didn't realize the danger of being with me. A scorched vineyard was nothing compared to many of the things I've seen and done, and I didn't want that for her. So I offered what I could, while trying to maximize her safety. It was the only way, short of marrying her, that I could protect her. And neither of us were ready for that sort of commitment. At least, I didn't think so. She wanted me all in. But what did that mean? Taking her into my confidence in regards to the business was out of the question. I wouldn't risk her by doing something so foolish. And what of her? Was she ready to go all in? Because she certainly hadn't confessed her feelings for me at any point. My sister lowered herself into the vacant chair. She twisted the gold-bangled bracelets on her wrist. I spoke to Enzo last night. You know, to get the official family blessing. I was aware. I heard an earful from my brother earlier. Another part of my shitty morning. He wasn't thrilled about the idea, Paloma continued. But he agreed with your reasons for asking. Honestly, I think he's a little irritated that he didn't think of coming to me first. He doesn't need help. I do. You know how he is. Enzo wasn't always the best at sharing. An understatement. What else did he say? I asked if there was any kind of ritual I needed to perform or an oath I needed to take. He said my last name was enough. He's always worried about my safety. She waved her hand, rattling the bracelets on her wrist. He's acting like a protective big brother because I'm a woman. I won't let anyone hurt you, Lo. Sul mio onore. Swearing on one's honor was the deepest pledge we could make. I know you won't. I'm not worried. And I'm capable of taking care of myself. I don't doubt it. I remember the punches you used to throw. And I took boxing lessons in London. I'm good. I finished my cigarette and stubbed it out. So, it's decided. I guess so. Thank fuck. I motioned for her to stand up, which she did. Then I kissed both of her cheeks. I can't tell you how grateful I am, Paloma. I know. She squeezed my shoulder, then motioned to the chairs. Sit down, I want to start offering you advice. Oh, about what? Once seated, she folded her arms on the table and studied me. You look like shit. I rubbed my jaw. I didn't sleep much, so I heard. Tommaso said you paced all night long in your room. Checking up on me. Don't be surprised, you are my responsibility. First as my brother, second as my boss. So are you ready to talk about her? I instantly reached for the pack of cigarettes on the table, but Paloma moved them out of my reach. Vito, stop it. You're giving those up starting today. Now, tell me what went wrong yesterday. I know Maggie was pissed about the fire, but you haven't told me what happened after. I don't want to talk about it, as you said last night. But you can't use that excuse any longer. Because I fucking said so. Everyone heard both of you yelling at each other, so fill me in. Knowing my sister was stubborn enough to keep pushing, I recounted my conversation with Maggie. When I finished, Paloma's expression didn't change. You offered to buy her off, to stay with you. Not in the way you are thinking. Exactly in the way I'm thinking. No wonder she lost it. Only because you accused her of being a gold digger. I can't believe she told you. Paloma tapped her dark red fingernails on the table. I thought she was better than that. She didn't tell me. I dragged it out of her on our trip. And she forbade me from interfering between the two of you. She said she's been dealing with mean girls all her life and could handle you. My sister threw her head back and laughed. Oh, that's cute. I like her. She's delusional, of course, but I admire her balls. She grew serious. Fratello, I know women better than you do, and I had to see if she's strong enough to handle this life. I don't want you to go through another Simone. If that meant I pissed Maggie off, then so be it. But I won't let you marry a woman who won't stand up and fight for you. No one said anything about marriage. Vito. She exhaled like I was trying her patience. She can't stay here unprotected, and you love her. So marry her. Don't make this more complicated. She'd never agree to marriage. Not now, of course. You will have to convince her. You make it sound so easy. But you don't know her. She can hold a grudge. Not to mention that she hasn't once told me how she feels about me. Do you want my advice? Part of me wanted to say no, but it was the role I'd given her. Yes, of course. Write the Fiorentino siblings a large check. Let the two of them rebuild, replant whatever the fuck, while you're back in Toronto attending to real business. I stared through the patio glass doors out toward the river. What Paloma said made sense. But I didn't want to leave. It felt like giving up. How was I to focus on real business when all I wanted was to be near Maggie? If you push her, my sister continued, she will only fight you or disappear. I know women like her. I am a woman like her, and we don't like to be cornered.
Your best course of action right now is to give her space. I need to fix this. I have a meeting with Carlo this afternoon to— Vito, that isn't what she wants. She wants to fix this. Without you. How do you know? Paloma slid out of her chair and stood. Because like I said, she and I are similar. And you can't force things right now. In time she will be willing to hear you out. Retreat so you can live to fight another day. I can't. I won't abandon her, even if she doesn't want me here. That is a mistake, and not like you. Where is your legendary patience? I pressed my lips together to keep from snapping at her. Patience? Was she kidding? I could barely breathe, knowing Maggie hated me. The knot in my chest wouldn't ease, and I had to fix this before it was too fucking late. What of the Red Raiders? We let them get away with burning the vineyard? Her lip curled, like she'd ingested sour wine. Of course not. We kill every single one of those motherfuckers today. My mobile buzzed on the table. It was Enzo, my older brother. Thank fuck. He must be calling with news of the bikers. Stay here, I ordered Paloma, then tapped the glass. Enzo, what have you— Roberto Mancini is dead. Everything inside me stilled as that news sank in. I knew it would happen eventually, had prepared for it, but I hadn't expected it today. Toronto was my territory. I would be expected to honor Mancini and play host to all the other families. I dropped my head into my free hand. Cazzo madre di Dio. My brother grunted. Exactly what I said when Gia got the news from Frankie a few minutes ago. If you were at home, I assume you would have heard first. I needed to rearrange everything. The troubles in Paisano, the Red Raiders, Maggie. I had to put all of these on hold and deal with the funeral first. I'll fly to Toronto immediately. You better, Enzo said, because you're about to have a lot of fucking house guests.
Chapter 24. Maggie. A knock sounded on my bedroom door. Ignoring it, I continued to scroll on my phone, looking at vacation homes in Scotland and Ireland, the south of France, anywhere that wasn't here. Though it was now afternoon, I hadn't been able to get out of bed today. My life imploded yesterday, so I felt justified in telling the entire world to fuck off.
Maggie?
I expected Massimo, who'd stopped by no less than 5 times between last night and today, but it was my brother. Go away, I mumbled, and bookmarked an old crumbling French castle with a small vineyard in the back. The knob turned, and the door opened. I glared at Mikey from over my shoulder. Do you mind? I didn't say you could come in. My brother shut the door and shoved his hands into his jeans.
Maz said you haven't eaten all day, and you're supposed to meet with me and Carlo in an hour.
I faced away from him, giving him my back. Yeah, don't really feel like it. Maybe tomorrow. The mattress dipped as he sat on my bed.
Mags, come on. Talk to me.
I couldn't. I needed time away from everyone to process what happened in the last 24 hours. No more vines. No more Fiorentino winery. No more Vito. I wasn't sorry about the last one. He'd lied and then tried to buy me as his kept woman. God, I'd been so stupid. But there were bigger problems than my horrible taste in men. My grandfather's vines, my father's vines, all gone. I fell in love with a monster, and my lack of judgment destroyed everything my family had created over the last 60 years. How could I ever forgive myself? I'm sorry, I croaked, shutting my phone off.
You're sorry?
Mikey's voice practically squeaked in disbelief.
I'm the reason Vito is here. If anyone is to blame, it's me.
Yeah, but I'm the reason he stayed. If I hadn't antagonized him, fought with him, slept with him, then he would have left immediately after signing the contracts. None of this would have happened. A tear escaped one eye and trickled into my hairline. Mikey bumped my foot with his knee.
Maybe we should stop blaming ourselves. I'm not mad at you. Are you mad at me anymore?
No, but I hate myself. Don't get me wrong, I still hate Vito, but I also hate myself.
You shouldn't. What the Red Raiders did isn't our fault. That's squarely on Vito.
I knew this was true, but it didn't make me feel any less shitty. Rolling over to face him, I asked, "Why didn't you tell me, Mike?" My brother winced and stared down at his shoes.
I've never seen a dead body before, not like that. Mom was peaceful. This guy, it was something straight out of a horror movie. I freaked out, almost hyperventilated. Vito kept me calm and ordered me not to tell anyone, not even you.
Did you know what they were planning in retaliation? Against Jimmy and the other bikers?
No, I doubt they talked about it in front of me, but if they did, I was too freaked out to register it. Listen, don't feel bad for Jimmy. That guy fell in with some bad people. He was no angel.
Well, neither is Vito. And I'd fallen in with him. Hard.
No, he's not.
He crooked his knee and propped his leg on my bed, settling more comfortably.
All I keep thinking about is what would have happened if you and Vito were in the cottage the other night. Someone tried to kill him, and you might have died because of it.
I swallowed the lump in my throat. This had definitely crossed my mind. But I didn't.
I know, but I can't lose you, Mags. You're all I have left.
Reaching out, I squeezed his arm. You won't. Nothing is going to happen to me. Vito and I are done.
Good.
I peered up at him, surprised. I thought you liked him.
I do, just not for you. Anyone close to him is in danger at all times. I don't want that for you. For us.
The silence stretched. Softly, I said, "He broke my heart."
I figured, based on what I overheard when the two of you were fighting. I'm sorry, Mags, but it's for the best. And now he's going back to Toronto so we can focus on things here, like rebuilding the vineyard and the cottage.
He's leaving? Mikey's dark eyebrows rose dramatically.
You didn't know?
No, I didn't. I'd told him to lose my number, though, so why was my stomach sinking? Why was I reeling at the idea of never seeing him again? It was for the best, even if my heart didn't quite believe it yet. That stupid bitch was holding out for a miracle, but my head knew better. Whatever Mikey saw in my face caused him to blurt,
"There was a death in the family, a funeral," he said.
"Oh."
He said he'll be back.
"I don't care," I said with utter conviction. "We have bigger things to worry about. Like, how are we going to fix this?"
That's why we need to talk to Carlo. He has experience with vineyard fires.
He does?
Out in California a few years ago.
Finally, a tiny piece of good news. I pushed myself to a sitting position, still clutching my phone. Any updates from the police or the fire inspector?
No, not since last night. They're still investigating. Vito might know more, but I haven't asked him. He did send a bunch of guards over, so we're safe for now.
He studied me carefully.
You ready to get up and help me fix this mess?
A sharp knock sounded on the door a second before Maz's face appeared.
Ciao, amici. I don't want to interrupt, but I heard you talking. Is it okay to come in?
You can come in, I said. Maz walked in and regarded me carefully, cautiously, like he wasn't sure if we were still cool or not.
I made something called a chicken pot pie. I'm told it's your favorite.
My jaw dropped open. It is. How did you... Then I remembered. The pub in Toronto. Vito told him. My heart attempted to flutter in happiness, but I shut it down quickly. Vito would receive 0 credit for anything from now on. Thanks, Maz. I really appreciate it.
I don't understand the biscuits on top, but...
He shrugged.
Dude, those are the best part,
my brother said. Maz didn't leave right away. Instead, he shifted on his feet and shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans.
Maggie, my brother, he means well. He can't help but...
Let me stop you right there, I said. Please don't try to defend Vito. No offense, but I don't want to hear it. We're through, and I hear he's going home. So let's all just leave it at that, okay? What matters is getting this place up and running again. Maz grimaced, but nodded.
I understand. I will also understand if you'd like me to leave.
I exchanged a glance with Mikey, who seemed equally baffled.
Why would we want you to leave?
My brother asked.
The dining room will stay open throughout the renovations. We'll still host events here. No, not that. Because of my last name. I may not be in the business now, but I'm still a D'Agostino.
Maz, no, I said. We don't want you to go. You didn't have anything to do with this, and you came to help us at a moment's notice. We're so thankful to have you here."
"Definitely," my brother added. "You saved our ass, and your food is amazing. The kitchen staff loves you. You can't leave."
"Do you have to go to this funeral?" I asked. Maz shook his head.
"No, it's mostly a business thing. My sister-in-law wasn't close to her father. The only reason I would go is to see my niece and nephew, and I visited them a few months ago. Allora, thank you for letting me stay. I like it here."
"Good," Mikey said, getting to his feet and clapping Maz on the shoulder.
"Bring your girlfriend for a visit. I'd like to meet her."
"Me too. It would be nice to see a healthy relationship for once." Maz cocked his head and studied me.
"He loves you. Do not doubt it. He thinks he is protecting you by keeping his life separate. It's all he knows based on how we were raised."
No, I didn't believe it. Vito never once hinted that he loved me. Lusted for me, yes, but other than gifting me a penthouse in Toronto and providing access to his jet, there was no plan for a future together. And what did it matter? He lied to me. He wanted to keep me as a convenience, not a true partner. My parents had trusted each other, talked and argued, and lived side by side ever since they met and married. They died together. I didn't want a man who shoved me aside, lied to me, evaded and dodged. I was tired of Vito speak. And this was why I'd avoided relationships since freshman year of high school. They hurt. Lesson learned. Stick to one-night stands, just as I'd been doing for almost 8 years. I stood up and straightened my hoodie. "Maz, let's agree to never raise the subject of your brother again, okay? Because we won't see eye to eye on this." He held up his palms.
"I promise to try, though it might be difficult. You can't avoid him,"
Mikey told me.
"He's our principal owner."
"But that's what I have you for, to deal with Vito so that I don't have to." I came over to where they were standing. "Now let's go stuff ourselves with chicken pot pie."
"I am not eating that,"
Maz grumbled and walked out the door. Mikey put his hands on my shoulders, stopping me.
"You okay?"
"No, but I will be. We've dealt with worse, right? When our parents died and both of us were thrust into owning a winery business."
"Yes, we have. Listen, I'm going to skip lunch and go to a meeting, but I'll be back in time to sit down with you and Carlo."
"Okay. I'm proud of you, bro." He pulled me in for a hug.
"And I'm proud of you, sis. We'll get through this together. I promise."
"Thanks, Mikey. I don't know what I'd do without you."
"You'd have to learn accounting, for starters."
I eased away from him and started for the door. You know I break out in hives when I see a spreadsheet. He followed me into the hallway and down the steps.
"Hey, you almost had a boyfriend. I think you can be taught about pivot tables."
"Knock it off about the boyfriend, or I won't save you any chicken pot pie." Mikey just laughed as he sauntered out the front door.
Vito. Chaos filled the compound. I was in my office trying to revise some security details for tomorrow's funeral while the house was filled with families of all ages. Loud people named D'Agostino, Ravanzani, and Busqueta were every which way I turned. They arrived over the last 2 days from Perez, Siderno, Palermo, Napoli, and everyone was staying here because this was the safest spot in Toronto. I wasn't sleeping or eating, mostly smoking as I reviewed the plans again and again, making sure I hadn't missed something. All I wanted was peace and quiet, but there was none to be found. Roberto Mancini had served a long time in the 'Ndrangheta and was due a tribute, which fell as my responsibility. So there wasn't any part of the upcoming weekend without my fingerprints on it. A lot of eyes would be on me and my city. Everything needed to be perfect. At least concentrating on the funeral distracted me from everything else. Your version of a future is repulsive to me. I rubbed my eyes. 4 days, and those words still stung. It would get better when I could sleep. When the house wasn't full of nieces and nephews, brothers and babies, and rival mob bosses. Thirsty, I reached for my glass on the desk, only to find it empty. Pushing back from my desk, I stretched my sore muscles and decided to go to the kitchen for a drink. As I walked through the mansion, I could hear my teenage nephew arguing with the much younger Raffaele Ravanzani over some video game. A small child wailed somewhere on the second floor. In the kitchen, a lot of people were gathered around the massive island, their conversation hushed. Fausto Ravanzani held his sleeping 7-month-old daughter on his shoulder. Fausto's other daughter, Noemi, was lightly touching her baby sister's forehead, a look of wonder on her face. But when she saw me, she moved closer to her mother, Frankie, who was busy at the microwave. At the other end of the kitchen island, Emma Mancini Busquetta cradled her napping daughter in her arms while flipping through what looked like a medical textbook. Nicoletta, my niece, had her arm around Gia Mancini's shoulders, and the two of them were looking at something on a tablet. Frankie glanced over at me.
"Hey, Vito."
"Ciao." I started for the refrigerator when Fausto asked, "How are the arrangements coming?" "Secure. Everything is ready."
"Enzo wants to see you,"
Gia said, looking over at me.
"He said to send you to the library when you resurfaced."
I sighed and took some sparkling water from the fridge. I didn't want to deal with Enzo, but he was still my brother. Was this about security? He'd been up my ass the past 2 days about having enough guards. In the library, Enzo and Giacomo Busquetta were smoking cigars and chuckling over something. "Glad someone is having fun," I muttered, and lowered myself into a chair. Enzo blew out a mouthful of smoke. "Don't worry, fratello. This will all be over soon." The funeral had nothing to do with why I was miserable, but I didn't bother saying it. "Have you seen Paloma? She's not answering my texts." "She went to buy a new dress for the funeral." Enzo put his feet up on my coffee table. "How much are you sleeping?" "Enough." "Not from what I hear. Paloma is considering drugging you to let you rest. If she does, she's on the first flight back to London." My brother snorted while Giacomo silently smoked. I reached into my suit pocket and took out my cigarettes and lighter. When I lit one, Enzo frowned at me. "I thought we discussed this." I inhaled and let the smoke fill my lungs. The nicotine worked quickly, easing the knot pulling behind my eyes. I exhaled slowly. "Fuck off, il pazzo," I said, using Gia's nickname for him, Madman. "You will quit after the funeral." Giacomo, Don of the Cosa Nostra in Palmero, and Emma Mancini's husband, cracked a small smile. "This is cute. The squabbling. I always wanted to murder my brother." His grin grew wider as he shrugged. "Then he was murdered, thank fuck. Courtesy of Giulio Ravanzani, Fausto's eldest son." I said, "You should know Giulio and his ragazzo have arrived." Giulio and his boyfriend Alessio Ricci ran criminal operations in Malaga, Spain. Alessio was a famous sniper who'd once shot Fausto Ravanzani, which added to the family drama during this funeral. "Good," Giacomo said. "I have some questions for the sniper." "This fucking weekend," Enzo snarled at the ceiling. "Everyone I hate in one place." "You didn't have to come," I reminded him. "Gia told you not to. Where she goes, I go, and my kids insisted on coming to be with her, so I am here." The door opened and my sister walked in, shopping bags in her hands. "Ciao," she said to the room, then looked directly at me. "Good to see you out of your office, fratellone." "Dai, Paloma," Enzo scowled at her. "I should be your favorite brother. Who paid your bills all those years?" Paloma kissed the top of my head. "But Vito doesn't bark and snarl at me like you do." Then she went over and kissed both his cheeks. "Don't worry, I still love you, Enzo." Giacomo excused himself to check on Emma and the baby, and Paloma dropped into the vacated chair. "Che cosa? Are we hanging out here and smoking all day?" "I would rather not breathe the same air as Ravanzani if I can avoid it," Enzo explained, as if we weren't already aware. "And some of us are working," I said. "Everything is set at the cemetery. I expanded the perimeter with security." "I told you that wasn't necessary," Paloma said. "And you're going to drop from exhaustion, Vito." I continued to smoke, not responding. I didn't need anyone worrying after me. Paloma and Enzo exchanged a look, then my sister tapped her manicured nails on the armrest.
Did you sleep last night? She asked me. My voice went hard. Stop treating me like a child, both of you. I don't want to fucking sleep, and I don't need to quit smoking. Mind your own fucking business for once. Enzo's feet dropped from the coffee table. He sat up straighter. I haven't punched you in a few years, Fratello, but you are dangerously close at the moment. Paloma put her hand on Enzo's arm, but kept her gaze on me. This isn't about the funeral. This is about Maggie. No, it's fucking not, I said. Then cut ties with her and return the winery to them. My upper lip curled in disbelief. I'm not keeping the winery as a link to her. I'm keeping it because it's a good business investment. Both Enzo and Paloma laughed. In my face. Vito, Enzo said through his chuckles. Not even you can believe such a thing. If you want a winery as an investment, there are at least 5 successful properties in Toscana for sale. I will have it rebuilt. The damage will be fixed. Paloma said. Even still, that winery is a terrible investment, and it's obvious you're hanging on to it for her. To keep tabs on her, to tie the two of you together. I lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. They were wrong. This was about building an empire. They will send me a list of what they need to rebuild, and I will wire them the money. My siblings exchanged another look, and everything inside me went hot. Why the fuck are you two looking at each other like that? Because we don't believe you, Enzo said. You know this place was shit before it was destroyed. Now it's a pile of rocks. In America, he made a face. Not to mention the family hates you. Cut your losses and move on. Unless... Paloma let the word drift off. I'm not keeping the winery as some pathetic excuse to talk to her. She made her position clear the last time I saw her. I'm dealing with only the brother from now on. Paloma sighed and threw up her hands. Fine. Live in denial. Torture yourself and her by keeping the winery. More voices erupted from the hallway, loud even through the heavy wood door. I rubbed my forehead. My temples were now throbbing. Vito, why don't you go to the penthouse? Paloma suggested. We'll keep an eye on everyone here. This is a good idea, Enzo said. Maybe the peace and quiet will let you sleep. I opened my mouth to argue, but their expressions darkened. I knew I couldn't win, not when they were united like this. And truthfully, I needed to get away from my siblings and this crowd for a bit. Good idea. I'll go now. I stood and pointed to my brother. Don't kill anyone tonight while I'm gone. He gave me a shark-like smile. I make no promises, Fratello. Quiet greeted me an hour later when I stepped inside the penthouse. The knot behind my shoulder blades eased ever so slightly as I hung up my long coat on the rack. As the guards disappeared into their wing, I headed to the bar. A stiff drink was in order. I reached for a random bottle, then paused as one caught my eye. The bourbon whiskey. The one she bought me in the casino. A knot formed in my throat, heavy and thick. Forcing it away, I reached for a different liquor, one without memories. It tasted like shit. Still, I threw it back and poured another glass. Maybe getting drunk was the cure for my sleeplessness. I dropped onto the sofa and stared through the glass. The terrace mocked me with memories, however. Dio, that night had been so fucking hot. Wanna fuck out here? And when she'd taken off all her clothes out there, mamma mia. I drew in a shaky breath, the reality of what I'd lost sitting painfully in my chest. Maybe coming to the penthouse was a bad idea. I hadn't been here since Maggie broke things off. I even cancelled the cleaning crew this week because I couldn't bear for the sheets to lose her scent. I dropped my head into my hands. I was an idiot. Fuck it. I put my glass on the table, returned to the bar, and wrapped my fist around the neck of the bourbon whiskey bottle. I'd drink it in the shower, then fall into bed, on sheets that hopefully still smelled of her. Plan made, I took the stairs 2 at a time. My bedroom was exactly as we'd left it. The imprint of her head remained on the pillow, the sheets tangled from her legs. I missed sleeping next to her, feeling her soft skin against mine during the night. Sighing, I carried the bottle into the bathroom, ready to shower and wallow in my misery.
I stopped in my tracks, the bottle dangling from my fingertips. Lipstick on the mirror shouted at me, a message left behind from our night here. Maggie loves Vito. There was a little heart drawn beside it. I couldn't breathe. My knees wobbled, so I put the bottle down and braced myself on the counter, my gaze never leaving the dark red capital letters. She loved me. Why hadn't she told me? I would have, I don't know, told her I felt the same, for starters, but what difference would it have made? I still had to lie about the Red Raiders, and she still would have found me repulsive. There was no changing how opposite our lives were.
I want someone I can trust. Someone who isn't always hiding shit from me.
She asked the impossible. Mafia men were required to keep their work separate. I would never have a wife who served as a confidant. It was too risky. I had to lie and evade, otherwise I might die. Worse, other people might die. I couldn't risk her life with the truth.
Your version of a future is repulsive to me.
My plans for our future couldn't be separated from what I did for a living, which meant I was repulsive to Maggie. Not my body, obviously, or my face, but deep down inside. I disgusted her. She hadn't said it outright, but the message couldn't have been more obvious. And who could blame her? I was a murderer and a liar, a danger to anyone who came too close. She was better off with someone normal, a boring man with a boring job. So why was I hanging on to the winery? I stared at the words on the mirror and looked for answers. The idea of giving back the winery and never seeing her again was like a blade through my sternum. I didn't want to do it. I couldn't stand the idea of... Cazzo. My siblings were right. Deep down, I was hoping to win her back. It was why I kept the winery. I was hoping to change her mind. Like a fool. But it was pointless. Her feelings had been made clear on the subject of our future. I loved her. But Maggie didn't want the life I could offer her, and wishing otherwise was pointless. The sound of my breathing echoed in my ears as the truth sunk in. I knew what I had to do. What my pride and common sense demanded I do. I pulled out my mobile and tapped the glass. When my sister answered, I said, "Return it. Give them a sizable amount to repair the damage, and all the rights back."
"Finally,"
Paloma said.
"You're reasonable."
Reasonable, yes. But it still hurt. "Grazie, sorellina."
"Wait, Enzo needs to speak with you."
I sighed as she passed her mobile to my brother. Enzo wasted no time, saying, "We found them." I didn't need to ask who he was talking about. His computer guys had been searching for the Red Raiders. "Where?" "I'm not telling you. You're not going before the funeral." Grinding my back teeth together in frustration, I checked my watch. If I leave now, I could get back before calling hours at the funeral home tomorrow morning. "Forget it," Enzo said sternly. "We'll deal with this after the funeral, and I'll go with you. I've been itching to get my hands dirty these past few months." I stared at the words written on the mirror, the lipstick confession she left behind. Maggie might not love me any longer, but I loved her. That would never change, and I would always protect her. Her safety came before anything else, even my happiness. I can't risk waiting 2 days. They might return to the winery. "They are hours away, and Bonetti's men are already watching them," Enzo said calmly, as if this were obvious. "If the bikers make a move, we'll hear about it. Let's get through the funeral, capisce? Then we'll go and slaughter those stronzi." Rubbing my jaw, I debated this. Tomorrow my city will be flooded with 'Ndrangheta bosses. It was my responsibility. I couldn't be in 2 places at once. Cazzo. I slapped the marble countertop with my palm. "If something happens to her, don't worry, fratello. Everything will work out." He disconnected. Yes, it would. But only because I would oversee it. I would double-check with Bonetti, ensuring he had enough men dedicated to the task. I would also inform the security team at the winery. Only when I was assured of her safety would I rest easily. I left the bottle, the shower, the bed. All of that would need to wait. I had more work ahead of me tonight.
Chapter 25. Maggie. So many meetings. I was used to being outside, working with my hands, but since the fire I'd been stuck inside, researching and making lists. Rebuilding the winery wouldn't be easy. Or cheap.
Is there a way to generate more revenue that has nothing to do with wine?
Bruce asked, as we all winced at the cost of the projected renovations.
Like with the cottage, a way to bring in money while the replanted vineyard is maturing over the next 5 years. I have an idea,
Carlo said.
but you might not like it.
I'm open to anything, I said. Let's hear it.
Some wineries distill liquors in addition to wine. Gin, rum, and vodka don't need to age.
I was nodding before he even stopped speaking. That's a great idea. We could bottle it quickly, then invite people in to taste it, like influencers and writers. Maybe create a speakeasy vibe in here. I glanced around the tasting room. Mikey perked up.
Or what if we turned part of the cellar into an actual speakeasy? It's private and intimate. Speakeasies are really popular in London and New York right now.
For the first time in a week, excitement bubbled up inside me, replacing the grief. It was a relief to feel it, actually. That one cavern, the one with the couch, would work. There's even a bar there. Mikey lifted his hand to high-five me, so I slapped his palm.
That's teamwork right there,
my brother said. Okay, what else? I asked the group. Bruce folded his arms.
What if we sold some of the archive bottles as exclusives? Collectors might want them.
I sighed unhappily. Some of those wines had been here since my grandfather first bottled them. I'd hate to sell them. But what choice did we have? Put some feelers out, see if there's interest. I'm not opposed to it.
I know people,
Carlo said.
I can ask around, and I'll see what I can do about getting your new plants cheaply. I have favors I can call in.
Technically, he worked for Vito, but that didn't mean I wasn't grateful. Thank you, Carlo. We appreciate that. A noise near the entry caught my attention. Heels on floorboards. Glancing over my shoulder, I caught Paloma D'Agostino striding into the tasting room like a model attacking the runway. Everything inside me tensed, locked up, like my muscles were walling me off to protect me. Why was Vito's sister here? Then a scary-looking man walked in behind her, a serious frown stretched across his face. They bore a striking similarity to one another, and instantly I knew. This was Enzo, the older brother. Shit. No one moved. We all watched as the two strode confidently toward us. Paloma's slick ponytail bounced, her lip stain firmly in place. She wore a jacket over a corsetish top and tight black pants, looking like she just stepped out of this sophisticated and bitchy store. Enzo D'Agostino also dressed well, was in good shape. I guessed he was in his early 40s. The frown on his face made him look seriously intimidating. Ciao, ragazzi, Paloma said to the room. The men around the table stood, but I remained seated. Cheeks were kissed, and Enzo was introduced. Finally, Paloma addressed me. Maggie, come stai? Why are you two here? I blurted. Is the boss anxious for a report already? Not sure why he needed to send you in person, though, when email works just fine. Enzo chuckled. To his sister, he said in English,
She is exactly as you described.
To me, he said,
I like you already.
Oh, I'm so glad, I drawled sarcastically. Are you here to see Massimo? He's in the kitchen. Paloma reached into her glossy luxury handbag and tossed a manila envelope onto the table. I didn't move to touch it. What's this? I asked. Read it, per favore, Paloma said. Then we will talk. Carlo and Bruce left to give us privacy, so Paloma and Enzo took the vacant seats. Mikey started to rise, but I pinned him with a dark stare. Don't you dare, I murmured as I reached for the envelope. There were papers inside. I caught a flash of legalese. Swallowing thickly, I asked, Is he suing us? Paloma reached for the water on the table and poured herself a glass. Don't be ridiculous. Read it. I withdrew the papers and began reading. The words formed sentences, but I couldn't believe it. My shocked gaze met my brother's nervous expression.
What?
Mikey asked.
What is it?
I couldn't answer. I handed over the stack instead. Why? I wheezed, studying Paloma.
He's giving us the winery back?
Mikey's voice rose dramatically as he read.
And paying us for damages? Holy shit!
I should be happy at this news. So why did I feel numb? Why? I asked her again.
Michael, Bello.
Paloma reached over and touched my brother's arm. Come with me. My brother wishes to chat with your sister. Mikey looked unsure, his head swiveling between the D'Agostinos and me.
Sure. Mags, is that okay?
I couldn't speak. My head was spinning and my heart squeezed like it was trying to collapse in on itself. Vito was done with me. For good. I thought this was what I wanted, but this felt so final, so cold and unemotional. I hadn't expected to be cut loose, to never see or hear from him again. And he hadn't even told me himself. He sent his siblings to break the news. A fresh wave of agony ripped my insides apart. I cleared my throat as I fought tears.
Maggie,
my brother said.
Tell me why you look like someone died.
Because, Paloma answered softly, her gaze studying my face carefully. She has just realized what this means.
It means we're free,
Mikey said, then leaned over to see me better.
Right?
Of course. I shook myself. I could feel sad later. Right. This is very generous of him. Paloma stood and squeezed my brother's shoulder.
Michael, come along. Oh, yeah, I'll, just be in the office, Mags.
I nodded, but my eyes never left Enzo's piercing stare as Mikey left the tasting room with Paloma. I didn't know what to say. I should be jumping for joy. Vito was out of my life for good. We owned the winery again. So why wasn't I celebrating? Enzo folded his hands on the table.
Has he told you about me?
Taking a deep breath, I shrugged. A bit, yes. Massimo said I would hate you. That caused the older man to throw his head back and laugh. I exhaled in relief. Okay, a human emotion. And he didn't look so scary when he was laughing.
Mas would say something like this. I will give him shit in a minute. First, I wish to ask you a very important question.
The silence stretched, and I waited. When he didn't speak, I blurted, which is?
Do you have any idea of what you've thrown away?
My upper lip curled. Let me guess. This is about money again. Well, I don't want his penthouse or his jet or his stupid diamonds. Enzo exhaled heavily.
The two of you are both very stupid.
More insults. Of course, this family really knew how to treat people. Well, thanks for that. And now that your errand is done, you can go back to wherever it is you came from. He cocked his head.
You are not scared of me.
Is there a reason I should be?
Most people are.
I'm not most people, and I'd really love it if you finished whatever it is you need to say, then get off my property. He tapped his fingers on the wooden table. I noticed one finger was missing the tip, like it had been chopped off at the first knuckle. Yikes. Still, I didn't cower.
I didn't come here to fight with you,
he finally said.
For what it's worth, I think you would be good for my brother. Still, I encouraged him to return the winery to you. He was keeping it for the wrong reasons.
As a business investment, or to make my life miserable?
Because he's in love with you. He was keeping the winery in the hopes that someday you would forgive him and give him another chance.
My jaw unhinged, my mouth falling open. That's ridiculous.
Not to Vito. He thinks far off into the future, and he honestly believed you would come around. Capisce?
No, I didn't understand. At all. He doesn't feel anything for me. I was convenient for him. This got another laugh out of him.
My brothers and I, we know convenient. We can have convenient whenever we like.
He grew serious, leaning back in his chair.
But a man does not uproot his life for convenient. He does not spend millions on convenient. He does not smoke and drink and work himself into the ground when he loses convenient. Do you see the difference? You are not convenient to him.
Enzo didn't know the whole story. You're wrong. He wanted to keep me in his penthouse, then allow me to fly here every now and again. That's not the kind of offer you make to a woman you love.
That is exactly the kind of offer you make to a woman you love and are terrified of losing.
I could hear my heart beating inside my ears as I considered this. He never said he loved me, and he wants to keep his life separate from mine. How can that possibly work?
Did you make a counteroffer?
Oh, so this is all my fault? He tilted his head and regarded me.
Have you heard of the famous designer Gianna Mancini?
I discovered this when I looked Enzo up online. Your wife? Yes, I have. She's awesome. Enzo's eyes shone with genuine affection.
Yes, she is very awesome. I bring this up not to impress you, but rather to prove to you that compromises can be made. Do you think I like the idea of having a wife who is in the spotlight, who travels around the world?
I'm guessing by your scowl the answer is no.
Correct. It gives me pain here.
He put a hand on his stomach.
And causes nightmares for my security team, because they know what will happen to them if something should happen to her.
Yet you do it anyway.
Yes, because this is the only way she will be happy, and I want to keep her happy.
Okay, I said slowly. I don't see how this is relevant, though.
Don't you?
I pressed my lips together, thinking. I asked Vito to compromise. He wouldn't consider it. He wouldn't listen when I told him what I wanted.
And what is it that you want?
A partner. Someone who doesn't lie and evade and keep me in the dark all the time. He nodded, like he understood.
My brother has made a plan for how a future might look between you. Unfortunately, he often can't see outside his plans. If you want a life with him, you must demand the life you want. Make him readjust his plans. Or
what?
Or let him go. If you love him, then fight for him. If you don't, then disappear from his life and never come back.
I didn't know what to say. My chest burned as I stared through the glass at the acres of dirt that used to be my vineyard. I still ached for the loss of it, but the last few days had given me time to think. Everything lost in the fire could be replaced, replanted, but people were irreplaceable. What if Vito had died in that fire? I could admit that I missed him. I missed his cappuccinos and the dirty words whispered in my ear. I missed his glasses and quiet strength. I missed sitting in the hot tub with him. I missed the way he kissed me, like I was his heir. Losing both my parents tragically had taught me that life was short. Disaster could strike at any moment, so you had to live without fear, without shame. And if there was a chance to have the life I wanted and have Vito...
We're not finished. I'm trying to tell you that I want a future with you.
Maybe Enzo was right. Maybe Vito did love me.
If you don't want him,
Enzo said,
then you are out of his life permanently. Forever. You don't deserve him.
I never said I didn't want him, I snapped. I'm thinking, Jesus. His mouth twitched. Had I amused him? Enzo stood and looked down at me.
Just don't think too long. My brother and I will return here in 3 days for business. If you want him, tell him then.
Vito was returning to Paisano? It couldn't be related to the winery because Vito had relinquished his rights. Then I knew. It was the motorcycle gang. Vengeance for the fire. Straightening, I blinked up at Enzo. I don't want him to get hurt. Enzo let out a derisive sound that was almost a snort.
A few Stronzi and fake leather are no match for us.
He turned and started walking toward the kitchen.
Now I must go and see my other brother. I hope you make the right decision, Signorina.
Vito. Mafia funerals were a pain in the ass. I stood outside the Mancini mausoleum, shaking hands, the cold stinging my skin. Limousines and dark SUVs lined the curves in the cemetery. The Mancini sisters, who'd wept openly during the internment, were now departing with their husbands. I wished to leave as well, but there were more bosses and underbosses to greet.
Don D'Agostino,
an older man said as we shook hands.
I'm Don Regilio. I knew your father. He was a great man.
I nodded, though we definitely disagreed on this description.
He was so proud when you boys were born,
Don Regilio continued.
We had a lot of fun together in the old days.
Then he launched into a story about how he and my father stole women from the Russians and sold them for profit. Thank fuck Paloma wasn't standing next to me at the moment. She would very likely snap this misogynistic dinosaur in half. Thank you for coming, Don Regilio. I looked up to find his guard, and my eyes caught on Maggie Fiorentino standing on the path, Paloma at her side. I stopped breathing, unable to look away. Maggie. She was here, at the cemetery. Fuck, I'd missed her. The sight of her gorgeous face now pink with cold only reminded me of what I'd lost, and my chest pulled tight. Don Regilio droned on, even though I was no longer paying attention. Instead, I was focused entirely on Maggie. She nodded at something Paloma said, then started toward me. I had to get to her. I had to find out why she was here. Had she come alone? What was Paloma thinking, allowing Maggie here? Nearly all the men in the vicinity were murderers and criminals. I went into motion, hurrying down the line of men still waiting to greet me, shaking hands in a flash. When I reached the end, several of the men tried to corner me, but I ignored them. I headed directly to Maggie. Stopping when we were barely an arm's length apart, I paused. I needed to get her someplace safe to protect her from curious stares, but I was lost in the brownish-green depths of her eyes. There was no way to escape their pull, not when I'd been so desperate for her these past few days. I soaked in every bit of her face, the slope of her nose, the lashes framing her eyes, her soft lips that I loved to kiss, the hint of freckles on her cheeks from working outside. "Hi," she said softly, squinting against the overcast sky. I cleared my throat, twice. "What are you doing here?"
"I was hoping we could talk, and Paloma said this was the best time. I'm sorry if I interrupted."
"It's fine. I have a bit of time before the reception at the compound." Then it hit me why she was here. This had to be about the winery. I dragged a deep, freezing cold dose of reality into my lungs. "I don't want it back, and if you're here to ask for more money—"
"Vito,"
she held up one gloved hand.
"For the last time, I'm not interested in your money, and this isn't about the winery."
"What is it about?"
"Can we talk?"
Other than the mausoleum, there wasn't anywhere private at the moment. "Would you like to sit in my car?"
"Sure."
Without touching her, I guided her to the SUV idling on the path directly behind the mausoleum. When Tommaso saw us coming, he climbed out from the driver's seat and opened the back door. "I'll stay close," he said as Maggie climbed in. I shut her in and went around to the other side. Warmth greeted me as I settled into the leather and unbuttoned my coat. I angled toward her and waited. The silence was deafening. She bit her lip, her gaze doing a sweep over my features.
"Why did you do it?"
"Do what?"
"Give us the winery back."
I lifted one eyebrow. "I thought you said this wasn't about the winery."
"Answer the question, please."
Annoyed, I stripped off my gloves and tossed them on the seat beside me. "Why wouldn't I? If I wanted a vineyard, I'll buy one in my home country."
"What happened to this being a business investment?"
I wasn't sure what she wanted me to say. The past few days had been torture, an exhausting existence of work and little else, and I couldn't second-guess my decisions because nothing had changed between us. But she wasn't the only one with questions. "I saw what you wrote on the mirror at the penthouse. Why didn't you tell me?" She grimaced, but didn't look away.
"It's sometimes hard for me to express my feelings. I thought it would be easier to write it than to say it."
She shook her head.
"Which is stupid, I know."
"Not stupid at all." The words caught me entirely by surprise. That was when I knew I had to return the winery to you.
"I don't understand. If you knew how I felt about you, then why let it all go?"
My fingers itched for a cigarette, but I resisted the urge. "This life," I said, gesturing to the cemetery where men were still gathered, talking and swapping stories of violence and greed, "is my life. It will never change. There is no escape. You find this repulsive, so I wanted to make a clean break, give you a chance to rebuild your life free from this one." Her forehead wrinkled, like she was confused. "I said I find living in your penthouse like a mistress repulsive. Did you think I meant you?" Now she was splitting hairs. "It is the only way to make this work." "I know you don't believe that." She took off her knit cap and rumpled her hair. "Your brother Enzo came to see me." "What? When?" "You didn't know?" When I said nothing, she continued. "He and Paloma came to the winery yesterday morning." During the funeral home calling hours. Damn it. No wonder they'd both disappeared. "I wasn't aware." "Paloma was there to drop off the paperwork, but your brother pulled me aside for a chat." I was almost afraid to ask. "To say that he and Gianna Mancini somehow make their relationship work even though she's out doing her thing?" Ah, now I could see where this was headed. "First, he does not share the details of his business with her. Second, I am not my brother. He lives in chaos, thrives on it actually, as does Gianna. They take risks every day that I could never chance with." I clamped my lips shut. "Never chance with what?" The truth tumbled out. "With someone I love. You are too important to me. I should have known the Red Raiders would be stupid enough to retaliate. Yet I did nothing because I was distracted. I didn't plan for the inevitable, and I would rather lose you than see you hurt by my negligence." "Do you mean it?" "I never say anything I don't mean." "Do you still love me, then?" When I didn't answer right away, she bit her lip again. "Because I love you. I don't know how it happened in such a short amount of time, but God, Vito." She put a hand square on her chest. "I haven't been able to breathe since you left. And I wish I'd told you how I felt sooner." Something thudded in my chest, low and warming, like a cold engine coughing to life. She deserved honesty from me in exchange. "What I feel for you," I said quietly, "is frightening. A terrible storm in my very ordered life. I hate it. I'm not sure I can control it. And if I could scoop it all out of my chest, I would." Slowly, Maggie reached over and placed her hand atop mine. It was warm and soft, but strong. "I don't want you to get rid of it. I want us to suffer together. Maybe by giving in, we can turn this awful misery into something beautiful." My mouth dried out, and I stared down at our hands. "I don't want to bring pain and suffering to your world. Seeing you hurt, the devastation after the fire, it still haunts me, Bella." "Oh, Vito." Her fingers squeezed. "Some things are worth the risk. You are worth the risk to me." "You don't mean that." "The vineyards are just plants." She gave a dry laugh. "I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's true. Yes, they are living organisms, but they aren't you. Plants can be replaced. You can't." I peered at her, trying to weigh everything she was saying against the worst-case scenario. "What if you are the one they hurt? You can't be replaced, Angelo mio. Not to me." "You said you can protect me," she said with a small smile. "And you never say anything you don't mean." Diavoletta mia, throwing my words back in my face. My chest swelled, an unfamiliar emotion filling me. "You have to be sure, Bella. Because once you say yes, you belong to me again." She edged slightly closer, her mouth crooking with mischief. "And what would that look like? Belonging to you?" "It might look something like me taking you into that mausoleum and fucking you hard and fast." Her chest rose and fell a little faster as her breathing picked up. "I didn't mean sex. I meant our lives. What would being with you look like?" "Are you willing to move to Toronto?" "No. Are you willing to move to Paisano?" My upper lip curled. "Fuck no." "I didn't think so." She stroked my hand with hers, almost like she was petting me.
But it's only a 45-minute flight.
So we go back and forth.
Would that be so terrible?
No, it wouldn't. It was similar to what Enzo and Gia did in the beginning of their marriage. This could be done, even if I didn't like it. And it didn't need to be forever. But it didn't address the communication issue. And you will be okay with not knowing some of the more unsavory aspects of my life.
Yes, if you promise to tell me if one of those unsavory aspects affects our lives.
This was fair. Yes, I promise.
He's willing to compromise,
she said, her voice growing thicker as we drew closer to one another.
I like this. Anything else?
I insist on building us a proper home on the winery grounds. Something safe.
Of course, amore.
Madre de Dio, that word on her lips. It was like a starting pistol firing in my brain. I lunged across the seat and grabbed her face in my hands, diving in to kiss her. I caught her mouth with mine and thrust my tongue past her lips, needing to taste her. I wanted to inhale her, to drink her in like a man dying of thirst. She kissed me back just as eagerly, her fingers pulling on my coat to bring me closer. Then I had her in my lap, arms holding her close as she shoved her hands in my hair. I closed my eyes and let myself drown in her. I focused on her breath on my skin, the swirl of her tongue against mine, our noses brushing, the warmth of her body atop mine. It was both a reminder and a promise, and I knew I was the luckiest man alive, because I had a lifetime of this ahead of me. She eased her mouth along my jaw, hovering near my ear.
I have to ask, were you serious about the mausoleum?
A dark satisfaction rolled through me, and I reached for the door handle. Chapter 26. Vito. Maggie flew back to Paesano yesterday. I already missed her. Before she left, she came to the compound and met my family, some of them for the first time. As anyone might have predicted, she and Gianna took an instant liking to one another, whispering in a corner for almost an hour. I suspected Enzo and I were the topic of conversation. I knew I would be too distracted if she was close, so I sent her home, with the promise of seeing her tonight. After we dealt with the Red Raiders, I planned to stay in Paesano for a week before returning to Toronto. So much needed to be done, and I had a lot of time to make up for with Maggie. Whatever it took to make this relationship work, I would do it. Despite my many protests, Enzo and Giacomo Buscetta insisted on returning to New York with me to deal with the bikers. On the flight, Giacomo seemed quiet and intense. My older brother, on the other hand, nearly vibrated with anticipation, his leg bouncing ever since we departed Toronto with a small army of my men. He was itching to bloody his hands. Enzo's hackers learned everything we needed to know about the Red Raiders before we even left the airport. The pezzi de merda responsible for the fire fled to a town called Utica, Enzo told us. They've been laying low at a bar there called the Regency Lounge. Their leader is named Pete Mercer, who is called Baron, for some dumb fucking reason, and he's there with 4 others. I spoke to Mercer once, I said. He obviously didn't get the message. Giacomo remained silent, relaxed in his seat with his eyes closed, but a smile curled the corners of his mouth. The opposite of my brother, who sneered. I can't fucking wait. We didn't waste any time after landing in Syracuse. We loaded into our rental cars and drove to pick up our weapons. Buscetta used a local connection to get us HK-45s and shotguns, plus the 3 cans of gasoline that I requested. Once armed, we set off for Utica. 5 or 6 motorcycles were parked near the front entrance of the lounge, a neat row of chrome and leather, flying Raiders' colors. The energy in the car crackled as we pulled up to the curb a short distance from the bar, and got out. Cesare, wait by the side door, I said. Tommaso, there must be a kitchen or back door. Find it. We'll go in 2 minutes from now. Look for bikers, weapons, and anyone that doesn't have to be there. I want to flay these fuckers alive, and I want no surprises. The rest of you, stay out front. If anyone needs telling, the Regency Lounge is closed for the night. Tommaso and Cesare left to cover the secondary exits. Enzo, Giacomo, and I approached the door, while the rest of my men surrounded the front of the building. The three of us walked calmly into the bar. The place was dimly lit, which was no surprise. Neon beer signs and the lamp over the pool table provided most of the light, with two televisions above the bar adding a bit more. A jukebox droned from the back of the bar next to what looked like an ancient cigarette machine. Quickly I assessed the occupants. A bartender, a drunk nursing a beer at the end of the bar, and 3 bikers playing pool. Perfecto. One of the bikers put down his cue and came toward us.
"You 3 are clearly in the wrong place," came a gravelly rasp I recognized instantly as Baron's. "Why don't you all get lost before something bad happens?"
"We're in exactly the right place," I said, facing him. "Baron." Cesare entered and blocked the side door, which caught the attention of everyone in the room. One of the bikers started slowly edging toward the kitchen door when Tommaso stepped into view, halting the biker's progress. Glancing at Tommaso, I asked, "What did you find?"
"No kitchen stuff.
3 pistols that I dropped in the deep fryer." Suddenly, the bathroom door banged and a 4th biker entered the room, fumbling with his zipper. Giacomo shot him in the chest twice with his pistol, spattering the wall behind him and dropping the biker to the floor. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the bartender standing from a crouched position. I shot him in the head, shattering the mirror behind the bar just as his sawed-off shotgun blew a huge hole in the ceiling. That left the drunk and 3 bikers remaining. None of the bikers moved, our guns aimed squarely at their chests. The smell of propellant hung in the air like burned hair and pennies, and a haze of gun smoke floated toward the ceiling. As the ringing in my ears gave way to near silence, I glanced at the drunk, who was trembling on his stool. His loose pants were soaked between the crotch. "Get out," I ordered, then watched as he stumbled away from the bar and disappeared through the front door. Finally, Baron spoke.
"I guess you think you're a big man while your crew has the upper hand."
"Like how you and your men felt," I asked, "when you crept onto the winery property after dark and torched my cottage when no one was there to fight back." Baron said nothing, just stared hatefully at me. But I wasn't done. "Or like when you poured gasoline over the grapes, dropped a match, and scurried away in the night like vermin. Is that what a big man does, Baron?"
"So you're here to kill us?" Baron gestured to his men. "We're unarmed. That's hardly fair."
"I don't give a fuck about fair, you worthless piece of shit. You think because you wear fake leather that this is some bullshit American Western like Shane. You think we should put down our arms and fight you hand to hand?"
"We're defenseless and you're a coward,"
said Baron. "You're pathetic. Italians do it better. Or haven't you seen a Corbucci movie? None of you will make it out of here alive."
"Too much talking,"
Enzo said under his breath just before raising his arm. With 3 rapid shots, he popped each of the 3 standing bikers in a knee, dropping them like sacks of flour. Tommaso rushed over to aim the oversized barrel of his shotgun at Baron's balls, while Cesare frisked each biker as they writhed in pain, pulling 2 small pistols from ankle holsters. The screams of agony gave me no satisfaction. I wanted more pain and suffering from these 3. I could taste the powder in the air as I advanced on Baron, while Giacomo descended on the nameless biker on the left. Enzo pulled a giant blade from his belt, smiling gleefully at the biker on the right. "This is going to be fun," my brother murmured. I kicked Baron's shattered knee as hard as I could, relishing the resulting howl that fell from the man's lips. Then I picked up a pool cue and broke it in half on the edge of the pool table with a snap, the narrow end clattering across the room. Then I used the makeshift weapon on Baron. Again and again I hit him, careful not to kill him. Each time he started to slip into unconsciousness, I pushed the jagged edge of the cue into his knee to bring him screaming back to life. He begged and pleaded, spit running down the sides of his mouth and onto the floor. But I wasn't listening. He thought he could light a match and walk away, like the flames wouldn't follow him. I wanted him to experience a living hell before being greeted by the devil himself. "Mangia merda e muori," I shouted down at him. eat shit, and die. I hit him so many times, the rest of the room became a blur. My arm ached from the blows, muscles straining as I kept raining blows on Baron's head. I thought I heard voices, but I didn't stop. Suddenly Giacomo pulled me off of Baron, and then Enzo was in my face. "Didn't you hear me calling your name?" When I shook my head, he took the broken pool stick out of my hand. "Finish this, fratello. The other two are already dead. Let's go home." I glanced down at Baron. Air bubbles formed and popped at his nose with each breath, and the one eye that wasn't swollen shut stared at me in a mixture of fear and resignation. "I'm not done yet," I said, and pulled out my switchblade, grabbed Baron by his ear, and sliced it off. "See, testa di cazzo. This wasn't Shane. It's Django." I crammed the mutilated ear into his mouth, and before he could try to spit it out, I shot him in the head. "You watched too many movies on the yacht," my brother remarked casually as he tucked the pistol into his waistband. "What else were we supposed to do?" I grumbled as we walked to the door. "Those movies kept Maz and I sane." "I like spaghetti westerns," Giacomo said. "A Fistful of Dollars is my favorite." "A great movie. Leone was a genius." We went outside, and Tommaso was standing on the sidewalk, staring at the motorcycles. "Wait," he said. "There are 5 bikes here, and we killed 4. There was no one in the kitchen. You think the bartender was a raider?" I jerked my thumb toward the entrance. "You and Cesare, go back in and check behind the bar. Check the bathroom. Make sure no one is hiding." While we waited, I lit a cigarette. The last I'd ever smoke. I promised Maggie that I'd give them up, and I meant to keep my word. Seconds later, Tommaso returned with a 5th biker who looked as terrified as anyone I'd ever seen, and in my line of work that was saying something. "Found him hiding in a booth, Don D'Agostino," Tommaso said. "What is your name?" I asked the young man. He couldn't have been more than 17. "Wade," the biker could barely squeak out. "What did you see in there, Wade?" "Nothing, I swear," the biker croaked. "That's too bad. Cesare, take him back inside and show him what happened." "Everything, I saw everything." Wade put up his palms. "Please don't kill me." "Cristo santo," Enzo muttered in disgust. "I'm not going to kill you." I took another drag from my cigarette. "I want you to go back to the rest of your brothers and tell them what happened here. Make sure they know this is over. If they come back at us again, if they set foot anywhere near Paesano, retribution will be swift and severe. There will be no one left to send a message home next time." "I swear I'll tell them." "Thank you," he said, wiping the snot running out of his nose. "Now fuck off," Enzo snapped, "before we reconsider." "And you go on foot," Giacomo added. "Not on your bike." Wade didn't argue. He sprinted down the dark street as fast as he could go, disappearing. "Cesare," I said, "grab the gas cans. You and Tommaso douse the bikes and the bar. I want nothing left." As Cesare and Tommaso set to work with the gasoline, I turned to Enzo and Giacomo. "We can get the fuck out of here after we change clothes." The 3 of us stripped to our briefs, and one of my men took our stained clothing over to the impending bonfire. When we were redressed, I slapped both Enzo and Giacomo on the back. "Grazie mille." "Prego, fratello," Enzo said with an evil grin I knew well. "This was fun," Giacomo said, buckling his belt. "And if you learn we've underestimated the stupidity of these bikers, ring me. I'll happily hop on a plane to New York and help you finish it." "I will. Don't worry." After we got back into the SUVs, we watched as Tommaso tossed a flaming lighter into a pool of the gasoline, which immediately enveloped the motorcycles in flames. Then the fire spread to the bar. Soon the entire scene would be a pile of ash, exactly as I'd planned. Exhausted but wired, I climbed the stairs up into my jet. My body always reacted this way after violence, with a rush of adrenaline, and it usually took hours to calm down. I couldn't wait to work out all this energy by fucking my woman senseless tonight. Enzo and Giacomo trailed me up the metal steps. They would take the jet back to Toronto after dropping me and my men in Paesano. Slow down, fratello, Enzo called. You'll see her soon enough. Hurry up, old man, I said over my shoulder, or I will leave without you. I went into the cabin, ready to start barking orders for our departure, and promptly froze. Maggie was sitting in one of the leather seats, legs crossed, champagne glass in her hand. Her mouth curled as she took in my shocked face. "Surprise," she said, raising her flute in a toast. My mind couldn't take it in. Was she really here? Then my sister filled my line of sight as she walked down the aisle. "I see everyone made it back in one piece." Paloma kissed my cheeks, then eased past me to greet Giacomo and Enzo. "I take it your errand went smoothly?" "What?" I shook my head as I strode toward Maggie. In 3 steps I had my arms around her, hugging her into my chest. My muscles relaxed, the noise inside my brain quieting as I breathed her in. God, so I needed this. "How did you manage it?" "Paloma," she said, tipping her chin to stare up at me. "It was her idea." Turning, I searched for my sister and found her standing next to Enzo. Both of my siblings looked all too pleased with themselves. "You're welcome," Paloma said with a lift of a single eyebrow. I squeezed Maggie's waist, so grateful that she was here. "Grazie," I told my sister. "Ti voglio bene." "Ti voglio bene, fratellone." Paloma grabbed Enzo's arm. "Now, we'll leave you two to it." "Wait, where are you going? Aren't you flying back?" Enzo shook his head. "I hired another private plane to take your men and Paloma to Paisano. Then Busqueta and I will use it to return to Toronto. This one is all yours." The 3 of them disappeared through the exit, leaving me with just Maggie and the crew. "I can't believe this," I murmured as I pressed a kiss to her forehead. She was soft and sweet against me, exactly what I needed. "I'm very fucking glad to see you." "Paloma thought you might be. Something about violence making men horny?" "That's not why I'm glad to see you." Maggie nipped my jaw with her teeth. "Did you miss me today?" "Of course. I couldn't wait to get to Paisano to see you." "Signore D'Agostino," the flight attendant interrupted. "Signorina Fiorentino, if you could both take your seats, we'll be in the air shortly." I settled Maggie in a seat, then dropped down next to her. We buckled, then she reached over to clasp my hand tightly. Her thumb drew circles on my skin, her knees angled toward mine. "You're okay? Everything went, to plan?" "Not a scratch on any of us. We're fine." "Thank God, I was so worried. This is my first time with you going off to do your dirty work. I'm a dirty work virgin, I guess." Die, this woman's brain. Where did she think of these things? Lifting her hand to my mouth, I kissed the soft skin above her wrist. "You were a dirty work virgin. Not any longer." "True. I have to admit, it was good to have Paloma with me. She was calm and collected, looking flawless the whole time, so I figured everything was okay. She apologized to me, too." "Good. She's my family and my consigliere. And you're the most important person in my life, so you two need to get along." "I'll try. She's very protective of you, which I can understand. We actually have a lot in common, believe it or not. But seriously, give me the tea on her. Does she ever look rumpled or greasy? Because I'm having a hard time—" Leaning over, I caught her runaway mouth with mine. I didn't want to talk about my sister or the bikers or anything else. I needed to feel this woman's skin on me, the soft pull of her lips. The plane began to move, wheels turning as we headed toward the runway. But I kept kissing her, my lips sliding over hers again and again. I lost track of time. As our tongues dueled, my body hummed with anticipation, hunger clawing inside my veins, an addict craving another hit. I felt reckless, feverish, and unfettered. Mine. I was never letting this woman go. We would fight and fuck and laugh together until I took my last breath, and I would lay the world at her feet. I would walk through the deepest pits of hell just to make her smile. When we came up for air, Maggie was halfway to sitting in my lap, our legs tangled up. Panting, she reached down to stroke my cock through the fabric of my trousers. My eyes felt closed as lust raced through me. Fuck, I want you so badly. I think it's time to revisit the idea of the Mile High Club, don't you? There's no bedroom on this plane, but there's a lavatory. I was contemplating the logistics of these when Maggie unbuckled my seatbelt. "Come on," she said. "Hurry. You don't mind?" She stood and tugged on my hand. "Vito, we had sex in a mausoleum yesterday. A private bathroom on a private jet is a step up from that, believe me." As I rose, the flight attendant appeared in the aisle. I made sure to block my erection from her by standing behind Maggie. The attendant was pure professionalism as she asked, "Signore, signorina, would you care for a drink or a light snack?" Before I could answer, Maggie started dragging me toward the rear of the plane. "Nope, we're going to the laboratory to have sex, so if you have earbuds, now would be a great time to put them in." The attendant appeared startled for a brief second, but then nodded. "I will. Thanks for the warning." Maggie pushed open the door, and then we were both inside the lavatory. As I locked us in, she looked around at the high-end fixtures and the windows. "Holy shit, this is nicer than my bathroom at home. A shower? Jesus, Vito!" I didn't want to talk about the jet or the amenities. I lunged for her, crowding her against the sink as I held her hands above her head. I ground my hips into hers. "You ready to get fucked in here?" "God, yes." I nuzzled her throat. "You know what I want. Beg me, Angelo. Give me all these sweet words." "Please, Vito," she whispered, writhing against me. "Please, I'm dying for you. My pussy is so wet, so empty. I need you, baby." I nearly trembled. The rush was so heady. I released her hands and stepped back. "Get my cock out. Get me nice and hard." I expected her to quickly unbuckle me and grip my dick. What I didn't expect was for her to drop to her knees and nuzzle my shaft through my trousers. I grabbed the towel bar to steady myself as I stared down at her. "That's it. Show me how much you want it." She whimpered and continued to rub her nose and mouth on me. Then she looked up at me, her eyes pleading. "Please let me suck on you first." My hands flew to my belt, and then I worked open the fastenings of my trousers. Shoving my pants and briefs down, I gripped the base of my cock and aimed toward her mouth. "Take me deep, Angelo mio." She eased forward slightly, and her tongue came out to flick my tip playfully, licking me. I was momentarily distracted by the sight of my girl on her knees, swiping my cock with her tongue like it was a delicious treat. I thought I needed in her throat, to dominate her. But this was much better. I moved my dick out of her reach and she pouted. "Vito, no!" "You want to keep tasting me, baby?" "Yes, please." I gave her my dick again, and was rewarded with more licks and nibbles along my shaft. She worshipped me with her mouth, my little devil, showing me how good she could be. How needy, how loving. My pulse throbbed in my groin as it went on and on, my balls growing heavier. Then I couldn't take it anymore. Reaching down, I pulled her to her feet. "If you keep that up, I'm going to come." "Really?" She seemed surprised. "Just from that?" I didn't have time to explain why I found everything about her so hot. If I didn't get inside her soon, I would lose my fucking mind. I spun her to face the sink and jerked on her leggings to bare her ass. "Bend over." She lowered onto her elbows and shimmied her leggings down to her ankles. I swiped a finger through her slit and found her soaking. Cazzo, that sight. "I need to get inside you." "Hurry, amore." That word. Would I ever tire of hearing it from her lips? I lined up and rocked my hips, scalding heat engulfing my cock as I entered her pussy. My knees went weak from the streaks of pleasure coursing through me, so I held onto her hips and paused, trying to hold back my orgasm. Madre de Dio. It would be embarrassing to come this quickly. She reached back and grabbed my arm. "God, Vito, your dick is making me see stars. Start moving." I clenched my teeth and thrust all the way inside. So tight. Fuck. My body took over then, my hips slamming into her ass again and again, my cock sawing in and out, the slick sounds of her pussy filling the tiny space. I couldn't see her face in the mirror, but she was making sexy noises in her throat every time I bottomed out. Pulling out, I shoved my thumb inside her pussy to coat it in her juices. As I began fucking her again, I spread the slickness around the pucker of her asshole. I went around and around, then pressed the tip inside, stretching her. I kept at it until my thumb was buried in her ass, my cock deep in her pussy. Maggie threw her head back, gasping.
Oh, shit, Vito. I'm so full.
Rub your clit. Make yourself come, amore. She didn't waste time. Her fingers circled her clit fast, with tight little movements, and I kept my thumb in her ass. She rocked her hips, encouraging me to move faster, but I kept a steady pace. Her body bucked a few times, and I knew she was close.
Yes,
she moaned.
Oh, God, yes.
Her muscles clamped down on me, strangling my cock, and I grunted. It was too much. I couldn't hold back any longer as heat shot through my groin, my balls, and out my dick. Jets of cum erupted, pulses so strong they stole my breath. When I finally stopped, I sagged onto her back, panting. Fuck.
Exactly how I feel. Wow.
I pulled out and spun her around to face me. I needed to see her when I told her. Holding onto her hips like an anchor, I stared into her eyes and whispered, I've never said the words to another woman, and I never will. Only you are the other half of my rotted soul. Ti amo, angelo mio. Her expression softened, eyes welling up.
Stop making me cry. I love you, Vito. Ti amo, baby.
She pressed up on her toes to kiss me, and I took advantage, showing her with my mouth and hands how much I adored her, how much I needed her. This wasn't passionate. This was a promise. Our futures were every bit as entwined as the vines she tended, every bit as strong as the roots underground. We would build a life together, and I was never letting her go. I'm never letting you go, I repeated, this time out loud. Biting her lips, she gave me another emotional, teary look.
I'm afraid you'll have to, because your cum is running down my legs and I'd like to shower.
Monella, I said, slapping one of her ass cheeks before I turned around to start the shower.
What does that mean?
Brat.
Guilty.
She whipped off her t-shirt and stood before me completely bare. Her nipples were hard and waiting for me, so I leaned down to suck on one, rubbing my tongue over the velvety skin. Moaning, she shoved her fingers into my hair.
I think you should shower with me.
I released her and straightened. The shower isn't big enough for both of us. In one graceful move, Maggie climbed up my body and wrapped her legs around my waist, forcing me to catch her. I held her tight, my arms full of gorgeous, naked woman.
There,
she said.
Now we'll fit.
Are you trying to get fucked in the shower? Her fingers played with the ends of my hair.
Maybe.
Dio mio, I loved this woman. Then we need to hurry. We'll be landing soon.
Epilogue. Maggie. 1 year later. How does it look? I glanced at my brother for his opinion. What do you think? Be honest. Mikey surveyed the transformed D'Agostino speakeasy. I'd named this place, and our line of spirits, after Vito's family, which my man had appreciated. Like, really appreciated. The night I told him would go down as one of our top 5 hottest encounters, no question. Tonight, however, instead of our usual setup for a group, there was one lone table, 2 chairs, and string lights overhead, shining softly on the brick. Soft jazz played in the background. Mikey nodded.
It looks nice. Romantic. Really, I don't think you need to worry.
But I was worried. This was a big deal. I want everything to be perfect.
I'm aware. You won't stop talking about how much you miss him.
Vito had been in Italy for 3 weeks, and this was his first night back. I can't help it.
Yeah, well.
Mikey went over and dimmed the lights a little.
I'll be very glad when our vines mature and you have more to do.
Unfortunately, that was at least 3 years away. In the meantime, I kept busy. There was our vodka and gin production, as well as the speakeasy and dining room. We still had fermenting wine to bottle and sell, so Bruce and I tasted and tinkered with our barrels as they aged. I attended a wine conference 3 months ago and met other vignerons, and I was taking classes at Cornell in their viticulture program. So, yeah, other than not seeing Vito enough, things were going great. I went over to the mirror on the wall to check my hair. Glancing in the reflection, I tugged on the neckline of my dress. It hadn't looked this low-cut in the store, but now my boobs, such as they were, practically popped out of this dress.
"You look nice. Stop fidgeting,"
Mikey said. Thanks. I smoothed my freshly waxed eyebrows. Other places were freshly waxed, too. How's Massimo doing?
"Not sure our new chef is thrilled about having Mas in there, taking over for a night, but Mas is overseeing the meal, just as you requested."
Mikey leaned against the bar.
"Though I'm not sure why you had to fly Vito's brother in from Rome to cook one meal."
I couldn't tell Mikey why. I thought it might make a nice surprise for Vito.
"Whatever."
My brother checked his phone.
"You have about 30 minutes before he's due to arrive. Want to come back upstairs?"
No, that's okay. I'll hang out down here and have a drink. Just send him down when he gets here.
"When do you want sparkling wine? After dessert, right?"
Yep. Thanks for all your help." Mikey disappeared into the corridor and left the cellar. I went behind the bar and made myself a greyhound, for old time's sake. Then I sat at the bar and read on my phone, sipping my drink and waiting calmly for the love of my life to arrive. 22 minutes later, the metal door at the top of the stairs slammed shut. Not long after, leather shoes slapped against the old stone, louder as he approached. I didn't turn around, even when it was clear he'd entered the room. My skin tingled with anticipation, every nerve attuned to this man. It was like our souls were intertwined. His breath warmed my neck a fraction of a second before I felt his lips there.
"Amore, mi sei mancata tantissimo."
He said these words so often to me that I knew them by heart. Baby, I've missed you so much. I shivered as he kissed the sensitive skin. Hey, baby, how was your flight?
"Long."
Strong fingers wrapped around my neck and angled my face toward his, where he caught my mouth in a brutal kiss.
"Fuck, I needed that,"
he whispered when we parted. So did I. Grabbing his hand, I pulled him closer to the stool next to me on the bar. Sit down and have a drink with me. He didn't argue. Shrugging out of his overcoat, he lowered himself onto the stool. I immediately stood up and started for the other side of the bar.
"What are we drinking?"
he asked. I hid the label from him as I poured his drink. Here. I slid the amber liquid across to him. Let me buy you a drink. The edge of his mouth curled.
"That sounds familiar."
He lifted his glass and waited until I'd done the same. Then he touched them together.
"Chin chin."
"Chin chin," I repeated. Then we both sipped. His eyes widened.
"Is this the same one? The drink from the night we met?"
"It is indeed." He lifted his chin in the direction of my glass.
"You are drinking a Greyhound, no?"
"I suppose I am." I could barely contain my smirk.
"Are you hoping to get fucked against a glass window tonight, Angioletto mio? Is that it?"
A bolt of heat flashed through me and settled between my legs. Maybe.
"Come, sit next to me and flirt. I will consider it."
I edged around the bar and perched onto the stool next to his. "Hi, stranger."
"Ciao, Bella."
He smoothed his palm over my thigh, though his eyes were locked on my nipples.
"This dress is new. I like it. You look very sexy in it."
"Grazie, baby." I smoothed his perfect tie. Watching Vito put on a tie was a not-to-be-missed experience in the mornings. "I like this suit." After he sipped his drink, he propped an arm on the bar.
"Gianna's design. I was overdue to order some new ones."
The door slammed, and Vito raised a questioning eyebrow at me. "Dinner," I told him. "Let's sit down." He helped me out of my chair, then led me to the table.
"This is romantic,"
he said, holding my seat out.
"I should leave for Italia more often if this is my homecoming."
"Don't you dare." I was dead serious. I hate when you're gone this long. As he sat, he picked up my hand off the table and kissed it.
"I don't like it either, amore mio."
The server brought our first course. As we ate, Vito caught me up on his trip, and I told him about the winery and my classes. When the meat course arrived, Vito's eyes went wide.
"This is one of my favorites,"
he said.
"I haven't had it in ages. My brother used to make it on the yacht."
As if I didn't know. Well, we'll have to see if this chicken piccata is as good as your brother's. To the server, I winked. Then she smiled and left. Vito groaned as he chewed.
Fuck me, these taste just like Massimo's.
Oh, good. I'll be sure to tell the chef that you approve.
Approve? You should double their salary to ensure they never leave.
I could never afford Massimo, not since he'd opened his own place in Rome. They were well on their way to getting a Michelin star, from what Vito said. Our plates were cleared, and dessert soon followed. My palms were sweating as Vito pushed his tiramisu toward me.
You have it, amore. I'm full, and I know how you love it.
I wiped my damp hands on my napkin. You should eat it, I urged. I'm going to give you a serious workout later. His expression turned wolfish as he leered at me.
And I will have plenty to eat then.
My pussy clenched, eagerly anticipating the instant it could get reacquainted with his tongue. I tried to sound nonchalant. Seriously, baby, eat.
Will this make you happy?
This was something he asked often, like he was gauging the risk-reward probability. Very. He picked up his fork and cut a large bite. Then he slipped the dessert into his mouth. Because I had zero chill, I couldn't help but watch. His teeth clanked on metal, and he froze. Then his eyes narrowed in confusion. I held my breath as he reached and spit the metal into his napkin.
Que cazzo,
he said, and put the napkin on the table.
Is your chef trying to kill one of us?
What was that? I gestured to the napkin.
I don't know.
He snarled and touched his tongue to one of his back molars.
Fuck. I hope I didn't crack a tooth.
But aren't you curious? Maybe you should look. So that I couldn't see it, he unfolded the napkin below the table. Total class move. My man might be a murderer, but he had table manners. I saw the instant he realized. He jolted in his chair, his stare locked on what was in his hand. Was he even breathing? The sweat under my armpits compounded, and I nibbled on my thumbnail as I awaited a reaction. Would he hate it? Slowly, he lifted the round gold circle up to his face.
Is this...
Reaching out, I plucked the wedding band from his fingers. Legs shaking, I got down on one knee. The floor was stone, so I did my best. God, this was awkward. How did men do this all the time? Vito D'Agostino, it's time I made an honest man out of you. Ish. I laughed nervously at my dumb joke. When he didn't crack a smile, I sobered. I don't want to spend so much time apart. I'm ready to build a life with you, whatever that looks like. I love you and I want to marry you. And I'm hoping you want to marry me, too. He blinked twice.
You know I do. I've raised the subject no fewer than 12 times.
I know, but I thought I would officially ask. In one quick motion, he pushed his chair back, stood, and pulled me to my feet. Then he was kissing me again, but these were gentle kisses, the kind that replaced words when you couldn't think of what to say and you could only feel. Finally, he rested his forehead against mine.
Si, amore. I want to marry you.
Thank God. I panted and held up the ring. Here, read the inscription. He took the band from my fingers and put it near the light, turning it as he read.
This is the real one.
Then he threw back his head and laughed.
Tu sei perfetta, mia diavoletta.
I know. You're very lucky to have me.
Yes, I am.
Just as his mouth lowered to mine, the upstairs door clanged shut. Vito paused, just millimeters from my face.
Shouldn't they leave us alone to celebrate?
Wait, I said, resting my palm on his chest. One last surprise. Massimo came around the corner, a bottle of sparkling wine in one hand and 3 glasses in the other.
Congratulazioni,
he said loudly. Vito eased back, but wrapped one arm around my waist. The 2 brothers kissed cheeks.
I should have known,
my man said.
No one makes chicken piccata like you.
Massimo slapped Vito on the back, and I caught Mikey, Bruce, and Celeste coming around the corner. Then Val and Sam emerged. Now it was my turn to be surprised. Oh my God, what are you all doing here?
We couldn't let this go by without celebrating,
my brother said. But what if he'd said no? I kissed Val's cheek, then Sam's. When I finished, my brother hugged me.
There was no chance of that.
Yeah, Val added. He's literally been asking you for months. He's been hinting for months, I said. There was no official ask, FYI. Vito squinted at me. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a white box. A ring box. I covered my mouth and gawked at him. Have you been carrying that around? Or did you know? Carefully, he lowered to one knee.
Maybe I planned to propose tonight.
I cast a quick glance at Mikey and Massimo. Did you tell him?
No,
my brother said, while Maz shook his head. Clasping my hands under my chin, I watched as Vito peeled open the ring box. A flash of brilliant fire caught my eye before I returned to his serious gaze.
Margaret Ann Fiorentino, I love you more than my own life. Will you do me the great honor of becoming my wife?
Yes, Vittore D'Agostino, I will marry you. Everyone cheered, and then I was in Vito's arms, kissing him through my smile. Mikey went behind the bar to get more glasses, and soon we were all toasting. Vito and I put our rings on and then held them up to admire them. I kissed his cheek, my body nestled firmly into his side. You're never allowed to take that one off, I whispered. I want every woman who sees you to know you're taken.
The same goes for yours,
he murmured.
No more picking up strange men in casino bars.
The only man I have any interest in picking up is you, amore. Vito handed Massimo his flute, then bent down and quickly hefted me over his shoulder.
Ciao, amici,
he told the room.
We have a date with a glass window.
Want more mafia romance from Mila Finelli?